This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Hey, have you heard about Song Jiejia from the next class? What happened to her? I remember she went to the Devil Tree realm. Right? What happened? She flew to the tree branch and became a phoenix. The originally inconspicuous little girl. Now I heard that an old man is chasing her. Yes. Did you get any devil fruit in the Devil Tree realm? I got a fantasy beast. Hack. What a joke. This luck. I saw that the official said that the probability of getting a fruit in the Devil Tree realm is 40%. And most of the time it is not very useful. During the class, there was constant discussion in the classroom. Li Piao saw his desk mate move by writing and drawing on the notebook, and said with emotion, "Old Bai, aren't you nervous? We are going to enter the Devil Tree realm tomorrow?" After erasing a line of words with an eraser, Mu Bai turned around and said, "Haven't you changed your name yet? I am more concerned about this. People always say that we are a white-collar combination." Damn. Whoever said that. I will beat him up. I told my parents yesterday that I wanted to change my name. My mother agreed. My father said to wait a little longer, saying that I would change it after I turned 30. Then you just wait. Standing up and stretching, Mu Bai looked at the colorful world outside. Who wouldn't be nervous about entering the Devil Tree realm tomorrow? The so-called Devil Tree realm is a special space that suddenly descended into this world 50 years ago. Only those who are 18 years old, not more than 19 years old, and have good physical fitness can enter. When entering the tree world, you will be randomly teleported to a place, and a devil fruit will be stored in each place. During the picking period, you will also encounter dangers, such as falling from a high altitude or drowning. Of course, the chance of death is very small. After half an hour, the entrant will be teleported out, regardless of whether you are alive or dead. It should be noted that the devil fruit must be eaten in the tree world and cannot be taken out. Someone once experimented that if you pick a devil fruit and do not eat it after the 30 minutes, the devil fruit in your hand will disappear when you are teleported out. The Devil Tree world. Everyone can only enter once in their lifetime. Getting a devil fruit is an opportunity to change fate for many families, no matter which system. Less than a week after coming to this world, Mu Bai crams the basic knowledge of this world every night. This world not only has devil fruits, but also 3-color domineering, and the Navy's 6 styles: iron block, paper painting, moon step, storm foot, finger gun. Everyone be quiet. The middle-aged teacher with glasses and half-white hair stood on the podium and said, "All the students stopped discussing. In the last class, I will tell you about the precautions of the Demon Tree world. Everyone must listen carefully." After scanning the room and seeing that everyone was there, the teacher continued, "First of all, students who have signed up should note that entering the tree world is random, and there will be a mortality rate. It is not absolutely safe, as the recent rumors on the internet have said. Those who say it is safe are survivors. The second point is that life safety is the most important. Don't do dangerous and unnecessary actions in it. After all, being alive is the truth. All students come to me now to receive a tree world manual issued by the Ministry of Education. There will be some other precautions in it. Gather at the school gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't forget. Get out of class is dismissed." Everyone left the classroom in groups of 3 or 5, holding the instruction manual. After leaving the school gate, Li Piao flipped through a few pages of the instruction manual and said, "This is too official." Seeing that Mu Bai didn't say anything, Li Piao smiled and said, "You went to the boxing gym these 2 days. Did you learn anything? Nothing can be achieved overnight, unless there is a system. For example, yourself. Recite in your heart, and the system signs in. Ding dong. Sign in successfully. Congratulations. Physique +1. Armament hockey +50 proficiency. Observation hockey +100 proficiency. Martial arts +80 proficiency. What is valuable this time is that the observation hockey is added more. Less than a week after the system was opened and signed in, Mu Bai felt that his panel has increased a lot. This feeling of slowly getting stronger and steadily making steady progress is really cool. Open the personal panel. Name, Mu Bai. Rank, 2nd level. Constitution, 25, normal people 10 to 15. Armament hockey, 200/5000, initial. Observation hockey, 260/5000, initial. Hero hockey, not activated. Kendo, 60/1000, beginner. Navy 6 styles, 180/5000, initial. Devil fruit, not activated. Mu Bai's original aptitude was about that of an ordinary person, but he practiced every day and his strength was among the top in the school. In addition to the sign in this week, Mu Bai estimated that he should be among the top students in the school in terms of comprehensive strength. The reason why the system is strong is that as long as the data is reached, the host will break through and will not be stuck in a stage for a long time like others. You will get what you sow. When the two walked to the school gate, a tall and short-haired boy saw them and walked over with his hands in his pockets, patting his forehead. Li Piao said speechlessly, "Hack? This guy is shameless. He comes again. Why do you want revenge?" Mu Bai said in a flat tone. 2 days ago, Xiaoqi flirted with the girls in Mu Bai's class, and was caught by Mu Bai and Li Piao, who went downstairs to buy water. Mu Bai did not indulge him, and directly knocked him to the ground and taught him a lesson. "I don't want to do anything. I just want to say that when I get the devil fruit tomorrow, I will challenge you. You should be ready." "Okay. But if I hurt you, don't cry." "Humph. Just wait and see." After saying that, Xiaoqi turned and left. "Hack. With this strength, you dare to pretend in front of me. Baishan, you are really a clown." The two went their separate ways after reaching the crossroads. Li Piao's family lived in the villa area, and Mu Bai's family lived in Leshijiawan on Chanlin Street. As soon as I entered the community, the security guard smiled and said, "Little Mu Bai is back. What did you buy today?" "I bought steak and stewed some pork ribs at home." "Pork ribs are good. You need nutrition at your age." Took out the key and opened the door. Mu Bai was the only one at home in the 2-bedroom apartment of 90 square meters. After making dinner and eating a simple meal, he started today's practice. A bedroom was converted into a training room by Mu Bai. There is a set of machines and equipment for exercise in the room. It is spherical, and will randomly shoot iron balls at the trainee. The trainee can use the iron block in the Navy 6 styles to block, or use the armed color domineering to catch the iron ball. Take off the clothes. Mu Bai's upper body muscles are naked, and his 8 abdominal muscles are clearly visible. He took out a black cloth to cover his eyes, and turned on the machine. In the bedroom, iron balls half the size of a fist were shot from all directions of the spherical container. Mu Bai, with his eyes covered, activated his observation hockey to sense the trajectory of the iron balls, and then caught them with his hand attached with armament hockey. The machine shot iron balls irregularly, sometimes from above, sometimes from below, and sometimes from both sides. Mu Bai in the spherical container could be said to have raised his spirits to 120%, not daring to relax at all. 20 minutes later, Mu Bai came out panting, and fell directly to the ground, gasping for breath. There were faint white marks on his body. Ding dong. The host has been effectively trained. Observation hockey plus 20 proficiency. Armament hockey plus 20 proficiency. Physique plus 0.5. As the intensity of training increases day by day, the proficiency gained is also increasing. I still remember the first time I used this machine 6 days ago. Even at the lowest power, I was still bruised by the iron balls after 10 minutes. After 6 days, I can now hold on to a medium power for 20 minutes. Mu Bai can sense that his understanding and application of armament hockey and observation hockey are gradually improving. He looked at the time. It was 11:43. And he went to bed after a combination of work and rest. What fruit will I get tomorrow? At 8 o'clock in the morning, the teacher led the team and led the students to the school bus. On the bus, the students were chattering. "I didn't sleep well last night. I just watched their videos online, talking about how to get devil fruits in the devil tree world. I listened to 6 videos, and all 6 people said something different. Of course, everyone is random. Oh my god! Have you seen today's news? Lu Wenyong, the military shining fruit ability user, successfully promoted to the 8th level emperor. Hack. This promotion is too fast. I'm only at the 1st level, and I don't know when I can be promoted to the 2nd level. It's normal. Most of the military is stationed near the alien dimension entrance. The battle with aliens is very fierce. There are dangers and opportunities. Naturally, the promotion is fast. I'm more concerned about our Jian City's genius player Shinseki this year. She's so beautiful. She's still so strong. She got the natural snow fruit. And she's even more. Enough? Enough? Stop drooling. Mu Bai in the back row specifically checked the internet and found that it was true news. There was a military announcement that Lu Wenyong, who was stationed in the Barbarian North area, was promoted from the 7th level to the 8th level last night. Another set of names for levels 1 to 8 are Black Iron, Level 1, Bronze, Level 2, Silver, Level 3, Gold, Level 4, Diamond, Level 5, Purple Gold, Level 6, Heavenly King, Level 7, Emperor Throne, Level 8. The improvement of each level can be said to be very different. The breakthrough of each level requires multiple factors. Take Jian City as an example. The strongest is only a Level 5 Diamond. The bus drove for 2 hours and took the students to the destination, the Devil Tree Realm. In a virtual barrier, a towering tree stood in it. Passing through the light curtain in front was like entering another fantasy world. More than 20 buses. Not only Jian No. 1 middle school, but also students of the age required from surrounding areas. As soon as the students got off the bus, they saw a dreamlike scene in front of them. After the guarding troops verified the number of teachers in the team, they let them in. Mu Bai's head teacher, Kong Xianglai, organized everyone and chatted with the person in charge next to him. Okay, students from class 3 of Jian No. 1 middle school, listen to me. We will be the second batch to enter in a while, so everyone should be prepared. Okay, teacher. Can teachers bring knives? A student asked. Yan Fong. You can see that you didn't read the instructions carefully. It's useless if you bring them. You can't bring weapons such as iron tools in. The first batch to enter was 2 classes from other schools. Mu Bai counted 75 people. Half an hour passed in a flash in the expectation of the students. With a puff, the space barrier of the demon tree world opened, and groups of white light were transmitted out. Haha. I succeeded. Teacher, it's a parahuman spring fruit. I also ate a devil fruit. It's an animal fruit. Hack. Why didn't I see any devil fruit in there? I came out after half an hour. I didn't see anything either. The devil fruit was obtained by a minority. Less than 20 out of 75 people. Basically all of them were parahuman and animal fruits. Someone's dead. A cry of surprise attracted everyone's attention. 3 bodies were teleported out. Their bodies were broken, as if they were crushed by a heavy truck. The students next to them were frightened when they saw the scene. But then a more terrifying scene appeared, and 6 more bodies were teleported out, all with the same cause of death. Seeing that the students who were fine just now had become like this, the female teacher who led the team couldn't recover and passed out. Damn, Mr. Bai. This is too dangerous, Li Piao said exaggeratedly. The other teachers who led the team were called together, and I don't know what they were talking about. Teacher Kong had a solemn look on his face. We just asked the person in charge here. This may be done by some giant creature in the demon tree world. This strange phenomenon may occur every few years. It can last for 1 or 2 years, or only 1 day. At this point, Teacher Kong paused and continued. Students who want to quit can choose to quit now. It was dead silent. Although someone's death just now broke their excitement, no one would give up this opportunity. After all, only those aged 18 to 19 can enter the demon tree world. Who wants to miss this opportunity to change their fate? Okay, since no one has quit, the next batch will be us. I wish you all good luck in martial arts. With excitement, expectation, and caution, they stood in a row and touched the barrier with their hands. Mu Bai only felt a hot current rushing into his body, and the world was spinning. Mu Bai woke up and smelled a strange flower fragrance. He opened his eyes and found himself in a sea of flowers. Standing up, the strange sea of flowers was changing color with the breeze in the distance. At first it was light pink, then it turned into light purple, and its shape was like the stars in the sky. This was a scene that did not exist in the outside world. Like a dream. But Mu Bai did not have time to appreciate it. He walked forward in the sea of flowers. There was only 1 tree in the whole area. In less than a few minutes, Mu Bai came under the tree. There was a fruit on the tree, which looked like a blooming flower, with light yellow stamens and pink petals and flesh. Others may not know it, but Bai Mu, who likes to collect figurines in his spare time, knows what fruit it is, and he has not forgotten these memories. This is Robin's flower fruit. The superhuman flower fruit in the original book has good power. It has the power to make copies of various parts of the body bloom freely. There is only 1 chance to pick it. Should I pick it? Bai Mu frowned slightly. Bai Mu, who was still thinking, heard a series of cracking sounds. It was from the transparent wall in the distance. The void was broken, and an unprecedented giant snake poked out its ferocious snake head from the broken hole and roared to the sky. Even though it was hundreds of meters away, Bai Mu could feel its terrifying power. The huge snake pupil quickly locked onto the small tree in the middle of the sea of flowers. Ding dong. Found the ancient tree python. Tip. It lives in the demon tree world and can break the space interval at will to eat the devil fruit. Start the task. Snatch food from the back of the python. There is a devil fruit growing on the back of the ancient tree python. Eat it, and you will gain the ability to tremble. Task reward. Fruit development progress increases by 20%. Physical fitness increases by plus 20. And the domineering color domineering is opened. This is the first time I have seen such a generous reward. Is the domineering color opened? The power of tremor? Could it be that devil fruit? The huge snake head slowly approached Mubai's position. And the upright golden pupils stared at the flower fruit. Noticing the tiny creature next to it, it exhaled a violent airflow to warn it. Is it a warning? Don't let me eat the devil fruit. Mubai retreated. And sure enough, the ancient tree python didn't look at him again. So that's it. By Mu, someone understood why the first batch of students who died in the devil tree world were crushed into meat patties. Even if ordinary people see such an epic beast, they will subconsciously eat the devil fruit next to it. And this will undoubtedly anger it. Thinking of this, Mubai used the moon step, one of the 6 styles of the Navy. Like the Wudong light skill of the latter cloud, stepping on the air with strong foot power to generate strong air retention. After using the moon step at a high frequency in the sky, he was finally able to see the scene behind the ancient tree python. Like a small mountain range that stretches and undulates, using the perception of the sight color at close range. Sure enough, not far from the back of the snake head, there was a fruit hanging on the tree above. Taking advantage of the gap, when the beast opened its mouth to swallow a large area of land including Hua, quickly used the moon step to come to the tree behind him. On it hangs a fruit with vortex patterns, blue peel, and a gourd-shaped appearance. Bai Mu's pupils trembled slightly. That's right. This is the so-called strongest devil fruit of the superhuman system. The tremor fruit? In One Piece. This is Mubai's favorite character. The devil fruit ability of the world's strongest man. Whitebeard. The eater can cause the sky, the earth, the atmosphere, and the ocean to vibrate at will, causing earthquakes and tsunamis. The destructive power and attack range are the largest and strongest of the 3 devil fruits. It was called the power to destroy the world by the Buddha Warring States in the original work. Taking a step forward to pick the devil fruit, Mubai opened his mouth and bit it without hesitation. After eating the tremor fruit, Mubai felt the power of vibration, which is the power that can destroy everything. Mission completed. Congratulations. The development progress of the tremor fruit increased by 20%. The physical fitness increased by plus 20. And the domineering color domineering was opened. When the fruit was picked, the ancient tree python felt that its vitality was disappearing. And the power that could pass through the space barrier it will also disappeared. It turned its huge head in anger, and saw the tiny human standing on its back. I can cause vibrations at will. I can adjust the degree, range, and power of the vibrations. Facing the huge pupils of the ancient tree python, Mubai chuckled and said, "It's just right to practice with you." In a flash, the huge python head bit towards Bai Mu with amazing hatred. Bai Mu did not dodge, and suddenly released a powerful pressure around him. It was the domineering aura that only one person in millions possessed. The ancient tree python stopped, and it felt its body stiffening under this terrifying pressure. The tiny human in front of him was like an unmatched god at this moment. But then a wave of anger surged in his heart, and the python head bit towards Bai Mu again. Is my spirit not enough? The domineering aura can only be controlled and not cultivated. The only way to improve it is to improve your spirit. Try this again. Bending his right arm across his chest, a white ball cover appeared on his right fist, and Bai Mu launched the Navy 6 style shave, using the explosive reaction force of continuously stepping on the ground at high speed for dozens of times to move at high speed. Bai Mu's figure instantly disappeared in front of the ancient tree python. Instantly, a blurry figure appeared in front of the giant python's pupils. Bai Mu held a white ball cover and hit the python's head with force. A creaking sound like glass breaking came from the fist, and irregular cracks appeared in the sky. That was the atmosphere being torn apart. The ancient tree python that was hit was horrible to look at. Blood flowed out of its terrified vertical pupils, mouth, and nose. 33 Novel Network. Because it could not withstand the force of the vibration, its internal organs also made a clear cracking sound. A painful whine came from its mouth. Take his life while he is sick. Not missing this opportunity. Bai Mu, who was standing on the ground, clenched his hands, and stirred the earth and space in front of him. Grab with both hands. The violent vibration. The ground in front was cut, and the body of the ancient tree python once again suffered the pain of vibration and cutting. It has reached its limit. The huge body twisted painfully, and even the mournful whine was unable to be uttered. In a bloody curtain, it slowly died, looking at the air cover with transparent white light in his hand. This is the Tremor fruit. The strongest superhuman fruit. Ding dong. Congratulations. Complete the hidden mission in the tree world and kill the ancient tree python. Mission reward. Armament hockey plus 500 proficiency. Observation hockey plus 600 proficiency. Vigor plus 4. Navy 6 styles plus 200 proficiency. The system actually has hidden rewards. There are so many rewards. This vigor affects the power of Conqueror Hockey. And plus 4 is Conqueror Hockey plus 4. Open the personal panel. Name, Mubai. Rank, 2nd grade. Constitution, 45. Armament Hockey, 700 out of 5,000, early stage. Observation Hockey, 860/5000, early stage. Conqueror Hockey, 5, Spirit. Kendo, 60/1000, beginner. Navy 6 styles, 380/5000, early stage. Devil Fruit, Tremor Fruit, 20%. Sure enough. Spirit and Conqueror Hockey are equal. Constitution increased by 20 points, which is nearly double compared to the previous 25. The development level of the fruit is 20. And reaching 100% should be the awakening of the fruit. I remember that in the comics. Whether it was the young Whitebeard or the Blackbeard who later stole the Tremor fruit and grew into the 4 emperors. They all had the terrifying power to cause an earthquake in the sea while laughing, which should be the awakening of the Tremor fruit. Just as I was thinking this, my body was sucked into the dimensional space by an uncontrollable force. And 30 minutes had passed. In a daze, he was teleported to the outside world. Teacher Kong came forward to support Mubai. He asked with concern, "How is it, Mubai? Did you get the devil fruit?" "I got it. It's a superhuman devil fruit." Patting Mubai on the shoulder, Teacher Kong said happily, "Well done. You trained so hard. No matter what fruit ability it is, as long as you get it, it's a victory." After a while, all the students were teleported out. Unexpectedly, all the students in Class 2 and Class 3 of Jian No. 1 Middle School came out safely. Li Piao was the last one to be teleported out. He walked up to Bai Mu and said mysteriously, "Mr. Bai, guess what devil fruit I got?" Seeing his face that looked like a villain, Bai Mu smiled and said, "You are so happy. It must be a superhuman fruit. Hack. If you say that again, I will break up with you. Let me tell you, I got a superhuman devil fruit. The fruit of splitting into pieces." This surprised Bai Mu. It turned out to be the fruit ability of the great god Bud Chi in the anime. His body can be split into pieces, and is known as the swordsman's nemesis. I will never tell you about my powerful fruit ability when I go home. I will just say that I got nothing. According to my father's temper, he will definitely beat me up. Bai Mu asked curiously, "Why? Do you like being whipped?" "Ahem. What do you mean by like being whipped?" "Of course. I want to show my terrifying fruit ability after he beats me up, so that he will regret hurting the dignity of me, the genius of the Li family. I finally know why your father always beats you." A burst of applause broke out not far away. Brother Xia is awesome. He can easily get an animal-type devil fruit. Damn. What are you talking about? Brother Xia's devil fruit is not an ordinary one, but an ancient one. That's right. It's an ancient dragon fruit, in the form of a swollen-headed dragon. Hearing the flattery of his younger brothers, Xiaoqi smiled and corrected what they said. Brother Xia is the eternal god. Absolutely awesome. Brother Xia, give me an autograph first. I'll keep it as a souvenir in the future. The other students in Class 2 looked at Xiaoqi with envy and flattered him. Under the flattery of several lackeys, it looked like Xiaoqi would be promoted to the throne tomorrow. Seeing this scene, Li Piao curled her lips and said, "The villain is successful, and someone like him can actually get an ancient one." A group of people came over from the opposite side, led by Xiaoqi from Class 2. Like an old friend, Xiaoqi smiled and asked, "I just got an ancient fruit. Mubai, what devil fruit did you get?" "Superhuman type. Animal taming fruit. Specializing in ancient ones," Mubai said casually, without waiting for Xiaoqi to speak. The lackey behind him said angrily, "Pay attention to your words. Mubai, be careful or Brother Xia will beat you. How can you talk like that? Since classmate Mu doesn't want to say what fruit it is, then don't say it. Xiaoqi, pretending to be angry, lectured the younger brother behind him. Brother Xia is right. I shouldn't expose classmate Mu's shortcomings. Maybe Mu Bai, who has excellent grades, didn't even get the devil fruit. Mu Bai's classmates in Class 3 also gathered around when they saw this scene and confronted Class 2. Hey, isn't this the little prince of Class 2? Xiaoqi? The one who was beaten by Mu Bai and knelt on the ground begging for mercy 2 days ago? Li Piao said in shock. Damn it. Li Piao, you guys in Class 3. Stop being so arrogant. That's enough. Shut up. You lackeys from Class 2. Hack. Say it again if you can. What? You dare to do it? Seeing the two gangs quarreling, Mu Bai looked up at Xiaoqi and said, Did you come here to say this? Of course not. Do you remember what I said to you after school yesterday? I will challenge you when I return to school this afternoon. Xiaoqi said passionately. Okay. The ancient species has thick skin and flesh. I think you must be very resistant to fighting? Mu Bai said lightly, seeing Bai Mu, who was still unusually calm even though he knew the power of the devil fruit he possessed. He smiled cruelly. What are you doing? Go back to your classes. After giving Bai Mu a neck-wiping gesture, he walked towards the bus for his class with his hands in his trouser pockets. After a while, the teacher came back. Hearing Xiaoqi's challenge to Bai Mu, he said to Bai Mu angrily, Bai Mu, why did you agree to it? In the early stage of a novice, ordinary animal types are crushed against superhuman types. Not to mention ancient species. Knowing that Teacher Kong was worried about him, Bai Mu said lightly, Teacher, don't worry. I won't lose. Seeing Bai Mu so confident, Teacher Kong remembered that he had not asked Bai Mu what superhuman devil fruit he got. Mu Bai, what superhuman fruit did you get? Mu Bai stretched out his fist, and a transparent ball cover appeared on it. The tremor fruit, which can cause vibration, touching his beard. Teacher Kong thought for a long time and had no impression of this fruit. The tremor fruit. Teacher has never heard of it. It seems that the tremor fruit should be the first time it appears in this world. And no one even knows the name of the strongest superhuman type. On the way back to school, the classmates were also very worried about Mu Bai, trying to persuade him, and giving him various advice. Mu Bai declined all of these. If you want to really defeat an opponent, you have to do it when he is the most arrogant and confident. I will defeat him in the ring. Mu Bai said with a smile. I just returned to the classroom, because it was a holiday in the afternoon. The corridor was full of people. Hey, have you heard that Xiaoqi got the ancient animal type devil fruit? I heard that he is going to challenge Mu Bai. What kind of strength is Mu Bai? Can Xiaoqi beat him? How come you don't even have a little common sense? Once the devil fruit ability is activated, the animal type will crush the superhuman type in the early stage. This is indeed the case. It's like two children with little difference in strength. One remains the same, and the other suddenly becomes an adult. The difference between the two is huge. In terms of physical fitness, strength, and endurance, the animal type is not a joke. Okay. I heard that Mu Bai agreed. I have nothing to do in the afternoon holiday, so I can go and see the excitement. Let's go! Let's go and see now. In the classroom, none of the students in Class 3 left. They were all in the classroom. I glanced at my watch. It was exactly 1 o'clock. Let's go. It's 1 o'clock. The ring can be used. Mu Bai took the lead and walked in front, followed by the students of Class 3. Xiaoqi from Class 2 on the opposite side put his hands in his trouser pockets and yawned, waved his hand, and followed by the students of Class 2. Hack. Why do these two classes look like they are going to have a group battle? Let's go. Follow them to the ring and take a look. On the ring side, students poured into the venue one after another. The principal heard about this and also came to the ring. After all, Xiaoqi was the first student of the ancient species in the Department of Animals in No. 6 Middle School. This is a great honor for the school. Although Xiaoqi is bad behavior, who cares about that at this time? This battle is also a good opportunity to see the terrifying strength of the ancient species. Mu Bai and Xiaoqi walked onto the ring from both sides. The battle begins. Mu Bai, you'd better hold on. Don't let me win too early. The excited Xiaoqi laughed cruelly. The principal on the side coughed and said, the competition will end when it's over. I will torture you, break your bones, smash your skull, and make you suffer humiliation. Xiaoqi didn't hear what the principal said at all. And even if he heard it, he would be dismissive at this moment. Spreading his hands, Mubai casually said. Interesting. I will satisfy you with everything you said. Xiaqi's eyes were scarlet, and his body suddenly swelled, revealing light green skin, and blue veins popped out. What are you talking about? I am a genius who ate the ancient fruit of the swollen-headed dragon. As if suppressing his anger, Xiaqi turned back to his normal human form, clapping his hands. Mubai said jokingly, You haven't been able to control the devil fruit for such a long time. You are really useless. Xiaqi, let's bet something. Hearing this, Xiaqi suppressed his anger and said, What to bet? I am only interested in your life. Stretching out a finger, Mubai said calmly, 1 million? Just bet 1 million. Whoever loses will give the other party 1 million. If you surrender, you will have to give 4 million more. What do you think? Haha. Interesting. Whoever surrenders first will give 4 million more. Right? I promise you. Mubai, I hope you don't have the chance to give me 4 million more. The principal said nothing on the side. Although the school prohibits gambling, if you go on the ring, it is the business of both parties. And what happens is voluntary. Mubai's approach is a bit wild. And the total bet is 5 million. Although Mubai is in the top 10 of the school year and Xiaqi is around the 20th. I don't think the former is better. I have the opposite opinion. I think Bai Mu is better. I know this guy's character. He must have a backup plan to be able to go to the ring with Xiaqi so calmly. I also think Mubai is stronger. Why? Just because Mubai is much more handsome than Xiaqi. Isn't that enough? Hack. That makes sense. On the ring, a protective shield was turned on to prevent the aftermath of the battle from spreading to places outside the battlefield. Armament color. Xiaqi's hands turned black, rushed to Mubai and punched him. I thought Bai Mu would dodge. But unexpectedly, Mubai not only did not dodge, but stood there with his hands in his pockets. The fist hit Mubai's chest, and there was no touch of hitting the flesh, but the texture of metal collision. Armament color domineering? Xiaqi looked at the scene in shock. You know, after taking the devil fruit, he estimated that his strength had at least doubled. And this was in normal human form. But Mubai didn't move at all. How could this be possible? Xiaqi, who didn't believe in evil, transformed his palm into a dinosaur's claws and attacked Mubai at a very fast speed. The terrifying speed raised a layer of white waves. Shave! Bai Mu said calmly. The figure in front of him disappeared, and Xiaqi felt a gust of evil wind coming from behind him. He turned around and shouted, Iron block! Iron block? Even dogs don't need it. Keep pointing the gun. He poured all his strength into his index finger and attacked the opponent with a hardened finger like lightning. Uh-huh. My iron block is the result of my hard training. How could you possibly, Mubai, who had a physical fitness of more than 40 points, used a series of finger guns with amazing power, which hit Xiaqi, who was performing the iron block, and actually knocked the opponent's body back one after another. What's more terrifying is that at this high speed, more than 20 finger guns hit the same place without exception, which is why Xiaqi howled in pain. Are you kidding me? This is a finger gun? Why is my finger gun like a candle? Mubai's strength is really amazing. His second level strength is like a third level one. Where are you looking? Mubai is a pervert. Didn't you notice? All his finger guns hit Xiaqi, and he was moving at high speed. To do all this, you need not only extremely strong observation hockey, body control, but also super strong physical strength. My goodness. If you don't know about the fight between these two people, you would think it's a teacher beating a student. Xiaqi is a student, and Mubai is a teacher. Mubai retracted his finger gun. Xiaqi just caught his breath when he saw the other party kick out with his right leg. Lan Jiao. Line. A sharp green light wave came out from under Mubai's leg. Paper painting. Xiaqi's whole body was like a piece of thin paper. With the change of the airflow of the light wave, he barely avoided the attack. Continuous finger gun, storm leg line, and superb observation hockey. Is this Bai Mu really a second-level student? The strongest in the 6th middle school is definitely Mubai. The key is that Mubai's movements are smooth and seamless, while Xiaqi just barely dodges the attack every time. The gap is too big. Xiaqi, who was a little confused after being beaten, shook his head. Damn it. Shave. Armament hockey finger gun. Xiaqi, who used 2 Navy 6 styles in a row, approached Mubai at a very fast speed, and his index fingers were covered with a layer of armament hockey. Seeing Xiaqi's body disappearing at a very fast speed, Mubai closed his eyes. Huh? Close your eyes. Look down on me. Mu Bai. With strong resentment, the finger guns with both hands attacked the opponent like pistol bullets. Mu Bai easily dodged it with a side step. Afterwards, he closed his eyes, put his hands in his pockets, and kept walking, accurately avoiding all of Xiaoqi's attacks every time. The more relaxed the opponent was, the angrier Xiaoqi became. In the stands, a teacher said in shock, "That is not an ordinary dodge. That is to master the moon step and shave, plus the strong observation hockey. To do it, even if this Mu Bai doesn't rely on the devil fruit, he is ridiculously strong." The principal in the audience stood up excitedly. He didn't expect this Mu Bai to be so talented. Not only can he master the 6 styles of the navy and the 2-color domineering, but he can also combine them in battle to exert incredible abilities. Opening his eyes and seeing Xiaoqi, who stopped his attack panting, Mu Bai said calmly, "That's it? You and I are still a little bit apart. I underestimated you. I should have used my fruit ability from the beginning. Mu Bai, you are very strong and talented, but your fate will end here. In the face of absolute power, all skills are useless." After speaking, the clothes were torn, and the huge green body appeared in front of everyone. More than 3 meters tall, with sharp horns, and the hardest head. Feeling his own abundant power, Xiaoqi felt very refreshed. After changing into animal form, he not only enhanced his strength, endurance and agility, but also followed his instinct to possess the fighting talent of this species. "Now, go to die." Xiaoqi stretched out his beast head and howled to the sky. The beast's pupils revealed an unusual brutality. The neck rotated and rammed into Mu Bai. Iron collision. Speed increased. Strength increased. And the huge body was unusually flexible. Shave. Mu Bai disappeared in an instant. The force of this attack was so terrifying that even Mu Bai, whose physical fitness reached 45 points, did not dare to block it easily. The dinosaur head was raised, and the terrifying force just now left a small pit on the ground of special material. Crazy Xiaoqi used the unique beast instinct to lock Mu Bai's figure. A hoarse and heavy voice sounded, "Mu Bai, I see you." As he said that, the huge body turned over at an incredible angle. Iron head. Explode. The iron head baby slammed into the high-speed moving Mu Bai fiercely. Mu Bai, who had nowhere to dodge, shouted, "Paper painting." After avoiding the impact with the airflow, Mu Bai did a stable backflip and landed safely, without giving the opponent a chance to react. Mu Bai came to the opponent's back almost at the same time as he landed, and fired the bullet-like finger gun again. Continuous finger gun. The dazzling finger gun hit the back of the huge body with great swiftness. On the light green skin, white marks were left, completely animalized. Even the defense of the body skin has been greatly increased. A trace of humanized playful expression appeared on the face of the swollen-headed dragon. Roar. Your attack doesn't seem to hurt me that much. The situation on the battlefield reversed, and the offense and defense were exchanged. Xiaoqi's physical strength seemed to have no upper limit, and he launched a storm-like attack on Mu Bai. A classmate in the back row started the live broadcast and zoomed in. I saw people in the live broadcast room saying all kinds of things. Hack. Isn't this a Pachycephalosaurus? There is this kind of devil fruit? The person above is uneducated. Don't they know about the ancient species? It's hard to imagine that this is a battle between senior high school students, especially the student fighting against the ancient species, whose body movements and attack rhythm are too good. It's a glitch. Before the 3rd level, the world is dominated by the animal type. It's only a matter of time before the side that always dodges loses. The second-year boy who was broadcasting the live broadcast said to the camera with a wry smile. The seniors in the 3rd year are all monsters. We are under great pressure in the lower grades. The smoke on the battlefield dissipated, after deliberately enduring a series of attacks from the opponent. Xiaoqi seized the opportunity and forced Mu Bai into a dead end. You fell into the trap. The iron head swung sideways. It turned out that Xiaoqi had planned it in advance. The previous move was a fake attack, and this attack was real. He pushed hard towards Mu Bai. Squeak! After the two collided with a deafening sound, a figure flew backwards at a high speed. It was Mu Bai, although he used the armament hockey to defend in time. The head impact of the Pachycephalosaurus was no joke. Seeing Mu Bai standing up in a somewhat embarrassed manner, Xiaoqi said with a smile, "Ha ha ha. Why don't you show your fruit ability? Mu genius?" Off the field, the students watching the battle whispered, "Mu Bai's overall strength is very strong, And he is also very proficient in 2-color hockey and 6 styles. But the animal-type fruit is much stronger than the other 2 types in the early stage. This is beyond doubt. How many years of hard training can be offset by a powerful devil fruit? As expected of a powerful ancient species, this speed and strength are far superior to my ordinary animal system. It is destined to fail. Although it is helpless. This is the reality. Come on. Mubai! Wait. Look at Mubai's hand. Mubai smiled with his arms open. And at the same time, a white ball suddenly condensed on his hand, which looked ordinary. Xiaoqi walked slowly with his bloody fangs open, and said sarcastically, "What are you laughing at? Is this your devil fruit ability? It looks really powerless." Hearing the voice, Mubai smiled and said, "Powerless? Do you want to listen to the rhythm of vibration? What nonsense are you talking about? Since you only have this ability, let me tear you apart." The 2 thick hind legs of the Pachycephalosaur stepped on the ground, and using the powerful reaction force, the hard top of the head and the body shot out like a cannonball. Teacher Kong stood up in horror. "Stop! That will kill people." The principal also said, "Okay, let's stop here." Even though they were dozens of meters away, the students and teachers in the audience could still clearly feel the amazing force that cut through the air wave. Not to mention Mubai, who was the target. Ignoring the words outside the field, Xiaoqi knew that he had to defeat Mubai today and take back his lost dignity. Let his strict father know that he was no worse than his brother. Death impact. Cannonball! At this critical moment, Mubai moved. Bend his right knee. Bend his right arm. And the pale white ball cover condenses in Mubai's hand. Shake it wantonly. Air shock. The ferocious beast head collided with the fist. And the terrifying air wave blew the surrounding tables and chairs into the air. Squeak. The crisp cracking sound reached everyone's ears. What's going on? Did you hear any cracking sound? Look at the ring. White cracks appeared between Mubai and Xiaoqi. That's it. The principal looked at all this in disbelief. Under Mubai's fist, the void was shattered layer by layer, and the indestructible specially made arena was shattered in an instant. The protective cover of the arena was torn into pieces. Xiaoqi, who was originally shouting, felt that time seemed to have stopped at this moment. As cracks appeared in his vision, the pain of the violent shaking of his body overwhelmed his will. Xiaoqi gritted his teeth and thought in horror. What happened? Did someone else take action? No. It was the power of Mubai's fruit. Being in the center of the vibration, he could feel the shocking power, which was something he had never felt when challenging his brother. Above the feeling of powerlessness, the most primitive emotion of human beings, fear. Some internal organs were shattered, and the body was in the pain of being torn and torn again and again. Xiaoqi, who was unable to maintain his animal form, turned into a human form. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his consciousness was disintegrating. Can't fall. In the end, his body could not bear such pain, and Xiaoqi fell to the ground unconsciously with wide eyes. Mubai stood in place, his eyes calm, and the ball cover in his hand disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened just now. After a long silence, the overwhelming exclamation drowned the entire venue. What is that? Did you see it clearly? The ring cracked like tofu. And my worldview also cracked. Hack. My brother Mr. Bai is invincible. Is this something a newcomer who takes a devil fruit can do? This must be a natural devil fruit. Looking at Xiaoqi who fell in front of him, Mubai said to the principal indifferently. Principal, I controlled the force and didn't kill him. Find an ambulance. Otherwise he will really die. Okay. Okay. The principal finally reacted. And he hurriedly asked, Mubai, what fruit did you eat? Superman type. Tremor fruit. In the newly opened special training ground, in a closed space, a handsome boy was shirtless, and his hands were condensed with white balls and hit the machine in front of him. Damage index reminder, 100, 600, 1500300 cannot be measured. Listening to the intermittent damage reminder, Mubai was a little speechless. Put on his clothes and pushed the door and walked out. People came and went in the hall, and saw a familiar figure at the front desk. Li Piao? Mubai shouted. Li Piao, whose name was called, turned around and saw his good friend, and hurriedly pulled him out. The lady at the front desk always felt familiar when she saw Mubai, and seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly pushed the sister next to her. What are you doing? Did you see the person just now? What person? The two people who just went out. Yes. It looks like the one on the hot search. Really? But the senior high school student on the hot search is from Argean City. Mubai and the others walked out of the training room and came under the green trees. Seeing Li Piao acting like a thief, Mubai couldn't help but laugh and said, "Are you being chased? Who dares to chase me? It's you who might be chased." Li Piao glanced at Mubai. "I've been looking for you for a long time. It's really in your style to practice right after the holiday. The strongest newcomer. I called you but you didn't answer. I guessed you were here." Mubai was stunned and said, "What's the strongest newcomer? You gave me this nickname?" Seeing that Mubai looked puzzled and didn't look fake, Li Piao said in surprise, "You don't know yet? You're on the hot search today." "On the hot search? Mr. Li, let me see what hot search I'm on. I guess you didn't take your phone. Otherwise your phone would be blown up." Taking Li Piao's phone, Mubai opened the search box. "Wow. Good guy. This is not on the hot search. This is dominating the hot search. The first hot search. Jian Senior High School Students Superhuman Shock Fruit. The second hot search. Shocking. Experts call it the strongest devil fruit of the superhuman system. Hot search number 3. Jian Senior High School Battle Video Complete Version. Hot search number 4. Lu Going called it the strongest newcomer with unlimited potential. Hot search number 5. The strongest attack power of the 3 systems. The power of vibration. Hot search number 6. Which one tastes better? The devil fruit or shit? What the H.L. Mubai clicked on the video, which was the battle video with Xiaoqi yesterday afternoon. The whole video editing can be said to be very good. When Mubai was knocked away, it was accompanied by tragic music. And when Mubai activated the fruit ability, it was replaced by exciting music. Just like the protagonist in the movie was forced into a desperate situation by the enemy and finally fought back. I glanced at the comments below, and there were all kinds of comments. This fruit is a true natural disaster. It is definitely the enemy's nightmare on the battlefield. Is this a battle in the 3rd year of high school? The sophomores are crying online. Awesome. The person is awesome, and the fruit is awesome too. To be honest, this fruit is the most difficult to control. He can control it perfectly just after eating it. He can be said to be a genius. Very strong. Only a few points weaker than me. I hope to see this great god in Jian's college entrance examination. It's obvious that he is a student with the potential to participate in the National League. I'm very strong. I want money. Understand? So handsome. I want to be his girlfriend. It's great that such a person can come out of a 3rd-tier city like Jian. He returned the phone to Li Piao, and a familiar notification sound came. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task and becoming famous. Task reward, Spirit plus 5. Fruit progress plus 5%. Sword plus 500 proficiency. This is really an accident. Improving popularity is also a hidden task. Mubai opened his personal panel. Name, Mubai. Rank, 2nd grade. Constitution, 46. Armament hockey, 900/5000, initial. Observation hockey, 1100/5000, initial. Conqueror hockey, 10 spirit. Kendo, 600/1000, beginner. Navy 6 styles, 510/5000, initial. Devil fruit, tremor fruit, 25%. Spirit was directly increased by 5 points this time, which can be said to be doubled. Mubai can clearly feel that he has further strengthened his use of Conqueror hockey, but it is still a long way to say that he can use it at any time. The last time he used Conqueror hockey to deter the ancient tree python in the Devil Tree realm, he was in high spirits because he had obtained the tremor fruit and used it unexpectedly. Compared with the other 2 types of hockey, the improvement of Conqueror hockey is more complicated. The main reason is that the power increases through the physical and mental growth of the user. Conqueror hockey is divided into 3 levels. Primary level, which is Mubai's current state, cannot control himself to use the domineering color. Only when he is angry and his emotions are out of control can he use it. Intermediate level, he can freely control the use of domineering color with his own will. And the control of domineering color has reached a higher level. The human wave tactics can be said to be useless against him. Advanced level, use coercion to eliminate the opponent. Integrate the domineering color into his every move. And even a passing by can make a battle-hardened warrior fall to the ground. If the outside world knew that this senior high school student not only possessed the tremor fruit, but also possessed the domineering color domineering that only appears once in a million, they would probably be shocked to drop their jaws. Not far away, a luxury car slowly drove over, and the black and elegant body was out of tune with the surroundings. A short-haired man got out of the car, wearing a black suit, with a tiger-like aura in his eyes. He was tall and looked very similar to Xiaoqi. He walked in front of Mu Bai. He said in a low voice, "Are you Mu Bai?" Mu Bai raised his head and looked at the other party, without a trace of fear in his eyes. Mu Bai said calmly, "I am." The two looked at each other for a long time. "Damn. Who are you? You are so big. Can you please not block us? It's almost noon, and we have to go to eat," Li Piao said very socially. The man looked away and looked at Li Piao. Suddenly, in Li Piao's eyes, the body of the man opposite seemed to have turned into a terrifying ghost. He took 2 steps back in fear. The low voice sounded again. "I am Xiao Wushang, Xiaoqi's brother. Mu Bai, you have great potential. I can see the qualities of a strong man in your eyes. And you can always face fear. Just based on this point, you are far better than my useless brother." Pulling Li Piao up, Mu Bai said, "So, what do you want to do? Praise the person who beat up your brother?" Stretching out his finger and shaking it, Xiao Wushang said disdainfully, "The Xia family does not need waste. When he challenges you without knowing his own strength and fails, he is no longer a member of the Xia family. After this, Xiaoqi will be kicked out of the Xia family. This is a choice made by me and my father, the head of the family. Really ruthless. Now I understand why Xiaoqi has become such a person." Opening his arms, Xiao Wushang said expressionlessly, "Ruthless? How many opportunities have I given this waste? People without potential are destined to be steps for others. You, Mu Bai, stepped on him today, and Mu Hong can step on him again tomorrow. The most important thing is that he has been scared by you." Waving his hand, Mu Bai interrupted him. "I don't care about your family's affairs. No matter how much you say, it has nothing to do with me." The tall Xiao Wushang smiled for no reason. "Indeed, it is boring to know other people's family affairs. I came here for one thing this time." The black pupils turned golden in an instant, and the low tone became excited. Looking at the guy who was a little out of control in front of him, Mu Bai clenched his fists. "What's the matter?" The golden pupils revealed a hint of nobility or something else. Jiang Bumming, who joined Shindu after the college entrance examination and was hailed as the country's top talent this year, will form the strongest team in Shindu, aiming to sweep the National League. I am entrusted by Jiang Bumming to invite you to join this team and compete for the National League in a year. Shindu? Jiang Bumming? On this vast land, there are currently only 4 universities that are superior to all other universities. They are Shindu University, Baiyijing University, Dongwang Military Academy, and Shongwu University. It is rumored that Jiang Bumming is a hidden imperial throne family with great power. The meaning of his family naming him Bumming is also very obvious. If he doesn't fly, he will soar into the sky. If he doesn't sing, he will be amazing. He himself is also very competitive. He is currently studying at the Imperial Capital Affiliated High School. He has won the awards of all teenagers in the Imperial Capital for 3 consecutive years. Although he is only in the 3rd year of high school, his strength is unfathomable. It is rumored that he has stepped into the threshold of the 4th level. In the last national competition, watching the duel and comprehending the domineering color domineering was even more popular. It can be said that Jiang Bumming is a true genius, no matter his family background or strength. After a moment of silence, Mu Bai said seriously, "Jiang Bumming is very strong. It is expected that the team he chooses must also be top talents. And the chances of winning the National League Championship are also very high." Xiao Wushang nodded in agreement, saying with a little admiration, "I always thought I was a child of destiny. But when I met Jiang Bumming, I realized that I just accidentally glimpsed a corner of the Hall of Geniuses. And he was already a presence above the hall. So, Mu Bai, what is your choice?" Li Piao, who was next to him, held Mu Bai's arm tightly, his eyes a little anxious. After turning his head and giving him a reassuring look, Mu Bai said without hesitation, "I refuse." For the first time, the beast-like man showed a look of surprise. Did I hear it wrong? How many geniuses in the Imperial Capital want such an opportunity, but have no way out? That is Jiang Bumming's personal invitation? Mu Bai's eyes were firm. "No matter how many times, I will still reject you." After a long sigh, Xiao Wushang said with some regret, "Mu Bai, you will regret it. You have lost an opportunity to transcend with your fruit ability." "What a pity." With a smile, Mu Bai said, "When you don't have the heart to surpass, you have already lost the qualification to become a top powerhouse." I will defeat Jiang Bumming in the National League. Both Li Piao and Xiao Wushang looked at him in shock when they heard this. Mu Bai still looked calm on the surface, but he was already uneasy in his heart. He had not decided which university to enter, but it was definitely one of the above. But when Xiao Wushang mentioned Shinda University, the voice prompt of the task system sounded. A quick glance. Oh! Guess what task it is? The main task is open. Task 1. Join Shongwu University. Task 2. I have never heard that the system host has to serve others. Beat him. Defeat Jiang Bumming in the team or individual competition in the National League. Task 3. After defeating Jiang Bumming, tell him that Jiang Bumming is a piece of trash. Bah! Reward. Fruit location. You can enter the Devil Tree world again and take the second Devil Fruit. And mysterious reward. Punishment. Destroy the host's hair if the task fails. System. It really gives too much. And this punishment is too vicious. You can take the second Devil Fruit. Such a reward is something Mu Bai cannot give up. Not to mention that this is the main task, which is the basis for opening subsequent tasks. Xiao Wushang's heart was a little rippled. This Mu Bai actually has such a mentality. If he was invited by the strongest person of his generation at his age, he would probably be arrogant. But Mu Bai refused with a calm expression and threatened to defeat Jiang Bumming. I underestimated you. See you in the National League. By the way, if you win the bet between you and Xia Qi, 1 million will be deposited into your account. Looking at Xiao Wushang, who was gradually going away, Li Piao swallowed his saliva and said to Mu Bai, Mu Bai, I'm really impressed by you today. You're so awesome. I'm scared just looking at this guy's eyes. He should be an animal type ability user. His eyes have some special animal abilities. You were a bit embarrassing just now. Li Piao curled his lips and reacted with some worry. Hack. Mu Bai. I thought of something. Xiao Wushang won't tell him that you said you want to defeat Jiang Bumming. Right. It doesn't matter whether you say it or not. I will try my best to defeat Jiang Bumming. Or say, do my best. He secretly said in his heart that for the reward, I have to bring down Jiang Bumming, the so-called #1 genius in the country. There's still a month before the college entrance examination. You have to work hard. Li Piao. Damn. I'm lying flat. I faint when I see blood. Let's go for dinner. Where to go? We'll go wherever you say. Then where to go? Okay. In the luxury car driving at high speed. The driver asked. Xia Xiao. Does Mu Bai need to be dealt with? Looking at the scenery outside the car window, Xiao Wushang said in a low voice. No. He is already famous throughout the country. And doing so will only bring trouble to himself. Buzz? Buzz? Who called? Seeing the number, Xiao Wushang's body trembled. The driver in front saw this scene and slowed down the car. Xiao Wushang said respectfully to the other end of the phone, I'm sorry. Jiang Xiao. Mu Bai didn't agree. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Interesting. Xiao Guo rejected my invitation, which made me look up to him. If he doesn't agree, then don't agree. Mu Bai is just an insignificant person. I have gathered all the main members. The rewards of this year's National League are very important to me. I'm sorry to bother you these days. Senior Xiao. No trouble. Jiang Xiao. He is the owner of the Trimmer fruit on the internet. Right? Yes. Mu Bai from class 3. I watched the battle video. It's awesome. Students coming and going during the break saw Mu Bai talking about it through the window. Some of them were from lower grades, who came to watch him. He's a big star. Mr. Bai. Li Piao said jokingly. Mu Bai, who was sitting at the table, said calmly, what big star? They watch them. And I do my thing. It's good not to disturb each other. Well said. Mu Bai. Li Piao should learn from Mu Bai's mentality, and not be arrogant or impatient. Teacher Kong, who came over, gave a thumbs up and said. Then he looked at Mu Bai. Mu Bai, I have something to tell you. The college entrance examination will be held in a month. The school is organizing a concentrated training for the top 5 students in the school. Do you want to go? Top 5 in the school? Touching his chin, Mu Bai smiled and said, what kind of training is mainly conducted in this concentrated training? Mr. Kong, I heard from the principal that there seems to be actual combat training, precision training of domineering, and the 6 styles of the Navy. Mu Bai nodded and said, Mr. Kong, I will participate. Okay. Just report to the principal's office after lunch. I understand. Teacher. The two of them had a brief conversation. And someone called Mr. Kong outside. So Mr. Kong left first. when participating in concentrated training. Mubai attaches the most importance to actual combat training. The rules of the college entrance examination change every year. But without exception, the assessment of comprehensive strength is always actual combat. After lunch, Mubai walked into the principal's office, where 2 men and 2 women were talking, and the principal had not come yet. The pale-faced teenager in the lead saw Mubai coming in, and excitedly went over to shake hands with Mubai. "You must be Mubai. I'm Song Chung. I went to see you fight with Xiaoqi. You're so awesome." The fat man next to him laughed. "Hello, Mr. Mu. I'm Wadadu, the owner of the superhuman swallow fruit." "Hello. The swallow fruit is really a magical tool if used properly. Whatever you swallow can be integrated with yourself. It can be said to be a very potential ability." 2 girls. The one on the left is heroic and valiant, and the one on the right is a little girl. "Hello. My name is Sun Xia, the natural smoke fruit ability user." "Hello. My name is Song Jiejia. My fruit is a mythical beast, the snake fruit 2-headed snake form." "Hello. I haven't heard of the 2-headed snake form of this mythical beast. But there is a snake fruit in the Yamata no Orochi form in the original book. As for the smoke fruit, Mubai is even more familiar with it. It is the fruit of Navy Smoker in the original book." Looking at them, Mubai smiled and said, "My name is Mubai, from Class 3, the superhuman trimmer fruit ability user." Hearing this, Song Chung looked up at the other party. He was so famous, but he didn't show a trace of looking down on others and the mentality of being the best in the world. At this time, the principal outside came in. When he looked at the 5 people in front of him, especially Mubai, his eyes were full of expectations. He cleared his throat and said, "You 5 are the most likely to sprint to the top 50 of our provincial college entrance examination this year. I hope you don't limit yourself to Jian City." At this point, the principal smiled. "Of course, it's nonsense to just say high-sounding words without giving you practical help. The school will prepare a bonus of 600,000 for each of you. In the next month, the school will organize concentrated training, using the most advanced equipment and the best teachers. I hope it will help you improve your strength." "Teachers? Who are you?" "Principal?" Song Chung said curiously. "It's a secret." The principal saw that these children were very curious, but he didn't answer. "You will know when the time comes. No classes in the afternoon. Prepare your daily necessities and leave tomorrow morning. You will be in closed training in other places for the next 30 days. Be prepared." The next morning, the 5 people came to the designated location to gather, and Mubai arrived first. There was a vicissitudes of life middle-aged man wearing sunglasses at the designated square entrance. When Mubai looked at him, the other party also noticed him, and shouted to Mubai, "Yes, come here." Is the other party the mysterious teacher mentioned by the principal? When he got closer, Mubai found that this teacher was too trendy. On his unruly beard was an even more unruly black long hair. It was true. He extended his hand from his leather jacket and handed Mubai a cigarette. "Teacher, I don't smoke." Seeing that Mubai didn't seem to be pretending, he put the cigarette back when he wanted to light it. The other party grinned and said, "Mubai, a superhuman trimmer fruit user." It's not surprising how the other party knew this. After all, even if he didn't go online, as a teacher who led the training, he must know what abilities the people he was training had. "I've seen your battle videos, and I have to admit that you are a genius. I don't mean physical skills and domineering, but the fruit." At this point, he said with emotion, within less than a day of obtaining the devil fruit, he can fully master this ability. "This is the first time I've seen such a genius. This teacher is something." Indeed, the progress of his fruit development has reached 25%. Don't underestimate this 25%. Many devil fruit users can't do it in their entire lives. Mubai smiled and said, "Maybe I have a strong affinity with this fruit, and the compatibility is very high." He stretched out his finger and pushed his sunglasses, and said, thoughtfully, "It's not impossible. The power of vibration cannot be underestimated. I feel that if you use it well, it may cause damage far beyond the range of the natural system. Everyone is here. You wait here. I'll drive the car over." "What is coming?" Mubai activated the sight and hearing color, and there was no breath of the other 4 people around. "No. It really came and I could sense it. But my sight and hearing color perception has not reached that level. This teacher is really something." The other 4 people came over one after another. Song Chung saw Mubai and asked, "Mubai, is the team leader coming?" pointing to the black van that was driving over. The team leader drove over. The car stopped. The teacher wearing sunglasses motioned them to get in the car. In the car, he said, all 5 people are gathered. So I'll talk. I am your training teacher for this month. My name is Gao Jia. Song Chung thought about it in the back seat, and always felt that he had heard this name somewhere. Guadadu's face changed. Gao Jia? Hearing Guadadu's exclamation, Gao Jia dug his ear and said, "What's wrong with this name?" Song Jia in the front row asked. Song Chung slapped his forehead and said, 10 years ago, the runner-up of the National League individual competition seemed to be called Gao Jia. Gao Jia, who was driving, smiled. Yes, it's me. I didn't expect that someone still remembered me. In this kind of national competition, people often can't remember the second place. The people in the back seat looked at each other. And Mubai said, Teacher Gao Jia will say what he wants to say. And there is no need to ask if he doesn't want to say it. Our task is to receive training. Song Chung and others scratched their heads and gave up. Gao Jia in the driver's seat laughed. After stopping laughing, he said, I know what you guys want to ask. As a runner-up in the National League, I am only in my 30s. How did I end up like this? Because of some special reasons. I decided to retire myself. Those years were really memorable. The car drove for an hour and had already left the city. Mubai, do you have a social account? Why can't I find you? Song Jia turned around and asked in confusion. Account? Mubai remembered that it was referring to the social software that just became popular this year, called Sparks. I had completed a hidden task about popularity before, which was only the first stage, although the system did not say it. There should be subsequent second and third stage rewards. Thinking of this, Mubai said, I haven't registered yet. I'll register now. Download the Sparkle app on your phone and choose your real name directly. After uploading your identity information, you choose a photo of your life. An official staff member in the background contacted Mubai and asked him if he wanted to add official certification. Mubai entered it in the input box. Oh my god. Mubai, are you sure you just created an account? Song Chung next to him was also brushing fireworks. And Mubai appeared in the recommendation column. Clicking in, I saw the official certification written below. The strongest newcomer. The natural trimmer fruit ability user. The fans are rising. Mubai was also shocked and guessed. It should be that the Sparkle official wants to take advantage of my traffic on the hot search and recommend me again. Follow. It took only a dozen seconds for Mubai's number of fans to increase from 0 to 1,000. The private message background was buzzing. Mubai set a photo of the window and added a horizontal word. Training before the college entrance examination. Come on! After the post was successful, Mubai switched the interface and looked at the private message. There were all kinds of comments in the private messages. Some were cheering, and some questioned the authenticity of Mubai's Jinjin fruit. Hack! Mubai! Look! Jiang Bumming left a message under you. Guadadu said with a flushed face. What message did he leave? Mubai saw the comment reminder. And the comment with the highest number of likes in the first position was posted by Jiang Bumming. There were only 6 words. The National League is waiting for you. Gao Jia, who was driving, asked curiously, Do you still know that monster of the Jiang family? No. He invited me to Shindu University to become one of his team members. Gao Jia said in a playful tone. Did you agree? I refused. Rolling down the window. Gao Jia smiled and said, Interesting. But that's right. How can a king be inferior to others? Mubai didn't answer with his eyes flashing. Gao Jia couldn't have said this for no reason. Unless he saw that he had the domineering color domineering aura. Others obviously didn't understand the deep meaning of Gao Jia's words. It's a pity. Shindu University has surpassed Zhongwu University in comprehensive strength in recent years. If Jiang Bumming leads the team next year, I'm afraid there will be no rivals. Song Chung refuted Guadadu. Jiang Bumming is too famous. And it seems that he is the only one who is leading our class. In fact, in real combat, I am afraid that Jiang Bumming may not be the first. The van stopped. Everyone came to a huge building. Okay. We are here. This is your training base for the next 30 days. It is surrounded by dense forests. It is probably difficult to find the secret base if you don't get close to the bottom of the mountain. The 5 people followed Gao Jia into the hall. The clean and tidy hall is completely different from the image outside. After registering the accommodation, 3 male students lived in one room and 2 female students lived in one room. They were all upper and lower assistants. leading everyone to the training ground. Gao Jia glanced at the 5 of them and said seriously, "Next, I will train you according to the characteristics of each of you. Mu Bai, you can let go of your fists and feet here and use your fruit ability boldly. The materials of this training room are all taken from the dimensional space and are very solid. Okay. Before that, you all attack me together. You're welcome, Teacher Gao." The first to attack was Song Chung. As a candle man with a wax fruit, Song Chung manipulated the candle waves flowing out of his body to attack Gao Jia. "Too slow," Gao Jia said, using the Navy 6 style moon step. Easily jumped into the air and avoided the attack. Song Chung retracted the flowing candle, condensed solid candle stilts under his feet, and condensed hard candle knives in his hands to fight Gao Jia in the air. Wrapping his arms with armed color, Gao Jia turned the direction of the moon step, and before Song Chung could react, he dived at a high speed, and his hard armed color arm lightly touched the back of Song Cheng's head. Song Chung, who had no resistance, had his eyes white and fainted. A cloud of mist in the air enveloped a strange snake with 2 wings and 2 heads. They were Sun Ningxia and Song Jiajia. The 2-headed snake flapped its wings, and under the cover of the mist, a strange purple wind swept over. Gao Jia, who was surrounded by purple gas, held his breath, but his body still felt anesthetized. Magical ability. Even if you don't breathe, as long as you are surrounded by gas, you will lose your resistance. Shave. Launched one of the 6 styles. Shave. And retreated at high speed. Air shock. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Bai launched the ability of the shock fruit, and the pale white ball cover in his hand attacked Gao Jia, who was retreating at high speed. Gao Jia, who used the observation color to observe the whole scene, naturally knew the movement behind him. His right hand turned into a hand knife, and under the blessing of the armed color, it cut through the sky and slashed straight down at Mu Bai. The hand knife collided with the fist wrapped in the gas mask, bursting out an unparalleled vibration force. Even Gao Jia was a little overwhelmed. Song Jiajia and Sun Ningxia, who were not far away, could not move in the air under such fluctuations, and fell to the ground in a hurry. Terrible ability, Gao Jia commented. The space was shattered, and the crisp sound was like the music of the god of death. "Teacher, you haven't shown your true strength yet, so be careful of falling over," Mu Bai said, disturbing the atmosphere with both hands and grabbing down fiercely. "Huh?" Gao Jia was a little surprised. Could he launch such attacks continuously? The atmosphere was shaking. The airflow was reversed, and the super strong air pressure attacked everyone present. The atmosphere and the ground were being torn apart, and the ground made of special materials also made a wailing sound. Except for Gao Jia, who was still able to stand. The others could only lie on the ground with difficulty. Gao Jia, who was hit by the strong airflow, was also very surprised. If he had previously evaluated the Tremor fruit as a very powerful ability, then the current evaluation was that it was the most destructive and widest attack range of the superhuman devil fruit in history. What a crazy power. Domineering and unparalleled. But this alone is far from enough. Mu Bai, take off the shattered shirt. And the armament hockey spread all over the body. And it was covered with armament hockey all over the body. The black shining skin gives the enemy a fatal sense of oppression, as expected of a teacher. Whether it is armament hockey or observation hockey, it is beyond my reach at present. What level are you, teacher? Mu Bai prepared for the attack and said calmly. Level? That thing cannot measure a person's true strength to a certain extent. For example, I have never regarded you as an ordinary level 2 strength. If I have to say, I belong to the 5th level diamond. With a solemn look, Mu Bai's clenched fists creaked. To be honest, Teacher Gao, I have never really used it with all my strength since I got the Tremor fruit. But today I am facing a strong man like you. Teacher. Mu Bai showed a crazy smile at the corner of his mouth. I can give it a try now. Haha. Good. If you don't use your full strength, how can you know your limits, your shortcomings, and how can you make progress? After saying that, Gao Jia turned to Song Jiajia and the others and said, I will guide Mu Bai first. You go out and rest for a while. Touching his round belly, Guidadu said depressedly, I haven't made a move yet. Helping Song Chung, Song Jiajia and Sun Ningxia walked out together. As soon as the door of the practice room was closed, Song Jiajia said with a palpitation on her face, These 2 guys are too scary. Especially when Mu Bai started the vibration. I couldn't even stand steadily. I heard that Mu Bai practiced until the early morning every day. I didn't believe it at first, but now I believe it. Guidata clapped his hands and said, Song Jiajia, who looked surprised, said, Where did you hear that? I heard that Mu Bai went to the underground boxing gym to fight after school every day, and he could kill 10 people a day. Sun Xia, who was sitting next to him, laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist. Ha. I'm dying of laughter. Did you two hear what Li Piao from class 3 said? The two said in unison, How do you know? That guy and I were classmates in elementary school. Everyone knows that he talks nonsense. He and Mu Bai have such a good relationship. In the training room, it was like a natural disaster scene. Mu Bai, who was firing at full power, shook the ball cover with his left hand and repelled the Iron Man Gao Jia. The right hand had already condensed the ball cover, using the instantaneous explosive power of shaving to approach Gao Jia. And then the ball cover hit Gao Jia's chest. The atmosphere broke layer by layer, and the accumulated force and sound waves were like a tsunami. And Gao Jia was blown away like a comet. But then the figure disappeared, and Mu Bai used all his strength to activate the observation color, and clearly sensed Gao Jia's figure. But when the body was about to move, it would always be a beat slower. Since I can't find you, then make sure that there is no blind spot in my attack. At this moment, Mu Bai changed his usual quiet and peaceful state, gathered his arms, and a huge white ball cover appeared on his crossed hands. His arms gathered strength. Veins popped, and then his arms swung, punching the space on both sides with his fists. This move is called Collapse. Gao Jia, who used the razor to move at high speed, watched this scene with interest. Cracks appeared in the void on both sides, accompanied by a unique creaking sound, tearing the void with the power of a mountain river and a tsunami. The entire field of nearly 300 meters of space was completely covered. In the space wrapped by cracks, even Gao Jia could not hide, and was forced to stand in front of Mu Bai. Only there was no vibration. Are you here, teacher? Mu Bai smiled happily, and then launched a violent attack. Navy 6 styles. Vibration continuous finger gun. The pale white tiny ball cover covered Mu Bai's finger gun. This was the combination of the Tremor fruit and the Navy 6 style finger gun. Although the power was not as strong as the air shot that was condensed, but the powerful vibration ability can effectively paralyze the opponent's muscles when attacking the opponent. It makes it impossible for the opponent to effectively mobilize the injured muscles to counterattack. Gao Jia had to admit that Mu Bai was a genius. In the battle, he combined his fruit ability with the 6 styles to make some unique attacks. This was a manifestation of his improved control. Facing Mu Bai, who was so fast, Gao Jia counterattacked with the same 6 style finger gun. Gao Jia could catch every finger gun of Mu Bai with his finger gun. Your vibrating finger gun can actually numb my diamond level body, which is very impressive. The two people's offensive did not slow down, but because Mu Bai mobilized all his strength to output again, the offensive became faster. Teacher, didn't you notice? Seeing Mu Bai's somewhat malicious smile, Gao Jia had an ominous premonition. Mu Bai retracted the finger gun, and Gao Jia suddenly found that his body was out of control. Thinking of the finger guns that the other party had hit his chest at the beginning, Gao Jia said thoughtfully, You are not hitting aimlessly, but hitting according to the acupuncture points of the human body? Teacher is worthy of being a teacher. You can see it at a glance. I read a medical book some time ago. I studied it for a long time before summarizing these things. Twisting his whole body, Gao Jia recovered in a few seconds. It's an interesting idea, but it's hard to work on people who are one level higher than you. As he said, Gao Jia kicked his leg, and his right leg hit Mu Bai's neck like a black whip. Humph! Mu Bai flew backwards. Gao Jia tried the feeling of his feet. He sighed. Did you protect your neck with armament hockey? The feeling of your feet is wrong. In a cloud of smoke, Mu Bai stood up, patting his numb neck. Mu Bai was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he used armament hockey to protect it. Otherwise he would have fainted. With his current physique, he is far from being able to withstand a kick from a level 5 diamond. Where did you come from? You monster? Your physique is stronger than a normal level 3. Gao Jia laughed and scolded when he saw the other party stand up easily. Mu Bai smiled and said, Maybe it's because I like to exercise more. A physique close to 50 points is no joke. In terms of endurance and strength, Mu Bai is already stronger than most of the level 3. Very strong. You can kill weak level 4 strongmen in some specific situations. But remember to run away when you encounter level 5 enemies. Nodding seriously, Mu Bai said, I understand. Indeed. All the battles just now were Gao Jie cooperating with Mu Bai to exert all his strength. If Gao Jie exerted his true strength, even Mu Bai would be killed instantly. Mu Bai, who understood this, naturally had no arrogance or contempt. In the next few days, Gao Jie taught everyone carefully, and the teaching to Mu Bai was the simplest. And he fought one-on-one with himself as a teacher. Although he was abused every time, the rising panel data would not lie. And Mu Bai could feel that he was getting stronger every day. Gao Jie, who had been practicing with Mu Bai, felt his growth most intuitively. 30 days passed in a flash. After completing the training on the last day, Gao Jie called Mu Bai out of the dormitory. Mu Bai, I have something to tell you. Walking into Gao Jie's office, it was unusually simple, totally unlike Gao Jie's unruly style. Seeing the flash of surprise on Mu Bai's face, Gao Jie smiled and said, "It's clean. You may not know that I'm a germaphobe." Mu Bai thought, "I don't believe you. Teacher, what do you want to talk to me about?" Gao Jie looked at Mu Bai seriously, leaning on his chin. "You are very strong, but not strong enough." Before Mu Bai could speak, Gao Jie continued, "Compared with ordinary people of the same age, you are ridiculously strong. And compared with a group of people at the top of the pyramid, you still have a big gap." "The top of the pyramid? Teacher, are you referring to Jiang Bumming?" Mu Bai asked thoughtfully, tapping the table with a fountain pen. Gao Jie smiled and said, "Yes, I mean the kind that has the strength to compete for the top 20 in the National League singles competition." Hearing this, Mu Bai found a chair and sat down, saying without hesitation, "Teacher, how much do you think the difference is? Big and small? A lot and a little?" Mu Bai thought to himself, "Good guy. You are very good at writing nonsense literature." After deliberately teasing Mu Bai for a while, Gao Jie said concisely, "It's short of time and killing." Mu Bai frowned. Time, he understood that compared with the genius who had undergone systematic and rigorous training, his own cultivation depended on his own exploration. If it weren't for the emergence of the system, he would probably be just an ordinary student. This is also the reason why Mu Bai is proud, but not arrogant in his heart. Killing? Teacher, are you talking about challenging the other dimension? Takasuk, with his eyes sparkling, snapped his fingers and said, "That's right. People who fight their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood are two different things from people who live in comfort. I can see that you will not be an ordinary person in the future. You have a chance to defeat them. Those who are born winners." Searching the memories in his mind, Mu Bai looked heavy. The other dimension came to this world along with the Deviltree Realm and is distributed all over the world. In each other dimension, there live creatures of different races, including machines, legendary dragons, orcs, demons, and so on. Devil fruits give people abilities beyond common sense. And the other dimension brings humans eternal pain and endless battles. The powerful other dimension will counterattack humans. In the early days, humans suffered heavy casualties. Finally, after decades of unremitting efforts, they finally defeated the dimensional creatures and drove them back to their own world. The original body's parents died heroically in such a battle. He found something like a ticket in a drawer and handed it to Mu Bai. Subconsciously taking it, Mu Bai saw that it said Earth Dragon Dimension Pass. "Is this a ticket to the other dimension?" "Yes. I'll give it to you. The 2 months after the college entrance examination is a window period, and you can go to the other dimension to exercise." "Teacher, I can't take such a valuable thing. Otherwise, I'll give it back to you." Mu Bai put it back in his pocket while speaking. Seeing this scene, Gao Jie laughed and scolded, "Stinky boy. Do you have to take back the things I gave you? You said you don't want it, but you still put it in your pocket. In this respect, you are really a bit like me." Patting his chest, Mu Bai said proudly, "Uh-huh. I'm just being polite. If the teacher has any instructions, just tell me. I can do what I can do, and I can't do what I can't do." Gao Jie knew that the boy was a smart man. He knew that he would not accept the reward without merit, and he was afraid that he would not be able to speak out what he wanted to say. "This ticket is not a valuable thing. You will know when you go to a prestigious school. I don't need you to do anything for me. On the contrary, you will do it even if I don't say it." Gao Jie grinned and said, "National League Championship, team competition or individual competition, it doesn't matter." Standing up, Mu Bai said as a matter of course, "Indeed, Teacher Gao, I will do it even if you don't say it." "Really? You are really an ambitious person. Go back and tell others to have barbecue tonight." "That's great. Guidadu is so happy. By the way, Teacher Gao. We don't need to pay. Right? Gao Jia held his forehead and said, if you want to pay, you can. The door of the office was closed, and Gao Jia fell into memories, and thought of his progress in the past month. Maybe someone is born a genius, with a 1 in a million domineering color, the strongest superhuman fruit, and a terrifying speed of progress. If all three are added together, as long as they don't fall, he will definitely become the emperor. On the playground, a group of people ate barbecue, boasted, and imagined life after the college entrance examination. Gao Jia and Mu Bai argued with each other, making others laugh. Happy times are always short. After 30 days of close training, everyone gained a lot, especially Mu Bai, whose attributes grew explosively. Mu Bai could clearly feel that he had reached the limit of level 2, and he was only one step away from reaching level 3. Before leaving, everyone left here reluctantly and said goodbye to Teacher Gao. In such a tight situation, the National College entrance examination came. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on his face, and Mu Bai woke up. It was 6:30 in the morning when he turned on his mobile phone. What is the first thing to do when you wake up in the morning? Wash up. Play with your mobile phone? Eat? Go to the toilet? No. It's to sign in. Ding dong. Sign in successfully. Constitution +1. Observation hockey +300 proficiency. Armament hockey +100 proficiency. Courage +1. Open the panel. This is the result of a month of accumulation. Name, Mu Bai. Level 2. Constitution, 62. Armament hockey, 4965/5000, initial. Observation hockey, 4886/5000, initial. Conqueror hockey, 15, courage. Kendo, 866/1000, beginner. Navy 6 styles, 510/25000, proficient. Devil fruit, trimmer fruit, 29%. Navy 6 styles has risen to a whole new level. And the two-color hockey has also reached a new peak. Only one step away from going to the next level. As for his own constitution, it is even more exaggerated. To be frank, no one with level 3 strength can compare to Mu Bai. With his 62-point physique, if he were to fight Xiaoqi again, Mu Bai could beat Xiaoqi, who had turned into an animal, with his physical hands alone. Early in the morning, he took a taxi to the examination site. As soon as Mu Bai arrived, he became the focus of the entire examination room. The principal held Mu Bai's hand and said earnestly, "Come on. Don't take it lightly. Give it your all. Show the spirit of a number 6 middle school student. I believe in you, Mu Bai." Some people in the crowd also recognized Mu Bai. What a handsome guy. Isn't he the one on the internet? I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I don't know if the strongest Superman is real or not. Don't tell me if he's a fool. Hack. Number 6 middle school Mu Bai is my idol. Next year when I turn 18, I will go to the Devil Tree Realm and get a fruit similar to Mu Bai. Number 6 middle school is going to rise. I heard people praising and envying me, and people mocking and doubting me. It's true that when you are famous, you will have more gossip. But Mu Bai didn't care. Let others say whatever they want. It won't hurt him. The more people discuss, the more famous he will be. Maybe he can continue to trigger hidden tasks related to reputation. Just thinking about it, a crisp reminder sound interrupted his thoughts. Ding dong. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden task. The number of fans of Firework Social Software has reached 300,000. Task reward. All panel proficiency increased by 1,000. Hack. My mouth is open. Right. Whatever I think comes true. Armament hockey and observation hockey broke through to the next stage at the same time and reached proficiency. The body's breath is steadily rising. This is a very mysterious feeling. The principal on the side naturally understands this and said excitedly, "Mu Bai, you broke through." Teacher Kong and several students from class 3 also gathered around. Teacher Kong asked puzzledly, "What's wrong?" Teacher Kong, "Mu Bai should have broken through to level 3. The principal said happily, "What? Level 3? At this time, Mu Bai opened his eyes and felt very strange. If level 2 is a basin of water, then level 3 is a swimming pool. Whether it is the upper limit of water storage or the depth, the former cannot match it. It can be said to be a truly all-round and no dead angle improvement. Touching his hair, Mu Bai said calmly, "I accidentally broke through." The people around who were originally paying attention to Mu Bai were shocked. What a joke. He is only level 3 in the 3rd year of high school? This is a monster. Hack. Hide. Hide. This guy is not a human being. Just now, it was indeed a performance of upgrading. I can only say that the third-year high school students are so terrifying. I think Mubai has the qualifications to be an emperor. This reputation is really a good thing. And the rewards are all real. Mubai opened the Spark app that he hadn't used for a month. And sure enough, the number of fans reached 300,000. After thinking about it, Mubai took a photo of the crowds in front of the exam gate and added a sentence on it. Today is the college entrance examination. I was nervous and reached level 3. I hope to get a good score. Just 10 seconds after it was posted, the comments below increased wildly. Woo woo. Is it normal that you haven't reached level 3 in your senior year? Mushin is also Versailles. Unfollow. Unfollow. Is it normal that you are still level 1 in your senior year? Not normal. If you ask, I suggest you to practice again. Uncle, I like Mu the most. Teacher Kong and several classmates were shocked. It is rare to reach level 3 in the senior year, even in a big city. In Jian City, Yuan Province. It is a dimensionality reduction attack. The man in blue work clothes shouted with a loudspeaker. All candidates are invited to enter the examination room now. The martial arts examination will start on time at 8 o'clock. Those who are not in place will be automatically considered to have given up. Candidates must scan their faces to enter the examination room. No one is allowed to take the examination under someone else's identity. Once discovered, they will be severely punished. Let's go in. I want to show my skills. Victory or defeat depends on today. Mubai. Song Chung squeezed through the crowd and came to Mubai. Have we started to enter? We are the only two taking the exam here. The other 3 will be in another venue. Let's go and see what this year's martial arts exam is about. A huge group of senior high school students entered the exam room. Several staff members held up the number plates and divided the students into groups according to the first digit of each number. There were about 200 people in each group. Mubai was assigned to the 9th group, which was also the last group. The chief examiner in a blue suit clapped his hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. After seeing no sound, he said, "This year's martial arts exam is different from previous ones. It is a nationwide unified exam. But the admission requirements of each university will be different according to regional differences. The first test is the Dao Force test. You hit the Dao Force test machine twice. The first hit can use all abilities except the fruit. And the second hit can be the blessing of the fruit ability. The total score is 200 points. The second item is a closed room test. There will be random props in the closed room to attack the candidates. The candidates can use the Navy 6 styles and 2-color hockey to block and dodge effectively at will. The total score is 300. The third item is an effective actual combat test with professional examiners. The final score is scored by 3 examiners on and off the field. And the final average is taken. The total score of the actual combat is 500. Now start the test in an orderly manner in each group. I wish you all good luck in martial arts. Good luck in martial arts. Nearly 2,000 people shouted together. Full of momentum. Song Chung, who was in front of Mubai, said puzzledly, "Why is the score for practical combat so high this year?" Mubai thought for a moment and said, "The recent dimensional space is not peaceful. And the country needs practical talents to deal with it. I guess that's the case. It's possible." The 9th group of Mubai and others was taken to the first test site. On the high platform, a machine like a stone tablet stood there. And there was a numerical display at the top. The staff signaled that the candidates below could go on stage. The first boy to come up swallowed his saliva, gathered strength in his right arm, and punched the stone tablet. He was surprised that there was no pain in his hand. There was a layer of film visible to the naked eye protecting it on the stone tablet. Normal attack value 110 daily. Please start to attack with the effect of the fruit. The cold machine had no emotional prompts. Walking to the edge of the ring, the boy's legs pressed hard against the ground like springs. Some candidates in the audience said, "He is actually a superhuman spring fruit user. Charge attack is his strong point. It's a pity that the ring is only 3 meters wide. Otherwise he could use the charge of the spring to hit a higher value." It seemed that he had pushed his strength to the limit. His face flushed. Veins popped on his neck. And he crashed into the stone tablet. The film protecting the stone tablet did not move at all. The fruit effect attack value is 460 daily. The guarding examiner recorded it. And then said, "Next candidate. Animal type. Superhuman type." The attack methods are really varied. Some use saliva to turn into bombs. And some directly transform into saber-toothed tigers and use their front teeth to attack. Put a bag of melon seeds in front of the candidates, and it feels like the show is about to start. I heard that in the Superhuman series TV series that just became popular this year, the animal-type male protagonist turned into a horse while running, and was ridden into the sky by the female protagonist. It can be said to be very shocking. In Mubai's eyes, the performance of these senior high school students is just like a fight between children, and they have not played the power that the fruit should have. After 10 minutes, it was finally Song Cheng's turn in front of Mubai. Come on! Mubai encouraged Song Cheng. You must. I'll do my best. He bent his knees and arms, twisted his body in the air, and kicked the thin film of the stone tablet with a whip kick. Normal attack value 300. It's armament hockey. He used armament hockey. You can use it if you know it. There is no rule that you can't use armament hockey. Damn. Who knows it? I only know a little about the Navy 6 styles. Hack. The value is so high, and it's just a normal attack. Without using the fruit ability, he's got something. He should be the top student in the school. I've seen him. Song Cheng from number 6 middle school. He's quite strong. The examiner sitting next to him nodded. After watching so many candidates' performances, this one is pretty good and has the potential to be admitted to a prestigious school. The next step is the fruit ability attack. Song Cheng's body flows with candle waves, slowly melting. The examiner sitting below reminded this candidate, please note that the exam is time limited, and each attack can only last for 20 seconds. 20 seconds was enough. Song Cheng struggled to lift the candle condensed spear. His whole body connected to the solidifying candle. Candle spear. A shot hit the film. Fruit effect attack value 980. The examiner below nodded continuously. Not bad. The best result among the 9 groups so far. Next, Mubai will be on stage. I'm here. Well, come on stage. The examiner didn't look up. Recording something. A commotion broke out among the candidates. Outrageous. Mubai is in our group 9? After the test, we have to take a photo with Mushin. Damn. I have to hug him and give him a kiss. Sisters are awesome. Beauty. How about I kiss Mushin? And you kiss me? So that we can both get Mushin's kiss. A win-win situation. Dead pervert. Get out of here. The examiner looked back with a stern look, and the noisy voices behind him slowly disappeared. The candidate on the stage has good spirits. Let's see if he can get a good grade. Mubai, standing in front of the stone tablet, saw the flowing film. Is it a product of the dimensional space? The right arm's armament hockey strengthened. The left leg took a step forward, and the whole body's spirit was condensing. The examiner stood up. What a joke. Such a high level of armament hockey. Is there a student with it? Clenched his fist, stretched out his left hand, and punched out in a flash. The film that was hit was shaking constantly. The air wave raised by the fist blew through the hair of all the candidates. How is this possible? The examiner's hands trembled slightly. At this time, the cold sound of the machine sounded. Normal attack value 6545. The audience shouted in unison, hack. What a joke. When the physical strongman in the 3rd level does not use the fruit ability, the value of hitting the stone tablet is only 4987. Are you Mubai himself? The information says he is 18 years old. You are? He is not replaced by someone else. He is the one who went viral on the internet a month ago. A mellow bass interrupted the examiner's words. Seeing the person coming, the examiner said respectfully, Examiner. The person who came was the examiner, who was explaining the rules of the college entrance examination at the beginning on the rostrum. Haha. If you have time, go online more and pay more attention to current affairs. The examiner said with a smile. Mubai. Continue. The examiner turned his head and said to Mubai. After the touch just now, Mubai also had a good idea in his mind. Examiner. I have a question. Oh. Go ahead. Mubai said seriously. If I use the power of the fruit to destroy this machine, you won't ask me to pay for it. Right? The examiner laughed heartily. Interesting. This thing is not so easy to destroy. It can withstand a few attacks from a level 5 diamond. Then I don't have to pay for it. Of course. If classmate Mu can do it. Mubai felt relieved after stretching his muscles. I feel relieved that I don't have to pay for it. I'm going to start. Among the people who had tested their Dao power before, several people said disdainfully, this Mubai is awesome. But if you say he can destroy the stone tablet with one blow, I don't believe it. More than 6,000 Dao powers are simply outrageous. I don't believe he can destroy the stone tablet with the power of the fruit. Song Chung couldn't help laughing when he heard it. You are such a narrow-minded person. You always think that others can't do what you can't do. Hack. Who the H.L. are you talking about? You? I'm talking about you. How dare you do it? You? Everyone's eyes were on Mu Bai. Some wanted to see him make a fool of himself, while others thought he could do it. The pale white ball condensed in Mu Bai's right hand, and he bent his arm. A crazy look appeared on Mu Bai's handsome face. Try this. 1 rider against 1,000. The pale white ball expanded again, and after Mu Bai shouted, it exploded violently on the stone tablet. Unprecedented vibrations began with creaking cracks. A candidate slumped on the ground, seeing the cracks spreading in the sky, and said in horror, "Is this the end of the world?" The ground was split by the terrifying vibration force, and the powerful airflow after tearing the sky rushed aimlessly. Some of the ground collapsed, and some of the ground bulged high. In front of this natural disaster, people had long forgotten that this was an exam, and there was only despair and powerlessness. And the stone tablet that claimed to be able to withstand a few moves from a Diamond 5 strongman was twisted into a twist under Mu Bai's fist. The source of all these vibrations. The vibration slowly stopped, and the chaotic airflow returned to normal. The examiner who stood firm looked at Mu Bai not far away in a daze. Examiner. What should I do? The examiner next to him was about to cry. I remember there should be a spare one. I will install it later. I underestimated you. Mu Bai. The examiner came to his senses and thought of something, and walked in front of Mu Bai. The strongest superhuman type tremor fruit is well deserved. Looking around, the playground with collapsed ground, and the stone tablet twisted into a knot. Mu Bai said apologetically, "It seems that I used too much force." "What do you mean by a little?" The examiner smiled bitterly. "Okay, classmate Mu. This has nothing to do with you. After lunch, let's continue the next exam." "Thank you, Mr. Examiner." The 8th group not far away came here, and was stunned. "Where is the daily test machine? Why does the playground look like it has been bombed?" The examiner said a few words to the examiners of the 8th group, who came over. And the examiner, who led the team, looked at Mu Bai with the eyes of an alien. Fortunately, there was a spare stone tablet in the examination room, but it took some time to install and configure it. Just in time for lunch, Mu Bai and Song Chung had a meal at a restaurant outside. "Lao Bai. You are popular again. There is a video of you punching the stone tablet into a dough stick on the internet." Putting down the chopsticks, Mu Bai turned on his mobile phone. "Oh, it is indeed popular. It rushed to the hot search in less than an hour. Shocking. Mu, a senior high school student in Jian, smashed the Dow force measuring device with one punch. Is this human nature? Shocking." The owner of the superhuman tremor fruit made another move, scaring passers-by. Shock. Good guy. A bunch of clickbait. Open the Spark app and enter your homepage. Sure enough, a group of people are tagging you, and many people are forwarding this video. The number of your fans is also soaring. Some people specially edited this video and matched it with epic music. Those who don't know it thought it was a movie clip. 33 Novel Network. On the way back to the examination room after lunch, Mu Bai was interviewed by reporters who were besieging him. "Hello, classmate Mu. I'm a reporter from Jian. Can I interview you?" "Sure. Go ahead." "Excuse me, classmate Mu. What do you think of the hot discussions about you online now? Thank you for your continued attention. I want to say to all those who support me, good afternoon everyone." Haha. Classmate Mu is very energetic. "Do you have a favorite university now?" "Yes, but I can't tell you yet." With classmate Mu's strength, he must be one of the 4 top universities. "Do you have anything to say to the audience across the country?" "I want to say that Jian, Yuan Province, is a beautiful place with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. There is no hustle and bustle of big cities, and the people here are warm and hospitable. I speak for Jian and welcome friends from all over the country to visit here." In the afternoon, the candidates of Group 9 were taking the second test, which was to assess the 2-color domineering and the Navy 6 styles. Take out the apple without any damage in the closed secret room. The more damage you suffer, the lower your score. The short-haired boy ran out of the secret room in a panic, saying with a crying voice, "It's too bad. How can you do this? The beam shot from all directions can't be avoided at all." "Who said it wasn't? It's a disadvantage here if you don't know the observation color. It's also not good if you are not proficient in the Navy 6 styles. You can't avoid it in some places. I only know the moon step. Will I run with you when I go in? Not far away. Mubai came over. I don't know why those who were squatting stood up when they saw Mubai. Mubai was speechless. Why are you looking at me so nervous? I won't eat you. We are all in the same class. Help each other. Song Chung next to him wanted to laugh. In the morning, you, Mushin, showed your power and acted like a god descending from heaven. Who dares to treat you as an ordinary person? A rough young man wearing glasses said to Mubai respectfully, Mushin, if it were you, how would you deal with the mechanism here? Then, he repeated the descriptions of others. The examiner next to him, who was still in good spirits, didn't care what they were saying, as long as he didn't disturb the normal order. Mubai didn't answer immediately, but pondered for a while, and said decisively, the reason why the 3 exams are used nationwide this time is because these 3 are extensive and universal. At this point, Mubai said 8 ways to deal with the mechanism just now, each of which only requires one of the 6 styles of the 2-color domineering navy. After telling everyone here, Mubai said with some emotion, in fact, here you only need to practice a special technique and master it proficiently, and you can easily pass it. The examiner opened his closed eyes and looked at Mubai with some surprise. This kid is really smart, self-taught, and can understand these things just by relying on the oral descriptions of others. The other candidates were also silent. At first, they thought that Mubai was so powerful just because of the tremor fruit, but they didn't expect that through the other party's narration. They understood the deep meaning of the questioner. And Mubai, who told all these, was even more terrifying. He must be proficient in every kind of dual-color hockey and Navy 6 styles Mushin. Otherwise he wouldn't be so easy to do. They are the same age and the same grassroots background. But why is there such a big gap? At this time, the examiner said, Mubai, it's your turn. Mubai smiled and entered the secret room. Wait! The examiner stopped Mubai. Ahem. You have to pay attention to the scale. Try not to use the fruit ability if you can. Observation hockey is enough. Mubai said lightly. The door of the secret room was closed, and the examiner was a little embarrassed. Hack. So handsome. I can't stand it as a man. Mushin has something. In comparison, we are dwarfed. Okay, big brother. What's the point of competing with Mushin? Just work hard to be yourself. This sentence is good. The discussion outside has not ended yet. And Mubai pushed the door and walked out. There is no dust on his body, and he is holding an apple in his hand. Not only were the other students stunned, but even the examiner was stunned, swallowing his saliva. The examiner asked uncertainly, Did you complete the task? You didn't just go in and come out, did you? Hack. What others did in 5 minutes. You did it in 20 seconds. Right? Shaking the red apple in his hand, Mubai said, as long as you sense the movement of all objects in advance, you can do it easily. The friends were all stunned. Sighing, this Mubai is always unexpected. The examiner said to everyone, Okay, let's go to the last level. There is no way to retake the exam if you don't do well. There are surveillance cameras in the room, and each video is backed up by the superior. Hiss. Okay, let's go. The last level walked through the corridor and came to a training room with a strange appearance. Song Chung said in surprise, Hey, this is similar to the training room we had during special training before the college entrance examination. Touching the material on the wall, Mubai was thoughtful. It should be made of the same material, and it must be in the dimensional space. Walking into the training room, 3 strongmen dressed in black tights were inside. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is taking the college entrance examination. The first 2 scores are estimated to be full marks. The side mission is released. Mission, without using the power of the fruit. Defeat the 4th level warrior examiner who is going all out. Get full marks. And the reward fruit development progress increases by 30%. This is a special reward with a very low probability of triggering. Please be aware of the host and cherish the opportunity. 30% fruit development progress reward. Even if you ask me to go through the gates of HL, I won't blink an eye. Although the condition is that the fruit power cannot be used. Mubai believes that he can do it. The examiner in charge of Group 9 settled the order, and saw Mubai coming over. What's wrong with Mubai? I want to apply for a formal battle with the examiner in charge of the 3rd assessment. The middle-aged examiner touched his ears. Am I deaf? No. Classmate Mu. Can you say it again? Mubai's face did not show any ripples, and a few words came out of his mouth in a clear and loud voice. I apply for a formal battle with the examiner. No agreement. No refusal. Student Mu. I'll apply to my superiors. After saying that, the examiner dialed a phone number and communicated for a while. The examiner looked at Mu Bai with a complicated expression. Okay, but you have to think clearly. The examiners who evaluate the college entrance examination are all experienced level 4 fighters. If you are level 2, examiner, interrupt me. I'm level 3 now. Seeing Mu Bai's helpless expression, the examiner felt that his worldview was refreshed again today. Am I in Chengdu or other first-tier cities? How could a perverted person like Mu Bai pop up? Okay, but you have to be the last one. Okay. Thank you, examiner. Snapping his fingers, Mu Bai responded with a smile. Every candidate in the examination room tried his best to attack the examiner. Is the experienced examiner so easy to be knocked down? Obviously not. Every candidate was led by the examiner to display the Navy 6 styles and 2-color domineering that he had learned. The proficiency of special skills and the use of them in actual combat were all observed by the instructor. The sun slowly sets, and the afterglow of the sunset spreads across the earth, shining onto the training ground through windows made of special materials. All 9 groups were scored, except for one person, Mu Bai. The leading examiner walked up to Mu Bai with a dragon-like step. Mu Bai, the owner of the Tremor fruit. My name is Li Yang. I heard from your examiner that you want to challenge the level 4 examiner, and your superiors agreed. But before that, I still want to test your skills. Try your skills? That's fine. Shave. Navy 6 styles. Continuous pointing guns. Before Li Yang could react, a gust of wind hit his back. No time to think. Iron block. Iron block? Mu Bai forcibly changed his body shape while moving at high speed, and his slender legs kicked towards Li Yang with armed color domineering. Air. A loud bang. What? Li Yang was surprised to feel the huge force on his neck, as if he was hit by a speeding train, with sparks scraping the ground. He stepped back more than 10 steps before he could stand firm. The 2 examiners watching the game looked at each other with serious eyes. They naturally knew Li Yang's strength. He was considered relatively strong among level 4, and his physical skills were also very high. But just now, Li Yang, who was at level 4, was kicked away by Mu Bai, who was at level 3. Even when Li Yang was in the state of an iron block, the other students at the door were also secretly shocked. The examiner who dealt with them, like a piece of cake, actually seemed a little bit unbearable under Mu Bai's attack. Twisting his neck, Li Yang looked at Mu Bai with a different look. Examiner, please give me some advice. Before he finished speaking, Mu Bai used shaving to quickly approach Li Yang. Miss kick. Lone wolf. Li Yang jumped forward and slashed quickly, and a curved light wave came out from under Li Yang's legs. Miss kick. Line. A small and sharp white light wave came out from Mu Bai's flashing figure. The 2 light waves touched each other and made a sharp sound. After a cloud of dust, Li Yang turned into a werewolf form, which was the wolf form of the dog fruit, with a strong body, agile speed, claws and teeth that could tear everything apart. Li Yang in the human beast form was taller and more ferocious than the beast form. Is he the owner of an animal-type devil fruit? Mu Bai might be in trouble. The examiner's speed and strength are multiplied in the human beast form. The examinees discussed with some concern. Are you going to use the devil fruit ability? Seeing that Mu Bai had not used the devil fruit ability for a long time, Li Yang said doubtfully, with a voice full of wildness. I want to try what I can do, so I won't use the devil fruit ability this time. Mu Bai replied to Li Yang calmly. Really? You are a genius. I recognize your strength, but it's too early for you to challenge me now. I will exert all my strength. The huge wolf head shook its head humanely. Full of regret, the 2 moves just now made Li Yang completely convinced of Mu Bai's strength. So when Mu Bai said that he would not use the devil fruit ability, he was very sorry. Wolf form. Shave. Using the strong leg muscles in the werewolf form, it burst out with a speed far beyond the ordinary shaving. Just like a lone wolf sneaking into the forest at night, finding a delicious delicacy in the forest, the figure moved at high speed, looking for the flaws of the prey. Using the superb observation hockey, Mu Bai locked onto Li Yang's ghostly figure. Finger gun. 10-finger gun. The bloodthirsty brutality flashed in his eyes, like the night. He put his hands. No. Now it should be said that his claws were closed. Using the high speed of the finger gun and the sharpness of the wolf claws, attacked Mu Bai's chest. Mu Bai, who was well prepared, activated the extremely strong observation hockey, combined with the already charged shave, and quickly left the battlefield. Then launched the moon step in the air, and came to the top of Li Yang's head. Armed color finger gun. Kill the god. Li Yang's perception in wolf form was also greatly improved. He felt the fatal threat above his head, moved his body, faced upwards, and decided to fight. Finger gun. Moonlight 10-finger gun. This is the evolution of the 10-finger gun, which is to bend the 10 fingers of both hands slightly, and attack upwards at high speed from the ground. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Mu Bai, who has a physical fitness of more than 60 points, concentrated all his strength on one point for the first time. This move created with pure armed color domineering was not easy to catch. Two figures crossed, and a faint red light flashed. What happened? They are so fast. One candidate exclaimed. They use shaving almost all the time, so of course they were faster. Just now, Student Mu was slightly better. The examiner leading the 9th group narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, Hack. Examiner. You are so good that you can even see this. Two black lines appeared on the examiner's head. I am also a level 4. How can I not see it? Back to the field. Mu Bai took off his shirt that was scratched by wolf claws, revealing a strong but well-proportioned body of muscles. Li Yang in the werewolf form was still thinking about Mu Bai's move just now, and saw his palm pierced, and he was shocked. How did you dodge it? At my speed? Even most level 4s can't dodge it. Putting away his palm, Li Yang turned his head and asked in confusion. Stronger body control. Stronger observation hockey. Mu Bai stroked a scratch on his chest and said calmly. Sometimes, if you are just a little bit off, you will be doomed. Mu Bai, you are a genius. I will remember this armed hockey finger gun god-killing move. It's a pity that you will never have the chance to use this move again. Li Yang said to Mu Bai confidently. It seems that I have to show all my strength. I have always been confused and puzzled about what happened to me. Why did I come to this world, and why do I live? But in the battle, I found myself. I found my true path. I will rely on my own perception and understanding to create a set of my own path. Although Mu Bai doesn't know what you are talking about. It sounds good. Are you full of fighting spirit? Come on. Let's start fighting again. Secret technique? Boiling beast blood, lone wolf. Li Yang's black hair suddenly turned blood red, and even his body size became larger. His scarlet eyes were full of desire for killing. When the two examiners were thinking about whether to stop the battle that was about to get out of control, Mu Bai closed his eyes, forgot the system, forgot his past life, and forgot all the distractions. An inexplicable force flowed and surged in his body. Excited? That was a flowing music. That was an unimaginable road. Open your eyes. The surging and violent domineering aura of the king's color came from Mu Bai, sweeping the entire venue with amazing momentum. Many candidates who were watching the game collapsed to the ground with their eyes rolled back after being affected by the aftermath of the domineering color. Those who were still conscious only felt their legs were heavy, and under the terrifying momentum, they couldn't help but kneel down in front of Mu Bai. Domineering color domineering, with his arms folded in front of his chest. Under the suppression of the domineering color, the boiling beast blood almost cooled down, and Li Yang looked at all this in surprise. Unrivaled, the domineering color belonging to Mu Bai, in a world that no one could hear. A voice gave a prompt. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for realizing the true meaning of Conqueror Hockey. Spirit +1+1. Ding dong. Spirit points reached 50. Opening the intermediate Conqueror Hockey. The host can freely control the release of Conqueror Hockey. The spirit points increased by 35 points. It soared directly from 15 points to 50 points. Intermediate Conqueror Hockey? Mu Bai murmured. What a terrifying aura. Mu Bai, I didn't expect you to have the qualifications of a king. Now the battle continues. Blood Wolf Li Yang said with a smile on his face. Of course. Mu Bai exhaled a breath of turbid air. I don't know if it's an illusion. Li Yang feels that Mu Bai's body seems to be a bit taller. No. It's not an illusion. In Li Yang's doubtful eyes, Mu Bai's body exuded heat, and he looked like a roasted prawn under the hot sweat. This is very abnormal. Ordinary people will only sweat so much after long-term exercise. What you are going to do is really exciting. Classmate Mu. Suppressing the last bit of rationality, the scarlet wolf head couldn't wait, and saliva dripped on the ground. Mu Bai, who was in a state of selflessness, closed his palms, and the violent breath in his body gradually returned to 1. 7 major limits. The 7 major limits are intended to open the valve of the body's limit, using a powerful physique far beyond the same level to forcibly open the infinite power of the human body's treasure house. Mu Bai's body was compressed and returned to its original size. But in Li Yang's senses, Mu Bai's body seemed to have broken some shackles. And that kind of fierce aura was like a wolf encountering a hunter for him. Can't wait! The blood-red figure cut through the sky and whizzed through the void. The amazing speed made the 2 instructors, who were watching the battle, unable to see clearly. Feeling Li Yang approaching, Mu Bai whispered, 7 limits. The first limit. Random number. Before the figure arrived, the sharp wolf claws with blood covered Mu Bai's figure. Humph! The fists wrapped in armed color, and the scarlet wolf claws burst into brilliant sparks. And the 2 bodies paused slightly. This was just the calm before the storm. Then, the amazing air waves were broken up again under the attack of the 2. And the shadows of the rapid punches and collisions enveloped the 2. How could he keep up with my speed? Li Yang's remaining rationality was about to be disintegrated under this attack. Who is the animal-type ability user? Mu Bai's arms were covered with armed color domineering. And he performed a strange move that Li Yang had never seen before. But it was very familiar. Yes, it was a set of boxing. A set of boxing techniques that completely adapt to Mu Bai's own fighting style. Ignoring his own defense. Attacking with all his might. Dismantling the essence of a large number of traditional boxing techniques. With only one goal. Punch through the opponent. The scarred examiner, who was watching the game, was ready to attack at any time. He saw that Li Yang's consciousness had been replaced by wildness, and was afraid that he would kill Mu Bai. But soon, what he didn't expect was that in the offensive of the 2, Mu Bai had actually suppressed Li Yang. What a joke. A level 3 newcomer suppressing a veteran animal type level 4? The body is like a fallen leaf. The fist is determined by the C. Random number. The straight punch that turned into a phantom. A short assault. Fast and fierce. The force penetrates the internal organs. This is a fusion of traditional martial arts collapsed fists. The fist is facing inward. The force is on the fist surface. And every punch has surpassed Mu Bai's own thinking speed. This is the first limit of the 7 limits. Random number. Consuming multiples of physical strength to get a temporary enhanced reaction speed. The body automatically follows the subconscious to launch the most violent attack. The fist is in front. Thinking is behind. There is no defense. When the blood wolf was half a move slower, Mu Bai got close to his body and delivered a series of short punches. His fists raining down on the opponent's arm joints and entire body. Under this crazy attack, the bloody giant wolf was barely able to parry, and was beaten to the point where his arms dropped like a sandbag. Black raindrops penetrated the red body. And when Mu Bai's last punch stopped, the huge wolf collapsed. Exhaling, he closed his fists in one go. Ding dong. The host has completed the task fruit development progress plus 30%. And the current development progress of the Xinjiang fruit is 59%. Ding dong. The host has comprehended a special skill. 7 limit random numbers. And obtained a bonus of physical fitness plus 5. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Mu Bai felt that the fatigue in his body was swept away. The examiner Li Yang, who turned back into a human, lay on the ground, squinting his eyes, and said weakly, "You are a monster among monsters. This is the first time I was knocked down head-on in the blood wolf form. Examiner, if you hold on a little longer, I will be the one who runs out of energy and falls to the ground." Mu Bai helped Li Yang up from the ground. Hiss. "It hurts." Li Yang, who felt the severe pain in his body, couldn't help shouting, "Mr. Mu, don't help me. I can walk by myself after sitting here for a while. The recovery ability of the animal system is the strongest." "Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Examiner, I will treat you to dinner when I have time. Find a training suit at random in the venue and put it on." And Mu Bai said to the 3 instructors, "Thank you for your kindness, little brother. However, we have to return to the army after this exam. During this period, the superiors have stipulated that we are not allowed to drink or go out for dinner." The scarred examiner said gently, "So that's how it is. Then from now on." At the door of the training room, the unconscious candidates woke up one after another. What happened? How could he fall asleep while watching Mu Shen's fight? Some candidates also realized that Mu Bai had awakened the overlord color, and their hearts could not calm down for a long time. The gap between people is greater than the gap between people and pigs. The examiner of Group 9 sighed. There were so many things to do today. Okay. The exam is over. Everyone go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. The test results will be announced in a month. You can check them online at that time. Ah, it's finally over. I'm free. Although I don't know how the results are. Withdraw? Goodbye, brothers. After saying goodbye to the 3 examiners and exchanging contact information, Mubai walked out. Mushin, the special operations team of number 6 middle school, will have a dinner party in the evening. Do you want to go? Song Chung, who was leaning against the wall, waved his mobile phone. Go. Must go. Today is the hungriest day of my life, Mubai said jokingly. In a residential building in Jian City, a man in a black cloak wiped the blood off his hands. He likes killing and hates these dirty blood. The eyes under the eagle beak mask have no whites, and his ears move slightly. He senses that someone is coming and puts away the documents in his hands. He came to the window and kicked the glass to pieces. A huge black feather spread out from behind him. Stop! The wooden door was knocked open by someone. The young sheriff in the lead looked down and saw Professor Yang lying in a pool of blood. He rushed to the man in the black cloak in anger. Too slow. A strong hurricane blew in the face, blowing the sheriff to pieces. He couldn't open his eyes, and his body was nailed to the wall. Amid a burst of strange laughter, the man turned into a big black bird and jumped down from the windowsill, flapping his wings and flying high into the sky. Number 5. Wait for me. A strange man with bandages all over his body, holding 2 sharp swords, shouted loudly to the birdman in the sky. He ran around the street with strange movements, and several ordinary people who didn't have time to dodge were cut in half. Blood splattered on the ground, and people who saw this scene screamed. The bandaged man saw that the birdman in the sky was slow to come down, so he had no choice but to follow him on the ground. There seemed to be students in front. By the way, today is the day of the college entrance examination. Young life, withering before it blooms. How desperate it will be. Ha ha ha. That will be beyond all joy. Kill! Kill! I want to kill them all. The sword held by the bandaged man in both hands suddenly turned black. He became more and more excited as he thought about it, and he danced and slashed wantonly on the street, facing the night that was about to fall. In the fire and explosion, the killing was still spreading. The eagle-beaked masked man in the sky looked ahead, and a blue light rose from the ground and rushed into the sky, surrounded by blue flames. It looked like a creature in mythology. Phoenix! Who did I think it was? It turned out to be the Phoenix Fengjiaoge. The masked man with a strange laugh was not afraid at all, and his tone was full of ridicule. You are still alive, and dare to cause trouble in Jian. Tell me how you want to die. Fengjiaoge's expression was solemn, and the blue flames on his body swept across the sky. In the sky, a battle was about to break out. After a hard day's work, the man wearing headphones hummed a little song on his way home. What happened in front? Even with headphones, the roar of explosions not far away echoed in his ears. In the explosion, broken limbs and arms were bleeding. Some were dying with their limbs cut off, and some covered their abdominal wounds and fell on the road of escape after a few steps. No one could escape from the fire and smoke. The young man with headphones felt his feet were a little weak and took off the headphones that played soothing music. What appeared in his ears was miserable howling and crazy laughter, and the laughter was getting closer and closer. The crowd behind him retreated in horror when he saw the scene. Seeing that the young man with headphones in the front did not move, the crowd behind him issued a kind reminder. Young man, don't get so close. I don't know what happened in front. Call quickly. The sheriff should be here soon. The lower body was as heavy as a block of iron, and he couldn't move even a step. I can't move. The trembling voice was filled with fear. An old man in the crowd ran over and grabbed the young man's hand to pull him over. A flash of black and red sword light cut through the smoke, and the thin blade cut the old man's neck, and warm blood poured on the young man's body. The laughter in the smoke revealed his true face. A bandaged weirdo nearly 2 meters tall. Ha ha ha. Every cell is boiling. The more scared you are, the more excited I am. Hey, aren't you afraid? Looking down at the young man in front of him who didn't move, the bandaged weirdo asked with interest. Getting close to the head, he saw the look in the young man's eyes, which was the dullness after extreme fear. Is your body unable to move because of fear? The bandaged weirdo tore his mouth and blood flowed. The crowd on the other side of the street had already scattered and desperately ran back. Seeing the blood on his hands, he smiled with satisfaction. In the bandaged palm, the blood-dripping sword cut through the sky and was raised high. The young man who had regained some consciousness shouted in horror, No! What do you mean no? I will fix you into the most perfect work of art. A work of art that is evenly cut in half. As he said this, he raised the sword in his hand and cut it down mercilessly. Glutinous rice stretches. At this critical moment, a ball of glutinous rice stuck to the young man and pulled him over. Are you okay, my friend? The young man dressed in hip-hop style said with a serious expression. I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you. You should leave too. This madman kills people without blinking an eye. The young man shouted hysterically. What happened? A clear voice sounded behind. I saw a well-proportioned and handsome young man coming over. The man was Mubai. The hip-hop boy straightened his hat and pointed at the bandaged weirdo opposite him and said, I don't know. The bandaged man was holding two swords and slashing people indiscriminately on the street. Mubai rubbed his brows when he encountered such a thing just after the dinner. 1, 2, 3. Let's have a kebab. The bandaged weirdo counted the number of people in front of him with his slender fingers. With a crazy smile on his face. Double sword style. Killer. The two sharp swords shone brightly and spun in the hands of the bandaged man. The figure swept across the street at high speed, carrying a murderous intent. Iron block. 33 novels. Ziga. The fierce double swords were blocked by the bald man. The identity of the bald man in the uniform of a sheriff is self-evident. Where did the demon come from? I will take you away. Shave! The man shouted in a low voice. His strong body moved agilely, and a knee kick hit the target accurately. The bandaged man who was kicked in the chin did not shake at all. And he was not hurt even if he was kicked in such a fatal weakness. The other party's scarlet eyes were full of teasing. The bald man saw that it was not good and hurriedly pulled away. What kind of monster is this? He didn't say a word even when he was hit in the vitals. Mubai behind him saw some clues. This bandaged weirdo should have blocked the pain. And his body has been transformed. Hearing the voice behind him, the bald man said, You two are students? Right. This weirdo's strength may have reached level 4. You should run away quickly. No need. Bald uncle. You go to rescue other places. And leave this bandaged man to me. Mubai said with a smile. What a joke. You? Are you the Mubai on TV? The bald man turned around and was about to curse. What can a student do to help? But why did he see this face that was a little familiar? Damn. Isn't this the genius Mubai interviewed by Jian local TV at noon? The bald man came back to his senses and frowned. He had seen Mubai's glorious deeds on the internet, defeating an ancient ability user and tearing the stone tablet into pieces with one punch. But these are not actual combat, and the two cannot be measured. Do you think I'm a dish? The bandaged man was angry. Did these ants treat him as a dish and take advantage of him at will? Today, you all must die. After saying that, he held the hilt of the sword with bloodshot eyes and attacked Mubai in a weird posture. The bald man felt a palpitation. Even he, who had just entered level 4, could not react to this speed. Not good. It's too late. If a proud child like Mubai falls, it will be a loss for Jian. Get out of the way. Is that all? Have you ever been kicked like a football? To the bandaged weirdo approaching him, Mubai said slowly. The bandaged weirdo's slender arms did not stop, and black and red sword beams were drawn in the air. Mubai dodged easily, and the unstoppable sword cut the car in half. What? The bandaged weirdo looked around in confusion, wondering where the boy had gone. Mubai leaped into the air, put his hands in his pockets, and condensed a white ball cover on his toes. As if kicking a football, he lifted his long legs and kicked the bandaged weirdo in the head. There was a creaking sound in the space, and at this moment, the bandaged monster actually felt the pain that he had not felt for a long time. The tyrannical brute force plus the power of vibration made the seemingly ordinary kick directly kick the bandaged monster into the dry riverbed 100 meters away from the street, deeply embedded in the ground. Mubai, who had a strong observation haki, could naturally sense that this guy was not dead. Shave! Mubai, who turned into a phantom, came to the front of the deep pit in a few flashes. The hip-hop teenagers were all dumbfounded. That was a strongman who seemed to be level 4? Was he kicked to pieces by a student who was only in the 3rd year of high school? And seeing Mubai do all this so calmly, even easily, this Mubai is so awesome. He is even cooler than hip-hop music. The bald sheriff on the side was also confused. Am I level 4? Or is Mubai level 4? Explosions continued to sound in the city, and the sheriff looked solemn. Where are the sheriffs on duty? Sure enough, more than one place was attacked. Uncle, you go. I think classmate Mu should be able to easily deal with him. the hip-hop boy said excitedly, with an expression like seeing an idol. Now we need a large number of combatants. And the surrounding troops will definitely send people to support us soon. All we have to do now is to survive this period. There is no other way. I can only trust classmate Moo. After the sheriff explained part of the matter to the hip-hop boy, he hurried to the nearest explosion site. In the dry riverbed, the bandage monster who had struggled to get up laughed. Moo Bai, who was standing on a boulder, looked at him calmly. It seems that he is not a fruit ability user, but a swordsman. In this world, knives and swords are both kendo. Unlike in the One Piece comics, where people are called swordsmen even though they use knives. Ahem. Fruit ability? How can that thing be better than the sword in your hand? The bandage monster, with a deformed head, said with a slightly out-of-tune voice. Sure enough, there is no sense of pain under such an attack. The level 4 with a slightly weaker physical fitness would probably be kicked in the head if he took Mubai's kick just now. Just like a watermelon being kicked and smashed. If that's the case, why do you need to make physical changes? The only reason is that you don't believe in the double swords in your hands. Shaking his head in disdain, Mubai said lightly. Heal you. Heal. Heal. As if stimulated, the bandage man held the double swords and swung at Mubai desperately, even without any reaction when he scratched himself. Double sword flow. Self-mutilation Huiyu sword wave. The continuous red sword light slashed at Mubai, and the sharp sword light cut through the dry earth, like the slash of a demon under the blood moon, stirring up waves of dust. The hip-hop boy standing by the river dam felt nervous. This crazy slash was simply desperate. Is Mushin okay? The bandage man, whose body reached the limit, stopped. Is the other party dead? The bandage man got closer to observe. In the dust in front of him, an iron hand held the bandage man's sword-holding hand. With a turn and twist, the bandage man was stepped on by Mubai. The dust cleared, and Mubai was completely unscathed. Not even a single cut on his clothes. Mubai dodged all the fatal slashes. Too weak, Mubai said softly with an expressionless face. Mubai stepped on the bandage monster, and a white ball condensed under his feet. Not good. The bandage monster, whose life was threatened, wanted to fight back. But under Mubai's feet, the bandage man's body was nailed to the ground. One rider to 1,000. Mubai whispered softly and announced the death notice to the enemy under his feet. The white ball exploded. The dry riverbed cracked directly, and the ground broke layer by layer like a staircase. The ground shook, and the hip-hop boy on the river dam couldn't stand steadily at all, and could only hold the railing. Is this the ability of Mushin's fruit? It's really a natural disaster level ability. No. No. The body of the bandage monster was crushed in an instant. No matter how strong your modified body is, you can't survive if you are crushed into powder. Has that sheriff left? The hip-hop boy was startled. Mubai, who was 100 meters away, appeared beside him at some point. The hip-hop boy nodded and said, That uncle went to support other places. Mushin, I just recorded your battle with my mobile phone. Can I upload it to the internet? Sure. By the way, what's your name? I saw that the devil fruit ability you used was glutinous rice at first. Your devil fruit is the superhuman glutinous fruit. Right? After a little thought, Mubai said, My name is Lu Jun. Mushin didn't expect you to know this fruit. With this fruit, I usually work part-time in my own pastry shop. In terms of combat, I can use the special characteristics of glutinous rice to perform many unique attacks. The Nuanua fruit is called a special superhuman ability fruit in the original work. In the original work, it is the ability of Katakuri, the leader of the 3 generals. After the fruit awakens, it can be said to be very powerful. Yeah. Sensing the 2 auras, Mubai raised his head and looked at the sky. Black and blue flames intertwined in the air, bursting out with a terrifying momentum. And the aftermath of the battle turned into flames and dissipated in the air. Lu Jun said in surprise, It's the garrison commander, Feng Jioga. Who is he fighting? Mubai naturally knew who Feng Jioga was. He was the nominal garrison commander of Jian, a strong man who had half a step into the 6th level of purple gold rank, and also the ability user of the phoenix fruit of the mythical beast species. The 2 people in the air collided like meteors, rose into the sky, and disappeared in front of Mubai. At this time, the phone rang. It was Li Piao who picked up the phone. Mubai asked first, Hello? Li Piao. How are you doing? Are you okay? Mubai. I'm fine. The city is full of followers of the pain cult. You have to be careful. I heard that a level 4 strongman has also come in. Hearing the noise from the other side, and the slogans of the army. Li Piao should be fine. Are you in the military camp? No. The troops stationed in Dongcheng district have begun to clear out the members of the cult. I'm behind here. By the way, are you sure there is only one level 4 who entered Jian? I'm sure. The officer just said that there seems to be a madman called the Bandaged Swordsman. I just got rid of a man with bandages all over his body. His strength is about level 4. Hack. Mr. Mu. How come you can tear up a level 4 with your bare hands after not seeing you for a few days? Mu Bai touched his nose. Well, his strength has indeed improved a little fast. Now he understands a little bit. When he asked Gao Jie about his level in the training camp, the level Gao Jie mentioned is not a clear division of strength. Only actual combat is the only standard to test the level of combat power. On the bridge ahead, a group of sheriffs escorted a car of ordinary people, and a dozen black-robed people were chasing behind. Seeing this scene, Mu Bai said something to Li Piao and hung up the phone. Start shaving, and come to the middle of the two groups of people who were confronting each other. Mu Bai? Student Mu is in danger. More than a dozen of them are level 3 cult fighters. A sheriff who recognized Mu Bai reminded him. Since Mu Bai appeared on the local TV station, he is not a household name in Jian. But he is well known. After connecting him with the people on the previous hot search, basically everyone knows some of his deeds. The cult members on the opposite side have obviously heard of Mu Bai. They, the cannon fodder, have been abandoned. It seems not bad to pull a genius boy to be a scapegoat before dying. At least to clear some obstacles for the coming of the god of pain in the future. What's more, a dozen level 3 people can't kill a level 2 person? How is this possible? They didn't know yet that Mu Bai had been promoted to level 3. Even if they knew, they would probably be dismissive. They had killed famous geniuses before. With low strength and fame. They thought they were the boss. The Earth was the second. And they were the third. As a result, when they really started fighting, they found that the enemy would not tolerate them. Go! Kill Mu Bai first. More than a dozen black-robed men responded and rushed towards Mu Bai. The sheriff also rushed up, but was stopped by Mu Bai. On the truck. Seeing this scene, the escorted civilians hurriedly shouted, Mu, be careful. Get out of the way. Just when the leading cult member was about to touch Mu Bai. Mu Bai smiled. Interesting. Are you launching a human wave tactic against me? With a light snap of his fingers. With Mu Bai as the center, the unparalleled spirit was like black thunder, suppressing the minds of all cult members. The boy standing in front of them was like a natural moat, crossing between their life and death. His body was stiff, and even his consciousness seemed to be still at this moment. All distracting thoughts disappeared, and there was only Mu Bai in front of him, who was like a god and devil. Under the terrifying pressure, they all knelt down uncontrollably. It was as if they were meeting their king. The leading cultist said in disbelief with trembling teeth. It's actually domineering color. Domineering? You guessed it right. And I'll reward each of you with a pair of silver handcuffs. Mu Bai put his hands back into his trouser pockets and replied calmly. A kind voice rang in his mind. Ding dong. Complete the hidden mission. Use the intermediate domineering color domineering to scare 10 level 3 enemies. Reward, space storage bag, can store anything. Not subject to the rules of the dimension and the constraints of the demon tree world. Try to go in with your consciousness. About 40 cubic meters. This is a good thing. The ancient tree python relied on the ability of the tremor fruit on its back to pass through the barrier and devour the devil fruit. If your tremor fruit is developed to awaken, will there be a chance to open the space barrier? Plunder multiple devil fruits at one time, and then use this space storage bag to bring them out. Mu Bai said that he understood. The sheriff behind him reacted and hurried forward to control the cultists, who were still awake but had no resistance. There are also some who are not firm enough, and they were directly stunned by such a strong domineering color. Some ordinary people in the rescue vehicle didn't understand why these vicious cultists knelt down directly when Mu Bai just stood there, completely losing their resistance. It's the domineering hockey. That's what the cultist just said. What is the domineering hockey? Isn't there only two-color hockey? Yes. Only one person in a million people may have such a king's qualification, and it is even more difficult to awaken it. But those who awaken the domineering hockey are all brilliant people without exception, such as Yin Tianzheng, the first president of Zhengwu University. And there are very few among the younger generation. Jiang Bumming of the Dizla family in Shindu awakened the domineering hockey and became famous. I didn't expect Mu Bai to have such qualifications. The sheriff controlled these cultists. And at this time the intercom rang. "How are you doing over there?" "Report, Lord Guardian. With the help of classmate Mubai, all 15 third-level pagans have been arrested. Mubai, who has the trimmer fruit, actually has such strength. How did he do it? It's the domineering hockey." The voice on the other side of the intercom stagnated. "Wait a moment. I'll be right over." The sheriff who was in charge of the communication just now said to Mubai with a smile, "Mr. Mu, wait here for a moment. The Lord Guardian will be here soon." "The Guardian? Feng Okay. It seems that the battle is over, and all the cult members in the city have been cleared out. I've seen Feng on TV, but I've never seen him in real life." Mubai is also a little curious about what people who possess the mythical beast phoenix fruit look like. Mubai, who has nothing to do, is also helping the sheriff to detain the cultists in the car. Seeing Mubai approaching, the cultists who woke up trembled like a sieve, yelling and shouting not to let Mubai get close, and consciously got on the car, and then tied up in pairs. The sheriffs were amazed when they saw the scene. Some sheriffs even joked that after Mubai finished college, he would become a sheriff, and the crime rate in a place would definitely drop sharply. Mubai smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, after the experiment just now, Mubai also understood that when the domineering hockey was upgraded to the intermediate level, strictly speaking, the power did not increase. The higher his spirit, the stronger the power of the domineering hockey. But his controllability has improved a lot. For example, when he used the Overlord color just now, he could easily define the range and not hurt the sheriff and civilians. A cry came from the dark sky, and the yellow and blue flame bird came from far away and fell in front of everyone. The flames dissipated, and a middle-aged man with long hair showed his face. To Mubai, he felt like a sword fairy in a picture book. Feng turned his head to look at Mubai and praised him. "Young hero, I heard that you got full marks in all 3 exams. You may be the first full mark champion in Jian or Yuan province. It is our duty to win glory for our hometown Jian," Mubai said seriously. Mubai naturally knew his test results. Feng dressed in white, couldn't help but nod. Then, she thought of something and said with a smile, "You have brought me a lot of surprises. You can defeat the old-fashioned level 4 animal ability user at level 3. And that's without using the fruit ability. When the chief examiner in charge of you asked me for instructions, I didn't believe it. I didn't expect you to do it. It turned out that the superior that the examiner asked for instructions was Feng Yes, the garrison commander has great authority as the nominal person in charge of a city. If you can't break through yourself and break the barriers, how can you become stronger?" Mubai said with a smile, as expected of a genius who has opened the domineering color. What he said is also domineering. That's right. How can you defeat others without defeating yourself first? It seems that the results will be announced in a month, and the university admissions office will have something to fight for. Feng hesitated for a moment and asked again, "Mubai, have you chosen your favorite university yet?" "Yes. I have only one goal. Shongwu University." The cool wind blew across Mubai's face, and Mubai said decisively, "For the reward of the second fruit position, Mubai can risk his life. Joining Wuda is the first task. Shongwu University is good. It has the longest inheritance and the most background among the 4 top universities. You may not know that I graduated from Shongwu University." Feng who was full of immortality, briefly recounted his previous experience in Wuda. This benefited Mubai a lot. "Senior, how can this cult organization have such great power and dare to invade the city?" Mubai expressed his confusion, hearing the other party call him senior. Feng did not correct him. The Pain cult is one of the top 10 underground forces. Their base camp is hidden in the dimensional space, so it is difficult to eradicate. I don't know what they are looking for in this small-scale riot, but no matter what they are looking for, it must be related to the Son of Pain in their prophecy. At this point, Feng expression became more solemn. According to their teachings, when the Son of Pain appears, the world will lose sunlight forever, and only the blind Son of Pain can lead his believers to walk in the kingdom of God. The Son of Pain has appeared before. 50 years ago, it was Yin Tianzheng, the first president of Zhongwu University. Who killed him? Did he really appear? Seeing the surprise in Mubai's eyes, Feng continued, "These evil cults circulating in the other dimensional space do have inheritance. According to them, they are the reincarnation of gods. Let's not talk about this. Mubai, what are your plans for the 2 months after the college entrance examination?" thinking of what Gao Jia said to him. The arrangements for the 2 months before school started were naturally thought out long ago. Enter the other dimensional space, and prepare for school. A few days after the riots ended, Mu Bai came to the entrance of the alternate dimension. He handed the ticket to the guarding soldier. The soldier carefully explained the precautions for entering the alternate dimension. He also gave Mu Bai a bead. When he wanted to come back or encounter danger, he could crush the bead and return safely. When registering his identity information, he was surprised to see that Mu Bai had reached level 3 at the age of 18. He looked up and looked at him, but didn't say anything more. I don't know which genius heir came here to train. When he came to the twisted dimension door, people above level 4 could not enter this space. Only those below level 4 could enter. He reached out and touched it, and the world spun around. When Mu Bai opened his eyes again, he was already in a forest. Ding dong. The host was detected to have descended into the alternate dimension. The task was issued: kill 100 earth dragons. Reward: mysterious knife and a lot of proficiency. The mysterious knife seemed to be equipment or something like that. The earth dragon is a tall dragon-blooded creature, and this alternate dimension is named after the earth dragon. They move in groups, with an average of about 20 ground dragons in one group. The average level is level 4, and with their thick skin and flesh, it is difficult for ordinary humans at level 4 to defeat a group of ground dragons. 100 means I need to find 5 groups of ground dragons and kill them, Mu Bai said to himself. Roar! In the dense forest, a group of huge black wolves with a height of nearly 3 meters seemed to smell the scent of prey and surrounded Mu Bai. Standing on the branch, Mu Bai naturally saw all this, using the observation color to sense it. This wolf group is generally around level 2, and the giant black wolf at the head should be around level 3. Woo! The wolf group drooled at the monkey on the tree. With a howl from the head wolf, the other more than 30 black wolves scrambled to climb up the giant tree. This wolf can actually climb a tree. Interesting. Looking at this scene with a little surprise, Mu Bai jumped down from the tree, and a pale white ball cover condensed in his right hand. Seeing this, the wolf leader opened his huge bloody mouth and wanted to swallow the delicious food that jumped down automatically. Unfortunately, it was a mistake after all. The power of the vibration fruit is too great, and sometimes Mu Bai will restrain himself when using the fruit power, but in a different dimension space. Of course, he will use the power wantonly. Air shock. The right hand of the gathering ball cover held the big mouth of the wolf leader and pressed it to the ground. A full-strength air shock swept the entire wolf pack, or the forest. The huge trees that have grown for more than 100 years were uprooted, and the ground was like a small wooden boat on a tsunami, overturned under the attack of this stormy wave. The power of the vibration fruit with a development progress of 59% can be imagined when it is fully exerted. The earth cracked into a huge gap, and the whimpering wolf pack was swallowed by the crack. The tearing continued, and the pale white ball cover turned into a strong shock wave, sweeping across the land with a radius of nearly 100 meters. The dense trees were crushed under such an impact and sizzled. When Mu Bai stood up, the surroundings had become ruins after the earthquake. The wanton release of vibrations is really intoxicating. But it's not over yet. Using the observation hockey, he sensed all the living things around him. A strong life force fluctuation came from the east not far away. A very strong life fluctuation. It should be a ground dragon. Let's go and have a look. Using the 6-style shave, he passed the trees at a very fast speed and headed towards the location of the fluctuation. Hearing the sound of the earth rumbling in the distance, all the lazy ground dragons got up. They were nearly 10 meters long, with dragon blood scales attached to their bodies, shining brightly under the refraction of the sun. They never needed to hunt, and naturally there would be subordinate races to complete the hunting task for them. The only task of each tribe was to guard against attacks from other ground dragon tribes. As the top of the food chain, they had wisdom close to that of humans. So when they heard such a huge noise, they just stood up and watched for a while, and continued to bask in the sun after seeing that there was no danger. An old ground dragon with the heaviest pattern didn't think so. He issued a special roar and ordered several young ground dragons to go and check. The 2 ground dragons roared in dissatisfaction, twisting their bloated bodies and crawling towards the forest to the west. Green leaves passed by Mu Bai's face. Mu Bai, who was moving at high speed in the woods, sensed that the 2 ground dragons were approaching him. He turned his direction and started the moon step. The animals in the forest saw the huge body of the ground dragon and fled. No matter how powerful the ground dragon was, it was not something that ordinary creatures like them could provoke. I see you. Mu Bai in the sky showed a kind smile. The ground dragons on the ground heard the sound in the air and looked up curiously, only to see a humanoid creature in the sky. Just as they were wondering how this creature could fly to the sky without wings, a sound of breaking through the air came from far away. Shave! Two-handed air shock. Mu Bai, who was smashing at the ground dragon like a missile, condensed a pale white ball cover with both hands, and the terrifying vibration force was brewing in his palms. Gently passed in front of the two dragons. Two transparent balls were embedded on the heads of the two earth dragons in the blink of an eye. What is this? The earth dragon looked at the white ball on his head and didn't care. Mu Bai, who crossed with him, didn't look back at them and snapped his fingers in his hand. The animal instinct of the dragon beast frantically reminded them of the danger of this light ball at this moment. But they had no way to break free from this light ball. And at this moment, they remembered the fear. At the moment when the light ball exploded, the ground was instantly crushed, and the huge head exploded like a watermelon in the vibration. There was no fluctuation on the ground. Mu Bai, who didn't look back, said thoughtfully, "The controllability of the fruit seems to have increased." The old earth dragon not far away suddenly opened his eyes. "No. Aku and Ali are dead. And the enemy killed them." The unique roar was heard by all the earth dragons. "What? There are creatures around here that can threaten us. Is it another group of ground dragons that attacked us?" The old ground dragon saw the face of the attacker through mysterious power. "It's those creatures from another world. Creatures that claim to be human." "What are you talking about, old patriarch?" A strong ground dragon said disdainfully. "Those weak creatures are very weak. I once ate 2 of them, and their meat was quite tough." "You are wrong. Myuk. He has the power of the devil. Roar! I'm going to eat him." After saying that, the sturdy ground dragon ran at high speed on the ground, and a figure appeared in front of the main road of the tribe. The ferocious beast head was cruel and bloodthirsty. Sulfuric acid spray, puffing up his cheeks. The ground dragon Nuke sprayed a mouthful of green concentrated sulfuric acid at Mu Bai. Shave! He actually dodged it. So what? A monkey is a monkey. The ground dragon opened its big mouth and bit Mu Bai fiercely. "Are you playing house? What a clumsy fight." He dodged and missed the attack. The white ball cover on his right fist condensed and punched the ground dragon on the cheek. The huge body was overturned to the ground. Blood flowed from the sour and smelling mouth, and a mouthful of steel teeth were broken, dragging up the body of the ground dragon. Mu Bai used his arms to throw the ground dragon, which was more than 10 meters long, out like a piece of rag. Such a level 4 is too weak. Mu Bai stretched his muscles and bones, and looked at the dozen terrifying beasts in front of him with a little disappointment. The other ground dragons did not dare to underestimate this human anymore, and surrounded him cautiously. They did not even dare to make a tentative attack. "Since you don't attack, it's my turn." Mu Bai didn't say anything nonsense. "Just shut up and hit." As soon as the voice fell, Mu Bai's figure disappeared from the spot. And with a terrifying speed, the vibration ball cover in both hands did not need to be charged at all, and hit the bodies of several ground dragons in front of him like a storm. The fist wind stirred up layers of air waves. The vibration ball cover swept like a gust of wind, shaking and exploding on the back, head, and abdomen of the ground dragon. The terrifying creaking sound spread densely on the huge body. It was the first of the 7 limits. Random numbers. But the difference was that Mu Bai was holding a vibration ball cover at the moment, and every violent attack was fully integrated with the vibration force. No need to charge. The same power was also weakened a lot. But even if the power was weakened a little, Mu Bai's terrifying attack frequency was there. In 1 second, more than a dozen vibration punches hit him, and even a level 4 earth dragon could not bear it. There were furious earth dragons, who tried to strangle Mu Bai despite the pain. But for this man who was like a god or demon, it was too slow. The first punch hit the opponent's head. The vibration ball cover exploded, and all the organs of the earth dragon were vibrated and displaced. The second and third punches hit the weak places such as the abdomen continuously. The giant beast lost consciousness within a few punches. You are an iron wall. Mu Bai can also break through you. The battlefield was one-sided, and more than a dozen earth dragons were knocked to the ground by Mu Bai in less than a minute. It was like turning on the unparalleled in the game. The chief of the earth dragon tribe behind the encirclement looked at all this with horror. When Mu Bai was killing people everywhere, he made up his mind. He was chanting strange spells, which seemed to be prayers for some sacrificial ceremony. Mu Bai, who stopped attacking, was emitting heat. Beside him were more than a dozen giant beasts that fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, Some were stunned. And some were beaten to death. The warm-up is over. Let's try my vibration power. Mubai opened his hands. Then clenched his fists. And the huge white ball cover condensed again. The space was making a wailing sound. But the ball cover was still condensing. And the color changed from pale white to pure white. The biggest round of the vibration fruit overturned the world. The vibration ball cover disturbed the atmosphere in the ground. And slammed hard in the middle of the tribe. Squeak! Squeak! The ground broke layer by layer. And the unprecedented huge gap swallowed everything. The ground tilted at a 60-degree angle made the earth dragon, who lost the ability to move, fall into the crack. Under this blow, all traces of the earth dragon tribe were eliminated. And the force of the vibration turned the entire ground upside down. If Mubai was in the ocean at this moment, he would have caused a tsunami of nearly 100 meters. You devil! Dragon god! Give me strength so that I can fight against the devil! The chief of the earth dragon slid into the bottomless gap under the pressure of the vibration. Still chanting a special spell. He should be the chief of the tribe. Seeing this scene, Mubai's expression was calm. Killing and plundering are the nature of creatures. Survival of the fittest. Even if there is more killing, Mubai will not regret it. As long as he can make himself stronger. It is worth it even if hundreds of millions of creatures die and thousands of interfaces are annihilated. After gaining powerful abilities, my personality and mentality seem to have changed. But this is not bad. Mubai said to himself. The configuration of his own abilities should also be put on the agenda. It is estimated that it will not take long for the tremor fruit to be developed to awaken, reaching the level of Whitebeard when he was young. The vibration power of islands and seas can be triggered while talking and laughing. If I can get the subsequent devil fruit, I have the fruit position given by the system. And according to the best ratio, one for each of the 3 major systems? That's a later story. Let go of your mind. Mubai's observation color clearly sensed that a creature was approaching. To be precise, a bloated body was rushing up from the nearly 6-meter wide crack below. A black shadow rushed out. A pair of wings that covered the sky stretched out from his back. The ferocious dragon horns extended forward. The dark dragon scales densely covered his body. And the golden pupils were full of anger. Western black dragon? It was a black dragon that came out. No, it was not a real black dragon, but a dragon beast that forcibly opened the divine possession and strengthened its blood. The real 5-color dragon or other pure-blooded dragon clan has a minimum strength of level 5. And the foreign one in front of him is estimated to be able to reach the peak of level 4. Human. You destroyed my race and slaughtered my compatriots. You demon. You are seeking your own death. The black dragon could actually speak human language, which surprised Mubai. Through the anger in his eyes, Mubai guessed the other party's identity. Are you the patriarch of this tribe? You shouldn't blame me for their death. Mubai said word by word with a serious expression. If not you, who should I blame? The black dragon lowered his head. His eyes fierce. He will let this alien visitor experience the real horror in a while. Blame you. Looking directly at the other party's light golden pupils, Mubai said firmly. Blame you, the patriarch, for being too weak to protect your compatriots. All this is because of your poor strength. You are a constant, and I am a variable. If I, Mubai, don't come today, Muhan will come tomorrow. Your ending is doomed. And you can change all this but do nothing. My arrival just accelerated this process. Seeing Mubai's eyes were unusually sincere, the old patriarch was also a little confused. Is it really his fault? It's because of his poor strength. There was a trace of self-blame in the huge pupils. I'm kidding. You won't really believe it. Mubai snapped his fingers and said with a smile, You are courting death. Black flame. The old patriarch realized that he was being fooled, and angrily spit out black flames. And a huge flame beam rushed towards Mubai, in order to corrode and burn Mubai alive. The black dragon's black flames contain extremely strong corrosive power. That's right. Come on. Fight. Fight with your life at stake. Excited Mubai gathered the ball cover with his right fist and hit it hard in the void. The disturbed atmosphere and the ground formed a vibration barrier. The black flames and the white vibration barrier were actually a bit deadlocked at the moment of collision. Is this the peak of level 4? If that's all, you disappoint me. The strong wind blew Mubai's hair backwards, and Mubai said with some disappointment. The black flames were retreating, and Mubai's vibration barrier had the upper hand. Damn it! The chief of the earth dragons who transformed into a black dragon saw that things were not going well, and flapped his wings to fly into the air. It was easy for dragons to gain control of the air, and no creature could defeat the overlord of the sky. The black dragon soaring in the sky circled in the air, glided close to the ground, and rushed towards Mubai. Dragon breath. Big black flame. The pitch black flame spewed out, and the black light beams cut the ground. Wherever the black flames passed, the ground was transformed into a highly corrosive swamp. Shave! Mubai dodged the attack and looked at the black dragon in the sky with interest. Vibration. Moon step. The white ball cover condensed on the soles of his feet, stepped on the void, and used the reaction force of the vibration, plus the characteristics of the moon step, to move at high speed in the air. Do you think you will be safe in the air? Too naive. Bending his legs, accompanied by a roar. The ground was cracked, and Mubai's figure moved at high speed in the air. How can this human fly? The black dragon looked at this scene in shock. He was so panicked that he almost forgot to flap his wings. Oh no! The transformation time is almost up. I have to get rid of this lunatic. Flying his wings that covered the sky, he flew to a higher altitude. The dragon's scales rubbed against the air and made a sharp sound. That was the fastest speed he could achieve, flying higher and higher, until he passed through the clouds, maintaining the posture of gliding with both wings. The old patriarch looked back and saw that there was no figure of the human in the dense clouds, and his heart was relieved. At such a height, birds can't fly up, let alone a human. Looking straight ahead, the anxious old patriarch was looking for a safe place. His transformation was estimated to last only a few minutes. Above the clouds, you can vaguely see the towering mountains, and a few lonely strange birds appear and disappear in the clouds. Under the sunlight, the colorful light is dazzling. This scene is like a scene from another world. What a beautiful sight. Yeah. The old patriarch, who turned into a black dragon, finally realized who he was talking to. This voice. That human was right above his head. How could it be possible? I didn't notice it at all. Mubai sat leisurely on the dragon head, holding the dragon horns with both hands. It's not that the black dragon didn't notice it, but Mubai used his observation color to interfere with the other party's perception, making himself invisible. But in fact, before the black dragon flew to the clouds, Mubai had already grabbed his wings and jumped onto the dragon head with a flip. The black dragon's sweat dripped from his forehead, and he didn't dare to make a sound. A minute later, the black dragon, who was driven crazy by this threat, said, "Human from another world, how did I provoke you? Forget about the hatred of exterminating the clan. Can you let me, a poor old guy, go?" Eating a piece of chewing gum in the backpack. Mubai didn't reply. In this depressing atmosphere, another half a minute passed. Mubai on the dragon head slowly spoke. "Of course I can let you go, but you have to take me to a new ground dragon tribe." "What? Impossible. You devil." He pressed the top of the black dragon's head with one hand, and the pale white ball gathered. "It seems that you don't understand your situation yet. Get down." There was a cracking sound from the palm, and the surrounding clouds were torn apart. An unparalleled vibration exploded above the black dragon's head, and the torn atmosphere was filled with chaotic airflow. The huge dragon wings were weakly swaying in the wind under the impact of the airflow. The black dragon, with its consciousness scattered, fell vertically to the ground. Bang! The body fell at high speed and slammed into the lake. The splashing water disturbed the animals drinking water around and scattered them. Shave! Stepping on the black dragon's body, Mubai felt that the vitality of the ground dragon chief under him was rapidly weakening. And after a few seconds, he turned back into the form of a ground dragon. "I lost consciousness." The move just now seemed a bit cruel. Mubai touched his chin and muttered to himself. A pair of cold vertical pupils in the lake watched everything that had just happened, swaying their bodies and drawing the curve of waves in the water. The huge crocodile surfaced, and the fierce breath made the surrounding animals hold their breath. He is the overlord of the lake, the real king of giant crocodiles. With his evolved wisdom, he defeated the powerful enemies in the surrounding forests in just 20 years. Yo! Look who is floating by the lake. It was actually a fainted ground dragon. The giant crocodile's eyes lit up. He would definitely advance to level 4 if he swallowed such flesh and blood. He opened his huge mouth of nearly 5 meters, and saw a monkey-like creature standing on the body of the ground dragon in his peripheral vision. He was not scared in front of me. No matter. Swallow it together. What a big crocodile. It seems that the animals in this world are not small. Seeing the giant crocodile with its mouth wide open, Mubai kicked it with a side kick and a vibrating ball cover. It hit the front mouth of the giant crocodile directly. The lake split in the middle, and the giant crocodile's huge body was kicked out of the lake by Mu Bai in a creaking vibration. After completing the difficult 720-degree continuous rotation in the air, the giant crocodile's body knocked down 2 trees and stopped. Crocodile meat seems to be delicious. I've decided that you will be my first lunch after arriving in the alternate dimension. As soon as I thought of it, I started to act. I simply chopped down a few giant trees and arranged them into a grill, and then put the decomposed crocodile on the grill. After a while, a strong fragrance floated by the lake, holding the giant skewers, turning them upside down and roasting them. Mu Bai opened his mouth and bit down. The crocodile meat is tender and very soft when swallowed. It can be said that it has both the freshness of aquatic animals and the wild fragrance of terrestrial animals. Mu Bai, who was full and satisfied, leaned on the branches to rest. I just ate at least 3 times my own body weight of meat, but I digested it all by myself, which should be due to my super strong physique. If my physique is greatly improved again, Mu Bai can feel that he will touch that stage, and his life will be returned. Glancing at the taskbar, I have killed more than a dozen earth dragons so far, and there is still a certain distance from 100. Mu Bai just patrolled the surrounding area, and most of them were ordinary creatures, and he didn't see a single ground dragon. I'm afraid there won't be many ground dragons. If he searches for them one by one in this world, it will take a long time to find them. This is why Mu Bai spared the life of the ground dragon leader. An old horse knows the way. This old ground dragon must know where there are ground dragons living in the surrounding area. The sound of tumbling came from the ground dragon. Mu Bai jumped off the branch and walked to the ground dragon leader, who had just woken up. Mu Bai stepped on his head and said, "It's good that you woke up. I'll give you another chance. Tell me the location of the ground dragon population, and I'll let you go." The weak ground dragon leader had no other choice but to humiliatingly agree to the human's suggestion. "The number you dialed is out of service. Please call again later." In the bedroom, Song Chung hung up the phone. He was a little curious about where Mu Bai had been during this period. He had not answered the phone call. It's been a month. Tomorrow is the time to announce the results. On the other side, a man covered in blood sat on the ruins of the collapsed land. All around were earth dragons that were beaten to death by the vibration force. In the past 20 days, Mu Bai can be said to have been looking for dragons everywhere in this world. After learning the location of the 2 tribes from the first earth dragon chief, Mu Bai did not stop to solve the 2 tribes. Just now, Mu Bai found the last tribe. The strength of the 2 earth dragon priests in their prime reached the peak of level 4. Even Mu Bai took some effort to kill them. Ding dong. The task of killing 100 earth dragons is completed. Task reward: Xuanya heavy fire, good quick sword. All proficiency increased by 2,000. It turned out to be a knife. Summoned. A long knife with a black handle and flame patterns appeared in Mu Bai's hand. Holding the hilt, he chopped the trees next to him from top to bottom. The white blade of light instantly split the tree that was as big as 4 people hugging. What a fast sword. The grade is not low. This world is the same as the world of One Piece. The grades of swords are divided into ordinary swords, fast swords, good fast swords, large fast swords, and supreme large fast swords. For example, Hawkeye, who is known as the world's #1 swordsman, holds the supreme large fast sword Black Blade Knight. In the original work, Whitebeard's Zhang is also of this grade. After checking the time, Mu Bai knew that tomorrow would be the time to announce the results, and he had to go. "It seems that I haven't signed in today. What a sin." "Sign in." A slightly hoarse voice came out of Mu Bai's mouth. Ding dong. Sign in successfully. Constitution plus 0.5. Observation hockey plus 200 proficiency. Armament hockey plus 200 proficiency. Courage plus 0.5. Open the panel. This is the result accumulated over the past month. Name: Mu Bai. Level: Level 3. Constitution: 70. Armament hockey: 3800/25,000, proficient. Observation hockey: 3886/25,000, proficient. Conqueror hockey: 56, spirit. Kendo: 1502/25,000, proficient. Navy 6 styles: 8900/25,000, proficient. Devil fruit, tremor fruit, 66%. Equipment: Xuanya heavy fire, good blade. All the skills on the panel have reached the proficient level. The original worst Kendo has also been upgraded to proficient this month. The Constitution has also increased from more than 60 points when I first came in to 70 points. Mu Bai has a hunch that when the constitution reaches 100 points, he will undergo earth-shaking changes. The fruit development progress has also skyrocketed, increasing by 7 percentage points in a month. I have to go out. Crushing the teleportation beads. Mu Bai's figure twisted. Swish. Mu Bai, who looked a bit bad, was teleported out. The guarding soldier didn't recognize who he was for a moment. Good fellow. You are Mu. Mu Bai. The soldier, who was a bit arrogant at first, said in surprise after seeing Mu Bai's face clearly. Mu Bai simply washed his face in the pool next to him. Hearing the soldier's question, Mu Bai was also a little surprised. Do you know me? This is Hong Province, so it stands to reason that his reputation should not be that great. Are you the Mu Bai from Yuan Province? The senior high school student who awakened the Conqueror's hockey that was circulated on the internet some time ago. Is it known that he can use Conqueror's hockey? Thinking back to the scene at that time, it should be the civilians in the car who took a picture of him solving the painful cult members with their mobile phones. Yes, it's me. Mu Bai responded with an unchanged expression. Do you blame those who filmed the video and exposed that he can use Conqueror's hockey? No. Hide your strength? That's what mediocre people would do. When they are weak, they pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. Little do they know that in the real world, the first to be eliminated are those who love to hide. If you want to become a top powerhouse, you have to fight. You have to rob. You have to have the heart of a strong man. And you have to show all your strength in every battle. If you don't do this, how can you compete with those trendsetters of the times? Some people were originally fierce tigers who dominated one side, but they really became pigs after hiding. This is not the protagonist of a cultivation novel, who will become stronger if he hides, even if he gets the ability of double fruits in the future. Mu Bai will not hide. In his previous life on Blue Star, as an orphan, he wanted to be an ordinary person. But in this wonderful world, Mu Bai doesn't want to do that. If you are afraid of others coveting you, looking back and forth, and afraid of this and that, how can you become a top powerhouse and stand on the top of the world? Go strong. Become stronger than everyone else. Step on the 8th level throne, and even surpass it. Then you will be the rule. Say goodbye to the guarding soldiers and board the train back to Jian City, Yuan Province. On the train at night, Mu Bai looked through his mobile phone. When he was in the dimensional space, several people called him, and Mu Bai called back one by one. The number of fans in Sparks has become 800,000 in a month, which really scared Mu Bai. The back end of the app was terribly stuck, and all of it was private messages to me, saying all kinds of things. I opened my homepage, and the video with the most likes was posted by someone called Mu Shin's #1 fan. I clicked on that person's avatar, and wow, it was none other than Lu Jun, the user of the Momo fruit that night. He posted a video of Mu Bai neatly dealing with the bandage monster. The comments below were also varied, saying all kinds of things. There is information about the bandage man on the official website of Xia Country. He is an S-class wanted criminal and a bandage swordsman with level 4 strength. I have to say that Mu Shin at level 3 beat him like stepping on an ant. Awakening the Conqueror's hockey plus the powerful Tremor fruit plus perfect physical skills. I am convinced. Mu Shin is probably a top-tier player in the country. He is so terrifying. He must not be allowed to stay. I watched the video. The bandaged swordsman passed away peacefully. Not bad. But compared with Jiang Bumming, he is not as good as him. I have a lot of words. Listen to me. Mu Shin and I are from the same hometown. According to my observation, Mu Shin may be a girl. The results will be released tomorrow for enrollment. People like Mu Bai must be the talents that the 4 major universities are fighting for. Where is Mu Shin? I haven't updated for almost 30 days. Woo 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 woo. My moo moo hee hee. Hack. The keyboard master is so terrifying. I took a photo of the carriage and added a line of words. Yuan Province. I am back. In a few seconds, the comments increased. These guys are too fast. Buzz buzz buzz. There was a buzz in his hand. Mu Bai didn't like ringtones and had a special liking for vibrations. I don't know if it was influenced by the fruit. See the caller ID. Zhongwu University Admissions Office. In the admissions office of Zhongwu University, Director Liang, with gray hair, smoked one cigarette after another. It is said that the 4 major universities respect Zhongwu. But in the past few years, the other 3 top universities have successively won the National League Championship. This year, I heard that Jiang Bumming joined Shinda University, intending to sweep the national championship. The principal has issued a death order. If you can't recruit players who can compete for the National League this year, Director Liang, you will leave. But where can you find such talents? Zhongwu has been weak in the past few years. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the only thing that supports this university is probably this golden signboard. The real geniuses are cultivated by aristocratic families, and Zhongwu University happens to be at odds with these aristocratic families. This is the real reason for the decline of Zhongwu. Director Liang flipped through the newspaper in a distracted manner, and saw the news that Mu Bai was commended for killing the cultists. Yes, Jian's Mu Bai. He is not a child of an aristocratic family. He turned on the computer and searched the internet. And he was immediately excited. Superman type tremor fruit. Level 3 kills level 4 bandage swordsman in seconds. He even awakened the domineering color domineering aura. What a joke. How could he not know such a person? Xiao Tian. Director Liang shouted at the top of his voice. The door of the director's office was pushed open, and a young man wearing glasses entered the room. Tian Jun saw that Director Liang's face was not very good, and his heart skipped a beat. He knew that Director Liang had just been severely criticized by the principal these days. Director Liang. I'm here. What's the matter? Tian Jun swallowed his saliva and said carefully. Seeing Xiao Tian's puzzled face, Director Liang pointed to the computer screen and said, What are you asking me? What's the matter with this Mu Bai? I asked you to pay attention to the deeds of these geniuses on the internet. Why didn't you mention it to me? Hearing this, Tian Jun said a little aggrievedly, Director, you are wronging me. I mentioned it to you 2 days ago, but you were absent-minded at the time. I thought you had invited Mu Bai. My fault. Director Liang slapped his forehead hard and said with regret, My fault? I remembered that if I let such a genius go, even if the principal does not dismiss me, I will not have the face to stay here. You go. Forget it. I will contact this Mu Bai. Okay. Director Liang. Yuan Province. Jian City. There seems to be a friend there who is the garrison commander. Feng Jioga. Contact this old friend first. Since this Mu Bai is in Jian, Feng Jioga must know Mu Bai's situation best. After dialing Feng Jioga's phone and communicating for more than 10 minutes, Director Liang also understood. The 3 major universities are vying for Mu Bai. The chips are offered at a sky-high price. And I can't wait. Once Mu Bai agrees to the other 3 universities, it will be too late for me to regret it. But he didn't know that Feng Jioga, who was sitting in the office on the other end, smiled as soon as he finished communicating with him on the phone. Although it is his alma mater, Mu Bai is a genius of my Jian. You can't do it without a big blood when you are in the middle of martial arts. How much resources Mu Bai can get depends on you. Director Liang, who had just hung up the phone, went to ask the principal for instructions. But unfortunately, he didn't even get into the principal's office. The principal said that he was upset and asked me to leave it at the door. Director Liang told Mu Bai a story with a wry smile. After a long time, a word came from the principal's office. I give you the maximum authority. This Mu Bai must get to Zhongwu. If Mu Bai doesn't come to Zhongwu this year, you Liang Jihui, get out of Zhongwu. After receiving the order, Director Liang returned to the office and called Mu Bai. After a while, the call was connected. Hello. Is this student Mu? I am the director of the admissions office of Zhongwu University. I wonder if student Mu Bai has chosen any of the 4 major universities. Hearing the voice coming from the phone, Mu Bai smiled. I haven't confirmed it yet. I'll take a look when the school representative comes to our number 6 middle school tomorrow. After talking about some family matters, Mu Bai tactfully said that he was going to rest. Director Liang on the other end of the phone smiled and said to have a good rest. After hanging up the phone, Mu Bai knew that it was Feng Jioga who gave his phone number to the Zhongwu admissions office. The confidentiality of privacy in this world is very good. Zhongwu must have contacted Feng Jioga in advance if they could contact him. Thinking of Feng Jioga's instructions to him that day, he knew that this was an opportunity for a lion to open his mouth. As for why Mu Bai did not clearly state that he would go to Zhongwu, of course, it was to increase his bargaining chips. Given Zhongwu's current situation, it is difficult to have a place in the National League. So Zhongwu can only focus on the freshmen. The importance of the National League is self-evident to all universities. Other universities may be thankful to be able to enter the ranking. But for Zhongwu, there is only one way to change its predicament. The championship position of the National League. The allocation of resources of major universities. The degree of national support. And the allocation of personnel in some key resource-based dimensional spaces are all based on the ranking of the league. After hanging up the phone, Director Liang of Zhongwu's admissions office packed his luggage and said to Tianjun outside, "Xiao Tian, I will leave all the work matters to you. I will go to Yuan province in person. Go to find that Mu Bai?" That's right. Mu Bai's answer on the phone just now was ambiguous. No matter what he thinks, we must strive for this opportunity. Tomorrow, the enrollment of Zhongwu in Jian will be handed over to me. Director Liang, who had booked the plane ticket online, hurried out of the school gate after speaking. A ray of light appeared in the sky, and Mu Bai, who was squinting his eyes to rest, also opened his eyes. A new day began again. The first thing to do after opening his eyes is of course to sign in. Silently recite the sign-in in your heart. Ding dong. Sign in successfully. Physique +1. Kendo +200 proficiency. Armament hockey +100 proficiency. Courage +1. The host has successfully signed in for 70 days. And the big turntable is open once. Hearing the prompt sound, Mu Bai instantly woke up. It turned out that there was such a reward for signing in for a certain number of days. Open the big turntable. Big turntable description. Spin the big turntable and the host has a chance to get a magical card. The rarity of the card is divided into common, rare, epic, and legendary. It is detected that the host has opened the big turntable for the first time, and the newbie reward is opened. 10 consecutive draws are given for free, and the newbie must get a legendary card when the first 10 consecutive draws. Card? What is this? Click on the 10 consecutive draws, and the colorful turntable in front of him rotates violently in the void, even sparking, subconsciously tilting his head back. Mu Bai suspected that if the turntable continued to spin, it would be scrapped, accompanied by the sound of ding ding. Rewards with cards of different colors jumped out from under the turntable. White common card, stamina recovery potion, can restore a certain degree of stamina. White common card, magic bread, eat it. You will not need to eat for 3 days. Blue rare card, enhanced sharpness, using it will enhance your bound weapon and make it sharper. Seeing the illusory cards in his hand, the passing passengers seem to be unable to see these. Interesting. These things are not owned by this world. I don't know what the legendary card will be. Mu Bai is a little excited. The big turntable is still spinning, and more sparks are flying. Mu Bai has no doubt that this virtual turntable will be broken into pieces in the next second. A purple card fell out. Catch the card. Mu Bai's eyes lit up. Purple epic card, black mysterious gloves, equipment card. The gloves contain dark power. Sword damage to you is reduced by 20%. System prompt. The same equipment card can only be worn once. Equipment cards can be hidden, no matter whether the host chooses to hide or not. Other people can't see these equipment. Mu Bai silently recited the equipment gloves in his heart. A pair of black leather gloves appeared in Mu Bai's hands, and Mu Bai chose to hide. The gloves on his hands disappeared out of thin air, like a magic trick, and the touch of the middle of his hands did not change, like the emperor's new clothes. This thing is good? System. Let me ask. What parts are the equipment cards? System prompt. Equipment cards include head, helmet, neck, necklace, hands, hands, upper body, clothes, lower body, pants, feet, shoes. A total of 6 parts can be equipped, just like in the game. Each part can be equipped with an item. Mu Bai looked at the big turntable with more eagerness. But it was a pity that the last 5 cards were all white ordinary quality, all of which were recovery potions. At the last moment, the turntable collapsed with a bang, and a golden light appeared in front of Mu Bai. This special effect, if you make a game with this system, it will definitely be a hit. After complaining, he picked up the golden card floating in front of him, and a sound like a tsunami came. Ah! Golden legend. 2 black lines appeared on Mu Bai's head. Why is this voice so familiar? I seem to have heard it before my soul traveled through time. Turning over the card, the golden light flashed throughout the carriage. Of course, others could not see it. This is. The whole soul stopped at this moment. It turned out to be this thing. Golden legend card, fruit position. No matter how powerful the devil fruit is, it is not as precious as this. Using it can allow you to take the second devil fruit without any hidden danger. Fruit position is the god forever. Delighted, Mu Bai put the card into his card bag, and the idea of the second devil fruit had a preliminary result. As long as he could get another devil fruit and use the fruit position, he could become a double devil fruit ability user. And unlike Blackbeard in the anime, there is no hidden danger in using the fruit position to eat the devil fruit, such as Blackbeard's dark fruit needs to bear double damage. But if Mubai eats the dark fruit, there is no hidden danger at all. What his system gives him is higher than the basic rules of this world. How to get the devil fruit? Mubai is a little bit troubled. But as long as there is a system, it may not be difficult to get the devil fruit in the future. The fruit position card in his hand, plus the fruit position rewarded by the system after winning the National League. He is about to create a new history. An unprecedented 3 devil fruits in one body. All passengers, please pay attention. Jiannor station has arrived. Hearing the prompt sound of the station, Mubai walked out alone, and all his luggage was placed in the space storage bag. After walking out of the station, I had a simple breakfast and took a taxi to the gate of number 6 middle school. I greeted the security guard and entered the campus. It was time for the get out of class to end. The students in the first and second grades were exercising in the playground. The students in the third grade basically didn't come. The college entrance examination results were usually announced at noon. Mubai was the first to come. As soon as he walked into the playground, the pot exploded instantly. Hack! Is that Senior Mu? What senior? Call me God Mu. Damn. Mubai is a bit handsome. Mubai is my idol. Just because Mubai and I have been in the same school, I can brag about it for the rest of my life. Several junior school girls held notebooks and pens and said to Mubai shyly, Senior Mu, can you sign for us? Senior Mu, can you write a blessing for me? Senior Mu. Surrounded by girls, Mubai tried his best to restrain his breath. It was not that Mubai had any desire for these junior girls, but that the evil spirit on him was too heavy. 33 Novel Network. More than 20 days of fighting have changed Mubai's temperament. He took the notebook and pen, and signed his blessing and his name on the notebook. The junior who got the notebook was so happy that she jumped for joy. But the junior behind her was not happy. Why? Why can the junior do it, but the junior can't? Senior Mu, I like you. Can you write your blessing on my back? The junior, who looked a little rough and nearly 2 meters tall, said to Mubai shyly. Damn. Junior, you are a little perverted. The junior took off his school uniform and turned his back to Mubai with his bare chest. Get lost? Ahem. I have something to do, so I'll go first. Mubai relaxed his throat and ignored the others. Mubai walked into the teaching building. The burly junior saw that everyone else was looking at him with a perverted look. So he put on his clothes, looked down on them, and sneered. What's the use of women? I dare say that Mushin will never forget me from now on. The girl walked away with disgust when she saw the scene. But the boy behind her suddenly realized it after hearing it. It makes sense. If you want your idol to not forget you, it's either love or hate. It makes sense. This brother is a talent. I think I can learn from him. Damn. Your thoughts are a bit dangerous. If you want to be beaten by Mushin's vibration punch, then go ahead. Walking to the door of his class, Mubai saw a middle-aged man with gray hair talking to Mubai's teacher. And the principal next to him was also agreeing from time to time. The three of them came over when they saw Mubai coming. The middle-aged man with gray hair stretched out his hand with a kind smile on his face. He said to Mubai, Hello? You are classmate Mubai. You are really a handsome man. I am Liang Jihui, the admissions office of Zhongwu, who talked to you. Hello, Director Liang. I am Mubai. I didn't expect you to come here in person. I am very scared. Mubai's tone can be said to be very polite. The principal, with his hands behind his back, led the two to the conference room, winked at Teacher Kong and left. Before leaving, Teacher Kong gave Mubai a few words of advice. Although he knew that Mubai was mature at a young age, as a teacher, he still had to give a few words of advice on such a big matter as joining a university. Teacher, don't worry. Knowing that the other party was also doing it for his own good, Mubai nodded repeatedly. Teacher Kong walked out of the conference room, and now only the two of them were left. Pulling out the chair, Director Liang said admiringly, Student Mu's deeds are widely circulated even in Wuda. And our Zhongwu Principal Duan also praised you highly. Principal Duan? Duan Zia. Mubai is certainly not unfamiliar with this name. The president of Zhongwu University. The chairman of the Martial Arts Association of Ming Province. Most importantly, he is a level 8 emperor. The praise from the 8th level emperor. If this sentence is spread, whether Duan Zia said it or not, it will be a bombshell. No matter how low-key the young man is, he can't remain calm when hearing such an evaluation. He is observing Mubai. Observing this high school graduate who has created a series of miracles. Picking up the warm water on the table, Mubai drank half a sip. his face calm. At the negotiation table. False reputation is shit. And striving for more resources is the kingly way. Principal Duan has always been my idol for progress. I am very happy to be praised by him. Mu Bai said with a smile, raising his mouth. Ha. This little fox. Director Liang looked at Mu Bai's change of face, and knew that this guy was not a fool. On the contrary, this Mu Bai was mature, and his words and deeds were accompanied by a layer of alienation, or a sense of distance. The two chatted for a while, and the topic gradually heated up. Ha. Classmate Mu is indeed an extraordinary person. I won't keep you in suspense. Standing up, Director Liang said solemnly, on behalf of Zhongwu University, I invite you to join us. I admire Zhongwu University very much in my heart. But in fact, for me, I can choose any of the 4 major universities. I think it's not difficult with my ability. Knocking on the table, Mu Bai said calmly. It's not just not difficult. It's too easy. Even if Mu Bai gives up the exam or gets 0 points in the college entrance examination, the other 3 famous schools will use the special enrollment quota to let Mu Bai join their schools. This is impossible for ordinary candidates. But it's very simple for a top genius like Mu Bai. 2 medium-sized different dimensional spaces are free to enter during school. First-class treatment of top universities. For years of university tuition is completely waived. And you will receive a personal subsidy of 15 million yuan every year. Director Liang said one by one in a clear and loud voice. These conditions are really good. Especially free entry to the different dimensional space. 1 level is not enough. I want special treatment. And the school must give me 1,000 points. Mu Bai shook his head and said to Director Liang in a calm tone. When Director Liang heard Mu Bai's request for special treatment, he just frowned. But when he heard Mu Bai wanted 1,000 points, his eyes widened and looked at Mu Bai in surprise. Student Mu, since you know the existence of points, you must be aware of its importance. The 4 top universities operate on a point system. Points are earned by completing tasks, spending on life, spending on special training rooms, making weapons, etc. It can be said that points are the cornerstone of the operation of the university. What does 1,000 points mean? It is equivalent to you and your friend entering the workplace at the same time. Your friend has not yet earned a monthly salary of 3,000. But you have completed a small goal of 100 million. Seeing the other party's reaction, Mu Bai was of course also testing Director Liang's bottom line. Points are just dead things after all. No matter how many points I give them, it will not change the current predicament of Wuhan University. But if we win the championship of the National League, Wuhan University will no longer be what it is today. Director Liang, who was sitting on the chair, smiled. You are right. Whether it is in the individual competition or the team competition, as long as Zhongwu wins the championship, it will once again become the leader of the 4 universities, surpassing Chengdu. But what confidence do you have to win that dazzling championship? Relying on talent? Chengdu's Jiang Buming, Donghai Province's Yuan Buer, Shihuang Province's Cheongzi, etc. At this point, Director Liang sat back, staring at Mu Bai with his piercing eyes. They are more famous, and they may say that the championship belongs to them. But to be precise, no one is sure to win the championship on such a national stage. Let's make a bet, Mu Bai suddenly said, looking at Director Liang. Bet against each other? Yes, bet against each other. Opening his hands, Mu Bai smiled and said, this bet has an upper part and a lower part. The upper part is that I will sweep Zhongwu within a year before the end of the next semester. How about it? Hearing this, Director Liang thought for a while and asked, what is the lower part of the bet? Defeat all colleges and universities, win the National League, and the individual championship. Hearing this, Director Liang laughed, and he saw the confidence in the boy's eyes. Director Liang pointed at Mu Bai and said, interesting. What's the bet? After snapping his fingers, Mu Bai said calmly, the bet is 10,000 points. 1,000 or 2,000 points is meaningless. If I win, the school will give me 10,000 points. If I lose, I will work for the school to repay 10,000 points. The premise is that the school will give me 1,000 points unconditionally at the beginning of the school term. And after I complete the first part of the bet, all the facilities on campus will be guaranteed to be free for me. After thinking for a moment, Director Liang said, okay, a debt of 10,000 points is unheard of. Director Liang can be sure that it will take 10 years to repay the full 10,000 points. But are you sure? Mu Bai, you have to know that even if there is no bet, You are still a sought-after genius in the 4 major universities. And you don't necessarily have the pressure to win the championship. If you don't win the championship, you will give me the devil fruit position? The idea of the trinity of my master, the strongest devil fruit ability user, cannot be abandoned. Scanning the main task in the interface, Mubai said that I will definitely win the National League Championship this time. The young man with such a heroic spirit is what Zhongwu lacks the most at present. Let's put it this way. Zhongwu is also full of talents this year. If you are the first-year leader, I can apply for your privileges before the National League in advance, and use the school facilities for free. Hearing this, Mubai looked at Director Zhao in a strange way. Are you sure they are good enough for me? Although it seemed like a crazy statement, Mubai was actually speaking sincerely. Only he knew how strong he was at the moment, compared with students who were at level 2 or had just stepped into the threshold of level 3. He was like the final villain in the TV series, who went to the novice village and advanced to wait. It's not the quantity that is poor, but the quality. Hearing Mubai's words, Director Liang was speechless for a moment. Very good. Keep this mentality. Now that I have said everything, I will leave. After tidying up his appearance, Director Liang said solemnly, finally, welcome classmate Mubai to join our Zhongwu University. It's my honor. Mubai was also looking forward to joining Wuda and embarking on a new journey. After getting the result he wanted, it didn't matter whether he looked at the results of the college entrance examination or not. Taking out the phone, Mubai called Li Piao. Why hasn't Piao come to school yet? If you don't come, I'll leave. Li Piao on the other end of the phone laughed and said, Who is Li Piao? I don't know him. I have successfully changed my name to Li Piao. Is there any difference? Why are you leaving when the results haven't been announced? Li Piao said puzzledly after reacting. I've been recruited internally. I joined Wuhan University. It doesn't matter whether the results are looked at or not. My dear, bragging is my forte. But you are the one who is really awesome. Mubai had already walked out of the school gate when he was called back by the principal and the teacher. The principal said earnestly, Mubai, you are our role model in number 6 middle school. After the college entrance examination results come out, the superiors will come to give bonuses, and you can't be left out. If there is money to be made, Mubai thinks it doesn't matter if he waits a little longer. When he returned to the classroom, he saw a floating head wandering around. Li Piao? To be precise, the name was changed to Li Piao. Spin and jump. I closed my eyes, seeing that the other party was intoxicated in his own world. Mubai hit the other party's neck with a big neck. Li Piao was frightened. Who is causing trouble here? Ah, it's Lao Bai. Didn't you go home? Seeing that it was Mubai who did it, Li Piao stopped talking, seeing his limbs walking on the ground. Mubai couldn't help but sigh. With your current image, others don't know that you are still acting in horror movies. You are so good at predicting. There are people who are shooting horror movies coming to me these days. They say that it would be a waste if I don't act in horror movies with my split fruit. These people have good vision. Mubai smiled and patted his forehead. He seemed to see a rising master horror actor in the future. Near noon, the classmates in the classroom came in one after another, chattering about the college entrance examination results, and looking at Mubai from time to time. During this period, Mubai can be said to be very famous, and he can often be seen on TV and the internet. I'll be satisfied if I can get 500 out of 1,000. You're overthinking it. I want to get 800 points to join the 4 top universities. Come on. I can be sure that Mubai is probably the only one in our class who has this score to enter the top universities. But this year's admission score is really high. You need to get over 500 points to get into a key university, and 600 points to get into a key university. The 4 top universities have a unified score of 800 this year. Indeed, the competition pressure is much greater than last year. I don't know how many of our students in the top 100 of the national high score list are from Yunnan province. What national score list? Why haven't I heard of it? You are ignorant of this. Since the test questions this year are universal across the country, the official will add a national college entrance examination ranking in addition to the provincial ranking. Damn. That means millions of people will be left behind by 1 point. I don't know if Mubai can make the list. It feels a bit difficult. Although Mubai is very strong. I guess. Yawning, Mubai held his head with both hands, feeling very sleepy. He hadn't rested for a while. And even with Mubai's physical fitness, he couldn't stand it. Hack! Mubai, you're on TV. Jian Youth Ambassador, Li Piao exclaimed as he scrolled through his phone. Other students gathered around, and saw the local news of Jian that Li Piao showed them. In the news, a beautiful host officially announced that Mu Bai from number 6 middle school became the ambassador of Jian. Last time I helped catch a cultist, and the government said I would be honored. This is nothing. No matter what happens to students from number 6 middle school, they will not stand idly by. Mu Bai said calmly, as his classmates stared at him. If someone else said this, they would probably despise that person and ask why he was pretending. But it was different when this sentence came out of Mu Bai's mouth. After all, this person was the one who killed the 4th level cultist in a few moves. Strength is the cornerstone of all words, especially in this world. Mu Bai, you are so amazing. I have never heard of anyone who became a local youth image ambassador after graduating from high school. If it were me, to be honest, I would probably run faster than anyone else when I saw the cultists. Outside the classroom, Teacher Kong walked in and saw the students gathered together. He asked curiously, "What happened?" "Gather behind," an excited girl said. "Teacher, Mu Bai has become the image ambassador of our Jian." Hearing this, Teacher Kong was also a little surprised, but he quickly covered it up. "Mu Bai is your role model. Whether you join the university or work in the future, you must learn this kind of perseverance. Okay, go back to your seats. The college entrance examination results will be announced soon." The students returned to their seats obediently. 33 Novel Network. Brother Bai, you have become the capital of bragging in Lao Kong's mouth. Guess what happened when our school and number 5 middle school held an exchange meeting some time ago? I heard that Lao Kong was your teacher, and the teachers of number 5 middle school were all green with envy. They all went to ask Lao Kong how he cultivated such an excellent student, which made Lao Kong very happy. Li Piao whispered to Mu Bai below. You didn't go to the scene, did you? Don't just hear it from others. Mu Bai, who knew Li Piao's hobbies well, knew that this guy liked to talk nonsense when he was bored. Hiss. Am I such a person? Li Piao? If others don't know, don't you know? If I make up a story, I'll have my arms and hands broken. Seeing Li Piao's heroic look, Mu Bai pointed at him speechlessly and said, "Aren't you now broken arms and hands? Heck, did I get this fruit because I said this too many times? What a sin! I don't know if Li Piao inherited the fruit of the split fruit, but not the luck of the overlord of God Buggy. But looking at this guy's unreliable appearance, he is a bit like God Buggy." On the podium, Teacher Kong glanced at his watch and said loudly, "It's 12 o'clock. Everyone can check their college entrance examination results online. Don't forget your examination number and your ID number." The excited students quickly logged into their college entrance examination accounts and refreshed them twice to get the results. Some students jumped up and said excitedly, 501. Just 1 point short. 439 points. It is in line with my strength. There are naturally excited people and disappointments. 221 points. What the hell is this? 388 points. This is too bad. If I awaken the armament hockey, the score would definitely be more than this. Li Piao and Mu Bai became the most Buddhist people. Mu Bai himself was recruited by Wuda, so it didn't matter whether he looked at the results or not. So Mu Bai was not in a hurry. As for Li Piao, his deskmate and good friend, Mu Bai naturally knew the reason. This guy's father had already contacted a channel to recommend him to a local second-tier university in Jian. Teacher Kong on the podium saw that Mu Bai didn't move, so he naturally knew the reason. He walked down from the podium and said to Mu Bai with a smile, "Why doesn't Mu Bai check his grades?" Mu Bai, urged by his class teacher, logged into his college entrance examination account slowly. Dong dong. The phone rang, and Teacher Kong picked up the phone and saw that it was an unknown number. After answering, it was someone from the Yuan Province Education Bureau. "Excuse me, are you Mu Bai's teacher? I am a staff member of the Yuan Province Education Bureau. Have you seen Mu Bai's grades?" It turned out to be someone from the Provincial Education Bureau. "He called me because of Mu Bai's grades? Isn't there a problem?" "Yes, I am Mu Bai's teacher. Mu Bai is right in front of me and is checking his grades." The other end of the phone paused for a moment, and then said, "Okay, we will have relevant leaders go to congratulate Mu Bai on his winning the first place in Yuan Province this afternoon." Hearing this, Teacher Kong was shocked. The first place in Yuan Province. The score on the phone screen was also swiped out. Seeing the score, Mu Bai was not surprised, and his expression was very normal. But Teacher Kong's phone fell to the ground when he saw the score. But he didn't care about the phone at this moment. The clear 4-digit number came into his eyes. It was the first time he saw a 4-digit college entrance examination score in all his years of teaching. Mu Bai. Am I seeing this right? You scored 1,000 points. Teacher Kong, with red eyes and rapid breathing, grabbed Mu Bai's shoulders and said tremblingly, seeing the teacher's body trembling with excitement. Mu Bai smiled and said, "The full score is 1,000. When they heard that Mu Bai got 1,000 points, the whole audience was silent, especially after hearing Mu Bai's reply. They stood still. Yes, for them, 800 points is the maximum score they pursued in high school. With such a score, they can step onto the biggest stage of Xia country and enter the 4 top universities. But for a genius like Mu Bai, the full score is only 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. He will still get full marks. Such strength and pattern are unimaginable for ordinary students like them." After a short silence, excited shouts broke through the sky. Other teachers in the next class thought something had happened. When they came over and heard that Mu Bai had a full score in the college entrance examination, they almost fainted. The principal also stumbled towards Mu Bai, crying with joy, holding Mu Bai's hand and saying excitedly, just now, someone from the Education Bureau told me, you are the martial arts champion of Yuan province. Go check the National College Entrance Examination rankings." Hearing this, Mu Bai searched the National College Entrance Examination rankings. The 100th to 90th place is about 987 points. The 90th to 30th place is about 995 points. And the second place in the country is 998 points. There are 5 people tied for the first place in the country. Mu Bai, Yuan province. Jiang Buming, Shendu region. Yuan Buer, Donghai province. Xiongzi, Shihuang province. Yuqian, Shouming province. Mu Bai naturally knew what was the most difficult thing to get 1,000 points. Theoretically, it is impossible to get full marks for 500 points of actual combat training. To get full marks, you must defeat the examiner. When I defeated the animal level 4 instructor at level 3, I did not use the fruit ability. I don't know what level this Jiang Buming is at. Although the test items are different this time, there are still requirements for first-tier cities. The soldiers responsible for the actual combat assessment of first-tier cities are also the strongest among the 4th level. I have to become stronger. Stronger than everyone else. In the shocked eyes of the surrounding classmates, Mu Bai was invited into the principal's office by the principal. 1,000 points. This is the first time in my life that I have seen someone score 1,000 points. And he is right next to me. I used to think that Mu Bai's strength was lower than that of the top geniuses. But now it seems that I underestimated Mu Bai. Since Bai was born. Why was I born? The other 4 people who scored full marks in the college entrance examination are far more famous than Mu Bai. Now Mu Bai is on par with him. It can be said without a doubt that from today on, Mu Bai will be famous all over the country. These 4 top universities must be fighting for it. If I were Mu Bai, I would die of laughter in my dreams. Okay, one by one. Do you have the strength to dare to be compared with Mu Bai? To be honest, after this time, if we want to see Mu Bai again, we have to be on TV. Li Piao, who was sitting in the back row, sneered. Li Piao, yes, you have the best relationship with Mu Bai. Do you know how Mu Bai is trained? Seeing Li Piao in the back row, someone asked with great anticipation. The other students also looked at Li Piao. In the noisy classroom, students from other senior classes also mixed in, wanting to admire the full score in the college entrance examination. You guys, do you think Mu Bai is a natural genius? He is not. At this point, he looked up and looked out the window, his eyes filled with thought and lofty meaning. Have you ever seen Jian at 3:30 in the morning? Mu Bai, when he first started practicing, he would go home after school every day and practice hard until 3:30, then go to bed, and wake up at 3:30 to continue training. Which of you has such perseverance? The classmates who heard this were dumbfounded. This Mu Bai was too hard-working. But some classmates said puzzledly after hearing it, going to bed at 3:30 and waking up at 3:30 is equivalent to not sleeping. Isn't it? Hearing his words, Li Piao shouted loudly, subordinates are not allowed to kiss their superiors. Cough cough. That's right. Mu Bai doesn't sleep every night because he can't sleep. He once said to me earnestly, how can you still sleep at your age? The classmates around were all shocked. Having such perseverance is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. Seeing everyone's reaction, Li Piao smiled proudly. Come and take a few steps. If you have nothing to do, take a few steps. I won't be surnamedly if I don't fool you. As Li Piao spoke, all the students present were excited. When the atmosphere reached its climax, Li Piao raised his arms and shouted, "Kings, princes, generals, and ministers, ahem, work hard, fight, for the future of Xia country, work hard, fight." The head of the school at the end of the corridor passed by and saw this scene, and silently applauded. As expected of Mu Bai, he practiced the Navy 6 styles during the toilet time, thinking of his useless child. The head of the school tightened his belt. Mu Bai in the principal's office naturally didn't know that Li Piao was already telling about his glorious deeds that he didn't know about. The principal sat down and smiled from ear to ear. Seeing Mu Bai looking at him, the principal put away his smile and said to Mu Bai, "Just now, the Ministry of Education and the municipal government have been preparing for the commendation ceremony, which will be held at the municipal government at 1 p.m. Hearing this, Mu Bai asked curiously, "What reward?" "I value practical things more. 3 ginsengs from the medicine world. All of them are 300 years old. After taking them, they are of great benefit to cultivation, and will also strengthen one's own physique. Plus a 10 million scholarship," the principal said excitedly. The medicine world? The so-called medicine world is a high-level, different dimensional space, which is rich in precious medicinal materials. To enter, one must be a strong person above the 6th level of purple gold grade. The medicine world is full of dangers, with a high casualty rate, and the medicinal materials produced are even more valuable. The 300-year-old ginsengs from the other world can be said to be quite exaggerated. Each one is the most precious and popular item in the black market. There have been auctions in the black market, and the auction price is also 9 million, and the average price is about 20 million. In order to commend Mu Bai, the government can be said to be full of sincerity, as if Mu Bai is a superstar and tomorrow's emperor. Afternoon. The commendation meeting was held as scheduled. Many media rushed over after hearing the news. On the high platform, Mu Bai spoke dignifiedly about his understanding of cultivation and life. The media and the public below burst into thunderous applause. The person in charge of the Jian municipal government awarded Mu Bai the ginseng from another world and the scholarship, and talked about the planning and construction of Jian City in recent years and his own mental journey. Feng Jioge in the audience gave Mu Bai a thumbs up. After the commendation meeting, Mu Bai declined the request of a group of leaders to have a dinner together, and got into Feng Jioge's car and left the venue. In the car, Mu Bai and Feng Jioge sat in the back seat. "You are indeed the same kind of person as me, and we don't like such occasions," Feng Jioge, who was crossing his legs, said with a smile. "If there is such a reward every day, I would like it every day." Raising the ginseng in his hand, Mu Bai said jokingly, "Haha, that's true. What are your plans for the future? I heard that you have joined Wuda and made a bet with the surname Liang." Mu Bai simply talked about the bet. Feng Jioge beside him stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly. "You are an extraordinary person, and you do extraordinary things. Just because you have the confidence to compete with these geniuses, you will have a place in the future of Xiagua. Wuda and I each get what we need and complement each other. The National League Championship is what the 4 universities dream of. I am confident that I will win the first place," Mu Bai said with a clenched fist. "Isn't it tempting to compete with all kinds of geniuses in the National League?" At the same time, Director Liang, who was on the plane back to Ming Province, smiled knowingly when he saw the news that was the most searched, with the top 100 college entrance examination scores in the country, and tied for first place with Jiang Buming and others. Mu Bai is probably the savior of Wuda's rise. The black car stopped at the gate of the community, and Mu Bai thanked him and got out of the car. "It seems that a little friend is waiting for you," Feng Jioge said thoughtfully, using the sight color to perceive. Mu Bai looked into the alley. "Goodbye, Mu Bai. I hope that the next time I see you, it will be on the stage of the National League." Senior, are you leaving Jian?" Although I had a premonition, Jian was just a small temple after all, and it couldn't accommodate Feng Jioge, who was about to break through to level 6. The alien war zone is tight recently, and I need to go for a while. Feng Jioge leaned on the car seat and said indifferently, "I wish you good luck in martial arts." Before leaving, Mu Bai said seriously, "I wish you good luck in martial arts too." The car door closed gently, and the black car drove away in the moonlight. The car disappeared from sight. Mu Bai turned his head and walked into the alley. His slender figure was stretched diagonally in the moonlight. In the dark alley, a man wearing a baseball cap stood not far from Mu Bai. What do you want to see me for? You are squatting at my door late at night. Mubai was not surprised when he saw the face under the brim of the hat clearly. The man opposite lowered the brim of his hat and said in a low voice, Mubai, I will go to participate in the East Wasteland trial tomorrow. And I came here just to see you this time. Walking forward a few steps. The face under the baseball cap was also illuminated by the flash of car lights. It was Xiaoqi who dropped out of school for no reason and disappeared for many days. I don't think you can pass the East Wasteland trial with your level. The probability of you dying there is very high. As if telling a fact, Mubai's voice did not fluctuate at all. The Eastern Wasteland trial, also known as the Eastern Wasteland Military Academy selection, is open to all eligible people. Kill aliens in the other dimension. And the more you kill, the higher your ranking. The levels of the aliens vary. You may encounter a weakling of level 2 today, but you may encounter a level 5 alien tomorrow. There are nearly 20,000 participants every year. And finally 10 people who are still alive will be selected to join the Eastern Wasteland Military Academy. I have no choice. I was abandoned by my family. I need a reason to support me. This reason is to defeat you openly. The young face showed a trace of determination. It seems that Xiaoqi has matured a lot, but he may not be able to achieve his goal of surpassing himself. Ding dong. It is detected that a human unit regards the host as a target to surpass. The belief is very strong. Start the continuous task. The insurmountable mountain, every time the opponent is defeated. The host can get 1% fruit development progress. Hint, the opponent can have one chance to defeat at each level. This insurmountable mountain task is not bad. If you use it well, after entering Wuda, you only need to defeat those who are dissatisfied and resentful, and let them regard themselves as the target to surpass. It's a pity that you can only defeat them once at one level. But even so, the speed of your fruit awakening will rise to a higher level. Defeat me? I haven't seen you for a while. Let me see if your level has improved. Take out the coin in your trouser pocket, and cracks appear on the coin covered by the white ball cover. The coin is ejected in your hand, and hits Xiaoqi's abdomen accurately. With the sound of cracks in the void, Xiaoqi's figure was quickly knocked out and embedded in the wall. Looking down and seeing the coin with white smoke, Xiaoqi stood up with difficulty. The ability to use vibration to transmit to matter, and to include vibration in matter. Has your fruit been developed to this stage? Mubai, who came over, said softly, You are too weak. If I had my way, this coin would have been embedded in your brain. Shave! Seeing Mubai approaching, Xiaoqi, who was unwilling to give up, rolled over and operated the shave, escaping Mubai's sight. Armed color finger gun. With a low shout, the black finger gun attacked Mubai. Are you still using such an outdated move? It is undoubtedly true that the ability user does not develop his own fruit. As he spoke, Mubai twisted his body lightly, and the soles of his feet condensed by the white ball cover drew an arc in the night sky, accurately hitting Xiaoqi, who was moving at high speed. With a whistle, the void was accompanied by a creaking sound, and layers of cracks broke. Xiaoqi only felt that his chest was hit by the train. He was like a kite with a broken string, smashing through the abandoned wall in the alley. He lost consciousness. It is undoubtedly stupid. Mubai, wearing a black sportswear, turned and left without looking in Xiaoqi's direction, because his goal was achieved. Ding dong. Complete an insurmountable mountain mission once, and the reward fruit progress will be increased by 1%. After returning home, Mubai took out the pressure cooker, added water, and put 3 ginsengs from another world in it. After eating 3 ginsengs, see how much physical points and proficiency can be added. Tens of millions of dollars in a pressure cooker. The pressure cooker feels Alexander. Tomorrow morning, I will leave Yuan Province and take a plane to Taiping City, Ming Province, where Zhonghui University is located. There are still dozens of days before school starts, so I will go to adapt to the environment in advance. 33 Novel Network. In the ruins of the alley. I don't know how long it has been. Xiaoqi resisted the severe pain, stood up, and limped on the cold street. He understood that the gap between him and Mubai was getting bigger and bigger. When he first got the fruit, he was crushed by Mubai, who had the tremor fruit. But a few months later, he was not even a bug in front of Mubai. A simple kick made him lose consciousness. It was not a pleasant feeling to have the power of life and death in the hands of others. Failure did not weaken his will. On the contrary, the unattainable fruit of victory would lead his soul to the bottomless abyss. The first thing you can't forget when you wake up is to sign in. Ding dong. Sign in successfully. Physique +1. Observation Hockey +100 proficiency. Kendo +200 proficiency. Courage +0.5. After eating 3 ginsengs from another world last night, my body excreted a lot of impurities, and the smell was disgusting. Mu Bai suspected that it was caused by too much waste and toxins accumulated in his body. Of course, his own harvest was also full. Open the panel. Name, Mu Bai. Level 3. Constitution, 75. Armament Hockey, 5800/25,000, skilled. Observation Hockey, 7886/25,000, skilled. Conqueror Hockey, 65, Spirit. Kendo, 3502/25,000, skilled. Navy 6 Styles, 10050/25,000, skilled. Devil Fruit, Tremor Fruit, 73%. Equipment, Xuanya Heavy Fire, Good Blade. Black Mysterious Gloves. Constitution and Fruit Progress soared after taking the ginseng from another world yesterday. Especially after I took the first ginseng. The efficacy of the second and third ginsengs was much reduced. It seems that a person cannot take a medicinal material multiple times. The body will have resistance, which affects its own absorption. The effect of the medicine in the medicine world is indeed extraordinary. Mu Bai can feel that his vitality has reached a critical value, and the barrier of level 3 is slowly loosening. On the flight to Taiping City, Ming Province, several flight attendants and passengers recognized Mu Bai. They wanted to take a photo with Mu Bai. Since the release of the National College Entrance Examination list, Mu Bai can be said to be known throughout the country. Like a rising star, Mu Bai's number of fans on Huahua social media has also exceeded the 1 million mark. After the plane landed, Mu Bai took a taxi to the city center, where high-rise buildings stood in rows, and the number of pedestrians coming and going was unknown, which was many times that of Jian, a third-tier city. 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped, and Mu Bai paid the fare and got off. What came into view was the quaint and heroic strange stone gate, with dragons and phoenixes carved on it, and a vivid Taotai was carved in the middle. The 4 characters of dragons and phoenixes were engraved on Taotia's body. Shongwu University. The 2 huge stone lions more than 10 meters high at the entrance of the college were daunting. Many young people came in and out with luggage, and it seemed that they were all senior students who returned to school early after the holiday. Passers-by on the roadside looked into the school from time to time. A fat young woman not far from Mu Bai couldn't help but sigh when she saw the students coming in and out. It has to be a top-notch school. The eldest son has gone in. I don't know if my youngest son can get in here next year. Her eyes swept over Mu Bai, who was dressed in ordinary clothes but had an outstanding temperament, standing blankly at the school gate, and then looked back at her fat and dull child. She was so angry that she said in a yin and yang tone, "This top-notch school is not something that poor people can enter. People with no money and power can't enter. Some people have to see their situation clearly before they can be good people." Hearing this, Mu Bai turned around and said with a smile, "You stinky bitch. Are you talking to me?" 33 Novels Network. Hiss. What did you call me? A poor person who looks like a dog? Do you believe that I will find someone to beat you up? You look like a stinky worker. From the countryside, the middle-aged woman was holding her waist and chattering. This big city is good. The chance of meeting abnormal people is so high. But do you want to die? The smile on Mu Bai's face faded, replaced by endless murderous intent. Under this fierce look, the middle-aged woman fell to the ground. Her mind was in a trance. Poor bastard. I'm going to kill you. Kill. A pool of liquid flowed out from below. The fat son next to him saw the scene and walked to Mu Bai angrily. Some students of Wuhan University stopped when they saw this scene. Hack. Are they going to fight at the gate of Wuhan University? Awesome. The little fat man who rushed to Mu Bai stood on his toes desperately. But he was still not as tall as Mu Bai. Seeing this funny scene, the students around who couldn't help laughing laughed. Some took out their mobile phones to compare repeatedly. It seemed that they had seen this handsome boy somewhere. Others laughed out loud. But Mu Bai was expressionless. His originally good mood was affected by a piece of trash. Then go to H.L. Without any hesitation, Mu Bai pressed the big face covered with oil with one hand and pressed it hard on the ground. The white ball condensed in his hand, and the little fat man desperately held Mu Bai's iron hand and tried to break free. But just like steel, it was useless for him to resist. The devil's whisper sounded in his ears. Air shock. A creaking and cracking sound rang out in the void, and cracks appeared out of thin air in the wide field in front of the school gate. The ground was collapsing, and strong airflow was running around. The face that was tightly grasped by Mu Bai shed a trace of blood, and his eyes turned white, and he had lost consciousness. The onlookers were dumbfounded. This madman? Does he really dare to do this? This vibration ability. He is Mu Bai, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Yuan province, and the monster who ranks first in the national college entrance examination with those monsters. Pulling out the unconscious little fat man from the ruins, Mu Bai threw him aside casually. The weight of 250 kilograms in Mu Bai's hands was as easy as throwing a sandbag. It's not too much to punish someone who dared to verbally assault him. At least he didn't kill him. He just needs to stay in the hospital for a year or two. How dare you? Stop right there. A loud shout rang out, and a fat man walked out of the school, looking at Mu Bai angrily, and walked a few steps to the middle-aged woman. Mom, are you okay? Son, kill him. Kill that little bastard. Several other classmates saw this scene and persuaded the fat man. Han Xiao, calm down. Things haven't been made clear yet. Enough. The fat man called Han Xiao walked in front of Mu Bai angrily. He said in a beast-like tone, "Do you want to die?" This is exactly what Mu Bai said to his mother at the beginning. Han Xiao's classmate over there quickly said to Mu Bai, "Are you a freshman this year? Hurry up and apologize to Han Xiao. Otherwise he will kill you." You are Mu Bai? Another classmate said in surprise. Han Xiao, who was furious, couldn't listen to these. When he was about to take action, a person who ran out of the school was Director Liang of the admissions office. Seeing the mess in front of him, he turned to look at Han Xiao and said, "What happened? Han Xiao, you got into trouble again?" Turning to look at Mu Bai, Director Liang smiled and said, "Student Mu is here." Director Liang, "I'm here, but it seems that the quality of your school's students is worrying." Looking at Han Xiao, Mu Bai had an inexplicable smile on his face. "Kid, who are you talking about? How dare a freshman talk to a junior like that?" Han Xiao looked at Mu Bai as if he was looking at a dead person. "Junior? You're like a dog. In my Mu Bai's place, only strength counts. And you're just a loser who barks and barks because you've wasted a few years." Hearing Mu Bai's words, Han Xiao's blood surged, and then he smiled sinisterly. "Okay. This is the first time I've seen someone so arrogant. You're a freshman. I'll give you time. I'll deal with you personally after the opening ceremony. You can't refuse when I issue a challenge." Hearing this, Mu Bai suddenly said, "I have no problem beating up a loser like you." Director Liang on the side did not intervene in the two's affairs, but just watched everything quietly. He wanted to see how Mu Bai would deal with such a conflict. "You're really a young man. The challenge I'm talking about is the death arena. Do you dare?" Han Xiao said with a fierce look in his eyes. "That means it's okay to accidentally kill someone. If so, I have no problem at all," Mu Bai said thoughtfully with his hands in his pockets. Everyone was stunned. No one expected this freshman to say such a thing. This is a lunatic who is even crazier than Han Xiao. Several followers behind Han Xiao stood in front of Mu Bai, looking at him with sarcastic smiles on their lips. A freshman dares to be so arrogant. No matter what kind of genius you are, you need to learn to respect your seniors first. You know? Looking at the clamoring fish in front of him, Mu Bai found it very interesting. Interesting. After Mu Bai finished speaking, a strong spirit filled everyone's mind, and the strong pressure made the knees of several minions in front of Mu Bai slowly press to the ground. "Ah, my body seems. I can't kneel down." Unfortunately, their bodies still couldn't withstand Mu Bai's spirit, as cold sweat dripped onto the ground. With a few thumps, they all knelt in front of Mu Bai and gasped heavily. The eyes of several people were full of fear. They didn't even dare to look at Mu Bai, and walked aside in shame. Seeing this scene, even Han Xiao, who was at the top of level 4, lost his composure. It must be admitted that even he was slightly distracted by such a spirit, and his body stiffened involuntarily. This was a death sentence in a top-level battle. Heroic hockey. What's your background? Han Xiao's fat face was a little uncertain. "Okay. If you have any conflicts, you can solve them later. Mu Bai, come in with me to go through the admission procedures." Director Liang frowned and dispersed everyone, and took Mu Bai into the school gate. The second he entered the school gate, Mu Bai smiled. A familiar prompt voice said, "Main quest completed. Successfully joined Zhonghui University, and rewarded a random natural devil fruit. Do you want to draw? Random? Draw? Ding dong. Congratulations on getting the natural devil fruit. The thunder fruit. I didn't expect that I would successfully get another devil fruit the moment I stepped into Wuda. It was the famous natural thunder fruit in the original novel. As expected, following the main line would bring great benefits. In this way, I have the ability of two fruits: the natural thunder fruit and the superhuman shock fruit. Following Director Liang, I received my special card, which still has 1,000 points. Aren't you curious why I don't care about your conflict with Han Xiao? Director Liang, who was guiding Mu Bai to fill out the admission form in the office, said with a smile. The strong have the right to explain everything. At least in this era. Wudao wants to cultivate strong people and tigers. How can you see the rainbow without going through the wind and rain? Mu Bai, who was filling out the form with a fountain pen, said as he wrote. Interesting interpretation. Aren't you afraid that Han Xiao will organize the senior students to deal with you together? Deal with me? That's great. I find it troublesome to find a reason to deal with him. Don't blame me if you come to me. After filling out the last item, Director Liang had other things to do and didn't talk to Mu Bai more. After explaining to him the use of the special card and Mu Bai's accommodation, he left in a hurry. According to Director Liang's previous instructions, Mu Bai found his dormitory. It's called a dormitory, but to be precise, it's a single-family villa next to an artificial lake. This is the basis for the special treatment. In Taiping City, where every inch of land is valuable, owning a single-family villa in a top university, every condition combined is not something that ordinary people dare to think of. Walking to the pure wooden door, Mu Bai swiped the special card, and the door opened automatically. As soon as he entered, the first floor hall was at least 6 meters high, with gorgeous crystal pendant lights, black marble floors, and tiles as bright as mirrors. What a scene of a wealthy family. But at this moment, Mu Bai didn't have much time to observe these. He closed the door and sat on the wooden leather sofa. He silently chanted in his heart and opened the fruit position. Ding dong. The fruit position was successfully opened, and the host could absorb the second devil fruit without any disadvantages. Take out the thunder fruit, and a fruit with a blue-green skin and spiral patterns appears in Mu Bai's hand. Mu Bai ate it in big mouthfuls, without any surprise, and Mu Bai felt a warm current in his heart. Under this strange feeling, Mu Bai's body flashed with electricity, and his figure disappeared instantly. And in the blink of an eye, he came to the bedroom on the second floor. This is exactly the use of the electric field released by the thunder fruit. The incarnation of electric current moves in the electric field and ignores obstacles. This movement speed far exceeds shaving and can be called a magical skill. Instant body, accompanied by the slight sound of thunder and lightning. Mu Bai teleported at a speed beyond the naked eye. Even in the natural system, this is a speed that only a few fruits can achieve. Standing outside the single-family villa, Mu Bai activated the power of thunder and lightning, and his right hand turned into virtual thunder and lightning. The flashing lightning on Mu Bai's body crackled. Aiming at the lake, he opened his thunder and lightning right hand, and a strong electric current was emitted from Mu Bai's hand. The blue electric light illuminated the dark night sky. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. The thunder and lightning were blazing, and the thundering electric current was emitted from Mu Bai's body. It seemed that the powerful electric current that could destroy everything broke free from Mu Bai's upper body. In a flash, it turned into a beast composed of thunder and lightning. Under Mu Bai's control, the thunder beast opened its ferocious mouth and pounced on the lake with its fierce thunder and lightning claws. Instantly, there was a bang on the lake. Even if Mu Bai deliberately suppressed the power, the strong electric current still attached to the lake for a long time without dissipating. Freshwater fish with white bellies floated on the surging lake surface day by day. Mu Bai's case is a blatant electric fish. In the original work, Enelu is not weak, and the fruit is developed in a comprehensive way, whether it is close combat, defense, or long-range attack. There are also many kinds of moves. 30 million volt Thunderbird, 60 million volt Thunder Dragon, 200 million volt Thunder God. There is also a hard net developed by combining the extremely strong observation color, combined with the ability of the thunder fruit. The fruit owner can absorb radio waves, thereby enhancing the ability and range of the hard net. The range is so large that Enelu can also use the hard net on Sky Island. When he hears others say bad things about him, he can also sense and summon lightning from the sky to punish the other party at will. Mu Bai, who just took the thunder fruit, has roughly understood what he can do after the experiment just now. Without the development of the fruit, he can use up to 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. As for the hard net, standing in the yard, Mu Bai closed his eyes. The sound of the breeze blowing the fallen leaves, the sound of the lake flowing and returning to calm, and the cry of the nightingale. It's still a little short. Maybe if I can improve my observation hockey, I can achieve a hard net like Inel. Mubai closed his eyes, and everything was dark. But under the observation hockey, the world was a different scene. With a thought, a tree not far away was struck by lightning from the sky, making a crackling sound and emitting a charred black color. Turning his consciousness to the lake, lightning struck continuously from the sky, and each shot accurately hit the dead fish on the lake with its belly turned upside down. Dead fish, whip the corpse. I wish you a fish bone stuck in your throat when you eat fish. Opening his eyes, Mubai showed a surprise on his face. The thunder fruit is the most potential of the natural fruits. If you use it well, you can become the real master of thunder and lightning. This is another top fruit comparable to the tremor fruit, which turns mortals into thunder gods. You can go to the training room to practice tomorrow and continue to explore the development and application of the fruit. In the pure white space, the boy with dark eyes was surrounded by thunder and lightning. With a crackling sound, a thunder dragon made of pure thunder and lightning rushed out of the boy's hand. Roar! As if it had life, the thunder dragon roared loudly. This was the result of Mubai's more than 10 days. And he perfectly controlled the thunder fruit. 60 million volt thunder dragon, combining the speed of the thunderbird with the power of the thunder beast. This is the thunder dragon. In the blink of an eye, the thunder dragon hovered in the sky, and under Mubai's control, it hit the bullseye. The terrifying electric current instantly turned the target into black charcoal. The remaining electric current ran around. Gather! With Mubai's low shout, the remaining electric current flowed back into Mubai's hands. The fierce and violent thunder and lightning were as obedient as a guard dog in Mubai's hands. At this moment, he was the king of thunder, the master of all thunder and lightning. Electrotherapy. Operating the thunder and lightning, waves of electric current flowed through Mubai's body. In the original book, Inala can use electric therapy to shock his heart with electric current, so that he can wake up from coma. But Mubai has a new discovery. Using electric current to shock his muscles can increase the physical points on the panel. Ding dong. The host is damaged by electric current. Physical fitness plus 0.01. Ding dong. Plus 0.01. Ding dong. Prompt that the host's body has reached its limit today. Another electric shock has no effect. Physical fitness increased by plus 1 point today. Shocking yourself for half an hour every day. Physical fitness increased by 1 point. This is a sure win. Leaving the training room and returning to his single-family villa. So many days have passed unknowingly. And tomorrow is the first day of school. Mubai's eyes showed a hint of expectation. I hope you are not too weak, and have some spirit. I have to rely on you to complete the task. In the morning, the sun rises in the east, and the purple air comes from the east. The day of school has arrived. The campus of Wuhan University suddenly became lively, with freshmen from all over the country arriving, and sophomores and juniors returning to campus. The freshmen who entered the campus were immediately shocked by the configuration of this top university, and were amazed. Wuhan University. 3 years. Do you know how I spent the past 3 years? I am a lucky guy with 801 points. I almost couldn't get into Wuhan University. This will be my new journey. In the vice president's office, Renwan looked outside with a headache. His square face was majestic without anger, and his neatly dressed white suit was particularly eye-catching. What's wrong with the principal recently? He always does this. The freshman ceremony was directly cancelled, and they were thrown into another dimension? There were 3 teachers standing opposite the seat. One was a nearly 3-meter-tall naked upper-body strongman, and the middle one was a handsome boy with glasses, and there was a slim beauty leaning against the window looking outside. It's good to let them adapt to the life of a top university as soon as possible. Some of them are the strongest in their own schools, but they may not be ranked in the list in Wuhan University. This psychological gap is what they should have. The tall and strong man spoke softly, which was very inconsistent with his appearance, compared with the gentle speech of the strong man. The teacher who was sitting like a big boy next door pushed his glasses and said with a smile, "What is the state of Wuhan University? If you are useless and can't bear the pressure, just leave quickly. I heard that Director Liang did a good thing and brought you Qianqiu and Mubai here." Vice President Renwan sighed. I hope these 2 little guys can perform in a way that will impress everyone. Wuhan University can't wait any longer. The female teacher leaning against the window smiled and looked at the freshmen. After scanning everyone, a few students looked here with a sense of feeling, but she knew that only 2 students had accurately discovered her. Mubai. You Qianqiu? On the playground, Lu Jun looked strangely at Mubai, who was just chatting and suddenly turned his head to look at the teaching building. What happened to Mu Xin? Turning his head, Mu Bai shook his head. Just now, he saw a woman using the observation color to scan the freshman. She should be a teacher at the school. Lu Jun. Just call me Mu Bai. I'm afraid we are the only two in the whole Wudajian city. Mu Bai didn't expect Lu Jun to be admitted to Wuhan University. This guy still has some potential. I'm used to calling you Mu Xin. I didn't expect you to be here too. I thought you went to Shindu University. Seeing that he couldn't correct the other party's address, Mu Bai just smiled. On the rostrum in the playground, the vice president cleared his throat and said with a microphone, "Everyone, be quiet. I am Renwan, the vice president of Wuhan University. Welcome everyone from all over the world to join Zhongwu University. As one of the 4 top universities, it will have everything you want. As an assessment of you, a ranking test will be conducted today." The students below said puzzledly after hearing this. Who of you has heard of any ranking assessment? I haven't heard of it. Shouldn't we have a freshman reception ceremony first? My friend's elder brother is in Wuhan University, and he didn't mention it. Maybe it's a new policy. Not bad. Ranking is conducted on the first day to see who is the genius among geniuses. Mu Bai, who stood aside with his arms folded, was not surprised. He could see that the atmosphere of Wuhan University was not like this before, but under the predicament of the past few years, the style of Wuhan University had to change. Ignoring the whispers below, the vice president continued, "Let me talk about the rules of the game here." The vice president took out a bead and threw it on the open space not far away, and a blue-green twisted passage appeared. This is a kind of other-dimensional space. The Secret Realm bead. The rules of the game are very simple. When you enter this secret realm, a counting watch will automatically condense on your wrist. Every time you defeat someone, you will increase your score. The score of the defeated will also be transmitted to the winner. Here you can let go of your hands and feet. When your body is fatally injured, you will be automatically teleported out, and the injuries in it will disappear. The ranking of the secret realm lasts for 1 hour. During the hour, the protective shield will shrink from the periphery to the center. If you leave the protective shield, you will be eliminated. Mu Bai's mouth twitched. Why is this rule so familiar? Isn't this the otherworldly version of the Battle Royale game? After all, it is a top university, and it really knows how to play. The vice president on the rostrum knocked on the microphone. Okay, you go in now. Pay attention. Your ranking inside will get different numbers of points, and points are necessary for your survival in Wuhan University. The students below were excited and entered the secret realm in waves in an orderly manner. Mu Bai stopped and a sharp look in the crowd looked at him. The long-haired boy walked through the crowd and came to Mu Bai. Mu Bai? Yu Qianshou? When they heard each other's name being called, they both smiled. The two kings met to see who was the real king and who was the fake king. Stepping into the secret realm passage, Mu Bai steadied himself as the world spun. Glancing around, he saw ruins all around him. It seemed that before this world was destroyed, it was an intelligent race like human civilization. The whole world was dark, with dark clouds, as if a rainstorm would come at any time. A virtual light and shadow counter was worn on his wrist. It's amazing. The secret realm is indeed the most precious one in the other dimensional space. In the conference room, more than a dozen Chinese martial arts teachers were looking at the big screen, which showed the secret realm from a third-person perspective. The principal, who was sitting in the front row, was sitting lazily on the sofa. His drooping white beard made him look like an immortal, and his black casual clothes were very fashionable. The white-haired and childish person refers to this kind of person, with white hair, white beard, and white eyebrows. It was the 8th level emperor, Duan Xia. Which freshmen are good this year? Put their third-person perspective on the screen. Hearing the principal's words, the vice principal pressed the beads in his hand, and several main screens appeared in everyone's field of vision. Is he Mu Bai? Hearing the principal's question, Director Liang in the back row said, Yes, he is Mu Bai. In the secret realm, Mu Bai looked at the protective cover that passed through the wreckage. Knowing that he was now in the outer circle, hunter and prey. Don't let me down. Instant body. Accompanied by the brief sound of the electric current, Mu Bai's figure turned into lightning in the void and moved forward at a high speed. In the abandoned 2-story building not far away, more than 20 people from Ming province gathered together, looking at the gloomy and depressing sky outside. And several people had a heated discussion. 33 Novel Network. This time, more than 1,000 students with great skills gathered together, as locals of Ming province. We need to unite more and use the power of the group to get higher points. Hearing someone taking the lead, the other students agreed that it was indeed easy for the group to encircle and suppress a single student when the strength difference was not big. You are right. I agree. I agree too. Specialize on those who are alone. Good idea. I agree too. A steady voice came from the top of the building. The students below looked at each other, and no one sensed that there was someone on the roof. You have to know that as those who fought their way through the college entrance examination, whether it is observation hockey, armed hockey, or the 6 styles of the Navy, they are far superior to ordinary students. But even so, they did not notice that there was someone on the roof. You coward. Wait and see how I will teach you a lesson. Animal transformation. Elephant form. The honest-looking student shouted, and transformed into a human elephant form nearly 4 meters tall. He rolled up his trunk and smashed it against the roof. Other students saw this scene and used shaving and moon steps to escape from here. With a bang, the originally fragile 2-story building collapsed. The student who transformed into a human elephant vaguely saw a figure in the smoke. There was a trace of cruelty in the pupils of the beast. I see you. See where you can escape. Giant trunk hit. With the roar of an elephant, the thick elephant trunk wrapped around the mysterious figure. Why do I feel like I caught you on purpose? Don't think too much about it. Once you're caught by me, don't even think about escaping. Hit. 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 Why can't the trunk move? The dust from the collapsed building cleared, and a handsome boy in black sportswear appeared in their eyes. Compared with the elephant's thick trunk, his branch-like arms grabbed the rolling trunk with ease. How is it possible? Why can't I roll him up? A sharp-eyed student exclaimed. Damn. It's Mubai, the guy who got full marks in the National College Entrance Examination? Holding the trunk in one hand, Mubai began to move. Mubai smiled, turned his feet, and threw the student in the form of an elephant into the air with a huge force. What a joke. Who is the animal type ability user? Pulling the trunk, Mubai's body flashed with lightning, and he appeared in the sky in an instant. In the horrified eyes of the human elephant, the pale white ball cover was pressed on his head. An indescribable force rushed straight to the head, like a cannonball falling to the ground. The huge body in the air was pressed to the ground by Mubai with one hand. With a loud bang, the student in the elephant form lost consciousness and rolled his eyes. Under the horrified eyes of other students, the ground broke layer by layer. The city, which was already in ruins, was swallowed up by the cracks in the ground. The ground creaked like a broken mirror, and the strong air wave blew some students, who had not yet stood firm more than 10 meters away. Gao Hai, who had organized these students from Ming province to unite at the beginning, put down his arms and sweated all over. What a joke. Is he a monster? He killed the 3rd-level animal system with one punch? At the center of the vibration, Mubai stood up and put away his right hand. The animal system ability user, who was deeply embedded in the ground, emitted green light, and then his figure disappeared in the secret realm. Points +1. It seems that I have returned to the real world. Mubai, who was full of energy, murmured. The conference room fell into silence, and the teachers looked at Mubai with disbelief. Is this the tremor fruit? The young are formidable. I think this Mubai is good at developing fruits. Rather than saying that the tremor fruit made Mubai perfect, it is better to say that this Mubai is most suitable for the tremor fruit. I am curious. Why is he moving so fast? It seems that he is not shaving. The principal's squinting eyes rarely opened. What a terrifying little guy. It seems that I have to take a closer look at Mubai, the little guy who claimed to win the league championship for Wuhan University. On the ruins, Mubai opened his hands and invited everyone. Do you all come together? Or do I defeat you one by one? Gao Hai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said sternly, Mubai, don't be too arrogant. We may not lose to you alone with more than 20 people. Why don't we just pretend that no one has ever seen each other? Okay. Turning his head to look at Gao Hai. Okay. Instant body. In the blink of an eye, Mubai's ghostly figure disappeared. Not good. Gao Hai felt that he was being stared at by Mubai. Shave. He was terrified and regretted it. If he had known, he would not have acted so arrogantly. Before he could activate his fruit ability, a ruthless iron hand pressed on his forehead. It was Mubai. Gao Hai's shaving was too slow in Mubai's eyes. Air shock. With Mubai's low shout, Gao Hai felt as if his head had split apart, and cracks exploded in the void. His body turned into a meteor and hit a high-rise building 100 meters away. Score +1. Another one was sent away. Everything that just happened in an instant. Those with lower strength didn't even know what happened. And Mubai killed Gao Hai. Everyone. Don't hold back. Let's go together. Mubai's speed is so fast that we can't escape it all. Instead of letting him defeat us one by one, we might as well fight to the death. A student who saw a little bit of the trick shouted loudly. All the people who made up their minds used their devil fruit abilities to surround Mubai. This is interesting. Mubai's eyes showed a crazy look. Instant body. Mubai, who turned into lightning, condensed a white ball with his hands at a speed that no one could reach. With 2 squeaks, the students who didn't react were instantly knocked into the ground. Rhino heavy load attack. Seized this opportunity. The student who transformed into a ferocious rhino had a bright look in front of him. And Mubai revealed his flaws. At least that's what he thought. The figure behind him had already been perceived by Mubai's observation color. Just as he was about to turn around, a thin and tall ability user hugged Mubai. Glue enhancement. Super glue. Mubai, you lose the ability to fight back under my ability. He was seen oozing glue all over his body, locking the movement of Mubai's upper body. Under such a strong adhesion, Mubai's upper body movement was restricted. At the same time, the soil under his feet also became soft for some unknown reason. And a bald student drilled out from the ground with swimming goggles on his head. The hands covered with armed color tightly grasped Mubai's feet. Sorry. Mushin, the man who was swimming, said with a smile. Superman glue fruit. Superman swimming fruit. Seeing this scene, the rhino seized the opportunity and sped up a bit. Like a train crashing. Good coordination. There was no panic on Mubai's handsome face. But he praised. But an inexplicable fear suddenly lingered in the minds of the two. The ground was like a river. Mubai directly wrapped his legs with armed color and condensed a vibration ball cover under his feet. The bald man on the ground felt numb. He saw everything that had just happened and naturally knew the power of this vibration fruit. He withdrew his hand in fear and swam away. The glue man on his back felt empty in his arms. And it turned out that the elemental Mubai broke free from his ability, turned defense into offense, grabbed his neck and threw him into the sky. Mubai bent his right arm and punched the vibration ball cover into the sky. And the glue man who was doing free fall was hit hard by Mubai's punch. Squeak! Clear cracks spread around where the fist touched the glue man. Ah! The severe pain made the glue man scream in pain. Under such a terrifying vibration, the atmosphere was torn apart, and the dark clouds in the sky were all shaken apart. The rhino in front, who couldn't stop the brakes, shouted Hack. This was not the case just now. How come one of these two guys ran away, and the other was easily solved? Let's shake together. Mubai clenched his right fist, and the pale white ball cover wrapped around his fist. He rushed forward in one step, and the rhino horn and Mubai's fist touched each other. The deafening sound made all the lives nearby lose their hearing temporarily. Squeak! Ah! You can't fall down like this. The rhino's body organs were displaced by the vibration, and blood flowed from his eyes, nostrils, and mouth. His consciousness was still struggling to support, but his body could no longer withstand such vibration pressure, and the crisp sound of bone breaking was transmitted to Mubai's ears. His eyes turned white, and his huge body fell to the ground with a bang, and his head was twisted into a donut by the vibration pressure. Using the observation color, Mubai clearly sensed the location of the swimming fruit ability user. Where to escape? Instant body. Mubai, who turned into an electric current, was on top of the opponent in an instant. Do you think you are safe on the ground? One rider is worth 1,000. A huge pure white ball condensed in his hand, and under Mubai's unmatched momentum, it slammed hard on the ground. After a brief silence, the ground broke away at an unprecedented speed. The ground completely collapsed under Mubai's full-strength punch. Like a torn puzzle, the ups and downs of the ground stacked up layer by layer, playing the morning song of death in the terrifying creaking sound. 33 Novel Network. A shocking man-made earthquake is happening. The dilapidated high-rise buildings collapsed, and the streets on the ground were torn into multiple sections by cracks. Some students fell into the huge cracks in the ground while standing unsteadily, and the terrifying air waves hit the rubble into the sky. Even if Mubai put away his vibration ability, the ground is still experiencing continuous earthquakes. This is the power of Mubai's development of the vibration fruit to more than 70%. Artificial creation of natural disasters that destroy everything. In the conference room of Wuda, some teachers have stood up, They can hardly imagine that a student can have such an ability, causing natural disasters that overturn the earth at will. This kind of fruit ability is too buggy. Mubai does have the ability to compete for the top 3 in the National League, artificially changing the geological structure and causing continuous earthquakes. Although the duration is very short, there is no doubt that Mubai's development of the fruit is very perfect, and he is about to touch the higher level of the fruit's ability. Fruit awakening. Speaking of this, even the principal Duanzia was very surprised. He has seen countless geniuses, but there are not many like Mubai who have touched the secret of fruit awakening in his freshman year. And it can even be said that he is unique. It seems that the Xinjiang fruit has a high affinity with him. Otherwise, the more powerful the fruit, the more difficult it is to develop. Duanzia did not look back, and said with some dissatisfaction, as a teacher of Wuda, "Don't be startled. Be calm. Otherwise, how can you lead students in the future?" The standing teacher sat down one after another. The teacher, who looked like a boy next door, pushed his glasses and said admiringly, "Mr. Mubai, I like his style very much. This is exactly what Zhongwu lacks now." 50 meters underground. The body of the swimming fruit user had been divided into 3 parts by the vibration force transmitted from the ground. When he left the secret realm, he didn't understand why Mushin directly opened the big power on himself. Feeling the disappearance of the underground breath, Mubai's counter started to display again. Points +1. Points +1. Points +1. Looking around, Mubai found that all the previous students were gone. They all fell into the deep cracks in the vibration just now, to the east of the secret realm. Even though they were far away, Yu Qianqiu could feel the vibration of the ground. "Is it that guy Mubai?" Seeing that Yu Qianqiu was distracted, the short-haired man holding a spear swept past. Yu Qianqiu did not dodge or evade, and his body turned into sand. Such physical attacks had no effect on him, because he is Yu Qianqiu, the emperor of the desert, the power to control sand, and the ability user of the sand fruit. "I wanted to play with you for a while, but now it seems that the front is more fun." The short-haired man did not dare to be careless, and his weapon attached with arm-color domineering pierced Yu Qianqiu. Desert sword. Yu Qianqiu's arm instantly turned into sand, and a sand blade like a sword vibrated at a high frequency, cutting sharply towards the short-haired man. After a crisp sound, the desert sword cut through the spear and penetrated the body of the short-haired man, and the blood-stained sand dripped onto the ground. Points +1. To deal with a character like you, I only need one move. Yu Qianqiu, with long hair draped over his shoulders, had no emotion in his eyes. The transparent protective shield was still shrinking. Some students, who were not careful enough, touched the protective shield with their hands, and were directly teleported back to the real world and eliminated on the spot. After defeating more than 20 people from Ming province, Mubai met some small fish one after another, and solved them all. Now his score has reached 152 points. Standing on the rooftop and observing from a distance, Mubai's mind moved. Instant body. Standing on the rooftop, Mubai disappeared from the spot, and a sharp slash cut off half of the rooftop. With his hands in his pockets, Mubai looked at the ground, and a young man holding a long knife stood below. What was shocking was that his body was covered with scars of various sizes, which was very inconsistent with his handsome face. "You can easily dodge my slash. It seems that you are not an ordinary student. I have to work harder." A low and gloomy voice came. Snapping his fingers, Mubai said in surprise, "It's a swordsman. So rare." Indeed, the enemies Mubai encountered along the way were basically people with special abilities, or guys, who were proficient in physical skills. It was the first time he met a swordsman. Without wasting words with Mubai, the swordsman boy gripped the hilt of his knife tightly. One sword style. Ghost Moon. Exerting force with both feet, with amazing jumping power, the swordsman boy rushed to the roof and slashed at Mubai with a knife. The back of the knife seemed to be attached to a ghost, biting towards Mubai. Kung! A long sword with flame patterns collided with the swordsman boy's ghost sword, bursting out fierce sparks. The swordsman boy stepped back a few steps and said coldly, "Good sword. You are also a swordsman?" Waving the flame pattern Xuanya heavy fire, Mubai smiled and said, "I just happen to know a little bit." Mubai was telling the truth. Although he didn't use Kendo much before, it didn't mean that his Kendo level was weak. "My name is Lin Zhan." "What's your name?" the swordsman boy asked softly. Mubai. Hearing Mubai's name, the swordsman Lin Zhan was obviously startled. He naturally knew who Mubai was. "I didn't expect to meet you here. It seems that I have to use all my strength. No fear. No hesitation. 33 Novel Network. Lin Jon drew out another long sword from his waist, and the blade slashed across the ground, bringing a layer of phantom. Double sword flow. Double snakes. The two sharp long swords in Lin Jon's hands were like two snakes with life, slashing across the sky. The two swords gathered and attacked Mu Bai with terrifying slashes. This time Mu Bai did not dodge. Vibrate. Slash. The tip of Xuanya heavy fire was covered with a pale white ball cover. With Mu Bai's slash, the ball cover exploded. Under the force of vibration, the house under his feet collapsed. Facing the vibration force, Lin Jon lowered his body to avoid the vibration slash. Since you avoided the vibration, what about this thunder slash? Instant body. Disappeared? No. The opponent was moving at high speed, but he just couldn't sense it with his observation hockey. Knowing the huge gap between the two, Lin Jon gave up the attack and threw a smoke bomb towards his position, trying to confuse Mu Bai's vision. But this was useless for Mu Bai, who had a super strong observation hockey. The crackling lightning slash wave tore through the smoke and hit Lin Jon directly. One sword style. Break the momentum. Frowning, Lin Jon stopped, held the knife in his backhand, and used a similar defensive move to break Mu Bai's slash. But he got the point wrong. The slash was broken, and the lightning power attached to the knife wave turned into a thunder beast, which fiercely crashed into Lin Jon's body. Amid the crackling sound of lightning, Lin Jon supported his body with the sword. His whole body exuded the smell of being burnt. The embarrassed Lin Jon said with difficulty, "How can you have two abilities?" Waving his hand to disperse the smoke, Mu Bai shook his head and said, "I never said I only have one ability." Aiming at Lin Jon, Mu Bai shouted, 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. The thunder was shining. Dense electric currents gathered in Mu Bai's hands, and the Thunder Dragon composed of lightning instantly hit Lin Jon. In a white light, the huge roar of thunder drowned Lin Jon's consciousness. When Lin Jon woke up again, he was already in the real world outside, standing up from the playground, and all the injuries on his body disappeared. But he didn't pay attention to these. All I'm thinking about now is Mu Bai's last sentence. Is Mu Bai a dual fruit ability user? The third vision of Mu Bai in the conference room was covered by Lin Jon's smoke bomb, so everyone only saw the lightning flashing in the smoke. And Mu Bai walked out safely. Time passed by minute, and the protective cover also moved closer to the center of the secret realm at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the square in the center, a long-haired man sat on a bench and snapped his fingers. It was Yu Qianqiu. There was blood all around him. It seemed that he had killed many people here. Noticing the figure coming not far away, Yu Qianqiu said excitedly, "Mu Bai, I knew you would come. Among the freshmen of Wuda, only you can fight me. Let me introduce myself. I am a level 4 sand fruit ability user. Don't let me kill you accidentally." It turned out to be a natural sand fruit. Interesting. I am Mu Bai, a level 3 shock fruit ability user. It seems that we have to decide the winner here. The right hand condensed a white ball cover and instantly moved. Lightning flashed, and Mu Bai disappeared from the spot. The terrifying vibration hit Yu Qianqiu's position. But Yu Qianqiu, who was hit, was still smiling, and turned into a pile of sand under the vibration. "You are ridiculously fast." More than 10 meters away, the scattered sand that gathered again turned into Yu Qianqiu's appearance. After his sigh, Mu Bai clearly felt that most of the moisture around him had disappeared, and the surface was dry. 10 blades. Desert sword. With Yu Qianqiu's low shout. On the land without moisture, 10 sharp blades made of sand cut towards Mu Bai from all directions. Strong fruit control power. Mu Bai praised. Using lightning teleportation again, Mu Bai's figure disappeared from the spot. The desert sword without a target did not dissipate, but gathered again into a desert armor, accurately covering Yu Qianqiu. Sand tornado. Under the amplification of the desert armor, Yu Qianqiu's hands became elemental, and the earth-yellow miniature sand tornado took shape in his hands. Yu Qianqiu threw the miniature sand rolls around the field, and suddenly a strong wind blew, and a large amount of yellow sand gushed out of the sandy land. Although he didn't know what the other party was going to do, Mu Bai didn't give him a chance. In the sky, Mu Bai gathered the vibration ball cover and punched the ground. With a creaking sound, the sand roll that was about to take shape was easily broken up. In a flash, Yu Qianqiu's elemental transformation spread out in all directions. Mu Bai in the air did not give him a chance to breathe, and his slender legs were covered with armament color. He kicked the scattered sand body mercilessly. With a muffled sound, the arm covered with armament color blocked Mu Bai's attack. It was Yu Qianqiu who had released the elemental transformation. This force, feeling the amazing force coming from his arm, he did not dare to be careless, and stretched out his free hand to the ground. Sandification. Ground stab. I saw sharp sand spurs gathered on the ground, shooting behind Mu Bai like missiles. Unethical. Sneak attack. But this is useless to me. Mu Bai smiled slightly. He gathered the vibration ball cover with both hands, and after a short period of power accumulation, he knocked it to the left and right. The creaking sound of the fracture covered the entire space, and the sand spurs shot at Mu Bai also turned into ordinary sand and fell back to the ground in the vibration. To avoid the vibration, Yu Qianqiu turned into a wisp of fine sand and floated to the ground. If you don't use armament hockey to attack this guy, you can't cause any real damage to him. After the fight just now, Mu Bai already had a rough idea of the opponent's level. The double-colored domineering Yu Qianqiu is better than Mu Bai. Mu Bai is superior to his opponent in physical skills. His whole body is elementalized, and surging sand rushes out of Yu Qianqiu. Each grain of sand is tightly combined together. In the blink of an eye, a huge palm composed of sand grains slaps Mu Bai. In the meeting room of Wuda University, the teachers who saw this scene with the help of the third-person perspective applauded. Yu Qianqiu's fruit development is not weak, and the various uses of sand are both offensive and defensive. I still prefer Mu Bai. The ability of vibration just restrains the composition of sand grains under the same circumstances. This teacher. You think too much. No one can restrain anyone. The strength of the devil fruit depends on how you use it. Don't argue. Yu Qianqiu has started to act. Let's see how Mu Bai will respond. Looking at the huge desert hand covering the sky and the sun slapping at him, Mu Bai did not dodge or evade, but stood quietly in place. Seeing this scene, the teachers present were very confused. Is Mu Bai going to use an iron block? But under such a fierce attack, the iron block can't resist at all. Yu Qianqiu, who pressed his palm towards Mu Bai, also frowned. He didn't think that Mu Bai had given up resistance. The brief fight just now had made him realize the extraordinariness of the opponent. There was no time to think about it, and the giant palm pressed down. Mu Bai was easily slapped to the ground. No! Yu Qianqiu, who had the ability of the sand fruit, could naturally see that the opponent turned into a flash of lightning to avoid his attack. That was the unique elementalization of the natural system. In the dark sky, a thick lightning broke through the dark clouds and hit the giant hand made of sand, showing his supreme power in the daylight. In the crackling sound, the seemingly unbreakable sand was blasted away, and Mu Bai, whose body turned into liquid lightning, fell from midair. This? Impossible. The shocked Yu Qianqiu lost his eyes and opened his mouth wide. This broke his common sense for more than 10 years. How could a person have two fruit abilities at the same time? Mu Bai in front of him opened his left hand and held the terrifying thunder and lightning. His right fist was covered with a white vibrating ball. His short hair flew upward in the airflow, revealing his handsome face. And blue current was flowing on his body illuminated by lightning. Right hand vibrating, left hand thundering. At this moment, Mu Bai was like a god. In the conference room of Wuda, all the teachers had the same expression as Yu Qianqiu. Mu Bai was actually a dual fruit ability user. Suddenly, the conference room was like a pot of boiling water. The principal Duanxia, who was sitting in the front row, looked serious for the first time, looking at Mu Bai's face on the screen. He couldn't help but think of that person in his mind. Dual fruit ability users appear now. Only the vice principal heard the principal's muttering, and his face was uncertain. On the battlefield, Yu Qianqiu, who had just recovered from the shock, laughed loudly. Ha. This really breaks common sense. Mu Bai, you are so interesting. You can actually have two fruit abilities. Is your other ability a natural one? Faced with the other party's question, Mu Bai smiled and said, natural ability. Thunder fruit. Thunder fruit? Yu Qianqiu had indeed never heard of it. There are countless types of devil fruits in the world, but the proportion of the rarest natural ones is not large. The thunder fruit just happened to have never appeared in this world. The name of this fruit will be known to everyone in the future. In my Mu Bai's hands, it is the strongest natural ability. The lightning flashed on his body. Dense electric currents struggled out of Mu Bai's arms, and the ferocious thunder dragon roared and gushed out of it. 60 million volts. Thunder dragon. The world was illuminated by the powerful lightning flash at this moment, and the ferocious thunder dragon broke through the ground and bit Yu Qianqiu. Feeling the terrifying power of the other party's lightning, Yu Qianqiu did not dare to be careless. Desert barrier. The flowing sand dunes turned into a barrier to protect Yu Qianqiu, with layers of gravel stacked up. A total of 18 layers. In the blink of an eye, the thunder dragon hit the barrier, and the super high current crackled. The roaring thunder dragon instantly passed through these gravel barriers and hit Huang Long. Seeing that he was about to be hit, Yu Qianqiu gritted his teeth and roared, "Sand country! Sand sea giant!" The sand and gravel attached to Yu Qianqiu in a strange way, and a large amount of armed color covered the giant's arms. The more than 10-meter tall sand sea giant raised his arms to fight the thunder dragon. Bang! The huge air wave triggered by the collision between the two swept the entire central square. Did he hold on? The sand sea giant was covered with black scorched smoke, and Yu Qianqiu, who was protected inside, was also in a mess. The dense electric current made his long hair stand up, and his face was also white and gray. But he still held on. Even Mu Bai would not be able to launch such an attack again in a short time. Lightning and lightning. Mu Bai, who turned into electric current, instantly came to the head of the sand sea giant, twisted his waist, clenched his fist to cover the vibration ball cover, and smashed it down. The sand sea giant moved quickly, punching Mu Bai in the air, and the huge iron fist of armed color collided with Mu Bai's vibration ball cover, with the two of them as the center. All the buildings were collapsing, and even the dark clouds in the sky completely dissipated. Mu Bai, you underestimate me too much. With your level 3 body, you will die miserably if you resist my attack. A low voice came out from the mouth of the sand sea giant. Hearing the other party's words, Mu Bai smiled. The biggest vibration round. One rider to thousands. The pure white ball cover covered the pale white ball cover, and a more terrifying vibration power came out from Mu Bai's hand. The armament color arm of the sand sea giant cracked. How can such a vibration be artificially generated? Even if Yu Qianqiu saw such a vibration force for the first time, he knew that launching such a vibration ability requires extremely high physical fitness. Without a super strong physique, it is destined that the maximum power of vibration cannot be exerted. Through the sand, he saw Mu Bai's relaxed expression as he was holding off with him. Yu Qianqiu cursed, "You monster!" The vibration continued. The entire ruined city was also shaking. Under the fists of the two, a crack dividing the city was constantly expanding. The white shock wave caused by the vibration penetrated the back of the sand sea giant recklessly, and the sand was disintegrating. Seeing that the opponent was about to collapse, Mu Bai said with some regret, "Is the famous Yu Qianqiu so powerful?" Knowing that the opponent was provoking him, Yu Qianqiu disintegrated the sand sea giant, and under the cover of the yellow sand, he rolled in front of Mu Bai, holding a sand spear covered with armed color. That's right. Mu Bai, full of fighting spirit, smiled, and a long sword made of lightning flashed in his right hand, slashing at the opponent. Kung! Crackle. The two figures were extremely fast, and at the same time, they had extremely high observation haki, and they could be said to be evenly matched in the ruins. They had fought dozens of times in a flash. Your swordsmanship is good. Yu Qianqiu, who was a little out of breath, smiled and said, "You are good, but your physical strength is a little poor." The lightning long sword in his hand dissipated, and Mu Bai said lightly, "Haha. This is the first time someone has evaluated me like this. But I am indeed far inferior to the physical strength of a monster like you." Mu Bai! The embarrassed Yu Qianqiu looked at Mu Bai with admiration. Only by fighting with such a strong man can one improve his level. He originally thought that Mu Bai was hyped up by the media, but he didn't expect Mu Bai's strength to be so terrifying. And he was also a dual fruit ability user. Perhaps among his peers, only Mu Bai was qualified to surpass that guy. The battle is not over yet. Yu Qianqiu. The lightning boiled at this moment. Mu Bai shouted in a low voice. 80 million volts. Divine punishment. Facing Mu Bai, who was like the god of thunder at this moment, Yu Qianqiu smiled bitterly. Even though he was so proud, he had to admit that he was going to lose today. A huge lightning column that penetrated the sky fell from the sky and swallowed up Yu Qianqiu's thin body. After a moment, the lightning dissipated, and Yu Qianqiu's figure had disappeared. Only the earth that was blasted by lightning remained in the original place, retracting the crackling lightning on his body. Mu Bai, who ended the battle, felt the change of space, and with a swish, he was teleported back to the real world. More than 1,000 students on the playground stared at the secret passage. They were not sure who would be the final winner. With a muffled sound, Yu Qianqiu fell to the ground. Although he was unscathed, he felt very tired. Although the secret realm could protect the physical damage, it could not restore the mental loss. This monster. The teachers of Wuda University probably know that this guy is a dual fruit ability user. Standing up and brushing off the dust on his body, Yu Qianqiu looked at the teaching building. He knew some inside information. The other students were surprised to see Yu Qianqiu being teleported out, especially the students who were sent out by her personally. They knew the terrifying strength of this guy. Master Yu, did you win? No. If you win, the secret realm will be closed, unless there are still people inside. What a joke. Is there anyone in our class who can defeat Yu Qianqiu? Did you forget that there is another Mubai? That Mubai who also got full marks in the college entrance examination also came to Zhongwu University. What do you think? I was sent out by Mubai himself. Take off the swimming goggles. It is the swimming fruit ability user who besieged Mubai before. Seeing the quarrel among the people, Yu Qianqiu said indifferently, there is indeed only one person inside. And I lost in the duel between Mubai and me. The local students in Ming province, who knew his terrifying strength, could not believe it. You know, Yu Qianqiu is level 4. It is a level 4 without any water. A man who once challenged the entire high school. In the previous cognition of these people, even if Jiang Bumming from Shendu took action, he might not be able to defeat him. As a result, today, this arrogant Tianju actually admitted his failure without any cover-up. Seeing a few familiar faces looking somewhat dejected, Yu Qianqiu said sternly, everyone will fail. Compared to being too stubborn, it is not shameful to admit your failure generously. What is shameful is to give up after failure. People should constantly surpass themselves and take back the victory that was taken away by others with their own hands. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the young and defeated. Hearing Yu Qianqiu's speech, the local students who were close to him had tears in their eyes. Yes, if you fail, you have to take back the victory yourself. Boss Yu? God damn. Don't bully the young and defeated. 2nd year. When the other students saw this group of people, they all moved away a little. I didn't expect that the cold-faced young man Yu Qianqiu rumored by the outside world could say such second-year words. 33 Novel Network. Well said. The secret passage was closed, and a handsome young man with a well-proportioned figure came out. It was Mu Bai who was teleported out. Ding dong. The insurmountable mountain mission completed. The development of the Tremor Fruit plus 1% progress Yu Qianqiu. Ding dong. Mission completed. The ability of the Tremor Fruit plus 1% progress, Lin Zhan. It seems that these two people are full of fighting spirit. Even if they were defeated by me, they did not give up their determination to challenge me. They are promising talents. Tied up his long hair, Yu Qianqiu said thoughtfully, Mu Bai. Do you know one thing? All the scenes of this trial can be seen by the school staff of Wuda? This is the first time I know this. But there is nothing to hide about the double fruit. Spreading his hands, Mu Bai said indifferently. Seeing Mu Bai's expression, Yu Qianqiu said seriously, there have been special people like you in history. The founder of Wuda. The first 8th level emperor of mankind. Yin Tianzheng. Yin Tianzheng? Feng Jioga mentioned this person before. He is a double fruit ability user? The students around were confused. What are these two big guys talking about? On the rostrum, an invisible door was opened, and Vice President Renwan walked out somehow. Mu Bai, who is familiar with One Piece, naturally knows what kind of fruit ability it is. Superman-type door fruit. Yin glanced at Mu Bai under the stage, and then announced the results. The first in the secret realm is Mu Bai. There are 1,050 freshmen in the school. The first 300 eliminated will have their points deducted. The first Mu Bai gets 50 points. The second Yu Qianqiu gets 40 points. And the third. Here I would like to especially praise Mu Bai, Yu Qianqiu, Lin Zhan, Sui, Hang Yuan, Feng Kai, Li Yi and others, who performed particularly well in the battle. The last battle between Mu Bai and Yu Qianqiu was also eye-catching. They showed the character of Wuda and their own strength. There were whispers from the freshmen. I didn't know who Mu Bai was before, but today I finally saw that he was the one who could beat Yu Qianqiu. A natural ability user. Hey, this year, Mu Bai is definitely the best in our class. Geniuses like Mu Shen have come to Wuhan University. It seems that I didn't choose the wrong school. Mu Bai is outrageous. I was punched into the ground before I could see his figure clearly in the secret realm. Mu Shen, I hate you. Although Mu Bai didn't hold back on me as a girl. He is so handsome. I want to give birth to a child for him. I was sent away by Yu Qianshou with a handful of sand. I really want to see what kind of skills Mu Bai, who can defeat the Ming province Tianjiao, has. Hearing the discussion below, Inwan continued. The top 100 will get higher authority and more abundant material distribution. But this is not always the case. New assessments will be carried out starting next month. Only when you become stronger can you thrive in Wuhan University. The crowd was announced to be disbanded, and the life teachers will guide each student on accommodation issues. Mu Bai, stay with Yu Qianshou and follow me. After saying that, Yin Zheng walked towards the teaching building without looking back. The two people behind him looked at each other and followed him. Lu Jun in the crowd clenched his fists excitedly. Even in the 4 top universities of Wuhan University, Mu Bai can step on everyone. Sure enough, he is worthy of being my idol. The 3 people who walked into the teaching building were silent and came to the door of the vice president's office. 2 geniuses of Wuhan University. Come in and talk. Inwan opened the door and invited the 2 to come in. In the 3rd-year classroom, Han Xiao looked out the window with uncertainty. He already knew that Mu Bai defeated all the freshmen and defeated Yu Qianshou to win the first place in the Secret Realm ranking. Boss Han, let's forget about it. That Mu Bai is indeed a bit perverted, with great potential in the future. Hearing the cautious words of his henchman, Han Xiao frowned and said, You don't understand. It's not that I want to be against Mu Bai now, but Mu Bai is destined to deal with me. It's all my fault for being so stupid. Forget it. Instead of letting Mu Bai deal with me, I might as well prepare early. The younger brother behind him scratched his head and looked at Han Xiao in confusion. Dual fruit ability user Mu Bai. Has your body ever shown signs of collapse? Vice Principal Inwan put down his half-smoked cigarette and said with a frown. There were only 2 of them in the room. Yu Qianshou was driven out after talking to the Vice Principal for a few words. Sitting on the sofa, Mu Bai said seriously, No. Taking 2 devil fruits will make the body unable to bear it, and it will explode and die. It seems that someone has tried it before. Are you not going to hide the dual fruit ability? The Vice Principal's low voice was full of oppression. That was the suppression of the lower level by the higher level. But Mu Bai remained calm, as expected of the owner of the domineering color domineering, the natural king. Inwan nodded secretly in his heart. No need. In this era, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Even a real tiger has to become a pig. If you want to reach a higher level, you should be fearless of all challenges. This should be the most basic mentality. Hearing Mu Bai's neither humble nor arrogant answer, Inwan applauded. Wuhan University's freshmen need a leader like you to return to the top of the 4 schools. It's good to have such a mentality. The school will not hide your dual fruit ability. The most important thing for you in Wuhan University is to improve your combat power and win the best ranking in the National League at the end of the school year. No monsters in the outside world can affect you. This is my guarantee to you as a level 7 ability user. After all, it is a top-level university. The principal is a level 8 emperor. The vice president is a level 7 king. And the teachers are probably generally level 5 to 6. Hearing the vice president's concerned words, Mu Bai smiled and said, Thank you for your concern. As a member of Wuhan University, I will definitely strive for all the honors for Wuhan University. Haha. Well said. Mu Bai. The school's expectations for you are different from those for other students. I believe in you. Go and rest first. Classes will officially start tomorrow. Mu Bai stood up, said goodbye to Inwan, and pushed the door and left. Inwan, who was sitting in his seat, put away his smile. This Mu Bai's domineering color was definitely not recently activated. To be able to resist his level 7 aura, he must have at least a mid-level domineering color. This Mu Bai is indeed a promising talent. When he returned to his single-family villa, he didn't expect that Lu Jun and Yu Qianshou were still standing at the door. Seeing Mu Bai coming back, Yu Qianshou said, Brother Mu, it seems that we are neighbors. My villa is next to yours, but it is a duplex villa, which is not as good as yours. Took out the special card and shook it in front of Yu Qianshou. Hack! You are a special card? How come I am 1 level lower than you? Yu Qianshou couldn't help but swear. After all, he was one of the people who scored full marks in the National College Entrance Examination. Why is the gap so big? Normal. There is still a certain gap between you and me. Mu Bai didn't say anything about the bet. There were not many people in the whole Wuhan University who could get the special card, let alone the freshmen. I didn't expect you, Mu Bai, to be such a cocky guy. Turning his head, Mu Bai waved to Lu Jun. Lu Jun, you're here too. Mu Shen, I came to see you. Lu Jun, dressed in hip-hop style, said with a smile, opening the door of the villa. Mu Bai invited the two people in. As soon as he entered the hall of the single-family villa, looking at the dazzling chandelier above, Yu Qianzhou was envious and secretly vowed that he would get a special card this semester. As soon as he sat down, Lu Jun received a text message from his roommate. It said that the freshman and the sophomore had a confrontation in the dormitory, and the freshman was beaten, asking him to come back later. Seeing the strangeness on Lu Jun's face, Mu Bai said softly, "What's wrong?" Lu Jun, who had recovered, read the text message on his mobile phone. Does Wuda still have the habit of seniors bullying freshmen? After drinking a sip of water, Mu Bai looked at Yu Qianzhou, who was sitting with his legs crossed, and said, "As a native of Ming Province, Yu Qianzhou naturally knows everything about Wuda. I haven't heard of it. It should be a conflict. It's quite interesting. How about we go and take a look?" "Let's go." Mu Bai's answer was simple, and he left with one word. In the freshman dormitory, a group of freshmen looked angrily at the more than 20 seniors in the second year of high school opposite them. "Are you reasonable? You were the first to hit someone. Scumbag. You're causing trouble in the freshman dormitory. You are not worthy of being a Wuhan University student. Just because you are seniors, we have to give in to you? Why?" The yellow-haired young man, who was the head of the sophomore class, chuckled and stepped harder. The freshmen who were stepped on groaned in pain. Some freshmen, who couldn't stand it, rushed up with a roar. "Damn it! I'll beat up all you senior scums. Shave!" Several freshmen started shaving together and attacked the sophomores in the corridor. "It's too simple, 6 styles. Let's see the real shaving." With a sneer, the arrogant sophomore covered his arms with armed color, stepped on the ground with his feet, and his figure was a phantom. It was a higher level of shaving. In a flash, with a few screams, the attacking freshmen flew backwards, holding their stomachs and screaming. Putting away the armed color, the sophomore student walked over slowly. The freshmen in front were all retreating. The miserable state of the freshmen just now made them feel terrified. A bunch of trash. Cowardly as mice. Little guy. Are you going to cut me with a knife?" Everyone was retreating, and a seemingly thin figure walked to the front. Lin Zhan, who was half a head shorter than the opponent, stared at the opponent. "Swordsman, then I will cut your tendons. You have no objection, right?" Faced with the opponent's frivolous words, Lin Zhan did not hesitate and held the hilt. The blood moon-like double swords were drawn out across the sky, like a ghost attached. Swordsmanship. Blood moon. Lin Zhan turned his wrists, holding the two bloody swords, one positive and one negative. And in a flash, the sword light turned into red silk threads, surrounding the sophomore. The other sophomores behind laughed and said, "Wang Yi, if you are solved by a freshman, you will drop out of school." "Humph," the strong Wang Yi said in a low voice, covered with armed color all over the body. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the blade chopping on the steel came out, and yellow sparks splashed. Wang Yi, who was covered in black armament hockey, saw that the opponent was still slashing non-stop, and said mockingly, "Useless slashes will destroy you. Your armament hockey covering your whole body is just a sham." Based on the sound of the slash and the armament hockey colliding, Lin Zhan easily found the opponent's weak point. "What do you mean?" "I found your vital point." Lin Zhan, with a calm face, turned his hands into phantoms, and the fierce slashing blew up a gust of wind. After a few slashes, Wang Yi covered his broken chest and retreated repeatedly. "How did you figure that out?" Wang Yi said unwillingly. "Your armament hockey is too low. You brat. Look at how I'm going to deal with you today." Minotaur form activated. As Wang Yi shouted, his sturdy body became more upright. A pair of bull horns grew from his head, and gray muscles bulged from his body. "Moo! Die!" Wang Yi, who had transformed into a minotaur, moved faster and easily dodged Lin Zhan's slash. "Finger gun! Bull hoof!" Wang Yi, who came to Lin Zhan, shouted loudly. "Not good." Lin Zhan, who knew that something was wrong, had no time to dodge, and put his two swords in front of his chest. With a loud bang, the hard bull hoof continuously launched a finger gun attack, and the two swords wailed. "Shave!" Flipping his body, Lin Zhan launched a shave and stepped on the wall beside him, barely dodging the bull hoof finger gun. Although Wang Yi's strength did not reach level 4, but was only at the peak of level 3, his combat power soared in the human beast form. and his speed and strength were close to the middle stage of level 4. Just after dodging the opponent's attack, a gust of wind came from behind. It was Wang Yi who bent down. He put his hooves together, and a trace of brutality flashed in the eyes of the Minotaur. Where to hide? Put your hands and hooves together. Bull charge. Sorry. You have to leave. With both feet firmly on the ground. The Minotaur's eyes were full of bloodthirsty impulse. Iron block. Lin Zhan, whose body was in the air, had no time to dodge, and could only passively use the iron block to prepare to resist. The bull's hoof attack like a cannonball hit Lin Zhan's abdomen, making a deafening sound. Is it coming? No. Lin Zhan, who was knocked flying, quickly stabilized his body. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. It can be imagined that under such a force, if he did not use the iron block, he would be dead or disabled. The freshman not far away saw all this, and several people rushed up. The yellow-haired man at the other end of the corridor signaled the people around him with his eyes. Shave! A sophomore with earrings appeared in front of the freshman and easily stopped them. 33 Novel Network. You are not allowed to interfere in the fight between these two people. The freshmen who were stopped rushed forward together. They dared to pull down the emperor at the risk of their lives. They didn't believe that so many people couldn't deal with one person. Since you don't listen, then come on. Armament color enhancement. Continuous finger gun. Seeing the freshman rushing up, he flicked his earrings, then crossed his hands, covered with armed color. The powerful finger gun forced everyone back. A flash of scarlet flashed in his eyes, and Wang Yi put his hooves together, ready to use the bull attack again. You can use the iron block to resist for the second time, but I will use my full strength this time. Lin Zhan, who covered his abdomen, sweated profusely, relying on the double swords inserted in the ground to stand firm. He couldn't even use the iron block, and it was impossible to resist the opponent's full-strength attack. The people who were too late to save Lin Zhan could only watch it all. Stop him. If you get hit by this move, you will either die or get injured. Get out of the way. That's too much. Everything has a limit. At the end of the corridor, the yellow-haired leader said lightly, whoever has the strength has the limit. I'm stronger than you, so just do whatever I tell you to do. Lin Zhan closed his eyes. His mind was full of memories of his childhood. Am I going to die? Should I accept my fate? I don't want to. The muscles of his sturdy body trembled. An amazing brute force gathered on his hooves. Goodbye. Wang Yi pulled all the muscles of his upper body, gathered strength in his hands, and blasted Lin Zhan's back. There was a loud bang in the air. At this critical moment, Lin Zhan seemed to hear a familiar crackling sound. Lightning flashed in the void, and a figure blocked Wang Yi. Lin Zhan stumbled back a few steps, leaning against the wall and breathing heavily. After seeing who was coming, Lin Zhan said, "Thank you." Are you kidding? Wang Yi was stunned, and the senior students behind him were also stunned. A handsome young man in black held both hooves with one hand. The fierce and violent bull's charge became a joke, without causing any waves, and was caught by one hand. The person coming was Mu Bai. The freshman who saw this scene exclaimed, "It's Mu Bai! Mu Bai is here. Mu Shen will definitely deal with this bunch of scum." Brothers, the team battle is stable. Nima, Mu Bai's move is too cool. The terrifying impact passed through Mu Bai without causing a ripple. Mu Bai? Why does it sound so familiar to me? The yellow-haired man asked the people around him. And the others were frightened and silent. This year's strongest newcomer, the zombie-like man said thoughtfully. The huge body of the Minotaur trembled slightly. Others didn't know, but he knew it very well. At this moment, the power from the hooves made his scalp numb. Is this your strongest attack? Putting his hands away, Mu Bai asked with a smile. You? Who are you? Wang Yi looked at the other party vigilantly, and he was confused in his heart. The elemental Yu Qianshou floated in from the open window. You are really fast. Seeing that the atmosphere around him was not right, he grabbed a freshman and asked him what happened. After hearing the cause and effect, Yu Qianshou turned his head to look at the young man with earrings who stopped everyone. This is too much bullying. It's fine if you bully a newcomer who's running errands, but you're actually going to break his legs. It seems I have to take action. The young man with earrings was not afraid of his name, Yu Qianshou, and said coldly, "Freshmen should act like freshmen. Yu Qianshou, don't be ungrateful and go against us." Mu Bai in front of him heard this, and his smile deepened. As an ordinary freshman of Wuda, it seems I have to teach you sophomores a lesson. Hack. If you're ordinary, what am I? Wang Yi wanted to leave, but he couldn't stand the yellow-haired man's covetous eyes behind him. So he had to bite the bullet. Humph. Just now, it was just my ordinary attack. I didn't expect you to take it. Get out of here. I'll spare your life. The huge body of the Minotaur blocked Mu Bai's vision. An ordinary punch? In that case, I'll give you my ordinary punch. Air shock. Lightning flashed. And it was an instant body. With a white ball cover condensed in his right hand, Mu Bai attacked at a speed that Wang Yi couldn't catch at all. Pressed the head of the Minotaur with one hand. When did he attack? Feeling the touch on his head. Wang Yi didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. And the ruthless iron hand above his head pressed him to the ground. Squeak. There were cracks in the void above Wang Yi's head, which spread from Mu Bai's clenched palms and cracked more and more as the force increased. The ground was shaking, and all the windows in the corridor shattered. Strong turbulent air blew in, blowing everyone upside down. The dormitory building seemed to be in danger in the shaking. But except for the broken windows, other places were completely fine. It was not that Mu Bai held back, but the materials built here were taken from another dimension. Even if the 6th level strongmen fought here, all the buildings of Wuda would be intact. After the shaking ended, the Minotaur Wang Yi's strong body collapsed on the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices. It was miserable. You couldn't even survive one of my ordinary moves. It seems that the seniors of Wuhan University are a bunch of useless people who eat for free. If you don't have the strength, you have to stand firm and get beaten. His eyes were full of coldness. But Mu Bai said these words with a smile. Others also recovered from the shock. More than 20 sophomores had livid faces, and some showed fear on their faces. On the other hand, the freshmen were all shouting Mu Bai's name. Damn it! It's so refreshing. Mu Bai is the eternal god. Beat him. He deserves to be the rookie king. Isn't this more exciting than Boruto? This vibration ability is too exaggerated. That Minotaur is close to level 4. But he was killed in 1 second. TSK? What's the big deal? Didn't you hear that it was just Mu Shen's normal attack? The zombie-like weirdo looked at the yellow-haired man. Mu Yi. What should we do now? What to do? Just leave it alone. You're lucky. But don't be too arrogant. Leave a way out for us, so that we can meet again in the future. If you offend us, you offend all the sophomores. You have to think about it. Mu Bai. Mu Yi put away the expression on his face, and said calmly, Of course. We still respect geniuses like you. As long as you apologize to us, we will pretend that we didn't see what you did just now. You continue to be the freshman king. Isn't that good? Hearing this, Mu Bai couldn't hold it anymore. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. This is really eye-opening. I finally understand why Wuda has fallen to this point. I suddenly changed my mind. Mu Yi asked in confusion, What idea? The crackling sound of thunder and lightning rang around Mu Bai. Mu Bai put away his smile and said word by word. Originally I just wanted to teach you a lesson. But today, I will beat you half to death. The terrifying thunder and lightning rolled from Mu Bai's body, and the crackling sound made people's scalps numb. Stretch out your right hand and point to the other party. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. The dense thunder and lightning gathered together, and the dazzling light blocked everyone's sight. A ferocious dragon composed of thunder and lightning roared forward. As the target, Mu Yi was shocked. Isn't he a superhuman shocker? How can he control thunder? Brothers, get down. The crackling sound of electricity drowned out Mu Yi's shouts. The thunder dragon descended, and the terrifying lightning penetrated the entire corridor. Seeing that it was about to hit him, Mu Yi pulled the sophomore next to him to block him. Ah! The blue lightning dissipated, and none of the sophomore students at the end of the corridor were standing. Most of the people hit by the thunder dragon fell to the ground helplessly, with black smoke coming out of their bodies, as if they had walked on a barbecue grill, pushing the people in front of him away. Mu Yi looked at the current on his body and cursed. Mu Bai! It seems that you are lawless. You dare to openly attack the senior. Are you challenging the senior's majesty? Majesty? You are really going backwards as you live. Majesty can only be proved by strength. And I? Mu Bai. It just happens to be there. Lightning and lightning. The elemental Mu Bai disappeared on the spot, replaced by dense lightning. Mu Yi cursed secretly when he saw the scene. This monster can really be elemental. Is he a double fruit? No matter what. If I get beaten by this freshman today, I won't be able to face my classmates. Arm color storm kick. Type moon. Bending his body, his right leg swept across the air, and a white air blade came out from under his leg. He can do storm kick himself. and he can do new tricks after possessing the Thunder Fruit. In the void, Mu Bai shouted, Storm Kick, Thunder Blade. The long legs made of lightning condensed in front of Mu Yi and collided with his Storm Kick. He obviously has the power to easily deal with me. But now he is going head-on with me. Is he playing a trick on me? Mu Ye's face was bulging with veins, and he hadn't felt this kind of frustration for a long time. But if you dare to play with my legs, I'm afraid you don't know my nickname of Ghost Legs. Mu Ye's arm color wrapped all legs. Storm Kick type Moon. The biggest round kick technique. In a flash, the legs wrapped in arm color collided with the legs made of lightning. Crackling. A numbing sound of breaking sounded. That was the sound of leg bones breaking. The leg covered with arm color was like paper, kicked off by the leg made of lightning. Mu Yi, who was eroded by severe pain, hugged his right calf and half knelt on the ground, his eyes full of horror. Is this guy's leg made of steel? Lightning flashed, and Mu Bai said lightly, Have you been kicked by lightning? What? Mu Bai's leg with great force and lightning hit his chin. A mouthful of white teeth was broken and fell all over the ground. Mu Yi, with his eyes rolled up, knelt heavily on the ground. Lost consciousness? That's not okay. The game is not over yet. Putting his left hand in his pocket, Mu Bai stretched out his right index finger and pointed at the other party's forehead. Mu Bai, dressed in black, looked down at Mu Yi, who was electrified. The cold voice did not carry a bit of temperature. Discharge. The blue electric current ran wildly on Mu Ye's body, and the crackling sound never stopped. Mu Yi, who had regained some consciousness, forced his swollen eyes open and cursed vaguely. Nishi Top. It seems you haven't woken up yet. You need more treatment. Discharge. After another crackling sound, Mu Yi, who had completely lost consciousness, fell to the ground. The man with the earrings in the middle was stunned. Mu Yi, who was famous for his ghost legs in the second year of high school, was defeated? Are you playing house with me? Yu Qianqiu covered his face and laughed wildly. Then he pointed at the man with earrings and said, 33novel.com. My friend, if you don't want to become the same as your boss, go and defeat Mu Bai. Haha. Of course you can do it. Humph. After all, you are a freshman, and you attack Mu Bai. You think I am a fool, right? Today, I, an old student, will teach you freshmen a lesson. Strengthen your arm color arm. The sonorous voice reached everyone's ears. The man with earrings raised his arm, went up and punched himself, and fell to the ground unconscious on the spot. This wave of self-attack operation confused everyone. Hack! What kind of operation is this? You are useless. You are useless. I will use this trick when I meet a strong enemy. Yu Qianqiu's eyes lit up, and he said to Mu Bai happily, This man is a genius. Mu Bai, look at how scared you are of this sophomore. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and Mu Bai was speechless. What kind of people are these? There are too many weirdos. Mu Shen, how do we deal with these sophomores? When someone spoke up, the other freshmen realized that Mu Bai would not be punished for injuring these people. Mu Shen, why don't we go to the school to deal with it? After all, we are just defending ourselves. They started the trouble first. Yes, Mu Bai is here to help all of us freshmen. We can't let him be punished alone. Yu Qianqiu, who was sitting by the window, was playing with sand in his hands. Hearing what other classmates said, he said leisurely, You still don't understand. Mu Bai will not be punished, and these sophomores who are making trouble will not be punished. The school will not take care of these trivial matters. Otherwise, after so much time has passed, do you think the school has come to take care of it? Hearing Yu Qianqiu's words, some people kept silent, while others were thoughtful. Lin Zhan, who was leaning against the wall, wiped his double swords and said coldly, Top-level institutions and the schools we mentioned before are of two different natures. The key to this fight is strength. Whoever is stronger will have a greater say. Mu Bai, who was at the other end of the corridor, came to everyone in a flash of lightning. Yu Qianqiu and Lin Zhan are right. It's easy to avoid being bullied. Just beat them up. Strength is everything in Wuda. Wuda wants to train strong people who can perform well in the National League and kill aliens in the other dimension. There is no place for weak people in Wuda. If you want to be respected, go and fight. Leaned over and pulled up the man with earrings who fainted. Discharge. Mu Bai uttered two words softly from the corner of his mouth. Crackle. Accompanied by the pungent smell of burning. The earrings melted. He woke up and was grabbed by Mu Bai's neck and dragged to the window. What's your name? Exerting a little force with his palm, Mubai asked the other party. Ahem. Wang Xianhai. Holding Mubai's hands, he kicked his legs desperately. The feeling of suffocation made him feel uncomfortable. Wang Xianhai. I remember your name. Now I have something for you to do. Can you do it? Wang Xianhai, whose face flushed, nodded repeatedly. Just let him go quickly, and he would agree to anything. It's very simple. Just tell me a message. I want you to inform the sophomore leader that I will challenge him in the ring in 10 days. If you don't tell me this, I think you know what will happen to you. The other freshmen were all speechless when they heard this. On the first day of school, Mu Shen was too cruel to challenge the strongest person of the previous age. Wang Xianhai pulled Mubai's iron-like hand weakly. His face turned green after hearing this task. But he knew that if he didn't agree today, his fate would be even worse. I must complete the task. The hand that was pinching his neck loosened, and Wang Xianhai gasped heavily. Mubai glanced at the freshmen around him and said calmly, "Throw these sophomores lying on the ground out of the window." Hearing Mubai's words, several students who had received military training couldn't help but stand up and answer loudly. "Yes." Coughing his throat, Mubai said with a smile, "I'm not your superior. You don't need to answer that I am." Several freshmen who spoke out scratched their heads, feeling embarrassed. Mubai's momentum just now reminded them of the officers in training, the temperament that crawled out of the pile of dead bodies. After the dormitory incident was settled, the school did not issue any notice, and everyone spent the night in peace. The next morning, more than 1,000 freshmen gathered at the venue and took their seats. There was an important activity before the formal class, which was the division of colleges. Wuhan University is famous for its 4 colleges, namely the Different Dimension Battle College, which is referred to as the Practical College. It has the highest mortality rate and can choose to enter the military after graduation. The Weapon College is responsible for making weapons. It follows a batch or sophisticated school. After graduation, you don't have to experience the wind and rain of society. It can be directly connected to the state or private enterprises. It can be called an iron rice bowl. The Alchemy College processes medicinal materials obtained from the other dimension. It can purify the maximum medicinal effect of the medicinal materials through various means. It is the most popular of the 4 colleges in peacetime. The Different Dimension Strategy College, referred to as the Tactical College, is mainly responsible for studying different dimensions, so as to better capture and plunder them. Although it is a bit similar to the Practical College, the Tactical College is more about tactics. On the rostrum, Duan Xia, the president of Wuda, made his first appearance. He had white eyebrows, white beard and white hair, as if he was going to become an immortal today. Below him sat 4 teachers, the main responsible teachers of each college, 2 men and 2 women, looking at the students below the stage with serious expressions. This momentum is too strong. I wonder if I can join the Weapon College today. If I join, I won't have to worry about my life. TSK, a real man must go to the Practical College. I guess Mu Shen and Yu Qianqiu will definitely choose the practical school. Nonsense. This year's Wuda will definitely be led by Mu Bai in the National League. And it must be the Practical College. Sui and Xiao Fengkai among the freshmen are a little too good-looking. What's so good about women? How can they be as interesting as beaster girls? Sui and Fengkai were in the top 10 of the Secret Realm ranking yesterday. They are all girls, so Mu Bai has a deep memory of them. Looking back, there was a figure sitting in the back row of girls that was particularly eye-catching. She is tall, with skin whiter than snow, and eyes like a pool of spring water. When she looks around, she has a kind of elegant and noble temperament, which makes people feel ashamed and dare not blaspheme. Sui, who was sitting in the back row, looked at the front row with a feeling, and smiled lightly when she saw that it was Mu Bai. Lu Jun, who was sitting next to Mu Bai, also looked at Sui following Mu Bai's gaze. This is definitely the level of school beauty. Mu Shen, look at her smiling over here, Lu Jun exclaimed in a low voice. From the perspective of spirit, it is indeed not simple, Mu Bai said softly. His focus is not on the appearance, but on the spirit of the other party. After swallowing the thunder fruit, Mu Bai found that he could observe objects more comprehensively after using the observation color. When observing humans, a person's spirit state will be vaguely displayed. Turning his head to look at the high platform, Mu Bai did not deliberately use the observation color to observe these teachers. But their spirit is like the moon, and the principal sitting in the middle is the sun. As expected of a level 8 warrior, he is so terrifying. The girl on Sui's right pushed her and pointed at Mu Bai, who was sitting in the front, and said, Did you see that Mu Bai looked over here just now? He is so handsome. I heard that he was in the boys' dormitory yesterday and defeated more than 20 sophomores by himself. Mu Bai. Sui was thoughtful. The other party's eyes just now had no other colors. If you have to describe it, it's like observing a painting. After seeing all the teachers and students gathered, the male teacher wearing glasses among the 4 teachers walked to the microphone. I am the teacher in charge of the first year of the practical school. My name is Lei Wuxiang. The School of the Different Dimensions, which is the practical school known to everyone, focuses on practical combat. It aims to become stronger and expand the territory in the different dimension space. So it is also the most strict of the 4 colleges. Speaking of this, Lei Wuxiang pushed his glasses and continued with a smile. The top 10 in the Secret Realm assessment yesterday can join unconditionally. And the assessment conditions for others are also very simple. Mu Bai, what do you want me to do? Here. Mu Bai stood up and said loudly. Wu Wuxiang, who was wearing a black jacket, smiled at Mu Bai and said, Are you willing to join the Wudao Practical School? Without thinking, Mu Bai said, I am willing to join. If you want to enter the National League, the best choice is to constantly temper your practical ability in blood and fire. The other 3 academies don't have the conditions to do it, but the Practical Academy can. The other 3 teachers on the podium were obviously not surprised by Mu Bai's answer. Dual Fruit Ability User. I heard that you also have the 1 in a million Domineering Aura. Yes. Mu Bai's answer was very concise, without a hint of evasion. Rubbing his hands, Lei Wu said to the microphone. The assessment of the Practical Academy is very simple. Anyone who can stay awake under Mu Bai's Domineering Aura can join. Do you want me to use the Domineering Aura? Teacher Lei. Are you sure I want to use the Domineering Aura with all my strength? I'm afraid there won't be many students left. Holding his arms, Mu Bai said with a wry smile. With his current Domineering Aura, those who are not firm enough will be stunned instantly. If he continues to release it, I'm afraid few people can stand. It seems that classmate Mu is very confident in his Domineering Aura. It would be even better if you can use it step by step. I can do it, Mu Bai said decisively. Hearing Mu Bai's words, the eyes of the other 3 teachers on the stage condensed. Being able to control the degree of release of the Conqueror's Haki is not something that a beginner can do, unless Mu Bai's Conqueror's Haki has reached the intermediate level. The freshman who heard the conversation between the 2 whispered below. Did you hear what teacher Lei Wuxiang said just now? Mu Bai is indeed a dual fruit ability user. Can one person devour 2 devil fruits? You are focusing on the wrong point. Mu Bai is about to use the Conqueror's Haki. We must keep our minds steady and not be stunned instantly. Damn. It won't be that bad. Those standing here are all chosen by heaven, not ordinary trash. If Mu Bai can stun me, I will eat it on the spot. You said it. I recorded it for you. The lazy Yu Qianqiu narrowed his eyes. He was naturally familiar with the Conqueror's Haki. Even if the Conqueror's Haki is awakened, it is difficult to improve. How did Mu Bai do it? I release it now? Looking at teacher Lei, Mu Bai said. Lei Wuxiang said to the microphone. Now, all freshmen stand up. More than 1,000 people in the venue stood up in unison. It's possible now. As a teacher, I haven't felt the pressure of the Overlord color for a long time. In that case, let's start. Mu Bai stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. With Mu Bai as the center, the world seemed to lose its color, and the astonishing pressure swept everyone. The people affected only felt as if a mountain was pressing on their chests, making them breathless. Mu Bai, who was not far away, seemed to be a god performing miracles. The invisible pressure continued to sweep the earth, and all the tables and chairs in the venue were making slight noises, and the terrifying spirit was still superimposed. What a joke. My legs are out of control. Ah! Hold on. Under the increasing pressure, all the freshmen in the venue were shorter, and only Mu Bai, who was wearing a black casual suit, stood up straight, and his eyes were full of terrifying power. This monster, Yu Qianqiu, was surprised to feel the increasing pressure on his body. At this moment, even he felt the pressure. I can't do it anymore. With a clang, a freshman fell to the ground unconscious. The others trembled under the impact of such a powerful aura, and subconsciously raised their arms to block in front of them. But it seemed to be useless. Bang! Bang! As if a switch had been touched. The sound of falling to the ground continued. The terrifying pressure continued. With the second snap of Mu Bai's fingers, the pressure of his spirit and aura rose to a new level. At this moment, even Lei Wuxiang and several other teachers felt the pressure. Lei Wuxiang adjusted his glasses with his hand and looked at Mu Bai with surprise. The freshmen, whose minds were about to be crushed by the pressure, could not even speak. Their knees were pressed tightly to the ground, and cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Sui and others also frowned. Their legs were numb, and they were using their own strength to counter the pressure of Mu Bai's spirit and aura. Okay, Mu Bai, that's enough. Just when Mu Bai was about to snap his fingers for the third time, Lei Wuxiang stopped him. The terrifying deterrence in his eyes gradually dissipated, and Mu Bai put down his raised right hand. Looking back, nearly 9/10 of the freshmen in the audience fainted, and the remaining 10% were struggling to lie on the ground. Only 50 or 60 people could still stand. Seeing this, Mu Bai stretched his body and made a crackling sound. A heavy voice came from the stage. Mu Bai, how much power did you use in your domineering color just now? It was the principal Duanxia who spoke. Hearing the question from the principal, an 8th level strongman, Mu Bai said, I used 80% of my power in the last wave. Stroking his white beard, Duanxia clapped his hands and said, you are indeed a young hero. The future of Wuhan University is in your hands. Time is precious. These unconscious students will also wake up. As soon as the principal finished speaking, all the unconscious freshmen staggered to their feet, and then slowly regained consciousness. What kind of method is this? Mu Bai was shocked. What you say is what you do. Impossible. This should be some method in the other dimension. Or it should be the ability of the devil fruit that he is not familiar with. The freshmen who just woke up were all confused. Why did my eyes go black just now? Me too. I fell down when Mu Shen's domineering color touched me. It was so scary. Don't say any more. You said you would eat Ollie just now. But there is a video to prove it. Hack. Are you serious? I just said it casually. This is the domineering color that only appears once in a million. It's more powerful than strong liquor. Correction. Domineering color is said to appear once in a million. But in fact, there are not many people in the whole Xia country who have awakened domineering color. And it can even be said that it is rare. Pick up the microphone. Lei Wuxiang called out the names one by one. Yu Qianqiu, Lin Zhan, Sui, Hang Yuan, Feng Kai, Lu Jun. Those whose names I called and are willing to join the Practical Academy can follow me. The freshmen whose names were called basically came out. Looking around, Lei Wuxiang nodded. Okay, there are 46 people in total. You are all the students of the Practical Academy. Hearing this, the students below were shocked, and Yu Qianqiu was also stunned. Only 46 people were selected from 1,050 to enter the practical school. What was the purpose? You should know that there were more than 200 students in the practical school last year. 46 people? Mu Bai guessed something. Wuda is going to take the route of elite concentration, reducing the number of people and concentrating resources on top students. Seeing the surprised expressions of the people in front of him, Lei Wuxiang waved his hand. 46 people are not a small number. You have caught up with the time this year. Your class in the practical school will be the first batch of elite test targets. Okay, there's nothing for us to do next. Follow me. Lei Wuxiang curled his lips and waved for everyone to follow. Walking out of the venue, passing through the west gate of Wuhan University, he came to the teaching building with a twin tower structure, which is the practical school of Wuhan University. Under the sunlight, the whole tower body shone brightly, and Lu Jun's eyes jumped. Damn, Wuhan University is too generous. This twin tower is made of alien metal. Mu Bai walked forward and touched the surface of the twin towers. It felt smooth, but even if Mu Bai pressed his palm with all his strength, the surface made of alien metal was safe and sound. Not even a handprint could be left. It's the same metal as the boys' dormitory, but the metal content here is higher. Retracting his hand, Mu Bai said thoughtfully, that's right. Wuhan University has 2 large alien dimensional spaces, and the special alien metal used to build the twin towers was dug out from there. Lei Wuxiang, with his hands behind his back, spoke at a slow pace. As if remembering something, he smiled and said to Mu Bai, if I remember correctly, Mu Bai, what you are holding is a special card. Right? If you hold a special card, you can enter the 2 advanced different dimensional spaces unconditionally. Director Liang from the admissions office told me. A black card was clipped in Mu Bai's hand, and the others looked at Mu Bai with envy. Lei Wuxiang was startled. He could see clearly that Mu Bai took out a special card out of thin air. Is it an item from the different dimensional space? It seems that Mu Bai has hidden a lot of things. But this perverted little guy has the ability of two fruits. So he will not be surprised by anything he shows. Entering the twin teaching buildings, Lei Wuxiang first led them to the underground training room. The area is nearly the size of 5 football fields, in a pure white space, and the surroundings are all wrapped in special materials. This makes Mu Bai have no doubt that this place is a fortress in the war years. Assemble. Men and women stand in a row. Lei Wuxiang shouted in a low voice. The 46 people lined up neatly in 2 teams. Looking at these slightly immature faces, Lei Wuxiang continued. From today on, you 46 people are all the students of this class of the Practical Academy. There are more than 20 days left before the Shura Tower trial at the end of the month. You must hurry up and train. You must not lose face for the Practical Academy. Seeing the confused expressions of Lu Jun and others, Lei Wuxiang knew that they probably didn't even know what the Shura Tower was. Sui, you are a local. Tell me what the Shura Tower is. Hearing that teacher Lei called her name, Sui walked in front of everyone and said softly, there is a special dimensional space underground in Taiping City, called the Shura Tower, and only people under the age of 20 can enter. There are a total of 50 floors. The best result in the past 2 years was created by Xiao Wudi of our school a year ago. Speaking of this, Sui looked at Mu Bai meaningfully. This Xiao Wudi is the current sophomore leader. Wuhan University asks freshmen to challenge the Shura Tower every year. In the Shura Tower, they will receive rewards based on the number of levels they challenge. The first freshman will be the leader of this session. Xiao Wudi. This name is something. People with the surname Xiao are all ruthless. The fact that he dares to name himself Wudi shows his parents' expectations of him. However, even if the opponent is a dragon, Mu Bai, can beat him into a bug. Even after hearing about the opponent's glorious record, Mu Bai remained calm. Nodding to Sui, Lei Wuxiang said to the students seriously, well, classmates who said it well, I would like to add one more point. Going to challenge Shura Tower and improving your ranking as much as possible is especially important for students who want to participate in the National League. To participate in the National League, you need local indicators. Each place is different. You have to achieve certain results to be eligible to enter the National League. How many floors do you need? Mu Bai, who was standing at the front, asked with interest. If someone else asks me this question, I would say 30 floors. But if you ask me, I would say the higher the better. But you are really bold. This is the first time I have heard of a freshman beating a group of seniors in all my years of work. Lei Wuxiang touched his chin and said to Mu Bai teasingly, Teacher, you underestimated Mu Bai. Yesterday, he issued a challenge to Xiao Wudi. 10 days. Oh, it should be 9 days later. He will challenge him on the ring. Yu Qianqiu said leisurely. Hearing this, even Lei Wuxiang frowned. Damn it. It's fine if you beat up a few ordinary sophomores. But why do you want to provoke Xiao Wudi? That pervert? Mu Bai. Is this true? Glazing at Yu Qianqiu, Mu Bai said calmly. It is indeed me who issued the challenge. I guess the other party has known about it now. The head of the sophomore class should not refuse the challenge of a freshman like me. After being glared at, Yu Qianqiu stood up straight. Hearing what Mu Bai said, Yu Qianqiu laughed and said, Of course I won't refuse. But that guy has no time to come out now. He has been fighting in the other dimension, and can't spare time for a while. If you ask me, Xiao Wudi's mentality is broken. Otherwise, he should have reached level 5 long ago. Nonsense! Yu Qianqiu knows that Xiao Wudi is a lunatic, and you still don't stop Mu Bai. You are really amazing. Hearing this, Lei Wuxiang blew his beard and glared. Haha. Teacher, it seems that you still don't understand Mu Bai. Although he is usually quiet, he is more crazy than Xiao Wudi when fighting. Recalling the battle in the secret realm, Yu Qianqiu still remembers it clearly. And his hands are aching. Xiao Wudi is at the peak of level 4. It is almost impossible for his peers to defeat him. Mu Bai, you have to train hard this month. I heard from the sophomore teacher that Xiao Wudi will return to school in the middle of next month. Since the matter is done, Teacher Lei, who knows that he can't stop Mu Bai, said seriously. Hey, what Xiao Wudi? Isn't it because he was beaten by Jiang Bumming that his mentality exploded? I want to deal with him. Hearing Yu Qianqiu's mumbling, Lei Wuxiang said with a smile. You are so capable. I heard that you were beaten by Mu Bai in the secret realm. Have you forgotten it? Yu Qianqiu, who was retorted, immediately lost his temper. Lei Wuxiang looked serious. Looking around at the freshmen of the Practical Academy, grinning. The wonderful training has officially begun. You are not allowed to quit halfway. Unless you are dying. You have to train to death. The first item is running. What is there to train in running? Hearing Lu Jun's whisper. Teacher Lei said softly. Lu Jun. Run 20 more laps. And Yu Qianqiu also run 20 more laps. Hack. Teacher. Why am I punished for not saying anything? Yu Qianqiu raised his hand to protest. Aren't you talking now? Why are there so many questions? Forget it. Yu Qianqiu thought. I guess I'll just run around this field. 20 laps is not too much. With my strength at the beginning of level 4. I'll probably sweat after running a few steps. Mu Bai. As the first place in the secret trial. You lead the way. You distribute this to them. As he said. Teacher Lei picked up 46 slender bracelets and handed them to Mu Bai. I knew Teacher Lei didn't want us to run normally. Mu Bai said with a smile after taking the bracelet. Afterwards, he took the lead and put on a bracelet and felt the weight. How about it? Mu Bai. Does this thing have any magical effects? Lu Jun, who came over, said with some curiosity. But what greeted him was Mu Bai's pitying eyes. With Lu Jun's physique, he probably couldn't run a few laps wearing this thing. Mu Bai handed out the bracelets as if nothing had happened. The moment everyone put on the bracelets, their bodies seemed to be carrying a mountain. Several people with weak constitutions fell to the ground directly, and stood up again after adjusting their state. Damn! Why is this thing so heavy? Lu Jun felt like he was running in a swimming pool, full of resistance, and he felt like he was going to sweat before he took 2 steps. Seeing that Mu Bai was like nothing happened, Lu Jun couldn't help but secretly sighed. Worthy of being my idol. Wearing this is like nothing happened. Looking around at the moment when everyone put on the bracelet, the one who looked the most relaxed was a one-eyed young man. He was strong, and compared to Mu Bai's more symmetrical figure, he seemed more explosive. He was an animal-type ability user. Mu Bai could feel that he had a kind of wildness in him. If I remember correctly, his name was Hong Yuan. As calm as Hong Yuan, there was also Sui, a girl, who should also be an animal-type devil fruit ability user. After everyone adjusted their state, Teacher Lei said happily, What are you waiting for? Everyone runs 40 laps to finish today's practice. You can run more, but you can't run less. No way. 40 laps? I'll just walk 2 steps. Who is whispering? Do you want to practice more? Hearing someone whispering, Lei Wuxiang scolded. Everyone stood in a line. And Mu Bai, who was at the front, stood on the track and took steps at a moderate speed. The others followed behind him, following in a messy pace. Everyone ran down the first lap at a moderate pace. And everyone except Mu Bai was sweating profusely. The second lap. The third lap. Mu Bai's speed slowly increased, and there was still no sweat on his face. But the team behind him had been divided into several groups. Following closely behind him 100 meters were Hong Yuan, Sui, and Yu Qianqiu. Then came the third echelon that was left behind half a lap. Lu Jun, Lin Zhan, and Feng Kai wearing a cartoon hat. The fourth echelon is the other students. This Mu Bai's physique is a bit abnormal, Lei Wuxiang said with emotion while picking his nose. With this physique, if you say that he is an animal-type ability user who has just entered the 5th level, Lei Wuxiang will believe it. It can be said that Mu Bai's physique is completely better than these geniuses of the same period. When Mu Bai was running, he evenly distributed the pressure on his body to every part of his body. If someone who knows sees this scene, he will definitely understand Mu Bai's current state. This is a sign of awakening the return of life. The absolute control of the body. Seeing Mu Bai running over and about to circle the last echelon, Lei Wuxiang called Mu Bai. Mu Bai, come here. Mu Bai, who was called, ran over with brisk steps. What's wrong? Teacher Lei. After carefully looking at Mu Bai. Damn. He didn't even sweat. If you don't know, you might think Mu Bai came to run for leisure. Your physique is really terrifying. I kind of understand why you dared to challenge Xiao Wudi, who is at the peak of level 4. Teacher Lei, who was sitting with his legs crossed, looked at Mu Bai and said slowly, Haha. Teacher Lei, I was actually adjusting my body just now. How about adding a few more bracelets? You really think the same as me? How many do you want to add? Add 4 more. Add 4 more? Are you sure? Mu Bai? Is it a little too little? Teacher? When the classmates couldn't stand the pressure of 1 bracelet, Mu Bai, wearing 5 bracelets, slowly caught up with the last echelon. Someone saw Mu Shen behind him and said strangely, Huh? Mu Shen? Are you trying to trap us? Mu Bai raised the 5 bright bracelets in his hand, almost scaring the classmates who asked just now. Hack. I almost turned into a ghost with 1 bracelet. How can you run with 5 bracelets? Huh, I'm a little out of breath. Everyone. Run fast. I'll go first. After saying that, Mu Bai's speed slowly increased in the eyes of the crowd, who looked at him like aliens. After a while, he left the 3rd echelon behind. Ding dong. After effective training, physical fitness plus 0.5. High pressure training is still useful. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Mu Bai suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to sign in today and almost forgot. Ding dong. Sign in successfully. Physique plus 1. Kendo plus 200 proficiency 33novel.com. Spirit plus 0.5. Navy 6 styles plus 80 proficiency. Mu Bai silently recited in his heart while running and opened the panel. Name, Mu Bai. Level 3. Physique, 84. Armament Hockey, 15800/25,000, proficient. Observation Hockey, 17886/25,000, proficient. Overlord Hockey, 71 Spirit. Kendo, 6502/25,000, proficient. Navy 6 Styles, 22250/25,000, proficient. Devil Fruit, Tremor Fruit, 88%. Thunder Fruit, 15%. Equipment, Xuanya Heavy Fire, Good Quick Sword. Black Mysterious Gloves. Overlord Hockey increased from more than 60 points to more than 70 points. These days, after absorbing and consolidating the nutrients of the ginseng from another world, plus the sign and rewards, my physique has reached 84 points. 1 step closer to the 100-point mark. In terms of fruit development, the Tremor Fruit is finally about to awaken. And the development of the Thunder Fruit is also on the agenda. As long as the awakening of the Tremor Fruit is completed in the next stage, the physique breaks through the 100-point mark, and the observation color is improved by 1 step to open the heart network. My strength will advance by leaps and bounds. It is not impossible for a level 3 to fight a level 5. Letting go of his mind, Mu Bai ran faster and faster. Feeling the wind behind him, Lin Zhan and Lu Jun turned around. It was indeed Mu Bai. Looking at the 5 bracelets on his hands, they were speechless. 5 bracelets can still run so fast. Mu Bai's physique is so strong. Lin Zhan, who admires the strong, has set Mu Bai as the person he wants to surpass in his heart. Mu Shin, how can you run so fast? Lu Jun, who was sweating profusely, was in a mess. Mu Bai ran ahead of everyone. Feng Kai, who was wearing a cartoon hat, lowered the brim of her hat. Hearing Lu Jun's question, Mu Bai turned around and said, Lu Jun, you are the user of the Momo Fruit. You can try to use the ability of the Momo Fruit, such as using the elasticity and ductility of glutinous rice to reduce your body burden. As a Momo Fruit known as a special superhuman system, there are many options for development. Even if it is not like Katakuri's Fruit Awakening, the Momo Fruit is also a multifunctional and powerful fruit. Yes, listening to your words is better than reading 10 years of books. Anyway, Mr. Lei didn't say that the ability of the fruit cannot be used. Thinking about it, Lu Jun stretched his legs, making them sticky rice, and the soles of his shoes condensed sticky rice, making him run with full elasticity. Although the pressure from the bracelet was still there, it was much easier than before. After surpassing these 3 people, Sui, Hong Yuan, and Yu Qianshou were in front. Why don't you 2 run faster? Mu Bai behind is catching up. Sui and Hong Yuan ignored Yu Qianshou and ran on their own. Seeing that the 2 ignored him, Yu Qianshou slowed down and ran side by side with Mu Bai. Mu Bai, do you think that people in the animal department are all cold? This Yu Qianshou is the kind of guy who pretends to be aloof in front of strangers, and becomes familiar with people who are a little familiar. I don't know whether it's cold or not, but I'm quite curious about what you just said about Xiao Wudi being defeated by Jiang Bumming. Yu Qianshou, who didn't care, recalled, last year, it was almost the beginning of the school year. Because of some things in the other dimension, Xiao Wudi challenged Jiang Bumming. Guess what? Xiao Wudi, who has the ability of the fruit and is 1 year older than Jiang Bumming, was beaten to a pulp by Jiang Bumming, who has not yet obtained the ability of the fruit. At this point, Yu Qianshou put away his cynicism and continued, Xiao Wudi is not weak. It can even be said that he can be compared with the strongest in the past. Unfortunately, he met the era of Jiang Bumming. After being defeated by Jiang Bumming, Xiao Wudi went to the other dimension day and night to improve his strength. Brother Mubai. You may be the only one in this era who can check and balance Jiang Bumming. Check and balance bullshit. I have to defeat him in the National League. Otherwise, how can I complete the main task? Obtain the third fruit position. And become an unprecedented 3 devil fruit ability user. I will defeat Jiang Bumming in the National League and end his undefeated myth. Do you want to come with me? No teasing. No joking. Mubai seemed to be telling a fact. Yu Qianzhou stopped running and said with a smile. I don't believe others. But I believe 70% of what you say. Do you want to invite me to the team competition of the National League? Mubai also stopped running. His muscles were tense. And a stream of heat flowed from his body to his limbs. Most of the fatigue from weighted running was swept away. I will beat everyone in the individual competition. But I need to find 7 teammates for the team competition. Wiped the sweat off his forehead and said with a smile. Haha. You double fruit monster. If I don't believe you can beat him, who else can I believe? But if you want to have the authority to recruit teammates, you have to become the first-year leader. Is there anyone stronger than me among the freshmen of Wuhan University? Hearing Mubai's words, Yu Qianzhou said that the handsome boy was speechless. After stretching his whole body, Mubai said to Yu Qianzhou, who was panting, Can you still run? How can a man say he can't? I can still run. As the runner-up for 1,000 years, you have to keep up with my speed. After saying that, Mubai started running again, faster and faster, and finally easily surpassed Hong Yuan and Sui. The two were originally competing with each other. But who would have thought that Mubai, a monster with 5 bracelets, could still sprint here? The two gritted their teeth and followed. Seeing Mubai riding away, Yu Qianzhou said that he was lying down. And you just pretended to be me, right? Slapped himself, and ran again with energy. Outside the field, Lei Wuxiang, who was sitting on a rocking chair, moved his ears. Defeat Shendu Jiang Bumming? What a great ambition. Mubai, this rough jade, may really have a chance if he carves it carefully. There was no sun in the scarlet sky, and the land stained with blood was extremely humid. This was the blood demon dimensional space. Wudai had 2 high-level dimensional spaces and hundreds of medium-sized dimensional spaces, and the blood demon space was one of them. In this world, a steady stream of blood demons would crawl out of the soil, endlessly, and their desire for flesh and blood surpassed everything, including life and death. The 348th wave. The sturdy young man with scars all over his body sat cross-legged on the ground. But he did not touch the ground. If you look closely, you will find that there are dense white lines wrapped around him. The ferocious blood demons roared and gnawed at him. There were so many people that there was no end in sight. 5 color lines. The shirtless young man shouted in a low voice, crossed his hands, and 10 silk threads broke through the air, and the sound of cutting bones and flesh filled this space. The tiny silk threads instantly cut all the nearby blood demons into pieces. The sharpness has reached the standard, and the remaining is the impact. If it succeeds, I, Xiao Wudi, will become the youngest fruit awakener. The low voice was full of tyranny, and when talking about the fruit awakening, his eyes were full of excitement. The young man with scars all over his body was the sophomore head, Xiao Wudi. Under the control of the silk thread, he seemed to be standing in the air in vain, and his bloodshot eyes showed that he had not rested for a long time. Kill! 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 Developing the fruit with endless killing. This is the path that Xiao Wudi chose. Yes, since he was defeated by Jiang Bumming, how could he still sleep? The honor that was taken away must be taken back by himself. Kill each other. Low-level species without consciousness. Parasitic line. Dozens of lines were scattered in the air, and then scattered into the blood demon like a meteor shower. Xiao Wudi shook his thumb and little finger, and in his sneer, the blood demon that surrounded him again lost control of his body. It was like a puppet in his hand being controlled by Xiao Wudi. Under the control of the silk thread, the puppetized blood demon stabbed its claws into the body of its fellows around it. What a great backstab. This is the Superman stringing string fruit, which uses silk threads to control and destroy the enemy. Buzz. It was the message stone in the other world that rang. Ordinary mobile phones have no signal here. If you want to contact the other world and the real world, the only thing you can use is the message stone. Seeing the words on the message stone, Xiao Wudi's murderous intent deepened. Mubai, you have the courage to challenge me on the first day of school, but I don't have time to deal with you now. Jiang Bumming, wait for me. When my fruit awakens, I will definitely step on your body to become the strongest in Xia country. In excitement, he clenched his hands, and the blood demon controlled by the silk thread turned into a pool of flesh and blood in wailing. At the same time, his feet touched the ground, and a trace of white waves appeared on the bloody ground. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. In the equipment room of the second grade, several second-year students gathered around and looked at the words on the message stone and smiled at each other. Ba Xiao said that he doesn't have time to deal with Mu Bai now. He will deal with the freshman after he comes out in a month and a half. Wang Xianhai was kneeling on the ground with a bruised face. Damn. These people were really cruel. But fortunately, Xiao Wudi was in the other dimension. If he was there, he would have been hospitalized. Okay. Just tell Mu Bai what he said exactly. And tell him to be beaten to his knees. A freshman dares to be so arrogant. What can the double fruit do? Let's see how Ba Xiao will deal with him. Wang Xianhai nodded repeatedly, staggered out with his head down. In the afternoon, he found Mu Bai chatting with Yu Qianshou on the playground and repeated what those people said exactly. Okay. I'll be waiting for you in a month and a half, Mu Bai said calmly with his hands in his pockets. In the next few days, the whole sophomore knew that Mu Bai was going to challenge the sophomore leader Xiao Wudi. It was probably Xiao Wudi's younger brother who spread the news, and it caused a sensation throughout the school. And the school did not interfere. Freshmen are so arrogant. Double Fruit is amazing. I think he is tired of living if he dares to challenge Xiao Wudi. You know what? Although Mu Bai can't beat Xiao, he should be able to do it after a few rounds. What's the point of beating him? A level 4 peak player beats a level 3 player. Don't even think about it. I think he is awesome if Mu Bai doesn't scream in pain. Two sophomores were discussing enthusiastically in the cafeteria. When they were talking happily, a chill came over them. Who beat me so hard? Feeling a hand on his shoulder, the sophomore said subconsciously. Xiao Wudi. Beat? Mu Bai. Turning around, he saw Mu Bai's face and almost fainted. Mr. Mu, I'm a bad mouth. I said I was beaten to a pulp. Yes. I was talking about me. Is that so? I was shocked. I thought you were going to challenge me. Mu Bai, who was dressed in black casual clothes and had a tall figure, said with regret. This scared the sophomore so much that he threw away his status as a senior and his dignity. What a joke. Although he was a sophomore, he was no match for a big guy like Mu Bai. It was fine if he just boasted. But if you really let him go, he would kneel on the spot. Who knew that the other party was so spineless? Mu Bai, who wanted to do some exercise after dinner, lost interest. He patted the other party on the shoulder and left. Seeing Mu Bai leaving, the sophomore breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. I thought I was dead. Why are you looking at me like that? Seeing that everyone was far away from him, the crackling sound was getting closer and closer. Following the sound, he looked at his shoulder, and his scalp suddenly went numb. This is... Ah! With a bang, the thunder ball on his shoulder exploded, and dense electric currents shocked his whole body. In pain, he fell to the ground with his whole body burnt and foaming at the mouth. You got your dirty talk. But this electric shock hairstyle is pretty cool. Damn. Your aesthetic is a bit outrageous. The students who liked to watch the fun gathered around and secretly smacked their lips. They dared to talk about Mu Bai in person. They were really tired of living. Mu Bai, who walked out of the cafeteria, didn't care about other people's comments. The mouth is on other people's faces, so they can say whatever they want. As long as he defeated Xiao Wudi, they would change their faces. Everything the winner does is righteous, and the loser will be trampled underfoot. So only strength is the king. Clenched fists. Lightning flashed. The days that followed were filled with training. Slowly, the seemingly impossible training tasks were overcome by Mu Bai and his team one by one, and everyone's strength improved by leaps and bounds. In the daily electrotherapy training, Mu Bai's physical fitness finally approached 100 points. Although Lei Wuxiang didn't say it, he had already recognized these students in his heart, with the qualifications of genius and their own efforts. They were all promising talents. Time flies, and it's the end of the month in a blink of an eye. Sitting on the exclusive bus of Wuhan University, all freshmen must participate in this activity. Shura Tower is a different dimension, and the one who climbs the highest tower will be the leader. Taking the engineering elevator of the last century, the group of people from Wuhan University entered in batches. The giant elevator that can accommodate more than 30 people slowly descended. Boom. Boom. The huge sound made people's scalps numb. Don't be nervous. We are heading underground. Shura Tower is located in an underground cave that was accidentally mined. Vice President E1 comforted everyone at this moment. I see that there are many buses parked outside. Have the students from other schools come? Mu Bai and his friends leaned against a corner of the elevator. And Lu Jun said doubtfully. Sui, who was dressed neatly, said, a lot of people. Shura Tower has an age limit of under 20. Basically all the freshmen in Ming Province. And some sophomores are here. After nearly a month of training, everyone gradually became familiar with each other. And Mu Bai found that these classmates around him were all hidden. Yu Qianqiu naturally needs no introduction. Among the crowd, except Mu Bai, he is the strongest, with the ability of the natural system of sand fruit. This year's college entrance examination was admitted to Wuhan University with the same full score. The elegant beauty Sui has the bird fruit, the mythical bee's fire phoenix form, which can cast a flame called purple phoenix flame, which is very terrifying. Feng Kai, a girl who is always taciturn, wearing a cartoon hat and thick glasses, has a buggy childish fruit. As long as it is touched, it will turn into a toy, which can be said to be a superhuman ability that is quite against the sky. Hang Yuan, who has a resolute appearance and a scar on his right eye, has the animal-type cat fruit, the Black Panther form, which is extremely outstanding in physical fitness and reaction speed. After a while, the engineering elevator stopped. Everyone walked into the cave, and their eyes lit up. On the dome are rows of crystal rocks, with a smooth and transparent texture, which can reflect the light of artificial lights to all corners of the space. 6 engineering elevators opened at the same time under the empty cave, and many students walked in, standing on the height and looking down, like a group of ants entering a nest. On the northern rock wall, a giant bronze evil ghost stood tall, and under the refraction of the crystal rock, it seemed like a living thing. A red hole opened on its belly, which was the entrance to the Shura Tower. On the chest of the evil ghost sculpture were the names of the top 10 students in history. The people of Wuda followed Vice President E1 to the camp near the west. This was their reserved place at Wuda. Other universities did not have such treatment. As the elevator rumbled up and down, more and more people came to the cave. In less than half an hour, all the people from Wuda gathered. There were 1,050 people. None of the sophomores came, and all the freshmen were present. Emptying his mind, Mu Bai tried to use his sight and hearing color to sense the interior of the Shura Tower. After a moment, Mu Bai opened his eyes. This Shura Tower seemed to suppress some evil ghosts. When Mu Bai's sight and hearing color touched it, he only felt a breath of evil. Thunder flashed in his eyes, and he didn't know whether his lightning would be useful for these evil demons. Have you sensed anything on the Shura Tower? The tall Vice President E1 saw Mu Bai's expression and said with a smile, the aura of each different dimension is different. I felt the power of each attribute on Shura Tower. Really? I didn't expect you to really sense something. E1 didn't expect that Mu Bai could really sense it when he asked casually. You are right. Most of the creatures in Shura Tower are attributed. You can control lightning and maybe restrain them. There are 50 floors in Shura Tower. The highest floor known to have been climbed is 41. Do you have the confidence to break this record? I want to see the scenery on the 50th floor more. The refracted light hit Mu Bai's face. There was no panic or uneasiness on his face. Instead, he was high-spirited and calm. 2 completely different temperaments were shown on a 19-year-old freshman, which made E1 slightly absent-minded. Sighing, it seems that he is still old, and the future belongs to these young people. Very amazing answer. I believe you can do it. I hope you can get the final reward of the 50th floor. After connecting with the staff, E1 asked all teachers to organize their students to enter, and Mu Bai was the leader of the practical academy. After counting the number of people, these young faces lined up to enter Shura Tower. When Mu Bai's hand touched the red vortex, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding dong. The host is found to be entering the Shura Tower. Start the side quest and dominate the Shura Tower. There will be extra rewards after completing the 51st floor summit mission. 51st floor? No time to think about it. The red vortex sucked Mu Bai in. As the world spun, Mu Bai, who came to the strange space, found that his eyes were dark. But there were countless scarlet eyes in the sky. The dome was covered with stars, and the scarlet eyes swayed with the body. Nearly 1,000 pairs of eyes formed red waves. The squeaking sound made people's scalp numb. What kind of monsters and ghosts? Look at me, the Thunder King. I will take you. Seeing this scene, Mu Bai did not hesitate. Thunder and lightning entangled him, and he shouted in a deep voice. 80 million volts. Divine punishment. Bai, who turned into thunder and lightning, used his high-intensity current to evenly penetrate the entire sky. Each lightning accurately hit a monster. The scattered current gathered again, forming a lightning column, which exploded on the dome. With the light of lightning, Bai could see clearly what was above his head. Hiding in the dome were huge red bats, with scarlet eyes staring at Bai. Lightning descended on the dome, and the air was filled with screams and a burning smell. In this wave, nearly 200 blood-colored bats were struck by lightning, and the remains of their bodies fell from the sky like raindrops. At the moment when the lightning disappeared, the remaining hundreds of blood-colored bats gathered together to form a super-large bat. Roar! Opening its bloody mouth. Terrifying sound waves came out of its mouth and bombarded Bai. Each floor of the Shira Tower is different, and everyone is randomly assigned a place. After completing a task, they will go to the next floor. It seems that my task this time is to kill. Facing the sweeping sound waves, Bai easily used elementalization to avoid it. Raise your head and look at the bad group in the dark night. You don't have the qualifications to be superior to me. Shake your fingers, condense a white ball, and grab the void above. Shake. Turn the world upside down. Come down. Before the words fell, the void was broken layer by layer, and the terrifying vibration disturbed all the airflow. With a creaking sound of breaking, hiss, squeak, the continuous vibration sound entered its ears, and hot blood flowed out of its ears. The terrified giant bat creature completely lost control of its body, as the vibrating airflow was thrown fiercely to the ground. Under such vibration pressure, the ground also broke layer by layer. The huge body of the bat group was crushed into pieces. The trialer passed the first level, and the second level is opened. The sound of the machine without any emotion came, and a brand new portal appeared in front of Bai. Are the monsters getting stronger layer by layer? I hope there will be some powerful monsters later. This time, I will release vibrations and thunder to my heart's content. The sweet smell of flesh and blood has appeared again. It's the aliens from the outside world who are here to die. I'm so hungry. Everyone in the town has been eaten up. I want more human skins and more faces. The slender figure is like a bamboo pole. Under the dim light, it is like the ghosts described in ghost stories. Weird and terrifying. It has no head, and there are 3 completely different faces on its chest. They are talking about their own things. But the same thing is that they are all looking out of the town with eager eyes. That is where the light does not shine. The strange meat smell is there. It is bound by the rules, and there is no way for it to go there unless the other party takes the initiative to come. Come quickly. Come quickly. The monster behind is more terrifying. Why not let me eat you? We will live forever here together and relieve our pain. Come quickly. The voice gradually became hurried, and the 3 hideous faces shouted a sentence at the same time in the last excitement. Come quickly. Food. The steady footsteps came from the place where the town lights could not shine. The bamboo pole monster stretched out its skinny long arms and crawled towards the man with tears on its face. This is the 20th floor. The atmosphere is a bit wrong. The young man in black casual clothes looked around and said with a smile on his face. Indeed. The first 19 floors were all small fry monsters with mean attributes, and they were all without high intelligence, and could only use the instinctive attacks of wild beasts. Bai basically killed one with one move, which was not fun at all. The atmosphere here was well created. A dilapidated town surrounded by dim lights, and a tour guide in front of him? Why aren't you afraid? In front of Bai, the bamboo pole monster stood up and asked in a puzzled tone. Scared? Do I need to be afraid of a bug like you? The tone was steady, and the monster could hear the heartbeat of this human being at a close distance. He was not lying. This is unforgivable. Eat you? Eat you? Eat you? Tear open his chest, and open his bloody mouth from his chest. The 3 faces gave out neurotic joy, and it wanted to swallow the food in front of it in one bite. Bai, who was strolling leisurely, dodged the opponent's bite and took an ID from its back. Student ID. Wang Bo from Zhongzhou University. So that's it. This monster is a freshman who died here before. The 3 faces correspond to the 2 people it swallowed. The dead soul is still being used by the monster. Let me free you. Stretching out the index finger, thunder and lightning sounded. 30 million volts. Thunder beast. Amid the crackling sound, the thunder beast composed of thunder and lightning jumped out and hit the bamboo monster. The high-intensity electric current exploded on the opponent. A black gas slowly dissipated, and its body turned into powder. Aw, wake up. Lovely residents, wake up. The crisp singing spread throughout the town. And this singing seemed to have a special ability to bewitch people. The decayed town seemed to come alive at this moment. And residential houses rose from the dark soil, with doors as mouths and windows as eyes. Interesting. The houses are alive, which means they are the residents of the town. Mu Bai, whose body was transformed into an element, instantly arrived in the sky above the town. He condensed a transparent ball cover in his right hand, and it fell freely from the sky to the ground. Break it together with this land, turning the sky upside down. 33 Novel Network. Cutting through the sky, Mu Bai punched the center of the town. The house monsters around him saw that he was safe and sound, and they laughed mockingly. What is this human doing? A show before death? No. Why is the earth shaking? Squeak. With Mu Bai's fist as the point, winding cracks spread on the ground. A terrifying vibration came from deep underground. The anthropomorphic house monster was overturned to the ground by the violent vibration, and the earth was wailing in pain. The earth was split layer by layer, and cracks appeared on the surface, swallowing the figure of the house monster. Falling into the crack, the black body of the house monster turned into powder. Under Mu Bai's punch, the whole town turned into ruins. You are so powerful. A sweet voice came from not far away, and Mu Bai looked to the side. Under the bright moonlight, a little girl dressed in aristocratic clothes looked at Mu Bai with her head tilted. The boss finally showed up. I hope you can take a few of my punches. Wiping off the dust on his sleeves, Mu Bai said with some anticipation. Brother, what are you talking about? Nana doesn't understand. With her head tilted, her tender face was just like a little girl. Hearing this, Mu Bai smiled. If you don't understand, let me teach you. Lightning and lightning. At the same time, the little girl who called herself Nana also moved, her long skirt fluttering, and 2 more darts appeared in her hands. Swish, swish. The thin arms were particularly powerful at this moment, accurately hitting the place where Mu Bai was originally standing. This move again. Where did this human run to? Even she couldn't see the figure of this human clearly. After all, he was too fast. Like lightning. With a bang, Nana suddenly felt top-heavy, and her head was pressed down by a strong hand from behind. It was Mu Bai who came behind her at some point. The ruthless iron hand exerted a little force, and Nana's face was pressed to the ground. The strong force caused cracks to appear on the ground. That's it? Seeing the boss of the 20th level suppressed by his own hand, Mu Bai was a little confused. Don't tell me you can only throw 2 darts. Nana, who was pressed into the ground, was sobbing. If she was a student with a strong sense of justice at this moment, she might have reflected on whether the other party was really an ordinary person. But Mu Bai knew that there were no ordinary people in Shura Tower. If you like to pretend so much, then go to H.L. Mu Bai grabbed the other party's light yellow long hair mercilessly, condensed the white ball cover in his hand, and hit her back of the head with an air shock. The ground collapsed, and the thin body was directly pressed into the ground, leaving a human-shaped pit. The expected scene of the watermelon exploding did not appear, and the other party's body seemed to be unusually hard. The smart reminder sound of Shura Tower sounded. The boss of the 20th level, the Dark Werewolf, appears. After defeating it, the next level of enemies will be unlocked. Good guy. Play the second stage transformation with me. Touching his chin, Mu Bai looked at the pit in front of him with interest. The little girl's body was rapidly expanding. Black hair covered her whole body, and her blue pupils turned into pale golden animal pupils. Awoo! After a howl, the netherworld aura covered its body. In Mu Bai's perception, the other party's biological level reached the critical point of level 4. The netherworld werewolf, which was nearly 3 meters long, jumped out of the pit easily. Asshole. You are so cruel to the little girl. Don't worry. I won't let you die so quickly. The cold eyes were full of cruelty. My ability is to copy. Guess what ability I copied from you? This guy was too slow. Mu Bai turned into thunder directly, and the terrifying electric current gushed out of his body. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. The surging thunder and lightning condensed into a thunder dragon, bombarding the other party with a crackling sound. After the terrifying lightning strike, Mu Bai was slightly surprised. Although his figure was a little embarrassed, there was no doubt that this Nether Wolf Man took Mu Bai's lightning attack. The burnt Nether Wolf Man laughed. What a powerful lightning ability. I can feel that I can slowly control lightning. But then again, you are a human being who can perfectly control lightning and vibration. It's really outrageous. The Black Wolf body was emitting lightning sparks and crackling. which was very strange with the nether breath on his body. You copied my lightning ability? Touching his chin, Mubai said calmly after guessing something. Not only that, look at what this is. Bend his arm in charge, and a transparent ball cover suddenly appeared on the nether wolfman's fist. It was the ability of the tremor fruit. Good guy, Mubai shouted. Good guy. This 20th floor boss is playing quite perverted. And he can also copy other people's skills. Is this the rhythm of using magic to defeat magic? Mubai stretched his body, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Let's see who is the real Monkey King or the fake one. Lightning instantly transformed into thunder. 80 million volts. Divine punishment. Under Mubai's control, a huge lightning column descended from the sky, as if a god was exerting his divine power. The nether wolf man controlled the half-baked lightning power to protect his body. It seems that the opponent only copied the ability to control, and could not achieve the elementalization of the natural fruit holder. Endless lightning continued to bombard the werewolf, and the scattered electric current condensed into a lightning spear in Mubai's hand. Go! The spear composed of lightning in his hand sizzled, and Mubai bent his arm back and threw it out brazenly. The lightning exploded, and the spear pierced the opponent's chest. Hiss! With a wail, the nether wolf man was nailed to the wall of the ruins. Damn! Although I copied the power of lightning, I am an inattributed creature and am restrained by the power of lightning. If the power of thunder and lightning is useless, then use the power of vibration. Holding back the pain in his chest, the nether wolf man sneered, and a pair of wolf claws condensed a vibration ball cover and blasted towards Mubai. With his left foot on the ground, Mubai's figure was ghostly, and the pale white ball cover on his right arm covered his entire arm, and he hit the void in front of him. After a creaking sound, the white shock wave enveloped the opponent. One hand and one claw wrestled with each other under the wrapping of the vibration ball cover. The vibration force from two directions collided together. The ground, which was originally broken, was blasted into pieces like a wave. Ding dong. System prompts. Feeling the host's ability to withstand vibration. The development progress of the vibration fruit plus 0.01%. Plus 0.03%. Plus. Mubai, who was in a stalemate with the opponent, heard the system prompt sound and suddenly realized something. As a vibration person who ate the vibration fruit, was he afraid of the vibration fruit ability displayed by the opponent? The same theory. If I ate the thunder fruit, would I be afraid of thunder and lightning? No. On the contrary. These two attacks from the opponent will improve the progress of his fruit development. The nether werewolf on the other side was sweating profusely. This was not a vibration ability. It was simply a death warrant. This vibration fruit was too harmful to his body. When the vibration ability was generated, he would probably collapse if he could maintain it for more than 10 seconds with his physique. As an ordinary human, the opponent will definitely not be able to hold on first. You must hold on. The nether wolf man who carefully observed the human on the opposite side had his eyes light up. The opponent's body really had problems. Mubai's face turned blue. His expression was painful, and his hands were shaking. As a careful werewolf, he knew that his chance had come. No. My body can't bear it anymore. Mubai's performance was a bit exaggerated. His voice was trembling, and those who didn't know would think that he was about to die. Of course, this was all Mubai's pretending. Hearing Mubai's words that were no different from surrender, the nether wolf man increased his vibration power again. The powerful anti-shock ability made his eyes bloodshot, and scarlet blood flowed from his mouth and the corners of his eyes. Go to H.L. The opponent was very powerful, and the system's prompts were also very powerful. Ding dong. The development progress of the tremor fruit plus 0.06% plus 0.07% plus 0.08% plus. Bang! The white shock wave dissipated, and the ground around the two people dropped by at least more than 10 meters. The weak Mubai fell to the ground, looking at the approaching nether wolf man with horrified eyes. Ha ha! Where is your confidence? Your trembling body has betrayed your condition. You are already at the end of your rope. Next, let me use your ability to kill you. Vibration. The nether wolf man with bloody eyes was complacent, and the victory belonged to him. He knelt, clenched the wolf claws covering the vibration ball cover, and slammed Mubai. The weak Mubai was knocked away on the spot, and he staggered to his feet and still difficultly walked towards the werewolf. Ding dong. Vibration fruit development progress plus 0.09. Knocked away, and walked over difficultly. Ding dong. Vibration fruit development progress plus 0.1. Knocked away. And walked over difficultly. 10 minutes later. The nether wolf man put away his trembling claws, and wiped his blood-stained face. The human in front of him still had that weak face. As if he was about to die at any time. But he kept knocking the other party away. But there was no effect at all. The attacked Mubai sat on the ground weakly, with a trace of sleepiness in the corners of his eyes. This nether wolf man is quite useful as a tool wolf, and has made a huge contribution to his fruit awakening progress. Seeing the other party gasping for breath, Mubai was also moved by his professionalism. Look how tired you are. Why don't you take a break? Take a rest and have another round. If you try harder, I will soon die. Hearing Mubai's kind advice, the nether wolf man stared at him, and then realized that Mubai was just teasing him, and felt a pain in his heart and fell to the ground. What happened? Mubai walked over, squatted down and probed the other party's breath. He died just like that. He must have used the vibration ability excessively, pushing his body to the limit, and was devoured by the recoil ability. In addition, he was choked by Mubai's words just now, and died on the spot. Dedicate yourself to the cause until you die. What a pity. You are a good wolf, Mubai said with some regret. Where can he find such a sparring partner in the future? A cold voice came from the sky. Past the 20th level. Please go to the 21st level next. A scarlet portal appeared in front of Mubai. The 21st level is a special level. All the surviving tower enterers need to help the city lord resist the monster's attacks. This level adopts a point system. You can get points by killing monsters. There are 3,512 participants this time. The top 1,000 people with the highest points will enter the next stage. As soon as he was teleported in, a cold reminder sounded in Mubai's ears. He was teleported to the side of the city wall. Looking around, it was almost dusk, and there were strange noises coming from the dark forest. It's a special level. Mubai's expression was neither happy nor sad, and he felt cold and damp all over his body. The 3512 people who passed the 20th level entered the 31st level. The students from the Practical Academy should be there. Taking out the sound transmission stone in his arms, he contacted Yu Qianqiu, Sui and others and met in the square of the territory. Arriving at the square, on the dilapidated wooden platform, the old lord was giving a sonorous speech to the soldiers. The decaying darkness cannot swallow our will. We are the last rays of the empire. Today we will once again resist the erosion of darkness. Long live the great Slater. The soldiers full of fanatical faith burst into a roar. We will win. We will win. We will win. On the square, Mubai used his observation hockey to scan and knew the level of these soldiers. 33 Novel Network. There are nearly 500 soldiers, most of whom are just over level 2. With these soldiers, this city will definitely fall. Just now, Mubai sensed the forest from the top of the city. There are too many monsters full of violent aura. And there are even a few peak level 4 monsters. Some people who had just been teleported into the city, upon hearing the prompt sound in their ears, pounded their heads hard, and kept saying, I'm dead. It's a special level. This is much more difficult than the normal level. How could I be so unlucky? I should have given up automatically at the 20th floor. Some people who didn't understand said in confusion. What does a special level mean? Is it more difficult? The person being asked clenched his trembling teeth and said heavily, Difficult? Do you know how many people died in the last special level? Nearly half of the people died in the 15th special level. What? No way. This mortality rate is too high. Can I quit now? Hee hee. I can't quit. In the normal level, you can quit safely if you are fatally injured. But you can't quit in the special level. If you die, you die. Everyone had different expressions. But basically they all looked solemn. They encountered a special level that they hadn't seen for several years. What the hell is this? The old lord, wearing full armor and about to do civil engineering, walked in front of the college freshmen in Ming province and looked at them solemnly. You are the warriors chosen by God to help us. On behalf of Slater territory, I welcome you. I believe that with your help, we will definitely win the final victory. A pair of hands covered Mubai's eyes from behind. Mubai knew who it was without thinking. Yu Qianqiu, do you believe that I will find you for actual combat training every day after you get out? Hearing this, Yu Qianqiu was so scared that his hands trembled. Damn! Not really. I am weak and delicate, so I am no match for a superhuman like you. Having been beaten up by Mubai during this period, he knew Mubai's physique very well. It is no exaggeration to say that in terms of physical fitness alone, 3 of them tied together could not beat Mubai alone. Feng Kai, who was wearing a cartoon hat, saw the fearless Yu Qianshou being humiliated and covered her mouth to laugh. Hang Yuan, Sui, Lin Zhan, Lu Jun, and others came over one after another and shared their experiences in the tower. Everyone encountered different enemies, such as succubus, demons, skeleton soldiers, spider monsters, beast-eared girls, etc. But without exception, the bosses on the 20th floor were all level 3. Mubai touched his chin. And the nether werewolf he fought was actually level 4. Coupled with his talent for copying skills, it can be said that even students with good strength will fail. It seems that Shura Tower is based on people. The stronger the strength, the stronger the enemies, and the more difficult the levels. After a passionate speech, the fully armed lord talked about business. Warriors, when the afterglow of the sunset fades, it is the time for the monsters to attack. I hope you will listen to my command and help my soldiers on the 4 walls of the southeast, northwest, and northeast to resist monsters and aliens. Several heralds organized the crowd into 4 teams. During this period, Mu Bai and his men followed the crowd and were divided into the northern wall. Someone who recognized the identity of Mu Bai and others also followed them. The strongest boss is here. If you don't follow, will you wait for death? You have to be discerning even if you hug your thighs. The team of more than 700 people looks a lot. But when you really climb the wall, you can only guarantee that there is one person guarding every 5 or 6 meters. Jumping onto the wall. The gentle breeze hit Mubai's face. He sat cross-legged on the wall with his eyes closed. Yu Qianshou leaned against the wall and played with sand. The afterglow of the sunset slowly dissipated, and the people who were originally worried became even more panicked. On the other hand, the people of Wudai University, after seeing the calm performance of Mu Bai, Yu Qianshou and others, put down the stone in their hearts. With Mu Shen here, it would be a miracle if the monsters could break through. Time passed slowly, and Mu Bai's eyes suddenly opened. They are coming. The soldier looked at Mu Bai in confusion. There was no movement in the forest. At this moment, there was a sound in the forest. Woo! It was a low horn sound. In the wild horn sound, bloodthirsty white wolves jumped out of the grass in the dark forest, and their green eyes were full of desire for flesh and blood. Following closely behind was an army of ogres with 2 heads and different sizes, and the leaders were holding magic wands. Look at the sky. What is that? An eagle, a student exclaimed. Mu Bai, who had superb eyesight, said softly, "It's not a bird of prey, but a subspecies of flying dragon with wings." The soldiers on the city wall saw the overwhelming army of monsters in front of them, and their hands holding the iron spears trembled a little. Compared to ordinary soldiers, the knight captain, who led the team, was more knowledgeable and could recognize every monster. Blue-eyed white wolf, 2-headed ogre, 2-legged flying dragon, demon ape. How could there be so many? Wait! What's behind it? Ancient trees in the forest were knocked down by giant creatures, and the roar of the wild era came out of his mouth. The huge body is like a hill. Or he is the mountain. Legendary creature. That's a mountain giant, the knight captain said with a drastic change of expression. Activating the observation color, Mu Bai roughly sensed it. Level 4 aura. But in actual combat, it may be far beyond level 4. Turning his head to look at Sui and others, Mu Bai said softly, "The battle begins." Lightning and lightning. Mu Bai disappeared on the city wall. Some sharp-eyed people saw Mu Bai's figure on the battlefield. He stood in front of the monster army. Even if there are thousands of people, I will go. That's Mu Bai from Wuda. He's standing in front of the monster army. Really? With Mu Bai, who got full marks in the college entrance examination this year, there's hope of holding on. But there are too many monsters all over the mountains. It's too dangerous for classmate Mu Bai. For the sudden appearance of Mu Bai, the ogre priest pointed at the human in front of him, and the 2-headed ogres who received instructions surrounded him. The 2 ogres, nearly 4 meters tall, moved their tall bodies, their eyes full of desire for human flesh. They almost forgot the taste of human flesh. The strongest of the 6 ogres pushed away the fellows beside him. He wanted to enjoy this delicacy alone. In Mu Bai's eyes, the opposite side was a walking score point. He stretched out his right hand and thunder and lightning sounded, and his left hand covered the vibration ball cover. Have you ever experienced a natural disaster? What is the insect in front of him talking about? The magician who can release lightning is a human. The meat is even more delicious. The two-headed ogre, who can't understand human language, opened his half-human high hand and grabbed Mubai with a fishy wind. At the same time, Mubai took action. Mubai, whose body was transformed into an element, released endless thunder and pointed his right hand at the sky. Under the horrified eyes of all the monsters, the lightning beast, which was more than 10 meters high, rose into the air. It was shaped like a deer, with a cow's tail, horse hooves, and a single horn, which was extremely majestic. 100 million volts. Qilin. With Mubai's low shout, the giant beast made of lightning came alive. Roar! The loud roar was full of the majesty of the king. The blue-eyed white wolf standing in the front row wailed and retreated in fear. Even the brave and warlike two-headed ogre was frightened, and his intuition told him that they had to escape from here now. But it was too late. Under Mubai's control, the lightning Qilin spit out a large number of lightning spheres, forming an electric net that covered the sky. As Mubai pressed down his right hand, the crackling electric net was like a cage, imprisoning all the monsters in front of him. Under the high-intensity electric current, within a second, all the monsters in the front row were electrocuted to scorched earth. Qilin. Release? This is not over yet. Qilin jumped high into the sky and split into a nearly 10-meter-long electric ball. In Mubai's crazy eyes, the electric ball in the air bombarded the monster army. And the land? Grass? Trees? Monsters? Living and non-living things that were hit were turned into nothingness when the light ball hit the ground. What is that? Is Mubai a god? Someone else said in confusion. This is the power of thunder and lightning. More like the nature type. Doesn't Mubai have the superhuman tremor fruit? A student from Wudai University knew at a glance that the question was from another school, and said with a little pride, "You don't know yet. Our school's Mushin is a dual fruit ability user. The tremor fruit and the nature type thunder fruit. Hack. Outrageous. One person can have dual fruit abilities. How did Mubai do it? Look at the battlefield. The shining blue thunder and lightning dissipated, and everyone looked at the scene in front of them with horror. Some soldiers knelt down and prayed to the gods. This warrior must be the spokesperson of the gods to have such great power. In front of Mubai, after the thunder and lightning ball exploded, a huge pit with a diameter of about 100 meters appeared on the ground. The 2,000 level 2 blue-eyed white wolves that rushed to the front of the monster army were all destroyed by Mubai, along with part of the ogre army. Condensing the vibration ball in his hand, Mubai smiled and said, "The trash below level 3 has been dealt with, and it's your turn next." The monster army was in chaos, and the ogre priest angrily inserted the scepter into the ground, and performed a large-scale violent spell while chanting. The demoralized monster army regained its strength, and its scarlet eyes were full of tyranny. No matter how strong the human in front of them was, there was only one person, and they were endless. More high-level soldiers emerged in the mountains and forests, including orc warriors, lich priests, and violent earth bears. The more the better. The biggest vibration round turned the world upside down. For the first time, Mubai's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty madness. Heal! 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 Baptize your soul in battle until you step onto the strongest throne. This is Mubai's ambition. The name of the strongest. Stretching his arms, the vibration ball in his hand became larger and larger. And even with Mubai's physique, it was a little difficult to support. After charging, Mubai slammed fiercely into the void on both sides. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Unlike before, the vibrations were superimposed layer by layer with Mubai's will. And Mubai vaguely felt the ultimate mystery of the vibrations. That was the threshold of fruit awakening. After a moment of silence, the ground shook violently. What happened? The monsters, who were confused, were shaken and fell to the ground. This is an earthquake. How could it be at this time? A huge crack appeared in front of Mubai, which tore apart the monster army on the opposite side. And countless monsters fell into the crack during the vibration. Even the overlord in the sky, the level 3 bipedal dragon, found it difficult to fly in such a vibration, and could only fold its wings and fall to the ground. Do you think this is the end? It has just begun. Mubai exhaled a long breath, and his arms were numb. His full-strength attack would trigger an unprecedented tsunami in the ocean, and a terrifying geological fault on the ground. The void on both sides hit by Mubai was creaking, like the sound of glass breaking, and the cracks extending to dozens of meters in the air were still spreading. The earth was ruthlessly torn apart. The unparalleled vibration collapsed the hills, and the mountains not far away also broke. And the river at the foot of the mountains changed the river course in the vibration. The surface in front of Mu Bai was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And gullies of hundreds of meters grabbed the earth. In such a vibration, the monsters felt that their bodies were blocked in place by an inexplicable ability. They could only passively be torn apart by the vibration force, or fall into the abyss cracks. One person changed the topography of an area. If this is not the power of gods, then what is it? Everyone on the city wall was stunned. Is this something that people can do? Not to mention the soldiers. Even the classmates, who have been with Mu by day and night, have some doubts about whether Mu is still a human. On the other side of the city wall, Team Wuda began to act. Let's go! Sui let out a cry, and burning feathers grew out, and her whole body was surrounded by purple-red flames. The king of birds showed himself to the world in a luxurious and elegant manner. A creature that existed in mythology came to this world. This is the bird fruit, the phoenix form of the mythical beast. After a cry, it stretched out its flaming body and swooped down to the scattered army of monsters. Mu Bai is really a pervert, but we can't let him shine alone. Little monsters, your Uncle Yu is here. Yu Qianshou, whose whole body turned into sand, also disappeared on the northern wall. A ghostly figure jumped out of the wall and jumped down along the wall. It was Hong Yuan, who transformed into a humanoid black panther. He took the animal-type devil fruit, the cat fruit black panther form. Rice cake bridge. Seeing that other teammates have attacked, Lu Jun, who has been following Mu Bai's steps, will certainly not fall behind. He stretched out his glutinous rice hands and stretched forward, and a flexible glutinous rice bridge appeared on the city wall. Mu God, here I come! Following the bridge, Lu Jun slid down the city wall like a slide. Feng Kai and Lin Zhan also followed quickly. Before leaving, Lin Zhan turned around and said to the people who were still dazed, those who are confident in their own strength can go down the city wall to kill monsters, and those who are not confident can stay on the city wall to resist scattered monsters. Everyone came back to their senses. This classmate is right. Let's go! Let's go down and wipe out the monsters. Ahem. Brother, are you strong enough? Don't go down and drag others down. On the battlefield, Mu Bai broke into the legion in the horrified eyes of the monsters. The frightened monsters were no match for Mu Bai. The white ball cover condensed, and the air shook. Squeak. With a vibration, the monsters around Mu Bai were taken away by the shock wave, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The orc who wanted a sneak attack swung the iron knife to chop at Mu Bai, but he didn't expect that Mu Bai's body flashed with blue lightning, and nothing happened. Discharge. As Mu Bai said softly, the lightning was conducted to the opponent along the iron knife inserted into his chest. The crackling electric current directly dissolved the opponent's body, and bursts of barbecue aroma came. The sturdy dog-headed man threw the hammer at Mu Bai, and Mu Bai turned around to catch the hammer. The heavy hammer was as light as a feather in Mu Bai's hand, and the high temperature of the lightning in his hand melted the hammer. The fiery red molten iron condensed again in Mu Bai's hand, and the hammer melted by the high temperature of lightning turned into a spear. After playing with it in his hand for a while, Mu Bai swung his right hand horizontally, with a high temperature that had not yet cooled down, and a muffled sound penetrated the dog-headed man who had just thrown it. The power of this shot was so great that it penetrated 5 dog-headed people and was deeply stuck in the tree. Holding machetes, a team of wolf cavalry launched an attack on Mu Bai. Behind them were troll throwers, and at the back was a shaman who was chanting magic. Ignoring the surrounding ogres, Mu Bai, who was surrounded by the enemy, closed his eyes and then opened them. A terrifying aura emanated from Mu Bai, as if the waves hit the minds of all monsters. This was Mu Bai's domineering aura, and once the domineering aura appeared, it was difficult for thousands of people to resist. The uneasy monster was stunned in an instant. Even if it was difficult to resist such a terrifying aura, it would feel like it had a serious illness and trembled all over. Thunder and lightning sounded in both hands, and the ferocious thunder and lightning dragon head flew out of Mu Bai's arms. 60 million volts. Double Thunder Dragons. 33 Novel Network. The 2 Thunder Dragons wandered among the dense enemies, accompanied by bursts of electric shocks and wails, harvesting fresh lives. The 2-legged dragons in the sky were about to form a formation to deal with the humans below. In the sky not far away, a fiery red figure wrapped in purple flames rushed towards them. Feeling the suppression of blood, the 2-legged dragons dispersed in confusion. They had never seen such a strange bird. Sui in animal form did not give them too much time to react. The fiery red wings brewed purple flames, and after a while, they formed a flame cloud. Purple Phoenix Fire. Flame Cloud. The purple flame cloud turned into another simulated fire phoenix under Sui-Yi's control. Just like an eagle catching sparrows, Sui, who has a natural advantage in blood, can easily deal with these subdragon species. The simulated fire phoenix burned, and all the two-legged pterosaurs in the air were ignited. When these flying dragons that were ignited out of thin air felt the burning sensation on their bodies, they angrily surrounded Sui in the sky. It seems that you don't know the power of my purple phoenix fire yet, and you dare to approach me. A silver bell-like chuckle. The flying dragons around Sui. Purple flames rose from their bodies, and the closer they were to her, the more intense the flames burned. The level 3 two-legged flying dragons were held tightly by the opponent before they showed their ability to spit venom. Soon, the burned remains of the flying dragons fell from the sky. Hong Yuan also came to the edge of the battlefield at this time. As a humanoid Black Panther, he moved agilely, and his figure was ghostly. He could easily avoid the attacks of orcs and ogres. Armament Hockey. Night Hunt. Hong Yuan's limbs were covered with armament hockey, and his sharp claws were even darker and more shiny. Hong Yuan in the leopard form activated the Night Hunt state, and his figure turned into black lightning, moving among the monsters. Relying on his strong physique and superhuman dynamic vision, he could accurately hit the opponent's weak points in a short time every time. At this moment, he was the Black Panther that was hard to find in the night, silently launching a massacre. On the battlefield in the west, the roaring mantis monster opened its sickle front claws and swept towards Lin Zhan. Kung! The sharp slash was blocked by two long swords. Have you ever felt the feeling of leaves scratching your body? The ferocious mantis head twisted, and he didn't understand what the other party was talking about. The figures intertwined. The scarlet double swords in Lin Zhan's hands seemed like a subdued evil ghost Shura, and he took a step back and crossed the double swords. Double blade secret. Ghost slashing leaves. His hind legs stepped on the scarlet wave, and at this moment Lin Zhan burst out with amazing speed, and his double swords left a perfect slash on the opponent's body. The emerald green mantis monster fell to the ground with a bang. When the leaves fall to the ground, no one cares about the feeling of the leaves scratching the body. But this is my slash, giving the enemy a silent death. Holding the long sword horizontally, Lin Zhan rushed towards the enemy in front of him. And the heart of the swordsman was not afraid of life and death. Not far away, Lu Jun's attack method was much more harmonious. Glutinous rice adhesion. Meteor hammer. Both hands turned into glutinous rice, turned into the shape of iron hammers, and then used armed color to cover, and rotated into a tornado. The wolf cavalry on the opposite side was beaten to pieces, and the enemy did not dare to approach him rashly for a while. Haha. It's not over yet. Try my glutinous rice gatling. One hand turned into the style of glutinous rice gatling, and the other hand held the muzzle of the gatling gun. Bang! 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 The powerful sticky rice bullets swept the approaching ogres and knocked them to the ground. Some monsters stuck by the sticky rice could not break free and bumped into another monster, turning into rolling meat balls over and over again. Haha. Monster, your life was taken away in such a miserable state. Lu Jun was so happy that he didn't expect that his fruit ability would have such an interesting effect. Hey, is Feng Kai going to use his ability? Seeing Feng Kai on the hill in the distance, Lu Jun touched his hair and said, Feng Kai, sitting on the puppet toy, found the right time and quietly approached the monster on the battlefield. After the white and tender little hand touched the enemy, a brand new puppet appeared in front of her with a bang. 8 more puppets have been gathered. Come out. The head clamp puppet. In Feng Kai's soft voice, the 8 puppets merged into one. A giant puppet named the head clamp puppet appeared out of thin air, and the surrounding orcs attacked the puppet without hesitation. The head clamp puppet will not die. In Feng Kai's slightly playful words, the spring behind the giant puppet automatically rotated, and the nearly 4-meter-long huge body punched the orc. This deliberate punch was so powerful that it directly knocked the 2-meter-tall green-skinned orc into the soil. On the other hand, the attacks of the orc tribe on it, hammers, machetes, and spears, fell on the puppet, but they were useless. Taking advantage of the attention of the clamp puppet, Feng Kai attacked from behind without martial ethics. All the monsters touched by her hands turned into expressionless puppets. The sudden change of vision made them at a loss. A soldier puppet trembled and hit his fellow tribesman with his building block body. It's me. I'm your brother. Aleda. Save me. After hearing the voice, The green-skinned orc saw the puppet dragging his legs. He felt a little strange. A puppet that can speak the orc language? When did he have a brother? He kicked the puppet away without even looking at him. Feng Kai, who witnessed all this, covered her mouth and laughed. If you are hit by my fruit ability, you will be forgotten by your tribe, and everyone in this world will forget your existence. So, don't run around. Dolls, follow me obediently. The sweet voice of the girl was deeply engraved in their minds through the power of the fruit. The soldier puppet wanted to leave here, but his body followed Feng Kai uncontrollably. Is this dwarf a demon? Why is my body out of control? This is the superhuman childlike fruit, which can be called a bug-level existence. Salon Tornado. Several tornadoes containing sand passed by Feng Kai, and the monsters were blown into the sky in such tornadoes, almost blowing Feng Kai up. Yu Qianshou, are you crazy? Feng Kai lowered the brim of her hat and used iron blocks to avoid being blown into the sky. She shouted angrily with black-framed glasses. Yu Qianshou, who had been released from the elemental transformation, shook her long hair and said easily, "Don't worry. I know. You see? I didn't hurt you. I'm going to tell classmate Mu Bai about what happened just now." Hearing what Xiao Fengkai said, the fearless Yu Qianshou said helplessly, "I'm sorry, Miss Ha Feng. I'll compensate you with a doll when I go back. One is not enough. I want you to buy me 2 dolls. They must be giant dolls of 3 meters. Okay." As soon as the slightly perfunctory words came out, Yu Qianshou, who was covering his forehead, was smashed into sand by the corpse of a 2-legged flying dragon that fell from the sky. The sands blown by the wind condensed into human form again. Yu Qianshou pointed at Sui in the sky and said, "Damn it. Sui, you want to smash me to death? If I hadn't transformed into an element in advance, I would have died here." Sui's graceful body fell from the sky, and her animal transformation was cancelled. Her flaming wings were folded up. She said indifferently, "I made a mistake. You have a problem with that. Let's get rid of these little shrimps first," Yu Qianshou said. His arms transformed into sand knives. The scattered monsters around gathered again, staring at the 3 people with a fierce look. In the center of the battlefield, students coming down from the city would avoid fighting here, because Mu Bai, dressed in black, was too fierce. And if they got close, they might be injured by the aftermath of the battle. After performing 2 large-scale AoE, Mu Bai relied on a pair of vibrating iron fists to kill in and out of the center of the battlefield with tens of thousands of monsters. Each vibrating fist can take away a group of enemies. The power of vibration is considered to be a clear understanding of Mu Bai. Relying on a physique close to the 5th-level physical body, Mu Bai can use the power of vibration at will. Instant body. In a flash, holding the ugly head of the 4th-level orc general in his hand, he pressed it into the ground alive. The white ball cover in his hand exploded, and an air shock directly took away the surrounding soldiers. And the orc general was directly shocked into a can of beef. Awoo! The orcs were almost killed or wounded, and the werewolf army took over their positions and surrounded Mu Bai again. It seems that only you are left. The human man in front of him stepped on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even if he ate raw flesh and blood, the werewolf leader, who believed that he was evil, was also scared. "My people, tear him apart for me." The werewolf leader in armor pointed at Mu Bai. The werewolf soldiers, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, had no fear. It was their honor to be able to kill the strong. The werewolf army rushed to bite Mu Bai. 100 million volts. Qilin. The thunder was loud, and the lightning Qilin reappeared in the world. In a flash of lightning, Mu Bai disappeared in an instant. The werewolf army, who were used to acting at night, were almost blinded by the lightning. The ferocious and roaring lightning Qilin merged into the ground, and the squeaking electric current condensed into a thunder blade, cutting across the earth. Every time a flash of lightning dissipated, it took away the lives of more than a dozen werewolves. The elementalized Mu Bai killed people all the way, leaving corpses everywhere. The werewolf army of nearly 1,000 people was completely defeated by Mu Bai in less than a moment. "Stop him!" Seeing the lightning getting closer, the werewolf leader sitting on the chariot stood up, his eyes full of fear. What kind of monster is this? The brave and warlike werewolf soldiers are actually vulnerable in the hands of the opponent. The huge werewolf army was like the white foam floating on the coffee being blown away by a light breath. "No matter. Retreat!" The werewolf leader cursed angrily, jumped off the wolf car, and rushed to the back. But obviously, all this was seen clearly by Mu Bai's observation hockey. "Your people are fighting to the death. How can you escape? Mubai condensed the vibration ball cover on his toes and stepped on the ground. The werewolves around were instantly shaken away. Their bones were shattered, and they bled from all 7 orifices. It was miserable. 60 million volts. Thunder Eagle. With Mubai's low shout, a lightning eagle gathered on his shoulder and nimbly looked at his target, the werewolf leader, who was fleeing in a panic. Spreading his lightning wings, he flew high into the sky. An eagle cried behind him. The werewolf leader, who was running on all fours, felt the blue light of lightning behind him, and his hair stood up. In his panic, the lightning eagle broke through the werewolf warriors and pierced straight into his chest. Ah! The black werewolf's hair was scorched by the electric shock, and the iron armor melted by the heat of the electric current attached to his body, making him scream in pain. 10,000 soldiers took the head of the general. Mubai understood a little bit of this feeling. The werewolf leader, who was unconscious, collapsed on the ground, and the werewolf warriors were still biting the godlike human desperately. But it was useless. No one could stop his steps. Just step by step, the opponent finally stood in front of him, and behind him was a mountain of werewolf corpses. Mubai, who had released the elementalization, pointed a finger at the forehead of the werewolf leader. Vibration pistol. The white vibration ball condensed on the fingertips, and with a bang, the opponent's head exploded. The remaining werewolves saw that the leader was killed, and the entire werewolf army was only 1 in 10. So they lost their will to fight and fled to the rear. Mubai didn't care about them. What he really had to take seriously were the 3 legendary creatures. The mountain giants. Seeing his own people running away or dying, the mountain giant opened his blue eyes and walked towards the city wall with heavy steps. The mountain giant moved slowly, but its defense was amazing, and it could be said to be a siege weapon. The members of the Wuda team gathered beside Mubai. Sui looked at Feng Kai and said, "It seems that we must deal with them before we can pass the level." Feng Kai, can your childlike fruit have any effect on them? No. The physical difference is too big. This legendary creature is probably at level 5. My childlike fruit has no effect on him at all, Feng Kai said with a little disappointment. Lowering her head, I'll deal with them. I just want to try whether their bodies are harder or my fists are harder. After moving his body and making a creaking sound, Mubai said with full fighting spirit, "You haven't been fighting for such a long time, and you're not tired." Hearing Yu Qianzhou's question, Mubai waved his hand and said, "Maybe I have better physical strength." On the north gate wall, the soldiers and students were idle, and there were not enough scattered level 2 monsters to share. Why do I feel like I'm just here to hang up? The students of Wuda are different. Look at them killing people down there. And we can only lie down here. Okay, brother. Have some shame. If it weren't for Mushin and the others standing in the front, we wouldn't be able to defend against such monster attacks. These monsters come in waves. How did we defend the south gate, west gate and east gate? I don't know. But the mission hasn't failed yet, which means the other 3 places have not been breached. Hiss. I should have worked harder to get into the 4 top universities earlier, and I wouldn't have to eat and wait for death in such a third-rate university. While everyone at the north gate was discussing enthusiastically, the old lord walked up the stone stairs of the city wall with several guards, and there was a group of students behind him. Lord, what's the situation on the other 3 walls? Are there many monsters? 33 Novel Network. Hearing the question from a brave man, the old lord shook his head. What does this mean? Lost? The student who followed the old lord explained. No monster appeared at the south gate, west gate, or east gate. We were stunned for half an hour. What the HL? What's going on? The old lord walked to the wall and saw the mountains of corpses and seas of blood under the city, which made his scalp numb. This, all the monster legions were stopped and killed by you, the old lord said in disbelief. The people at the north gate also understood what the old lord meant. Good guy. It turns out that not all 4 gates were attacked by such monster legions, but the north gate blocked all the monsters that should have been diverted. The knight captain not far away saw the lord coming and half knelt on the ground to perform a knight salute. Lord, it was the brave warriors on the battlefield who had stood all the attacks, especially the brave warrior named Mubai, who single-handedly killed dozens of monster armies. The excited old lord shouted loudly. This is a miracle. This Mubai must be the messenger of the gods. He is here to save us. The students who followed the old lord up suddenly felt that the name Mubai sounded familiar, as if they had heard it somewhere before. Why does this Mubai sound familiar? The companion in front rolled his eyes and said, It's Mu Bai who got full marks in this year's college entrance examination. He chose Zhongwu University, and is known as a future rising star. He is very powerful. It is rumored that he has the strongest superhuman-type tremor fruit. These are all the hot news some time ago. I can see that you haven't been online much. And you don't even know Mu Bai. It's so weird to be true or false. But looking at this battlefield, I believe it now. Mu Bai of Wudao is so terrifying. This kid has a great future. Mu Bai's strength is a bit outrageous. He must have killed tens of thousands of monsters. Some have heard of Mu Bai, and some have not. But from today, all the universities in Ming Province will probably know this name. A strong man who killed through the monster army with several companions. A real freshman king. After the excitement, the old lord stood up. The mountain giants not far away were still advancing slowly. Their goal was clear, which was to destroy the city wall and break through the city. There are still 3 mountain giants attacking here. All soldiers listen to my order and move out the dragon blood siege crossbow. Hearing the old lord's sonorous and powerful order, all the soldiers began to act. The captain of the knights also had a bottom line in his heart. The city was defended. The dragon blood siege crossbow was a weapon against the mountain giants. And the damage and destructive power were amazing. Look! Mu Bai is taking action. Everyone looked at the battlefield in unison. I saw Mu Bai's tiny body blocking the mountain giants dozens of meters high. The mountain giant stopped, with a feeling in his heart. He could feel that the bug in front of him had amazing spirit. But it was useless in the face of absolute power. As a mountain giant, he had lived for 600 years. And no creature had ever been able to compete with his power. He raised his huge stone feet high, and stepped on Mu Bai like stepping on a bug. Danger! The students on the city wall exclaimed when they saw the scene. Mu Bai, don't you think too highly of yourself? I heard from the old lord that the mountain giants have reached the peak of level 4. With the blessing of blood, ordinary level 5 creatures are unwilling to provoke them easily. The level difference is too big. No one has a chance to win. Feeling the airflow being drawn from the sky, a truck-sized boulder foot stepped on him. Level? Body size? Racial gap? All of this was thrown behind Mu Bai's mind. Now there was only fighting. I saw Mu Bai condense a vibration ball cover in his hand, bend his arm to accumulate power. And in an instant, he collided with the boulder foot that fell from the sky. Boom! The terrifying collision sound did not dissipate for a long time. The surrounding ground was overwhelmed by such a collision of forces. And Mu Bai's body sank little by little. The air waves of the collision between the two could even affect the people far away on the city wall. The veins on his neck bulged. And Mu Bai felt suppressed in strength for the first time. This feeling is great. Excited, Mu Bai elementalized and left here, and appeared in front of the mountain giant's chest in a flash. His right foot condensed into a vibrating ball shield, followed by a side kick. Squeak! As the void shattered like a spider web, the mountain giant fell to the ground. The visual impact was undoubtedly huge, as if an ant tripped an elephant. After realizing that the other party was not a small insect, the mountain giant also became serious. After a few breaths, he stood up, and his huge body made the ground tremble slightly. He raised his huge stone fist, and smashed it mercilessly at the human in front of him. But this tiny human was not to be manipulated at will. Vibrate it as you please. Waving his iron fist, his arm was covered with armed color, and the pure white ball cover condensed again. 1 rider to 1,000. This punch was earth-shattering, and it struck the void in front of him with a terrifying vibration force. The stone fist collided with the armed iron fist. When the two collided, the huge shock waves spread to the sky, and a huge crack spread between the two. Not enough. Come again! Release all the vibration power. The highly developed vibration fruit exerted unprecedented power in Mu Bai's hands. The crack spread from the center of the stone fist to the arm, and his stone arm was breaking in the horrified eyes of the mountain giant. Break it for me! With Mu Bai's low shout, the mountain giant's stone arm broke completely and fell to the ground. Without stopping, Mu Bai condensed the vibration ball cover with both hands, and lightning instantly. Mu Bai, who turned into thunder, blasted the mountain giant's chin from bottom to top. Squeak! The huge body shifted under the impact of the vibration, causing the mountain giant to step back several steps. Even the special rock covering the chin was cracked by the vibration. Unforgivable. Nothing. The mountain giant, who made a special roar, stretched out his only remaining left arm and punched Mu Bai on his chin. But he didn't expect Mu Bai to jump on his face, and the giant rock fist missed and hit his chest. 90 million volts. God's punishment spear. The sky was full of thunder, and the surging power of thunder was held in Mubai's hand. A lightning spear that was unique in the world appeared in Mubai's hand. Holding the god's punishment spear, Mubai did not hesitate and stabbed it into the mountain giant's eyes. No matter how strong the defense is, there are weaknesses. As long as you find the opponent's weakness, you can easily defeat the enemy. After an ancient wail, the giant was full of pain. Under Mubai's control, the lightning spear that penetrated the huge pupil turned into electric current, wreaking havoc in the body of the mountain giant. The mountain giants were born from the mountains, which does not mean that they are made of pure rocks. Their core is still flesh and blood. It's just that they have lived long enough, and the magnet in the center of their bodies can absorb more rocks, as well as the surrounding soil, which makes them so huge. After a few moments, the huge body fell to the ground and could never get up again. Mubai, who was on the human side, won this battle. Can humans defeat mountain giants with bare hands? This made the old lord, who had lived for 70 years, gasp. Everyone on the city wall was stunned, especially those who said that Mubai could not defeat such a monster. And they were slapped in the face. Why do I remember watching Mubai's battle videos before? And they weren't so exaggerated? Maybe after a month, Mushin's strength has improved. Bah! A third-rate university is useless. I'll drop out and repeat a year when I go back. I can get such an improvement in just 1 month at the 4 top universities. I think I can give it a try. Damn. Brother. Don't be impulsive. If you try, you'll die. Have you ever considered that you're actually an ordinary person? And you'll probably be the same if you take the exam again. What nonsense are you talking about? I have been following Mushin since he opened his Spark account. How come I didn't know that Mushin also has the ability of thunder and lightning? It's a bit like a natural ability. TSK, you still dare to call yourself an old fan. I was a die-hard fan of Mubai 30 years ago. Mushin can set fire and discharge electricity. You don't know this? Listening to these people talking more and more irrelevant, the students of Wuda couldn't help but say, Mubai is a superhuman, natural, and dual fruit ability user. His thunder fruit was only displayed after he entered school, so you may not know. Although they didn't understand why one person could take 2 devil fruits, they were also shocked. Come on! Make way! The Dragon Blood Siege crossbow is coming! The students who were blocking the stone steps scattered, and saw several soldiers pushing the giant blood-red siege crossbow to the city wall. It took 2 soldiers to lift the silver crossbow arrows. Bang bang. The old lord personally went to the battlefield to operate the Dragon Blood Siege crossbow. No one can operate it better than him. Aim at the crosshairs, find the location of the mountain giant, and slowly pull the switch. Swoosh. The silver crossbow arrow streaked across the sky, with a black dragon shadow attached to the arrowhead. Mubai, who had just dealt with a mountain giant, felt something in his heart and looked up at the crossbow arrow. The silver crossbow arrow that could bring such uneasiness to Mubai was certainly not an ordinary crossbow arrow. The whistling dragon shadow instantly pierced the chest of the mountain giant, and the thick rock skin could not resist it, accompanied by a loud roar. A big hole suddenly appeared in the chest of the mountain giant. He looked down at his chest, and the giant, who was shot, fell unconscious on his back on the ground. Ha ha. It seems that my sword is still sharp, and a mere mountain giant can be captured easily. But it's a pity that there are only 2 crossbow arrows left. Turning the scope, the old lord fired the silver crossbow arrow again. As expected, the last mountain giant died on the spot. The electric current sounded, and Mubai instantly came to the top of the city. He asked curiously, "This is very powerful. Is it stained with the breath of dragon?" The old lord was shocked by the sudden appearance of Mubai. "It is a crossbow made of black dragon bones of ancient dragon level. You must be Mubai. I can feel the gods watching you," the old lord said to Mubai respectfully, and there was a layer of deep meaning in his turbid eyes. The gaze of the gods? Does it mean the gaze of Shura Tower? Seeing that the old lord had no intention of explaining, Mubai did not ask too much. At this moment, a familiar cold voice came from the sky. The mission is successful. The top 1,000 challengers with the highest points can enter the next level. Now announce the list and points of the top 1,000. First place, Mubai 185,812 points. Second place, Sui 25,241. Third place, Yu Qiansho 23,511. The next level will be opened in an hour. Please be prepared for all those entering the tower. What the H? L is 180,000 points. It's too much to be ranked second. The students on the city wall saw Mubai, who had just killed all around, appear in front of them. And they dared not breathe. Who wouldn't be afraid of Mubai's current state? He had killed tens of thousands of monsters. And he was still covered with a strong murderous intent. And the blood that had not yet coagulated added a few strands of murderous aura. Seeing that people around him were avoiding his eyes, Mubai realized his state. He closed his eyes, and simply adjusted his mental consciousness. The murderous aura gradually dissipated, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The city lord took Mubai's hand, grateful and tearful, and invited Mubai, Sui and others to follow him to the castle to rest. Before leaving, he ordered the night captain to provide a resting place for all students. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission and getting the first place in the special score level in Shura Tower. Mission reward: Constitution +5. Observation Hockey +5,000. Trigger critical hit card. Armament Hockey +1,000. Random Fruit Awakening Progress +5%. Sitting in the hot spring pool in the castle, Mubai was stunned when he heard the prompt sound of his own system. My goodness. Observation Hockey actually increased the proficiency by 500 points. Critical hit card? I almost forgot about this thing. It was a rare quality item card given when I opened the big turntable last time. This big turntable is really a good thing. I don't know when it can be opened next time. He silently opened the personal panel in his heart. Name: Mubai. Level 3 Peak. Constitution 94. Armament Hockey 17800/25,000. Proficient. Observation Hockey 23500/25,000. Proficient. Conqueror Hockey 78. Spirit. Kendo 6502/25,000. Proficient. Navy 6 Styles 23250/25,000. Proficient. Devil Fruit. Tremor Fruit 95%. Thunder Fruit 21%. Equipment: Shwanya Heavy Fire, Good Blade. Black Mystical Gloves. 5% of the Fruit Awakening is added to the Tremor Fruit. And the Fruit Awakening is just around the corner. The proficiency of Observation Hockey has also soared, and it will soon reach the next level. Constitution is only 6 points away from reaching 100 points. Without looking at the peak of level 3 marked in the personal panel, Mubai can also feel that he is only one step away from the threshold of level 4. Since the advent of the other dimension 50 years ago, people have divided levels 1 to 8 into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, purple gold, heavenly king, and imperial throne. The 8 levels can be roughly divided into 3 major levels, with levels 1 to 4 being the early stage and levels 5 to 6 being the middle stage. Level 7 Heavenly King is the late stage. And as for the level 8 Imperial Throne, it can suppress a country. So some people also call the level 8 Imperial Throne the national level. The first 4 levels are still among mortals. Of course, an alien like Mubai is unprecedented. His own level is the peak of level 3. But his physical strength can be compared with the early stage of level 5. Levels 5 to 6 belong to the ranks of heroes. Normally, 100 people with peak level 4 strength are like weeds in front of a level 5 strongman. From level 4 to level 5, the abstract understanding is the process of changing the quantity of strength into quality. 100 eggs cannot smash a stone. The level 7 Heavenly King transcends the constraints of quantity and quality with his personal will and opens the power of the field. This is no longer a victory by numbers. After decades of practice, a genius may have the opportunity to glimpse the 7th level secrets and transcend the mundane. If the 7th level is transcendental and is called superhuman, then the 8th level Emperor is a human being infinitely close to God. The fundamental reason why modern civilization can continue is that the 8th level Emperor suppresses large-scale different dimensional spaces. Let the advanced races that covet this fertile land shrink in their own world. For example, Duan Xia, the president of Wuda. His main task is to suppress the 2 advanced different dimensional spaces in the school. It is also because of this balance that countries around the world have no time to attack each other after obtaining superpowers. Each level upgrade is not achieved overnight, especially when encountering level barriers. Level 5, Level 7, and Level 8 are 3 thresholds. Level upgrade requires one's own mentality and battle accumulation. Only when one's own momentum reaches its peak can one be united in mind and spirit and break through the shackles of level. Breakthrough is like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. If you can't break through, your strength will not improve in your lifetime. But it is obvious that the rules of this world cannot constrain one's own system. I am probably the only one who can ignore the existence of barriers, as long as the basic attributes are sufficient. System. Is your authority higher than this world? Mubai asked in his heart. Insufficient authority. Unable to answer. Please upgrade the system in time. Insufficient authority. How can the system upgrade authority? When the host upgrades to level 5. The system upgrade can be turned on to obtain more authority. In the hot spring pool, Hong Yuan saw Mubai had been resting with his eyes closed, and thought that the other party was not used to today's killing. He walked out of the hot spring pool, took out a bottle of Happy Fat House water from his backpack, and placed it next to Mubai. Thank you. Hearing the sound, Mubai opened his eyes, and thanked softly. Hong Yuan is a man of roughness, but meticulousness. He handles everything meticulously. Although he is taciturn, people who spend a long time with him will know that he is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Yu Qianqiu, with his hands on the edge of the pool, said with interest, I didn't expect that you, Hang Yuan, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, also carry Fat House Happy Water with you. This is a bit different from your style. Straightening up his somewhat limp body, Yu Qianqiu said lazily, Are there any more? Give me a bottle. Han Yuan, who was sitting on the chair, looked at him strangely. No more. But as a San fruit ability user, can you soak in the water for a long time? Yu Qianqiu is afraid of water. This is no secret among several people. Unexpectedly, Yu Qianqiu was out of character today and soaked in the hot spring water for so long. Brother, please, I don't like water, but this has nothing to do with my hot spring bath. By the way, Mubai, I see that you are a little different today. Is your fruit ability about to awaken? Yu Qianqiu, who came out of the hot spring pool, took the cake in front of Lu Jun and asked curiously. When the others heard this, they all looked at Mubai. It's almost there. Mubai, who is soaking in the water, said calmly. Hearing Mubai's answer, everyone swallowed their saliva. How long has it been since he got the devil fruit? It's less than a year before the fruit awakens? His Wuda Mubai is so scary, Yu Qianqiu said in an exaggerated manner. With that shocked expression, Mubai felt that he could give him 10 points. Speak properly. Covering his forehead, Mubai was a little speechless. It would be a pity if Yu Qianqiu didn't become a comedian. It seems that you and Xiao Wudi, the head of the sophomore class, are really destined to be together. Yu Qianqiu seemed to have thought of something, and continued to speak. It is rumored that Xiao Wudi's fruit is about to awaken. Take a look. You have the domineering color, and he has the domineering color. Your fruit is about to awaken, and his fruit is about to awaken. What kind of fruit is he? Hearing this, Mubai's interest was aroused. Wiping the sweat from his face, Yu Qianqiu found that he was a little accustomed to Mubai's style. He does what he says, and is a man of action. He treats girls equally. A few days after school started, he received a pile of love letters, which Mubai threw into the trash can. With Mubai's personality, he would never investigate the other party's background in advance. This is not because he is arrogant, but because of a strange feeling. Anyone who has come into contact with Mubai has this feeling. You can trust this guy completely, even if there are gods. Mubai dares to challenge God. Clearing his mind, Yu Qianqiu whispered, It's a very strange fruit. The Superman string fruit. Mubai is of course familiar with this fruit, which is the fruit of Doflamingo in the One Piece world. It controls silk threads to attack the enemy, and has a signature move like a birdcage. After the fruit awakens, it can temporarily change the nature of the surrounding area, making the building or the ground present the characteristics of threads, so as to launch a more fierce attack, whether it's the string fruit or any other fruit. Even if he's the Nika form of the human fruit, I'll beat him up. Nika? What the H.L. is that? Yu Qianqiu was confused. After washing up, everyone came out dressed neatly, and the blood stains on their bodies were washed off. Now it was only 10 minutes away from an hour. After sending everyone out of the castle, the old lord took out a dagger from his hand and gave it to Mubai. Thank you for your help to this territory. This dagger is a token of my heart. It has magical effects. I believe it can help you. Mubai thanked him, and when he took the dagger, he was stunned. The familiar system prompts rang in his ears. After listening, Mubai felt that he was not calm. Ding dong. The host obtains a special item. The Dark Dagger. Dark Dagger. The blade is engraved with blood-red flowers of the other shore. It has a magical function in this space. The carrier can skip the tedious levels and directly descend to the boss level. Tip. The dagger contains unique power. Please use it carefully. Use carefully? Mubai pulled the dagger out of the scabbard. The dark dagger in his hand exudes a lavender light, which makes people want to insert it into their necks. It is very strange. The longer you stare at the blade, the stronger this feeling becomes. Restrain this strange feeling and put the dagger back into the scabbard. Skip the ordinary level and descend directly to the boss level, which means that the next level you enter will become the 30th level. Take it, Mr. Mubai. It will help you at a critical moment. Seeing that Mubai was still looking at the dagger, the old lord couldn't help but say, what if I don't accept it? There is no difference between clearing the levels layer by layer and directly killing the leader. Mubai actually handed the dark dagger to the old lord. I didn't expect the other party to behave like this. The old lord's face was red and his eyes were full of bloodshot. Mubai was still calm and indifferent. He was telling me riddles on the city wall. What gods were watching me? Now he came up with a dark dagger and wanted me to use it. Looking at the other party's red face. Did he really think I was an idiot? A weak man is still a riddle man. He has lived enough. He pinched the old lord's neck with one hand and lifted him up in the air. You? His face became redder due to lack of oxygen. As if he was drunk. The old lord fluttered his legs and knocked Mubai's right arm weakly with his skinny hands. But it was obvious that such strength was like tickling to Mubai. Stop! Put down the lord. The armored guards saw this sudden scene and quickly surrounded Mubai with their spears. The guards' hands were shaking while holding the spears. What the H.L. did the lord say to make this killing god want to strangle him? They saw with their own eyes that the monsters under the city were cooked by this killing god, like cutting melons and vegetables. Who dared to really attack Mubai? At such a tense moment, every guard's heart jumped to his throat, fearing that Mubai would suddenly start a killing spree. These soldiers were not his opponents. The sweat in the helmet dripped from the nose drop by drop. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the leading guard saw that the old lord was almost suffocated. He said weakly, "Give it to me." Stop. Mubai put his left hand in his pocket, holding the old lord who had given up struggling in his right hand, with a cold expression on his handsome face. You guys lie down for a while. What do you mean? Before the guards could react, a terrifying aura emanated from Mubai, and the surrounding void began to fluctuate. It was the domineering aura of the overlord. Under such a surging aura, the guards surrounding Mubai knelt down in front of him uncontrollably, all foaming at the mouth and fainting. From beginning to end, Mubai did not even look at them. Putting down the old lord, who was about to suffocate, Mubai said in a calm tone, "What is the gaze of the gods? And why did you give me this dagger? Tell me." The old lord who was put down collapsed on the ground, holding his throat and gasping for air. Ahem. Did you kill them? The old lord who had climbed up with difficulty pointed at the unconscious guards around him, and asked while coughing. I just let them sleep for a while. You answer my questions first. Now your life is in my hands. And so are theirs. The young man in front of him showed a different face at this moment. Cold and serious. Seeing a hint of murderous intent in the other's eyes, the old lord knew that the young man would do what he said. I admit that I have concealed it from you. But our purpose is the same. What's more, even if you kill us, we will come back to life and face the siege of the monster army again. But this time without your help. We will be killed by the monsters. At this point, the already old voice sounded even more desolate. Come back to life? What does it mean? Seeing that Mubai was listening carefully, the old lord continued to speak. You are from the outside world. And you are the only ones who can help us get rid of it. And you are the most powerful existence among these aliens I have seen. If it is you, you can definitely kill the monster on the 51st floor. That means the 21st floor is reincarnated every day. And it is destroyed by the attack of the monster army every day. Waving his hand, Mubai interrupted the excited old lord. That's right. In hundreds of reincarnations, only I have memories. Other soldiers have no memories. I watched them die with my own eyes and resurrected in a new day. In such an environment, living is a cage, and death is liberation. I think if they have memories, they must think so. Looking at the watch, there are only 2 minutes left before he will be forced to teleport to the next floor. What is this dagger for? Mubai did not want to spend time understanding their pain after ruthlessly interrupting the other party's memories. So what if they reincarnate hundreds of times? Tens of thousands of times? Hundreds of millions of times? It is none of his business. You can use it to kill the guy on the 51st floor. This dark dagger is his weakness. When I said at the beginning that you were being watched by the gods, it was him observing you at that moment. So that's it. After hearing this, Mubai believed half of it, and the other half needed to be considered. Put away the dark dagger. A portal appeared beside him. Before leaving, Mubai said loudly, "Whether you can be freed or not has nothing to do with me. I must go to the 51st floor. So, no matter what he is, a god or a monster, as long as he stands in front of me, I will definitely smash him to pieces." After saying that, Mubai entered the portal without looking back. Pop! The vortex-shaped portal slowly closed. The old lord, who felt a little stuffy in his chest, smiled while holding the wall, although Mubai did not say anything high-sounding like he must rescue them. 33novel.com. But this made the old lord look at Mubai more highly. "Mubai, maybe you can really do it." In the silent water world, a beautiful woman with a charming figure wandered underwater. Her graceful figure drew ripples on the water surface. The beautiful singing echoed in the ears, captivating the heart. And a normal man would probably be excited after hearing it. But when these were transmitted to Mubai's ears, they were extremely unpleasant. Mubai, who possessed the domineering color, was highly immune to such mental manipulation. This was the 30th floor of Shura Tower, a world composed of water, and Mubai was teleported to a small boat. He squatted down and touched the water surface with his hand, and the power of the devil fruit was suppressed. He was in a sea area. At this time, a slender hand stretched out from the water. A beautiful girl jumped out of the sea. She pursed her lips and smiled at Mubai. Her skin was as white as a freshly peeled water chestnut, and a tiny black mole at the corner of her mouth made her look even more charming. "Little brother, you are so beautiful. Do you want to kiss me in the water?" The beautiful girl with a sweet smile looked at Mubai affectionately. Even she felt a little emotional. In the days after awakening the system, Mubai's body is grown up. His smooth and white face is cold and handsome with sharp edges. His sword-like eyebrows and heroic eyes reveal a heroic spirit. So handsome. But it's a pity that filling your stomach is more important. Come and play together. Looking at the slender hand stretched out, Mubai smiled. In a flash, the white ball cover on his left hand condensed and punched the melon seed face. With a bang, the calm sea surface surged. The girl hit by Mubai was shot into the deep sea like a bullet with a creaking sound. This is Mubai's smile. Life and death are unpredictable. Here they come. It seems to be a group. Mubai, who has the ability to see and hear, scanned the water and knew that many mermaids with fish tails were swimming towards him. Under the powerful inertia of swimming at high speed, the beautiful mermaids opened their bloody mouths and jumped out of the water. And their jagged teeth were daunting. For the intruders who destroyed the tranquility of this water area, they would share him together. The fragile boat was hit by them and turned into scattered driftwood. Seeing so many hospitable mermaids, I want to give them a gift. When Mubai was about to touch the sea surface, he clenched his hands and tightened his arms. This is my gift to you. The vibration air mask hit the sea surface. Only the sound of creaking was heard. The vibration sound that spread throughout the sea area resounded in the ears of all mermaids. Under the violent vibration, the seabed crust rose sharply over a large area, and the sea water also rose with the uplifted area. Under the action of gravity, the sea water surged into huge waves. This is the tsunami caused by vibration. Mubai was like Sun Wukong making trouble in the Dragon Palace at this moment, turning the place upside down. What happened? What did that human do? They were caught in the huge waves and thrown into the air with exclamations. The entire sea area was split in half by Mubai from the middle. Looking down from the air, you can clearly see the seabed hidden deep under the water surface exposed, causing vibrations at will and setting off tsunamis. This is the power of the strongest superhuman tremor fruit. Looking up at the mermaids, who were hit by the tsunami in the sky, lightning teleported to their heads. Extended index finger. 100 million volts. Qilin. Under the crackling lightning, the roaring lightning Qilin flew out from Mubai's fingertips, and the blue lightning briefly covered the sun's brilliance. In the mermaids' terrified eyes, the lightning Qilin hit them. The extremely high current instantly burned them into charcoal. The scattered body parts fell into the water. The mermaids who escaped by chance saw the scene, and their hearts and galls broke. They swam desperately from the surface to the deep water area, but the closing water surface brought a huge impact force, making it difficult for them to move. At this moment, they didn't even think about eating each other. The scene of their companions becoming grilled fish in the hands of this human demon undoubtedly completely destroyed their confidence in fighting. The gap in strength is too big, and they are no longer on the same level. Mubai, with lightning flashing on his body, stood on the sea. The ability of the thunder fruit allows him to teleport continuously, which is no different from flying. It's useless to run away from me. The crackling dense electric current condensed in Mubai's palm and slammed down with one palm. Heavenly net. With a low shout from Mubai, the terrifying lightning dissipated on the sea surface, and the interwoven electric net spread to the sea at an unimaginable speed. Under the sea, the mermaid swam towards the deep sea with her tail swinging wildly, and the sound of lightning behind her was simply the sickle of the god of death. Some mermaids, who didn't have time to escape, were caught up by the electric net and died on the spot. Everyone swim around. Don't gather together. Seeing a burst of lightning blue light on the sea surface, the big wave mermaid screamed and said with a bad premonition, "Seawater is a huge conductor. Although the energy of lightning is huge, it is still insignificant compared to the vast ocean. If it is ordinary lightning, it will be fine." But Mubai is the user of the thunder fruit ability. Controlling lightning is as easy as breathing for him. With the perception of the color of observation, objects can be effectively located. Mubai knows that this is a precursor to opening the hard net. Good idea. Escape to the surroundings to increase the chance of survival. But I, Mubai, want you all to be destroyed by thunder. The sea breeze blew on his face. His eyes flashed with thunder. And at this moment Mubai was like a true king who reigned over the sea. Opening his hands, 2 balls of lightning were thrown into the water by Mubai, and the huge thunder energy exploded the sea surface. The maximum current, the net of heaven and earth, far exceeding the first electric net. This invisible net composed of lightning. At this moment, the moment it touched the water, the entire sea area was covered by the flowing current. The mermaids, who escaped to the deep sea of several hundred meters, turned into black charred objects under the roaring electric nets, and were blown away by the deep sea currents. The remaining hundreds of mermaids were instantly killed by Mubai. "Human, you are looking for death." A deafening sound came from a distance, and a huge black shadow of nearly 100 meters swam at a high speed under the sea. The real owner finally appeared, and the game officially began. The boss of the 30th level appeared, and it looked like a big fish. Mubai opened his hands in the air, and nearly 100 lightning spears appeared out of thin air in front of him. "Go!" Under Mubai's control, the lightning spears in the air shot at the big fish under the water at a very fast speed. Under the sea, the huge golden pupils revealed a hint of humanistic teasing. He had a rare bloodline, and lightning had no effect on it at all. Bang! The sea surface exploded, and a giant shark with a length of nearly 100 meters rushed out of the water, and hundreds of lightning spears pierced into the shark's skin. But after touching the shark's skin, the lightning spear turned into a weak electric current until it dissipated in the air. The giant shark opened its mouth, and lightning condensed in its mouth. The terrifying lightning beam hit Mubai's body, and the huge reaction force made it retreat nearly 100 meters. It closed its mountain-like mouth and swam on the sea surface. "It's ridiculous that a tiny human actually attacked me with lightning. I have the blood of the ancient thunder dragon shark, and I can deal with you." The human face was smug. How much lightning can a tiny human body store? Who can withstand the lightning attack of nearly 100 years of power? But suddenly it felt something was wrong. Why hasn't the lightning in the air dissipated? Ding dong. The host is detected to be hit by extremely strong lightning, and the development progress of the thunder fruit is plus 1%. In midair, Mubai, who was wrapped in lightning, opened his eyes, and the fatigue of this period was swept away. If you want to ask why, you can only say that this time the charging is a bit refreshing. It's not a human, but an elemental body? No. The lightning elemental body will also be destroyed by my lightning column. The giant shark, in doubt, thought that his attack was not strong enough. If it didn't work once, he would come again. The vast ocean provided it with endless power. As long as he was in the ocean, no creature could defeat him. Thinking of it, the giant shark took a deep breath, and the gills made a gurgling sound, and the dazzling lightning column gathered again. Mubai in the air was so happy that he was afraid that the opponent's attack would fail. The lightning was entangled, and he used lightning to move directly and stood in front of the giant shark. Not dodging or evading, but coming up. What does this bug want to do? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, the lightning column screaming in the giant shark's mouth condensed again, as the giant shark spit out with force. The majestic lightning column covered Mubai's whole body, and this tiny figure seemed to be wiped out at any time. Erase. Erase. Erase? Erase the big head ghost. How come this bug is not hurt at all? Even if the giant shark is stubborn, It also thought that lightning might not be effective against the other party. The light column dissipated, and Mubai heard the pleasant system prompt sound again. Ding dong. The host was detected to be hit by extremely strong lightning. And the development progress of the thunder fruit was plus 1%. The development of the fruit brought by special lightning has reached the upper limit. What a pity. It has reached the upper limit. Is this all your ability? Feeling full of strength, Mubai smiled and looked at the giant shark close at hand. You are an interesting bug. Lightning is useless to you. But you should never destroy my territory. Today I will teach you that you have come but never come back. After saying the harsh words, to Mubai's surprise, the other party did not open its mouth to bite him, but instead hid its huge body under the sea. What kind of tricks is this? Under the turbulent sea, a faintly visible black shadow swam at high speed, circling a fixed point. And the speed was getting faster and faster. The sea surface also changed at this time. The whole sea area formed dozens of whirlpools of different sizes under its movement. The gushing tornado water columns, wrapped with sharp water blades, surrounded Mubai from all directions. I am the overlord in this ocean. I am the emperor of the sea. Extreme blade sea wall. The giant shark swimming body rotated in the deep sea. Under its control, the tornado water column dozens of meters wide formed a flowing sea wall, constantly compressing the space inside the sea wall. Mubai tentatively stretched his elementalized hand towards the sea wall, and the sharp water blade scratched his fingers. There is a power similar to armed color in this water wall. Ordinary people surrounded by the water wall will surely die. Even natural systems cannot escape through elementalization. And the sea water restrains the devil fruit. This 30th floor boss has some restraint on the ability users. But unfortunately he met himself today. The armed color covered his hands, and the pure white vibration ball cover condensed. Sea wall? Right? Let's see who is the overlord of the sea today. He turned his body, clenched his right fist, and poured a powerful vibration force into this fist. Sea shot fist. With Mubai's roar, the iron fist hit the void. The surging water wall seemed to be still at this moment. Squeak! The terrifying sound of cracking resounded throughout the sea. With Mubai as the center, the void cracks spread on the sea wall. The towering sea wall and the void cracks were like the generals in front of the two armies, fighting the first round. The winner was revealed in a moment. The unshakable layers of progressive water walls could not gather in such a vibration. Just like a dismembered beast that could no longer bar its fangs and claws, the water wall around Mubai lost its unique cohesion and turned into ordinary sea water, falling to the sea surface. Boom! The scattered huge water masses fell on the sea surface, causing a roaring sound. Interesting means, but you can't control the sea water to attack in front of me. Putting away his slightly hot right fist, Mubai said loudly underwater. The giant shark under the deep sea had never seen such a scene. Where did this bug come from? His lightning column and extreme blade sea wall, which were always successful, were easily resolved by the other party. Attack and defense changed positions. Now let's see how many punches you can withstand from me. First, let's turn the sea over. Mubai's interest in fighting was aroused, and he saw veins popping all over his body, and his dark eyes were filled with endless coldness. Bending forward, both hands were covered with vibration ball covers, and the terrifying vibration force condensed into a point under Mubai's control. With a low shout from Mubai, he crossed his fingers and held them together. Vibrate the biggest round. Turn the world upside down. Intentionally wanting to test the power of the vibration fruit on the sea, Mubai used all his strength in this attack. Even with his physique of more than 90 points, he couldn't bear it. As a white light bombarded the sea surface, the air waves that were raised carried the waves more than 10 meters high and spread around. From the sea level, the sea area around Mubai was at least several meters lower. And this was just a prelude. The real horror happened after the vibration was transmitted to the seabed. The seabed of the entire sea area wailed. The underground rocks broke, and under the interaction of the plates, the submarine earthquake began. From the tiny vibration to the big vibration that made the giant shark's scalp numb. The whole process took only a few seconds. What is this madman going to do? An indescribable fear filled the giant shark's mind. The sea area was split layer by layer, with clear highs and lows. As the undercurrent turned, the surging waves gathered together to form an unprecedented tsunami. The tsunami of several hundred meters spread to the surroundings, and the sea water in the sky was lifted up to the sky. A vacuum zone of about 100 meters appeared under Mubai. The stunned giant shark stared blankly at himself being hit by the tsunami into the sky. What a joke. I must return to the sea. I am a fish meat that can be slaughtered in the air. The giant shark, whose whole body has left the seawater, feels the danger. It hurriedly swings its giant fish tail in the sky, trying to return to the sea. "I found you," accompanied by a crackling sound. The devil's whisper sounded above its head. "This bug is above my head." In the sky, the giant shark turned over and opened its huge mouth like a hill to bite the bug. Mu Bai's armament color strengthened his arm, and his right arm glowed with black metal. He pulled his arm back with steam all over his body and punched the giant tooth. The 3-meter-long giant tooth was smashed by a punch, and the remnants of the tooth were knocked into the giant shark's mouth. This was really a broken tooth swallowed into the stomach. The humiliated giant shark was furious and opened its mouth as if it wanted to emit a lightning beam. When the smelly hot air was about to pounce on Mu Bai, who reacted quickly, teleported to the white belly of the giant shark with lightning. "Since you want to return to the sea so much, then I will send you on your way." After that, Mu Bai raised his thigh in midair, condensed a vibration ball cover at his ankle, and kicked the giant shark's belly. 1 rider to 1,000. The legs showed a semi-elemental lightning. With the speed of lightning, Mu Bai's kick was fast and fierce. Squeak! The familiar sound of breaking sounded in the giant shark's abdomen, and the powerful vibration force exploded. Every time a crack in the void appeared, the bleeding in the giant shark's body became more serious. The giant shark that was kicked directly vomited out the food it had eaten the day before, along with the broken internal organs. Without the protection of the ocean, its defense was greatly reduced, and the power of blood could not protect it. After being hit in the vitals, it lost consciousness for a short time, and its huge body was like a broken doll, doing free fall in the air. As expected, with the friendly help of Mu Bai, it returned to the sea. It just landed headfirst, and there was no buffering of seawater. Boom! The 100-meter-long body hit the vacuum zone on the seabed directly. Pain. It hurt so much. It was awakened alive by the pain again. The surrounding seawater is pouring in, and the giant shark is about to cry when it feels the seawater flowing rapidly here. As long as there is seawater, no matter how serious the injury is, it can recover by itself. A bolt of lightning struck the giant shark's head from high in the sky. The person who came was Mu Bai. Ignoring the rushing seawater around him, he stretched out his palm and pressed it on the giant shark's head. If you want to kill an enemy, don't forget to finish him off. If the enemy is a family, you must uproot them. Treating the enemy with kindness is cruel to yourself. In the perception of the color of observation, the giant shark under him recovered its breath at a very fast speed after contacting the seawater. If I'm not mistaken, most of your strength comes from the sea. In my perception, your breath is recovering. It seems that the seawater is your life-saving straw, but you have no chance. The pure white vibration ball covered the palm of his hand, and turned into a white shock wave under Mu Bai's control. The giant shark's golden pupils stagnated, and the top of its head seemed to be crushed by a mountain, and its nearly 100-meter body sank several meters into the ground. Squeak! The surging waves were once again dispersed by the vibration force. Mu Bai retracted his palm. Blood flowed from the giant shark's head like a river, and the brain exploded. The other party was dead and could not die anymore. A tsunami several hundred meters high rushed over. An electric current flashed on Mu Bai's body, and he disappeared on the spot. Mu Bai, who teleported to high altitude, immediately noticed the birth of another life form. Mu Bai frowned and said, "Does it have 2 lives or some special skills?" The giant shark body wrapped in the ocean current moved. It was incredible that it could still be conscious without a brain. The golden pupils blinked again, and it, which had human wisdom, thought of escaping at this moment. Although at this moment it wanted to tear Mu Bai apart more. The 100-meter-long body shrank rapidly, and the silky skin gathered together to become a hideous armor. In such a life-and-death situation, in order to survive, it decided to make a decision that went against its ancestors and consumed its own blood power to recover from its injuries. The golden pupils were squeezed and deformed. Blood flowed, and a new fist-sized black pupil appeared in the eye socket. The 100-meter-long body was compressing, and the blood of the thunder dragon shark, which was immune to lightning to a certain extent, also dissipated. In less than a moment, a 10-meter-long armored shark was officially born. The gray biological armor was extremely strong. Since the giant shark gained consciousness, it had degenerated into such a form for the first time, and the blood accumulated over the past 100 years had disappeared. It was wishful thinking for his bloodline to reach a higher level. These were all caused by the humans in the sky. Now it was most important to stay alive. and the streamlined body rushed through the water. It was extremely fast, swimming along the trench to another sea area, suppressing its breath to the lowest level. 10 minutes later, the giant shark that had been swimming in the deep sea finally let go of its worries. He thought that his resurrection was flawless, and did not disturb the other party. The next step was to leave the sea area. Squeak! The sound of the void breaking sounded again. The sea surface was torn apart by the vibration force. The sea was split in the middle, as if it was chiseled by an axe. Mu Bai, floating in the air, slowly fell down, holding a thunder spear in his hand, dressed in black, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. It can run very well, but it still can't run very well. This beautiful nonsense literature giant shark can't appreciate. Without hesitation, it turned its body and swam to a deeper trench. 80 million volts. God's punishment spear. The thunder spear composed of lightning shot out from Mu Bai's hand. The weak giant shark was unable to stop it, and before it swam a few dozen meters, it was pierced through the heart in reluctance, sunk into the dark trench. The teleportation channel opened beside him, and Mu Bai knew that the other party was really dead this time. He stepped into the teleportation portal, and his figure disappeared in this sea area with the teleportation portal. The Shura Tower will automatically record the scores and names of the top 10 tower challengers. On the abdomen of the evil ghost statue, the blood-stained relief font suddenly twisted, which meant that the positions of the top 10 had changed. The list has been updated. Outside the Shura Tower, the school staff waiting saw the changes in the list on the stone wall, and they all came forward excitedly. Some expected that it would be a new student from their own school on the list, except for the first place. Everyone was squeezed out of one place. First place, Xiao Wudi, 41st floor. Second place, Mu Bai, 40th floor. Third place, Fan Yuxing, 39th floor. It's Mu Bai from Wuda. How come he's so fast? He's already reached the 40th floor in less than a day. I heard that Mu Bai from Wuda is a dual fruit ability user, with the superhuman tremor fruit and the natural fruit ability that can discharge electricity. It's true that there is no suspense. It was Wuda that set the record last year, and it must be Wuda that can break the record. Seeing the word Mu Bai, some teachers who had heard about Mu Bai's deeds were amazed. Lei Wuxiang folded his arms and sat leisurely on the chair. I was slacking off at school, but the vice president suddenly pulled me over with the door fruit, saying that he had something to do and would help him sit in the Shura Tower. Compared to the anxiously waiting teachers around him, he was much more relaxed, and seemed to be completely confident in his students. A male teacher from another school smiled, and said to Lei Wuxiang, "Teacher Lei, your Mu Bai from Wuda has reached the 40th floor. Haha. So amazing." Oh! Without even looking at him, Lei Wuxiang, who was lying on the chair, opened his mouth with difficulty, and replied with an "oh," with an extremely perfunctory attitude. Shongwu University is indeed a top university. Oh! I also had the opportunity to enter the 4 universities back then. Oh! After Lei Wuxiang's 3 O's, he was completely silenced. After all, people from Wuda University are arrogant. A petite and beautiful teacher came over from a distance. When she saw Lei Wuxiang lying on the chair, she said happily, "Wow! Teacher Lei, Mu Bai from your school is so amazing. He has already reached the 40th floor. The male teacher who was about to leave curled his lips. Haha. The same rhetoric. Do you think he can pay attention to you? Haha. That brat is indeed a genius. But fortunately, he has a good teacher. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as good as a famous teacher's guidance. Really? Who is Mu Bai's teacher? I think he must be a famous teacher. Beautiful lady. I am not talented, but I am the one." Lei Wuxiang, who was lying on the chair, stood up at some point, with a gentle smile on his face. He, who already had an extraordinary temperament, seemed to have turned into a friend of women at this moment, chatting with the petite and beautiful teacher. Seeing the two people who were talking happily, the male teacher next to him was dumbfounded. The guy ignored him just because he was a man. LSP must die. After chatting for a while, the female teacher remembered that she had something to do, so she said goodbye to Lei Wuxiang. "I'm married, but you still like to talk about girls. Lao Lei, you haven't changed at all over the years." The elegant man in a green robe appeared behind Lei Wuxiang at some point. "It's a pity to get married. It's a pity that I have the heart of a thief, but not the ability of a thief." Lei Wuxiang swallowed the rest of the words. He turned around and saw that it was his old friend, and was a little surprised. Isn't this the famous flower-stealing thief? You still have the nerve to say that to me. Were Yu Huashan also a famous figure in the past? Ahem. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. I just returned to the family this year and heard that Qianqiu was admitted to Wuda. Are you his responsible teacher? The elegant Yu Huashan coughed twice in embarrassment and wanted to change the subject. Lei Wuxiang didn't give face, scratched his head and continued. TSK. Isn't it just sneaking into the women's bathhouse? What's wrong with that? It's reasonable to get that kind of shameful fruit in the period of blood and blood. And do that kind of thing by the way. What a shameful fruit. Is the transparent fruit shameful? It's perfect. Okay. It's an ability that many young boys have fantasized about. Yu Huashan, with a black face, wanted to strangle Lei Wuxiang on the spot. But he still held back. Okay. I originally wanted to meet Vice President Yin of your school. But I didn't expect you to be here. By the way, I'll ask about the recent situation of this little guy Yu Qianqiu. Yu Qianqiu is a bit lazy. But he is very hardworking in cultivation. It's a good thing for him to be suppressed by Mu Bai everywhere. He should control his temper. As if he thought of something, Lei Wuxiang said with a smile. Mu Bai? The Mu Bai with 2 devil fruits? Our research department of the investigation department is very hungry for him. It is unprecedented for a body to take 2 devil fruits. Ha ha. Do you want to try to ask Principal Duan for someone? I guess with his temper, he will go to your Shindu headquarters and beat up the investigation general department. Lei Wuxiang looked like he was watching a show, thinking of the great achievements of Wuda President Duan Zia before. Yu Huashan couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. When the Shura Tower opens this year, can Mu Bai break the record? I remember that it was the little guy from the Shao family who broke the record last year. Yu Huashan recalled the previous rumors that when school started last year, Xiao Wudi used drugs to force a breakthrough to level 4 in order to get good grades in the Shura Tower. Because of this incident, he was almost expelled from home, and it caused quite a stir in Ming province at the time. Although Xiao Wudi, a sophomore, broke through to level 4 by force, he did achieve good results. At this point, Lei Wuxiang changed the subject. It's just that he was hit hard by the 5th place in the National League last year. This mentality is not good. There will be a lot of problems when he is promoted to level 6. Indeed, from level 5 to level 6 is the improvement of the state of mind. Yu Huashan, who has a deep understanding of it, agreed. From level 1 bronze to level 5 gold. The main thing is to improve the physique. To break through from level 5 gold to level 6 diamond. Both the state of mind and the physique must be combined. With Xiao Wudi in front and Mu Bai in the back, it seems that it is possible for Wuda to return to the throne of the top 4 schools this year. It's difficult. Shindu University is too tight. The resources lost by Wuda in recent years have basically been eaten up by Shindu University. Wuda can only guarantee that there is no opponent in Ming province. Waving his hand, Lei Wuxiang said indifferently. In Ming province, other universities are scared to death when talking about martial arts. In all kinds of competitive activities, the first place is from Wuda. This has almost become a tradition in Ming province. The 4 top universities. The status of Wuda in Ming province. The status of Shindu University in Shindu. The status of Baiyujing University in Donghai province. And the status of Shihuang Military Academy in Shihuang province are all unshakable by other universities. The two chatted for a few more words, and Yu Huashan looked down at his watch. I have something to do later, and I have to take a plane back to Shindu. I won't talk to you anymore. I'll treat you to dinner next time I have a chance. Seeing his old classmates so anxious, Lei Wuxiang asked while stroking his stubble. Is your Lord Yu so busy recently? In my impression, the investigation department of Shindu should be the easiest department. Yu Huashan rolled his eyes at him with a wry smile. I'm very busy now. Something big happened recently. Something happened to the Jiang family in Shindu. After that, he said goodbye to Lei Wuxiang without any explanation. Jiang family in Shindu? You really hate people when you say half of what you say. Lying back on the chair, Lei Wuxiang stared at the entrance of Shura Tower with his eyes in a trance. Mu Bai has reached the 40th floor. The next step is whether he can surpass Xiao Wudi. Last year, Xiao Wudi was beaten by the boss of the 40th floor. He used all his strength to finally defeat the enemy, so that he automatically gave up in the subsequent levels. There will be no level 5 monsters in Shura Tower. What will Mu Bai do after he beat the arrogant Xiao Wudi like that? It would be fun if Mu Bai, who is at the peak of level 3, broke Xiao Wudi's tower climbing record. Putting on the eye mask, Lei Wuxiang fell asleep leisurely. Shindu. 26th floor of John's building. In the study, the energetic young man put away the brush. A calligraphy and painting was placed on the wooden table made of genieing wood. This is the work he just finished. For galloping wild horses are proudly on the paper. And there is a spirit between the ink dots. Hey who? What do you think of my painting? Pick up the painting that is not yet dried. And the handsome and extraordinary young man said leisurely. The black-faced sturdy man standing upright beside him said sternly. I can't see it, but I feel it's well painted. Uh-huh. You haven't changed. Black Tiger. I keep you by my side not for other reasons, but because you understand the rules and can stay within the rules. Thank you for the compliment. Young master. Slightly bowing, Black Tiger responded respectfully. But there are often many people who don't listen to my words, which causes huge losses. Just like my painting. It only has form but no spirit. So it can't be considered a work of art, the young man said with some regret, and then tore the unfinished painting into two halves. There was a regular knock at the door. Hearing the knock, Hey-Lu pushed open the door of the study, and a man with disheveled hair was pushed in. Hey-Lu respectfully left the study and stood in the corridor. The embarrassed man who was pushed and hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. He knew he was going to die. Trembling all over. In front of him was Jiang Bumming, who was known as the first genius of Xia country. Master, I don't know how they found out, but I can guarantee that they must not know that you instructed me to do it. With a long sigh, seeing the man's miserable condition now, Jiang Bumming seemed to be heartbroken. He helped the trembling man up, patted his hands, and said gently, You think too highly of yourself. You have been exposed. I sent someone to secretly get rid of the investigator. You ruined all my efforts. A higher-level investigator specifically named my Jiang family a few days ago. Now my every move outside is being monitored by the investigation department at all times. Beads of sweat dripped from the man's forehead. Every time Jiang Bumming uttered a word, he felt his body getting colder. I, young Master Jiang. I, stretching out his index finger and placing it in front of the man. Jiang Bumming made a gesture of silence. The man who knew he was going to die raised his head, tears in the corners of his eyes, holding the last glimmer of hope and said, Young master, I beg you, considering that I've worked hard for the Jiang family for so many years, can you let my family go? Jiang Bumming said curiously. What gives you the courage to talk to me like this? The hair stood up, and the middle-aged man felt cold in his heart. With the style of the Jiang family, how could they leave a handle for themselves if they were suspected by the investigation department? My family might have been long ago. The bright sunshine shone on his face through the window, which made him realize for the first time that sunshine can be cold. Seeing the man's expression, Jiang Bumming picked up the silk and carefully wiped the bronze sword in his hand. You guessed right. This sentence completely broke his fantasy. Yes, in front of the emperor's family, human life is nothing. The man calmly pulled out the dagger hidden at his waist. And the moment Jiang Bumming turned his head, the dagger in his hand was about to stab out. A red-hot palm pressed on his face. The burning sound of sizzling appeared in the study room, accompanied by a strange bubble sound. Jiang Bumming's right arm turned into magma and exuded steaming heat. And the temperature in the room rose suddenly. The man's face was pressed down and was instantly covered by magma. Ah! The painful howl stopped abruptly. The hot red magma engulfed his head, and the headless body fell to the ground. After killing the man, a black light floated into his body, and Jiang Bumming felt that his qualifications had improved again, but only a little bit. Harvesting level 3 lives is no longer effective, and it's time to start the next stage. Jiang Bumming muttered to himself, his eyes twitching slightly. Suddenly, a palpitation made him fall to the ground. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. At this moment, all organs in his body were wailing, and the intense pain swallowed Jiang Bumming's will. Every time he extracted blood, he had to endure the pain of breaking his body. The higher his level, the more intense this pain was. With a slightly trembling hand, he took out a pill from his trouser pocket and swallowed it. Hey-Lu, who was guarding outside the house, heard the noise in the study, but was unmoved. He had become accustomed to it. His current task was to block the door and not let others see the young master's embarrassed figure. After all, he is the person who is most likely to approach God in the future. The strongest genius in Xia country in the past 50 years. The pride of the entire imperial capital, and the hope of the Jiang family. If others see his true side, the consequences will be disastrous. System. You also heard that the stealing mission failed. I'm afraid I can only rely on my own strength to get the championship reward of the National League. In the empty study, Jiang Bumming didn't know who he was talking to. Don't forget your identity. You are just an ordinary wandering soul in another world. I brought you to this new world and gave you a chance to be reborn. You must act according to my wishes. Hearing the cold and neutral voice in his mind, Jiang Bumming frowned slightly. Yes, he was just a wandering soul from another world. With the help of this self-proclaimed qualification system, he destroyed Jiang Bumming's original body and occupied the baby's body. Even at the 8th level Emperor throne, the original grandfather Jiang Yin could not detect the abnormality of his soul. From that moment on, he understood the power of this qualification system. Too many human geniuses have died in my hands in these years. The investigation department has begun to doubt me. During this period, I must keep a low profile. You must understand that the qualifications you can reach today are the result of the accumulation of so many lives. You can't stop. Do you want to give up everything in front of you and become an ordinary person again? If you stop killing people to increase the upper limit of qualifications, your strength will plummet, and everything you have gained will disappear, falling from the altar and becoming immortal. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Bumming was silent for a long time, and it was unknown what he was thinking in his dark eyes. I was wrong. I shouldn't have hesitated. If you want to reach the top, you have to do whatever it takes. The plan will continue. Hearing the other party's words of weakness, the system slowly said, the essence of low-level life is meaningless. Their existence is to be harvested by higher-level life. The essence of intelligent life is evolution. The National League Champion reward is a crown containing divinity. You must get it. With this crown, after I absorb the divinity in it, it will be easy to find the growth system. The human throne level is just the beginning. With my help, you will dominate this land in the future and become an immortal new god. Immortality and becoming a new god. How tempting. Is it to endure a short period of pain and then gain immortality? Or kneel down and surrender in front of such pain and degenerate into a mortal growth system? Is there a system besides you? Jiang Bumming asked in doubt. Yes, and after I and the growth system are integrated, it will be a truly complete system. If there is a growth system, you don't have to endure uninterrupted pain and use this kind of spell with big drawbacks to improve your qualifications. Hearing that the pain of upgrading blood can be eliminated, Jiang Bumming's pupils trembled slightly. Where is it? Can you sense it? Cannot sense. Insufficient authority. Unlock authority after absorbing the crown divinity. The qualification system is only a part of the growth system. I am a part divided by the growth system. In your human language, it can be understood as the main company and the branch company. Although I don't know why we are divided. Without the assistance of the growth system, the improvement of qualifications will have a limit value. And level 5 diamond will be your limit. Level 5? It's ridiculous. Looking down at the prosperity of the capital, Jiang Bumming whispered. Growth system. Where are you? It would be better if the growth system could check and balance the qualification system. After all, he doesn't want to be a puppet at the mercy of others. The black wind blew across the land of dead bones, and there was a dead silence. Looking around, the place was devastated and ruined. Ordinary people would be shrouded in a dark and depressing atmosphere if they entered here. This is a dead world. This is the 40th floor of Shura Tower. The higher you go, the heavier the yin energy of the netherworld will be. The figure of the man in black was illuminated by the moonlight on the wall. The shadow began to twist, and the dark body crawled out silently. The man in black moved his ears slightly and turned his head. It was Mubai. Such a heavy yin energy. Ghosts everywhere, as if they had sensed that this human had seen them. In the dark and cramped ruins, in the cemetery under the dead trees, many ghosts wrapped in black fog screamed miserably, as if there was endless resentment waiting to be vented. They slowly crawled towards Mubai. They longed for the breath of the living. Mubai smiled at them calmly. This was more exciting than any ghost movie. It was performed by real ghosts, and there was no ticket fee. He took out his cell phone from the storage bag and took a frontal photo of the slowly crawling ghost. And then took a photo with the ghost. Come on. Do a yeah with me. The ghost looked at the defenseless human in front of him, and subconsciously stretched out his ghost claws. Of course, it was not going to cooperate with the yeah, but to pierce Mubai's head with its sharp ghost claws. The wind was howling, and the sharp ghost claws directly penetrated Mubai's head. A flash of lightning. Before the ghost could react, the crackling blue electric shock instantly pierced its arms and body. In its shrill howl, it was directly saved by Mubai and turned into a wisp of black smoke. The ghosts that were still approaching stopped. They were instinctively afraid of the blue light that had just flashed. It was a fear from the subconscious. You are really uncooperative. Let me save you. Mu Bai stood up and took a step forward with his right foot. Thunder roared on his legs. He stepped lightly on the ground. And the massive lightning that rushed out engulfed dozens of ghosts around him. A large amount of black smoke dissipated. And the ground was still lingering with the sound of electric current. In Mu Bai's perception, a lightning-like figure rushed from a distance. This speed was simply too fast. A black afterimage jumped up from the ground. And a black knife wave swept across the sky. With his back to the moonlight, the mysterious man slashed at Mu Bai with a knife. Turning sideways, the Xuanya heavy fire in his hand appeared in Mu Bai's hand at some point. Without dodging or avoiding, the two sharp blades collided with each other. Mu Bai, who held the knife with both hands, could see the other person's appearance clearly. The whole body was covered with pitch-black armor. And two scarlet lights emerged from the dark helmet, giving people a murderous aura. The black long sword in the other person's hand was glowing with red patterns, which was extremely sad and beautiful under the moonlight. Bang! The two figures intertwined, and the armored warrior turned around and slashed with black. And Mu Bai lowered his body to avoid this slash. The armored warrior's body turned into black mist, trying to deceive Mu Bai's perception. Mu Bai certainly wouldn't give him this chance. He held the knife in his left hand, and condensed the ball cover with his right hand, and punched the void in front of him with a charged punch. Squeak! The black mist dissipated, and after the armored warrior raised the black knife, he stepped on the ground with his right foot, and his figure swept across the gap between him and Mu Bai at a high speed, like a sharp sword. The blade was as cold as the moon. The black armored warrior raised the blade above his head and slashed at Mu Bai's right wrist. His body turned into thunder. Mu Bai dodged the slash and his figure recondensed in the air. He opened his palm in thunder and lightning sounded. The violent thunder and lightning formed a thunder dragon and blasted towards the opponent. The armored warrior slashed out 9 sword waves at an astonishing speed. When the 9th black sword wave hit the thunder dragon, the thunder dragon just dissipated. Not one sword less. Not one sword more. Swordsman? This is the first time I see such a skillful skill. You can keep up with my rhythm. It seems that you have a lot of combat experience. Mu Bai used his spiritual sense to scan the opponent. There was nothing under the armor. The opponent seemed to be a spirit. The opponent should have been a highly skilled swordsman in his life, so he could have this level of combat subconsciousness after death. His real strength is very strong, and his attainments in swordsmanship are the highest among those Mu Bai has ever seen. The armored warrior's scarlet eyes flickered, and without making any sound, he raised his long sword again. The swordsman did not need to speak. The sword in his hand was the words. The black shadows stretched again. The afterimage dissipated. Dozens of sharp slashes came one after another. Mu Bai exhaled a long breath. His footwork was light, and the surface of Xuanya heavy fire was shining with lightning. The blue lightning on the flame pattern was continuously transmitted to the blade. His eyes moved slightly, and he twisted his wrist. With Mu Bai's extremely high reaction speed, all the black slashes were caught by the thunder blade. The black fog dissipated. The body of the armored warrior seemed to be more solid. You? Not bad. A faint voice, like a dream, came from under the helmet. Even if the pronunciation was a little inaccurate, Mu Bai could hear the appreciation in it. You are not bad either. Lightning and lightning. The best respect for the enemy is to leave no chance and destroy the opponent completely. The black fog and thunder fought in a ball. The crackling lightning and the whistling black fog intertwined, and sparks splashed out after the collision of the blades. The two fought faster and faster, and the dead trees around were torn apart by the aftermath of the collision. The black armor turned into a residual image, and he held the knife in his backhand and slashed at Mu Bai's face from bottom to top. Under Mu Bai's control, Xuanya Heavy Fire's blade was as powerful as thunder, and the surging lightning turned into a cry and hit the opponent. It was an 80 million volt Thunderbird. The armored warrior who was close at hand condensed a black barrier in front of him, holding a 1-for-1 offensive, and slashed directly at Mu Bai's face. In a flash, Mu Bai elementalized to avoid the slash. The black knife wave missed and slashed away. At this time, Mu Bai teleported behind the opponent, clenched his left hand, and the white ball cover condensed a terrifying vibration force and hit the opponent's helmet. Squeak! With Mu Bai's left fist as the center, the void made a creaking sound under the heavy load. Accompanied by the cracking sound, the armored warrior's helmet made a crisp cracking sound. The huge vibration force directly hit the opponent into the black soil. The earth made a roaring sound, and dense cracks appeared on the ground. The armored warrior deeply embedded in the land turned into black mist and dispersed, and recondensed into a solid not far from Mubai. Crack. The cracks in the helmet became bigger, after enduring a shock punch. Although the opponent was safe and sound, Mubai could feel that the opponent's breath had dropped. It turns out that the armor is the body. Your breath has dropped a little after the helmet was damaged. Putting away his fist, Mubai said with some speculation. The armored warrior gently uttered a word. Kill. The hideous ghost head condensed behind the armored warrior, and the black mist that could cover the sky was compressed on the pitch-black blade. One sword flow. Black Nightmare. Facing this powerful attack, Mubai would not take it lightly. The tip of Xuanya heavy fire condensed into a vibration ball cover, and slashed towards the black knife wave. Ghost shadows flickered, and the ghosts hidden in the shadows were sucked into the black knife by the armored warrior. Even the cracked helmet became intact. The black nightmare slash hit the vibration ball with a gloomy wind, and the black air and vibration collided again. The ground collapsed and the void shattered on Mubai's side, while the black air filled the armored warrior's side and corroded the earth. The two collided with each other, and Xuanya heavy fire made a crisp sound that it could not bear the heavy load. It could not bear it. Kung! Under the vibration and the corrosion of the yin energy, Xuanya heavy fire was completely broken, and the flying broken knife tip passed by Mubai's ear. The aftermath of the collision between the two turned the entire black land over again, and the abandoned city walls and black weeds were swept away, revealing the original appearance of this land. There are a lot of bones under the ground, the number of which is hard to estimate. They are constantly emitting yin qi, nourishing the ghosts of this land. With a slightly cold look in his eyes, Mubai knew the reason why the ghosts on this layer are inexhaustible. If this continues, normal people may be exhausted to death by the opponent. Of course, Mubai is not a normal person. Mubai did not expect that the Xuanya heavy fire in his hand was broken. The quality is still too low. I understand why Whitebeard uses Kusunagi's sword Kusakumo Kiri as a weapon. It can extend his attack and withstand the force of vibration. Mubai muttered to himself and said thoughtfully, throwing away the handle in his hand. Mubai snapped his fingers. I'm going to get serious. Mubai's lips opened slightly, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. When the armored warrior saw that the opponent's weapon was broken, he also inserted his black knife into the ground and put out his fists to meet the enemy's attack. The soul of the warrior? Seeing the opponent's actions, Mubai was also slightly surprised. No need to do that. I'm better at fists and feet than kendo. If you don't use the sword, you'll lose miserably. The black knife stuck in the soil trembled, as if it had a spirit, wanting its owner to continue using it. The armored warrior, whose body was out of control, drew out the black knife again, and the scarlet under the mask dimmed a bit. Lightning instant body. Mubai, who turned into lightning, covered his hands with armed color, and appeared in front of the armored warrior in a blink of an eye. With a low shout, the iron fist attached with lightning hit the armor like a downpour. With the blessing of lightning speed, each of Mubai's punches hit the same position accurately. Faced with the sudden Mubai, the armored warrior wanted to turn into black mist and retreat, but in Mubai's hand with armed color domineering attached, this was meaningless. A punch hit the black mist, and the armored warrior in the mist state was thrown away without any preparation. The huge force directly knocked the opponent out more than 100 meters, penetrated the abandoned residential building, broke through dozens of city walls, and finally stopped in front of the dead tree. The armored warrior lowered his head. The armor on his chest broke, and the black air dissipated. But in an instant, the yin qi flowed out from the ground. The damaged armor was repaired, and his aura returned to its peak. 100 million volts. Qilin. The lightning flashed, and the voice was heard before the person was seen. Mubai appeared again with lightning in his hand, and the ferocious and majestic lightning Qilin jumped out of Mubai's hand and hit the helmet of the armored warrior. The black air on the helmet dissipated, and Mubai's figure disappeared again. The armored warrior who stood up in a panic was about to fight back with the black knife, but was pressed to the ground by Mubai behind him. The pure white vibration ball cover wrapped around the helmet of the armored warrior, and with a low shout from Mubai, "Open it for me!" The terrifying vibration ball cover instantly shattered the earth, and nearly 100 meters collapsed. Squeak! The majestic vibration force was transmitted to the helmet of the armored warrior. The seemingly indestructible armor was easily crushed like an egg in Mubai's hand. Not enough. A crazy look flashed in Mubai's eyes. and he pulled the opponent's body and threw it into the air. The armored warrior in the air crossed the black knife and took a blocking posture. Mu Bai on the ground had blue veins, and his right arm was accumulating strength. Facing the armored warrior falling from the sky, Mu Bai hit it out brazenly. Squeak! The vibration punch flew the black knife and hit the opponent's chest straight. A crisp sound of breaking was heard, and the armored warrior uttered a slightly painful groan for the first time. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The howling black wind disappeared, and the ghosts who were crying and howling disappeared. The next moment, the whole sky was shaking, and the disturbed atmosphere was flowing with strong airflows, dispersing the black wind and eliminating all noise. The armor on the chest of the armored warrior, at the source of the vibration, was completely shattered. "Can you recover now?" Mu Bai, who was dressed in black, asked in a low voice. After the armor on the chest was shattered, the armor attached to the arms and thighs dissipated one by one. The black fog condensed into an unstable human figure again, and a middle-aged man with a ponytail appeared in front of Mu Bai. "What a powerful young man. Thank you for destroying me. I am free." It seemed that the armored warrior had his own consciousness at this moment, and he looked at Mu Bai with some relief. But then, the man looked at Mu Bai's face in disbelief, and that expression was like an old friend who had not seen each other for many years. "Child, is your last name Mu?" Mu Bai was stunned. "How do you know? Who are you?" The other party did not look like a monster or human in the Shura Tower, but a human in the real world. "My name is Li Baiqing. I am in the same team as your parents. They said they had a son. You look a lot like your father." After a little thought, the man said leisurely, his tone full of nostalgia. When he heard the words parents, Mu Bai's heart ached slightly, and a strong sense of pain filled his mind. That was the subconscious of this body, forcibly stabilizing his body and suppressing his emotions. Mu Bai asked, "Aren't you dead? How did you appear in the Shura Tower in Ming Province?" "Shura Tower? I don't know where this is, and my memory is incomplete. But it seems that this place is closely related to the place where I died." Aware of his memory loss, Li Baiqing covered his head in some pain, and the black mist on his body dissipated more rapidly. "I don't know what you were talking about. I'm about to dissipate." As he said, Li Zibai said weakly, and half of his body had disappeared. Seeing that the other party was about to disappear, Mu Bai didn't dare to ask any more questions. He quickly said, "Which dimension were you in last?" Li Zibai, who looked somewhat confused, seemed not to have heard Mu Bai's words, and his spirit body twisted. Two dry bone fingers appeared from the void, pulling Li Zibai's spirit body, trying to drag the other party's spirit body into the unknown abyss. The suffocating pressure made Mu Bai unable to move. The breath alone was so terrifying. It was hard to imagine how far the owner of the bone finger had reached. This space was obviously unable to withstand the arrival of the other party. Just two bone fingers. The 40th floor of the world had collapsed. "What is this?" Mu Bai, who did not hear the answer, ignored the danger. He gritted his teeth and burst out of his eyes with domineering. The more he suppressed, the stronger the surging domineering color became. Mu Bai, who had a firm belief, broke free from the shackles, and the vibration ball cover in his hand condensed and hit the bone finger brazenly. Li Zibai, who was dragged into the unknown space, finally remembered. Desolate bone world. As soon as he finished speaking, the white light engulfed Mu Bai's consciousness, passing over the mountains, over the boundless sea, and after passing over the stars in the sky, a solemn and cold city appeared before his eyes. Billions of undead souls crawled under the hall, fanatically shouting the immortal name. "He is the master of darkness, the master of the undead, the mortal enemy of the gods, and the greatest immortal king." The highest hall opened. The being on the throne opened his eyes and looked at Mu Bai. "Ding dong. A mental attack of the limit value has been detected. The system will forcibly cut off the host's mental connection. Please be informed. The level has reached the peak and can be broken through at any time. After the breakthrough, the system will undergo the first update." Mu Bai suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. He found that he was still on the 40th floor of Shura Tower. Everything that happened just now seemed to be a passing cloud. Skeleton King. Subconsciously reading these 4 words, Mu Bai was stunned. System. What is that? Mu Bai was very sure that his spirit had just crossed the world barrier and came to a brand new world. The person on the throne was wrapped in black fog and his face could not be seen clearly. But he could clearly remember that all the words of the undead sang and finally conveyed 4 words. Skeleton King. The desolate bone world that Li Zibai said at the end was also remembered by Mu Bai. The life form beyond the record. The system cannot estimate it for the time being. Please upgrade the system authority as soon as possible. Do you want to upgrade the level? I have reached the peak of level 3. And I can move to level 4 at any time. Without hesitation, I silently recited the level upgrade in my heart. The bones of the whole body creaked. And the muscles were tightened at a very fast speed. The endless heat was transmitted to various parts of the body through the heart. And the muscles and bones were strengthened. The vibration force in the body played a very strong role at this moment. And a constant stream of black air was shaken out of his body. These were all spiritual impurities. Breaking through from level 1 to level 2 is an improvement in the control of the body. Breaking through from level 2 to level 3 is an improvement in the spirit. Breaking through from level 3 to level 4 is a baptism of the body. The flesh is stronger. And the spirit is more transparent. When breaking through from level 4 to level 5, it is the first leap of life. This is also what teacher Gao Jia said to Mu Bai in the college entrance examination training camp before. Level cannot be used as a standard to measure combat power. Gao Jia, who was originally a level 6 purple gold, fell to the early stage of level 5 diamond for some reason. But he can confidently beat most level 5 diamond ability users. The level of this world is the rule. And the standards attached to each person by the rules are also different. The same level is not a unified standard. The standard for Mu Bai to be promoted to level 4 is to reach 100 points of physical fitness. While Mu Hong next door may only need 60 points of physical fitness to be promoted to level 4. Mu Bai will get greater enhancement when the level is upgraded. While Mu Hong's enhancement may be negligible. And she may not even notice it. The upper limit of genius is high. And the level upgrade is more difficult. With Mu Bai's level 3 peak strength, he can beat ordinary level 4 ability users. This is also the reason. The black air above the head gradually dissipated. And the spirit became clearer. The heart of the body beat for the last time. And the enhanced heart beat for the first time in the body. And the blood circulated throughout the body. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for reaching the early stage of level 4. Physique increased by 30 points. And life return was enabled, the ability to control the body to the limit. Overlord color increased by 20 points. Overall proficiency increased by 10,000. The current system is in an updatable state. And more functions will be added after the update. He collected the steam rising from his body, and exhaled a long breath of hot air. His powerful lung capacity made it almost impossible for Mu Bai to feel suffocated. Open the panel. Name, Mu Bai. Level 4, early stage. Constitution, 128. Armament Hockey, 800/100000. Mastery. Observation Hockey, 7886/100000. Mastery. Conqueror Hockey, 91 Spirit. Kendo, 502/100000. Mastery. Navy 6 Styles, 250/100000. Mastery. Devil Fruit, Tremor Fruit, 98%. Thunder Fruit, 23%. Equipment, Xuanya Heavy Fire Damaged. Black Mysterious Gloves. Such a panel has already defeated most people at the peak of level 4. Especially in terms of constitution. Which can even compete with those at the beginning of level 5. All moves have entered a new threshold, and have reached the mastery level. The constitution points have also exceeded 100 points. After turning on the life return, Mu Bai can feel that he can control every hair. If I had 10 points of strength before, and could only use 8 points at most, now I can use 10 points of strength perfectly, and even play 11 points. System upgrade. Mu Bai's voice had just fallen. The system sent a reminder. Feeling unknown fluctuations. After system estimation, the probability of the qualification system with autonomous consciousness scattered in this world is 98.57%. Please pay attention to the host. The host who kills the qualification system will obtain a complete growth system. A system with autonomous consciousness. Then the person controlled by the qualification system is not a puppet. System. What am I to you? After a little thought, Mu Bai said softly. The growth system serves the host. Which means that it escorts the host's growth. It does not need too much autonomous consciousness. Everything is still based on the host's subjective consciousness. Nodding. Mu Bai thought carefully, and really didn't realize that his system had autonomous consciousness beyond the individual. System upgrading. Holding his chest. His heart was still beating at an overspeed. When his soul was transferred to Mu Bai in this world. This body had no soul. So he could perfectly control it. I will help you find the cause of your parents' death. This is my promise. Of course, I will not lie to you if I am strong enough. You are me and I am you, Mubai said earnestly. And of course, he thought so in his heart, as if he felt Mubai's sincerity. An unknown wave left Mubai and dissipated in the air, retracting his gaze to the sky. His body returned to normal. He took out his watch. Mubai, who originally just wanted to check the time, frowned slightly. 10 days. Which means that 10 days have passed since my spiritual consciousness came to another world and came back. People in the tower should have returned to the real world one after another. After adjusting his state, Mubai walked into the last portal. The road to the Shura Tower is almost over. I am here on the 50th floor. Outside the Shura Tower, everyone was teleported out one after another. This is the rule of the Shura Tower. You can only stay in the first 30 floors for 11 days, and 30 to 40 floors for 25 days. As for the higher floors, I don't know. After all, no one has reached them yet. Xiao Wudi, the only one who reached the 41st floor, gave up automatically because of exhaustion. Ah! I hate it. Give me some more time. I will definitely grind that bastard to death. The Shura Tower is really cruel. I was chased all over the world by a group of human demons and monsters. If I hadn't been teleported out when the time came, the consequences would be disastrous. Shemales are pretty good. I wonder if they are okay in Shura Tower. Hack! Stay away from me. You pervert. I don't love anyone else in my life except Mubai. The special level on the 20th floor is so cool. The school teacher heard them talking nonsense here and tapped his forehead. Huh? Special level? The startled teacher hurriedly asked his students. The special level is no joke. Every time it is opened, the number of students will be halved. And the challenge difficulty is also L level. It's Wuhan University. And some students from other colleges and universities are standing in front of us. The monster army is really spectacular, with huge crowds of people. If it weren't for Mubai, we would have died. Yeah. Mushin killed tens of thousands of monsters. Bullshit. Wang Rei. What are you talking about? Mushin killed hundreds of thousands before. Have you seen the scoreboard announced at that time? Enough. Stop arguing. It's as if you went down to the city to participate in the war. Haha. You are still hiding in the city. Hack. Are you looking for trouble? I'm talking about you. What are you looking at? What's wrong with you? I think you want to open your skin. Enough. Shut up. The teacher who couldn't stand it shouted angrily. What the L is this? He is leading the team this time, and he doesn't want to see half the number of freshmen go back. After counting, he was surprised to find that except for 1 or 2 people, all the other students came out. Could it be that what they said was true? Mubai from Wudok killed hundreds of thousands of monsters? In the Wudok camp? Lei Wuxiang, sitting on a recliner, squinted his eyes, and saw that most of the students from Wudok came out one after another. All of them were dejected. What's wrong? Everyone has such an expression? Some students with gloomy expressions remained silent. The students from the Practical Academy told Lei Wuxiang everything about the Shura Tower. Unexpectedly, Lei Wuxiang laughed out loud. 33 Novel Network taking off his headphones. Lei Wuxiang looked at the people in front of him with interest and said with a smile, seeing the strength of Mubai and others. You feel like a waste. Why is there such a big gap between people who are the same? This is a good thing. Because you know you shouldn't be like this. And you are eager to change. What I want to say is that the value of a person is never compared. Responsibilities and obligations are inseparable. Have you heard about the promotion of Lu Wenyong from the military to the throne some time ago? Everyone raised their heads, not knowing what Lei Wuxiang wanted to say. Some Wudao students realized something and raised their hands quickly, just like in class. Seeing that the other party was so polite, Lei Wuxiang touched his ears and pointed at him with his fan. He wanted to hear what the student wanted to say. Well, do you know what I want to say? Raising his glasses with his index finger. He, dressed like a top student, spoke eloquently. Teacher, I know what you want to say. I have read some records. Lu Wenyong was born in a poor family, but he worked hard. Both his parents died when he was young. Although he was stupid, he firmly believed that hard work could make up for his shortcomings. He suffered humiliation in his youth. From that day on, he vowed to become the strongest. In the end, he really relied on his tenacious will and hard work to far surpass his peers and become the general of today. The student with glasses laughed at the end. The teacher just loves to talk about these old routines. In elementary school, junior high school, and high school, He didn't expect that the same thing would happen in college. The other students were also thinking. Maybe it was really because they didn't work hard enough that they were separated from geniuses like Mu Bai. Wrong. Very wrong. To everyone's surprise, the smile on Lei Wuxiang's face also disappeared. He looked at the student with glasses and asked, "What's your name? Which branch of Wuhan University are you in now?" The young man with glasses panicked when he was suddenly asked his name, but still said his name and the branch he belonged to. Xinyuan. Danyao branch. Opening the fan and sitting down leisurely, Lei Wuxiang said while fanning himself, "Shin. It's rare. If I remember correctly, it's a family in Lingyang. Right? Yes. Our branch is a branch of the main family." Xinyuan, who didn't know what the other party meant, continued to answer. "I believe that most of you here are from this background. Receiving resources from your family and having the support of your family behind you. Otherwise you would not be able to get into Wuhan University. To advance from level 1 to level 2 and then to level 3. Without a certain talent, it requires a lot of resources. It can be said that your admission to Wuhan University has surpassed 9.9% of the college entrance examination students." Xinyuan asked in confusion, "Teacher, what does this have to do with Lu Wenyong you are talking about?" Of course it has a connection. It is true that Lu Wenyong's parents are both dead. But don't forget who his uncle is. His uncle's surname is Li. And the Li family in Chengdu is one of the 5 major families in Chengdu. With the support of his uncle, do you think Lu Wenyong will be an ordinary person? When he mentioned the word ordinary person, Lei Wuxiang paused for emphasis. You only saw the online records of Lu Wenyong's hard work. But you didn't see that he got the natural shining fruit in the demon tree world. As for the rumor that he was bullied in his youth, that's even more of a rumor. A true genius will show his edge in his youth. And he is invincible among his peers. And he can also fight against opponents of higher levels. Without such pride and talent, do you think his uncle would train him like his own son? If you were his nephew, he would arrange a sinecure for you to spend the rest of your life. Xinyuan, who was pointed at by the fan, scratched his head in embarrassment. It's useless to work hard, especially for ordinary people. It's strange if a genius can be surpassed by someone who works hard, especially when these geniuses are working so hard one by one. If you want to win over the geniuses in this regard, those with the support of a big family can give it a try. But those without a background can forget about it. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Not only was this not encouraging them to keep working hard, but it was telling them to lie down. Is Mr. Lei spreading the theory that hard work is useless? Young people, remember what the teacher said here. You have just entered the university campus and your minds are still very simple. You don't understand the real situation of this world at all. The battle line of the extra-dimensional space has been pushed from half of the country into several points by the heroes of Xia country with their lives, flesh and blood, which has frightened those extra-dimensional creatures who covet this land. Do you know this? There are also young soldiers of the same age as you on the East Wilderness battle line. They are all civilians. They risk being attacked by extra-dimensional creatures to transport supplies for border guards. Do you know this? As Lei Wuxiang's tone gradually became serious, everyone in Wudao was silent. When you are still alive and healthy, you have already won too many people. Not to mention that you have entered a top university. This is how society is. If you have money, resources, and a family background, you will be the most common people who will never be surpassed in their lifetime. Of course, Mu Bai, this pervert, is not one of them. Instead of being depressed here and having a secret knot in your heart, you might as well think about what kind of life you want to live. I am really tired of saying so much. Why do you have to compare with Mu Bai? You are really good. As he said, Lei Wuxiang looked at the ranking of Shura Tower. It has been 10 days. And Mu Bai is still on the 40th floor without moving. This is not right. Yeah. Moved. In Lei Wuxiang's eyes, the font of Shura Tower has changed. Mu Bai, the second place, was erased. And Xiao Wudi, the first place, also changed. Their positions were swapped. First place, Mu Bai, 50th floor. Is there anything that can exist forever? Life? Wealth? Status? None. It is death. Gorgeous flowers bloom here. They are the flowers of the underworld. The gray sky is imprisoned by shackles, carved with ancient special characters and flowing with scarlet blood. On the exquisite star platform, a cold voice came from the gray and gold-edged sacrificial robe. Human Mu Bai, welcome to my kingdom. This is the realm of death. Mu Bai, who had just been teleported in, was alarmed. His strong sixth sense told him that the person in front of him was very dangerous. "How do you know my name?" Mu Bai's tone was calm, just like talking to an ordinary person. The gray and gold-edged robe floated up, and the skinny figure condensed in the robe. "Because I have been watching you kill those poor imprisoned creatures. You have always been in my eyes. There are so many words. Thunder and lightning." Mu Bai, who didn't waste words with the other party, went straight to the fight, and teleported behind the other party, while rubbing the 100 million volt unicorn with his hands. The lightning unicorn rushed over, biting the gray-robed weirdo with a thunderous momentum. It's the power of lightning again. But no matter how powerful the lightning is, it can't penetrate death. The gray-robed weirdo picked up the gray robe and put it in front of him to block it. And the whistling thunder unicorn turned into nothingness. There was no trace of damage on the robe. Such lightning! Without giving the other party a chance to continue talking nonsense, Mu Bai condensed the vibration ball cover with both hands and bombarded the other party's head from both sides. Squeak! The gray-robed man, who was a little dizzy, shook his head and opened his mouth to say something. The power of vibration. Nonsense. Junhai Fist. Mu Bai, who didn't give the other party a bit of face, shouted violently, grabbed the other party's neck with the vibration ball cover in his left hand, and poured endless blue lightning directly into the other party's mouth with his right hand. Ah! The skinny face was full of pain. At first glance, I thought Mu Bai was bullying the elderly, who were unable to move. The light of lightning came out of his eyes and mouth, and the screaming sound of squeaking and screaming came from his throat. The vibration ball cover in his left hand exploded, creating layers of air waves. Mu Bai, who had no moral principles, certainly could not let go of this opportunity to beat up the elderly man. The vibration force caused his mouth and nose to bleed. He grabbed the collar of the other person's gray robe with his backhand and threw him heavily to the ground. Mu Bai raised his foot, and a terrifying vibration ball cover condensed at his ankle. In a flash, he stepped hard on the gray-robed monster. Squeak! The earth trembled, and the scalp-numbing sound of breaking echoed in this space. The gray-robed monster under his feet tried to grab Mu Bai's feet with trembling hands. How could Mu Bai give him such a chance? The vibration ball cover on his feet condensed again, and he stepped on the opponent's slightly collapsed chest mercilessly. The white ball cover turned into a shock wave, which directly shattered the exquisite platform. The stronger the physique, the more handy Mu Bai was in using the power of the vibration fruit. Mu Bai could now use a certain intensity of vibration power continuously. The platform collapsed, and Mu Bai found that the gray-robed monster under his feet was still breathing. 100 million volts. God's punishment spear. In the ruins, Mu Bai held a spear made of lightning in his hand, picked up the dying gray-robed monster, threw it into the sky, threw the lightning spear, and nailed the opponent directly to the sacrificial pillar. The gray-robed man, who was conscious because of the pain in his abdomen, wanted to pull out the lightning spear, but the extremely high current directly shocked him and made him roll his eyes. Weird robe. Mu Bai teleported to the other party and wanted to pull off the other party's gray robe. This robe can be said to be a defensive weapon. Mu Bai saw with his own eyes that some of his attacks were invalidated when they landed on the gray robe. As soon as his hand touched the gray robe, a dark force attacked Mu Bai's body. Elementalization. Mu Bai, who turned into lightning, let go of the gray robe and looked down at his hands in surprise. The erosion of death energy is detected. It is recommended to use the domineering color to drive it away. Upgrading. Loading. Good guy. This system can handle it. Release the domineering color spirit, and the death energy on both hands is really driven out of the body. This gray robe is weird, so I'd better not pay attention to it. Pulling up the gray-robed weirdo's neck, Mu Bai asked with a smile. Sorry, I interrupted you just now. What were you going to say just now? The unconscious gray-robed man opened his eyes with difficulty and was about to speak. Mu Bai punched the opponent's center of the face directly, and the powerful force directly broke the sacrificial pillar that the three people were hugging. The twisted limb swayed in the wind and slid on the ground for dozens of meters before stopping. After warming up, Mu Bai walked up slowly, exhaled a wisp of hot air from his mouth, and his body automatically made up for the physical strength just consumed, and his physical strength returned to the peak. After turning on the life return, Mu Bai could store the remaining energy in his body as long as he ate and drank, and then take it out to consume it during the battle. It can be said that it was very nice. The gray-robed man who was beaten by Mu Bai's set of flat attack plus critical hit combo was still moving. The trembling body was like a bamboo pole. You're not really the boss of the 50th floor, are you? I originally thought it was just a small monster with treasures. But the real boss hasn't appeared yet. And this guy is so durable that even a sandbag feels ashamed when he sees him. It seems that he heard Mubai's voice. The gray-robed man lying on the ground with a mouth full of broken teeth stared at Mubai with turbid eyes. I originally just wanted to kill you. He grabbed the opponent's head with one hand. And the vibration ball cover condensed. And a close-range air shock exploded directly. The ground collapsed. And with Mubai's palm as the center, dense vibration spider webs tore the land. The gray-robed weirdo pressed on the ground couldn't see his face clearly. And the unbridled vibration power rattled on his head. In an instant, it turned into an air wave and lifted the surrounding gravel. The gray-robed man in his hand, who looked like a tattered puppet, had lost his vitality. And his head was like a watermelon. Bang! It cracked. Well said. Don't say it next time. After shaking off the dust on his hands, Mubai thought the other party was going to say something. But he didn't expect it to be such a meaningless word. As a boss who is going to be killed. Why did he talk so much? 1 second. 2 seconds. There was no reminder of passing the level. Mubai subconsciously remembered what the system said at that time. That the Shura Tower had a total of 51 floors. Just as Mubai was thinking, a figure fell from the sky over the altar and hit the ground. The powerful impact created a deep pit on the ground and stirred up layers of dust. The gray fog dissipated, and it was a humanoid creature nearly 2 meters tall, with hideous armor all over his body. The dark eyes exuded a faint cold light, and the giant sickle weapon in his hand added a mysterious atmosphere to him. The gray robe on the gray-robed weirdo dissipated, and a brand new gray robe appeared behind the black-armored knight. Everything will return to death. I am the Death Knight, Yusa, and I will give you death today. Mubai looked down at the deformed black-robed monster next to him, and then looked at Yusa. You are the gray-robed man just now. Although the tone is different, the voice has not changed. You didn't just say an opening remark when I beat you to death just now? Silence. After a long silence, Yusa spoke. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you will return to the most primitive desire. Death. The huge sickle reflected the cold light, and the armored body swung the sickle. And the surging power of death surged out from the sickle. The netherworld soldiers transformed by the death energy rushed towards the direction of Mubai with black weapons. Mubai mobilized his spirit, and the domineering and unparalleled overlord color enveloped the whole scene. The running death energy turned into nothingness under the overlord color. It's really worthy of the king's power unique to the human race. It can resist the energy of death, the tall Yusa said with great appreciation, and then walked towards Mubai slowly. The inexplicable sense of oppression made his scalp numb. Black air filled the air around him. Weeds withered, flowers fell, and death was everywhere. This is what a boss should look like. Thunder and lightning teleportation. Mubai, who turned into electric current, suddenly appeared in front of Yusa's body, with thunder condensed in his hand. With a crackling sound, the unicorn made of thunder and lightning pounced on the other party, facing Mubai, who appeared out of thin air. Yusa's dark pupils were not surprised at all, and a death barrier condensed in front of him. The rich power of death collided with the thunder unicorn, and the powerful energy aftermath pulled the two apart. The land under their feet, the residual death energy, and the weak electric current intertwined. In a flash of lightning, a giant sickle crossed the void and chopped at Mubai's shoulder. Mubai, who was about to evade the attack by transforming into an element, realized something. He leaned back, vibrated the ball shield with his toes, and fiercely kicked the opponent's wrist where the armor was attached. Squeak! The terrifying vibration force made Yusa unstable, and the death sickle flew out of his hand and was kicked into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Mubai exerted force on his feet, vibrated the ball shield with his knees, and kicked the opponent's forehead with a knee kick. Yusa waved his right hand, and the gray robe covered his body. The terrifying vibration force vibrated on the gray robe and gradually subsided. After the gray robe absorbed the vibration force, it shook slightly. Instant body. Mubai, who failed to hit him, teleported behind the opponent, gathered the thunder spear in his hand, and blasted it towards Yusa's back. The death sickle turned into nothingness in the air and reappeared in Yusa's left hand. The black death energy barrier burst out from the sickle and chopped off the thunder spear with one knife. The magical power is similar to the essence of the rules. Vibration. Lightning. But you can't defeat me with just these. The huge body of Yusa arched his body and punched Mubai's chest. The huge fist wrapped in death energy was extremely terrifying and carried a deadly aura. Can't defeat you? Mu Bai's handsome face showed the joy of fighting. The warm-up is over, and the battle officially begins. Mobilizing all the muscles in his body, veins on his arms bulged. An amazing power was transmitted from Mu Bai's body to his arms, and his fists were covered with a vibrating ball cover. He rushed towards Yusa's fist, and the terrifying force cut through the sky. Squeak! The fists collided, and the black netherworld death energy burned like a flame, and the purple shadow condensed behind him. Yusa felt the amazing power of the opponent's fist, and he also used all his strength, one big and one small. The two figures were engulfed by the white shock wave, and the surrounding ground cracked under the influence of the vibration force. The earth seemed to be a staircase, breaking up and down. Two completely different forces were wrestling with each other, and the ground around them for nearly 100 meters continued to collapse. And Yusa's hideous armor also made a sound of being overwhelmed. On the other hand, Mu Bai's side, the terrifying vibration force was still superimposed. What a joke! Such a vibration ability! Yusa shouted. The black death sickle turned into energy and merged into Yusa's body. After being replenished, he was about to overwhelm Mu Bai. The greater vibration power on his fist has been transmitted. Mu Bai, who was full of fighting spirit, only felt full of energy. This kind of wanton vibration battle was what he wanted. The vibration ball cover in his hand expanded again, and crushed Yusa with an overwhelming advantage. The hideous armor seemed to be a living thing, and the heads of the vengeful spirits wanted to break free from the shackles of the armor and eat Mu Bai. A human. Comparing who can resist the vibration with a vibrator is as ridiculous as competing with a fish to see who can swim better. Yusa knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely lose. The rich death power was declining rapidly, and he would suffer from the chaos if he did not make a decision. He put away his fist, and pulled the gray robe to block in front of him. The vibration power in Mu Bai's hand has reached its peak, which is beyond his control. Using the force to fight the force, Mu Bai's fist was wrapped with an incomparable vibration power, and hit the gray robe fiercely. The void wailed, and the white shock wave crushed the surrounding debris into powder. The gray robe at the source of the vibration had difficulty absorbing energy, because such power had broken its limit. In an instant, the gray robe was full of holes. Squeak! Squeak! The gray robe was completely broken, and in the horrified eyes of Yusa, the iron fist covered with the vibration ball hit the black armor. This is not an ordinary vibration. A punch swept away. There were bursts of explosions in the air. The ground tilted, and Yusa's huge body was directly hit into the sky, and the powerful vibration fist directly pierced his chest. The dark blood sprayed out. Yusa, who fell from the sky to the ground, covered his chest, and the black blood could not be stopped from flowing out of the wound. Crackle! A flash of lightning flashed, and Mu Bai came to him from a distance, somewhat wondering about his condition. As death approached, the other party's breath not only did not weaken, but became stronger. Do you have a third form? Uncertain. Mu Bai stepped on Yusa's head and said in confusion, Hee hee. There is no third form. I am a death knight. Death is my destination. Life is my burden. The void behind him rippled, and the terrifying white beast broke through the barrier of levels and came to Yusa's side. Mu Bai could feel that the body under his feet was dissipating, along with the entire death world, land, buildings, and himself. The dagger in the storage space emitted a faint light. Just when Mu Bai felt that he was about to be teleported out, the dagger broke, and he disappeared into the death world with Yusa. The body and soul were pulled and tugged by the virtualized dagger. Mu Bai, who was not conscious, felt that he was teleported into a new world. System prompt. Side quest completed. Dominate Shura Tower. Complete the 51st floor summit quest. Quest reward. God Skeleton Medal. The oldest medal with divinity. The creation of all legendary equipment cannot be separated from its existence. With it, you can create the most suitable weapon for yourself. Growth-type weapons that can be created by the system. Growth-type weapons? Outside Shura Tower, Yu Qianshou, Sui and others came out. Everyone in the cave gathered together to discuss the trial level in Shura Tower. Lu Jun, dressed in hip-hop style, said worriedly, Mu Shen will not encounter any danger in there. Right? He has not come out yet. Exhausted, Yu Qianshou waved his hand and said indifferently, with Mu Bai's vitality, I would like to call him the strongest. It would be strange if he could encounter danger. Just as everyone was discussing, the evil ghost at the entrance of Shura Tower opened his eyes. The huge stone sculpture opened its eyes, and scared the students of several schools around. There was no life in the blood-red eyes. More like a puppet. The 51st floor is open. And the Shura Tower upgrade trial begins now. Challenger. Human move by. Automatically collect 500,000 onlookers. If the challenger fails, the onlookers will die randomly. Teacher. What is this? Fengkai pulled Lei Wuxiang's sleeve and asked nervously. Lei Wuxiang, who had always been calm, was shocked when he heard about the upgrade trial. The 51st floor. How did the upgrade trial start at this critical moment? Mubai opened up the Shura Tower? Upgrade trial. These 4 words are nightmares for those who have experienced it. Don't panic. First check if anyone has disappeared around. Lei Wuxiang, who has the highest cultivation in the audience, shouted. When the teachers from all schools saw that it was Lei Wuxiang from Wuda who was speaking, they hurriedly tapped their students. It seems that 10 people are missing. Wait! One of my students is missing. Me too. Some teachers asked Lei Wuxiang in confusion what the upgrade trial was. With a frown on his face, Lei Wuxiang scanned the number of people in the audience and had an estimate in his heart that this random frequency at least covered the entire Ming province. 33 Novel Network. The upgrade trial is an almost impossible task. There are many types of different dimensional spaces, but they all follow their own rules, such as the strength requirements for entering, the age for entering, etc. Even the emperor can't easily break the rules, except for the trial upgrade. Yu Qianqiu, who was originally leaning against the wall, also had a trace of worry in his eyes. He took over Lei Wuxiang's words and said, breaking through the low-level different dimensional space may open the upgrade of the different dimensional space. And as the opener, you will face the strongest combat power in the different dimension. Yu Qianqiu raised his head and moved his lips slightly, facing the existence of the peak. Only a few people can pass in the 50-year history. Who? Su Yi and Hong Yuan asked in unison. The 51st floor of Shura Tower. This is an impossible space. The 50th floor is the upper limit of Shura Tower. The birth of the 51st floor indicates that Shura Tower will become a higher level different dimensional space. Opening his eyes, in front of him is a scene like heaven, with white clouds paving the ground and warm sunlight shining on the white clouds. Move by. The tower entrant. Enter the 51st floor. The Shura Tower upgrade test officially begins. 500,000 spectators. Please take your seats. The mechanical voice was emotionless. It was the voice of Shura Tower. What the H.L. is this? Move by, who didn't know what was going on, didn't move rashly. Instead, he observed for a while. This world seemed to be heaven. Below, there was a heavy sound of chains. 5 floating spectator stands appeared in the sky around. White beams flashed, and humans were teleported in one by one. High school students in class, retired elderly people at home, women doing housework, and barbecue workers holding skewers. Dense white light descended from the sky. 100,000, 500,000. Audiences were forcibly teleported from the real world into Shura Tower. It seemed that a layer of super glue was stuck on the seats. They were trapped in the seats and couldn't break free. What happened? Where is this? I have to go home and play games. Who is kidding me? Wow, where is this? Xiaobao is so scared. Hack. Did I travel through time in the toilet? Hiss. This smell. The person sitting next to him tried his best to move away when he heard this. Who is kidding me? I am a level 4 expert. I will punish you if I get up. Alas. Why can't I get up? Although he was far away from Mubai, Mubai could still hear the conversations of people in the audience seats. The trial begins. If the trialist Mubai fails in the challenge, 4 people will be randomly selected from the audience to participate in the challenge. If all 5 fail, 100,000 lives will be randomly reduced. And this cycle will be repeated. The cold rules were instilled into everyone's ears, and some people in the crowd were scared to collapse. Is this true? What kind of trial is going to kill 100,000 people? Mubai. This name sounds so familiar. It seems to be the one who got a perfect score of 1,000 in this year's college entrance examination. Ah! Don't delay me from playing games. If you want to die, die quickly. Hack. I just left Shura Tower. Why am I teleported back again? The god skeleton metal in his hand was teleported into the storage space by Mubai. System. Help me forge it into a weapon. Throwing away distracting thoughts, Mubai whispered. Insufficient authority. Found that the system is being upgraded. Mobilize temporary authority. Forge god skeleton metal into a growth weapon. Please choose the size and style of the weapon in your mind. Of course, it is the most suitable for you. The weapon required by the host is detected and is being forged. Please wait a moment. What is that? Is that an angel? Amid the exclamations of the people, a humanoid creature with 4 pairs of wings slowly fell from the dazzling sun. Like an angel in a myth. The white sacrificial robe symbolizes purity and nobility. The long golden hair is scattered behind him. And the light golden pupils are full of sacredness and inviolability. People with Western belief systems here will definitely faint with excitement when they see him. This is a nearly perfect 4-winged angel. His face presents a strange neutral beauty. At this moment, he is justice and sunshine. But for the audience of millions, the stronger the boss they challenge, the smaller their chance of survival. Wow. It's a bit handsome. Damn. Do you have a brain? If you can't solve him, we will all die. This angel looks a bit strong. Can Mushin defeat him? Angel? This boss should be a capable person similar to the foreign belief system. The holy angel seemed to be unable to see the audience in the sky. In his eyes, there was only the challenger Mubai. All human beings are guilty. The Almighty God has pardoned their death penalty. But human beings will need billions of years to cleanse them. Challenger Mubai. Do you believe in the existence of God? If you do, I can give you the power of faith. Let you become God's chosen one. Live forever in the sun. And enter the kingdom of God after death. The clear voice spread across the sky. The angel with a peaceful face seemed to be really optimistic about Mubai and wanted him to be a god. Dog. The cold voice spread to everyone's ears again. This is the voice of Shura Tower. 33 Novel Network. Challenger Mubai has won the favor of the dead angel, and can choose to join the dead court. The challenge will fail. The challenger will be teleported back to the world. And 500,000 humans will be executed immediately. Hearing such a voice, the people on the high platform could no longer sit still. They shouted hysterically. The state called fear dominated them. An old man opened his eyes. And his expression did not change even when he heard that he was going to be executed. The choice is in the hands of this young man named Mubai. Instead of screaming irrationally, we should trust this young man. An old and decayed voice came out of the old man's mouth. And the other people who were angry gradually fell silent. I believe in Mubai because he is from Xia. What did the old man see in his turbid eyes? Would a person with the qualifications of a king submit to the gods? Yes. That is a country in the West that believes in gods. If you believe in gods, you will lose your domineering aura and become a spokesperson for God. Or a running dog. The power of faith is undoubtedly very strong. But it doesn't work well in Xia. As the focus of the whole audience, Mubai looked up at the high-ranking dead angel. He said word by word, "Survive as a dog? Unfortunately, Mubai, don't want to do this. In my life, I want to be equal to the sky and kill the gods and defy fate." As soon as the voice fell, the surging domineering aura on Mubai swept the whole audience. And the terrifying pressure was imposed on the dead angel, causing the other party's face to change drastically. Although they couldn't move, some people in the audience took out their phones and took photos of this scene. Mubai! Come on! I'm excited. More excited than Bo. What a great sentence. I want to be equal to the sky. And I want to kill the gods and defy fate. Mubai! I love you so much. Although I don't understand what this big brother is saying. He is so handsome. Everyone in the audience was praising Mubai with a cheerful expression. Only the old man in the front row was worried. The young man in the cap asked in confusion, "Old man, why are you not so happy?" The old man sighed and said worriedly, "Xiagua can do without an old man like me who is struggling to survive. But it cannot do without young people like him. He actually has the qualifications of a human king?" Feeling the pressure on the wings, the dead angel's expression was gloomy and uncertain, staring at Mubai. Ignorant. Poultry-like humans are really not worthy of forgiveness. Holy lightsaber. In his white jade-like hands. A lightsaber full of sacred power condensed. This is a weapon condensed with the power of faith. Mubai frowned slightly. His domineering aura had little effect on the opponent. This time, the enemy was the strongest person he had ever encountered. Ding dong. The growth weapon has been cast. Please name it. Hearing the system's voice, Mubai looked at the majestic angel in front of him and whispered, "I hope it can help me kill powerful enemies and stand proudly in the world together. Let's call it the God of War." A green light flowed, and a Naginata appeared in Mubai's hand. Yes, it was the same weapon as Whitebeard's. The pure black and slender handle was engraved with vivid golden dragon patterns. The cold blade revealed a chilling coldness. From the tip of the blade to the top of the handle was 7 feet. 2.1 meters. It perfectly matched Mubai's height. Without Whitebeard's huge body, Mu Bai naturally reduced the size of the weapon to his own appropriate proportion. God of War, Naginata, perfectly matched the host's vibration power. When using vibration ability, it will increase a certain degree of damage. Weapon characteristics. 1. Unlimited vibration bearing capacity. The weapon has the characteristics of indestructibility. 2. The bound object is the host Mu Bai. The host wields the God of War, as if driving an arm. If other people use the God of War, the effect is greatly reduced. 3. Growth type weapon. Can be strengthened through special channels. Current quality is ordinary. After reading the system's evaluation of this weapon, Mu Bai could only say that it was indeed a growth type weapon. With the martial god, he could use the vibration ability more recklessly. The martial god's Naginata was held in his hand, and the blade swung with his arm, as if they were connected by blood. The Death Angel looked at Mu Bai like a clown, holding a long-handled broken knife and talking nonsense. What a stupid human being. Let the holy light purify you. Raising the holy light sword in his hand, the beam of light went straight to the sky, and the Death Angel slashed at Mu Bai without hesitation. Holding the martial god, the vibration ball condensed at the blade edge, and the surging vibration force was continuously transmitted to the blade. The ground cracked slightly, but the blade was intact. For wings are too many. Leaving no one is the best for you, Mu Bai said with a chuckle, and then waved the martial god to slash the holy light sword amid the exclamations of the audience. The unbridled power of vibration collides with the holy power of faith. On this heavenly battlefield, the world turns into white light. Strange weapon. It can actually block my holy lightsaber. The white light disappeared, and the lightsaber of the four-winged angel of death dissipated. The hand holding the Naginata God of War did not move, and Mu Bai's eyes also revealed a solemn look. The opponent was not the conventional opponent he had encountered before, but a believer more similar to the Western system. And a quick battle, and a quick decision was the kingly way, using one's own faith to enhance ability. Generally speaking, it is more inclined to the soul and spirit, similar to the mage in the game, while the cultivation system of Xia country is based on physique, and is more inclined to warriors. Death Holy Light. Sanctioned sword domain. Opening his arms, and spreading his four wings, the invisible power of light condensed behind the angel of death, and dozens of lightsabers containing holy light power pointed at Mu Bai on the ground. If you are so unruly, then I will break your pride, and make you unable to even become a dog. Go! The eyes of the angel of death were merciless, and the low-level creatures, who did not believe in gods, were killed. The dazzling lightsaber wrapped in the powerful power of light stabbed towards Mu Bai at a high speed. Raising the Naginata, Mu Bai's arm muscles bulged like the roots of an old tree, and the white ball covered the blade. There was a slight tremor in the air, and facing the lightsaber, Mu Bai slashed it with a knife. The vibrating ball shook the void, and the lightsaber in the air collapsed under the huge tearing force of the vibration, turning into dots of light and disappearing in the air. It's my turn. Turning the blade, Mu Bai's figure disappeared instantly. The wings felt the current fluctuations in the air, and the dead angel raised his arms, and was swept away by the extended lightsaber. Kung! The sound of the weapon colliding came, and it was Mu Bai who raised the knife to block the lightsaber and release the elementalization. The opponent's lightsaber was attached with the power of faith, which was an ability similar to the armed color, which could attack the elemental state of the natural ability user. Can easily capture the trajectory of your own movements. Is it because of the opponent's wings? Or this strange place? In the audience, the old man said meaningfully, the combat power of the sacred creatures in the sacred territory is greatly enhanced. It is very difficult to approach the opponent unexpectedly. Mu Bai's strength is above the opponent. Right? The young man next to him asked after hearing the old man's muttering. I don't understand Mu Bai's strength. It seems that he is different from ordinary people. However, the monsters at the end of the level trial are generally the highest level in the rules. What are the restrictions of Shura Tower? It seems that those under 20 years old and above level 4 cannot enter. The man touched his chin and answered subconsciously. That's a bit troublesome. This angel is at least the peak of the 4th level of the belief system. In addition, he is a sacred system. He is infinitely close to the limit of the 4th level. The man's lips trembled. What a joke. Which means that Mu Bai is now fighting with a pseudo-level 5 power. The old man shook his head. The 4th level limit and the pseudo-level 5 are two concepts. Level 5 is the beginning of life transformation. After the opponent saw through his trajectory, Mu Bai knew that it would be difficult to attack the opponent by simply closing the position. Then let's make the attack have no blind spots and disturb the holy light power in this territory. The Naginata inserted into the cloud-like ground, clenched his hands, and the surging vibration ball condensed in his hands. You actually put down your weapons. Are you going to surrender? Seeing the other party's weird posture, the Death Angel said disdainfully. But gradually he felt something was wrong. The ground made of clouds began to tremble. This is a sacred area. How could it be shaking like ordinary ground? Although the people in the sky were isolated and could not feel the power of vibration, they were still deeply shocked by the agitated clouds and ground. This is Mu Bai's vibration power. The strongest superhuman fruit that went viral some time ago? I remember it was called the tremor fruit. Since ancient times, humans have always called earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and hurricanes the power of natural disasters. Such vibrations can only cause tsunamis at will. Mu God. Invincible. In the sacred area, the Death Angel put down his arrogance and raised one hand to the ground. The power of vibration suddenly dissipated a lot. But the Death Angel still looked like he had eaten shit. There was a mockery in the other party's eyes. Mu Bai's muscles in both hands were tense, and he suddenly bombarded on both sides. After a brief silence, squeak, squeak, the sound of continuous shattering echoed throughout the entire sacred domain. The white sea of clouds was surging under the vibration, and a vibration crack appeared in the void that covered the entire domain. The sea of clouds collapsed in an instant. Like the surging sea water, the strong airflow blew on the face of the Dead Angel, making him look more ferocious. The surroundings were all difficult to control the power of holy light. At this moment, the Dead Angel was like a super soldier who had lost the field card. There were still vibration cracks around him, and he would consume his power if he touched it. Lightning and lightning. The moment before the sea of clouds collapsed completely, Mu Bai's figure disappeared. This lightning-fast movement speed again. Is this monster still a human? Without time to think about it, he controlled the holy light power in his body to form a transparent golden round shield, which was across his body, and spread his two pairs of wings, rushing towards the ground with the least cracks. Lightning flashed, and Mu Bai, holding the Naginata, appeared right below the Death Angel, waving the Naginata to condense the vibration ball cover and hit the round shield. Squeak! The airflow generated by the collision blew away the surrounding sea of clouds, revealing the real ground. A metal ground carved with golden runes. Get down! At this moment, Mu Bai, holding the Naginata, shouted loudly, mixed with the impact of the domineering color domineering. And the Death Angel broke the defense for a while, both psychologically and physically. The defense was broken, because there was no preparation. Under the domineering color, the mind was temporarily lost, and the golden round shield shattered instantly. What? The blade carrying the supreme vibration power directly hit the handsome face of the Death Angel, and the sacred and inviolable body was like a tattered linen at this moment. Squeak! With a loud noise that shook the sky, a figure with wings flew nearly 100 meters from Mu Bai's front, sticking to the ground. 33 Novel Network. The audience was boiling with excitement. Mu Bai's powerful figure was deeply engraved in their hearts. The feeling of watching the battle face to face was much more enjoyable than watching it through the screen. Hack. I'm uneducated. I just want to say WTF. WTF. Me too. This is too strong. He can exert the power of natural disasters in every move. Beat him up. Beat him to death. Popcorn is provided in the front row. Happy Fat House water. Fortunately, Mu Bai is strong enough. Otherwise we would die without a burial place, and everyone would be left here. When the Dead Angel was knocked away, Mu Bai turned into lightning and quickly swept across the earth, grabbing the opponent who was still in a daze. A punch hit the Dead Angel's face, and the powerful force set off layers of air waves. The long golden hair danced in the wind, and layers of explosions were heard in the air. Blood splattered, and the bright fist marks on the face were particularly clear, coupled with a knife wound across the face. The Dead Angel could be said to be disfigured. You ignorant human! You must die! He supported himself with one hand, looking a little embarrassed. The Dead Angel burst out with a strong holy light power, blocking Mu Bai's body, holding the holy light sword with both hands and slashing at Mu Bai. Mu Bai dodged sideways and slashed at the Dead Angel with a backhand. The two pairs of white wings vibrated in front of him, and he actually withstood Mu Bai's slash. Such an attack. I am. The Dead Angel's slightly proud words were interrupted by two words uttered by Mu Bai before they finished. Discharge. As soon as Mubai finished speaking, the crackling lightning power was transmitted to the other party through the Naginata war god. The high-intensity current directly burned the white wings of the dead angel. The undead angel, who felt bad, had not yet reacted, and the numbness all over his body greatly slowed down his movement speed. Thunderbolt. Cut! With his sword drawn, Mubai, holding the god of war, would certainly not miss this opportunity. He slashed with a sword, and the blade was attached with rolling thunder power. Lightning exploded. Light golden blood mixed with electricity sprayed out, and one arm of the undead angel was cut off on the spot. My arm. The long and soft golden hair also stood upside down, and electricity flowed all over his body. Have you forgotten that I have another ability? Seeing that the other party was caught off guard, Mubai said lightly. Lightning instant. The undead angel with a messy figure was thrown over his shoulder by Mubai, pressed to the ground, and pinched the other party's neck with one hand, and the vibrating light ball in his hand condensed rapidly. You monster! Such power! The numbness of lightning was washed out of the body by the power of holy light. But he couldn't break free from the shackles of this human. How could this be possible? The golden pupils of the dead angel were full of surprise. The opponent had just concealed his weakness. Such power was already above him. Damn it! Who is the boss? The dead angel, who endured the pain of the broken arm, condensed the holy light spikes in front of him and shot them at Mubai's eyes. Mubai didn't have the habit of talking nonsense with the enemy. The muscles of his right arm bulged like the roots of an old tree, and the vibration ball cover exploded between the opponent's neck. Continuous vibration. The holy light spikes that had just condensed followed the first vibration and turned into holy light particles again and disappeared in the air. In the horrified eyes of the dead angel, the vibration ball cover exploded repeatedly. Every condensation and explosion was accompanied by a scalp-numbing creaking and cracking sound. The muscles of his whole body were broken layer by layer, and his originally glorious image was hit to the bottom at this moment. He had no ability to resist, and forced the holy light to protect his vital parts. Shock! 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 Mubai, who was firing at full power, gradually increased the power of vibration. The ground, which was made of special metal and inlaid with sacred runes, was wailing, and the surrounding sea of clouds was compressed to the ground by the vibration force. In the repeated vibrations, the dead angel foamed at the mouth weakly, and pale golden blood flowed all over his body. His white eyes proved that he had lost consciousness. After a brief silence in the audience, there was a roar of surprise. Such skills are too amazing. Mubai is really a human, right? The ability of the double fruit is indeed extraordinary. The top students of Wuhan University are really outstanding. The middle-aged man dressed as a businessman showed an admiring look in his eyes. I knew we were saved. Come on. Weren't you the one who was scared and crying just now? Wait a minute. Why is there a puddle of water under you? Aren't you? Ahem. Those are excited tears. Damn. I don't believe you. Mubai on the battle stage grabbed the opponent's wrinkled collar. Just when he was about to get rid of the opponent, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged in his heart. Without hesitation, Mubai quickly pulled away. A pair of pitch-black arms stretched out from the back of the dead angel, trying to grab Mubai, but they missed. What a pity. You escaped. The black arms opened their palms and twisted the head of the dead angel 180 degrees. Click. After a crisp sound, the black face met Mubai's sight. The opponent now had the back of his head facing Mubai. His dark face was not like an angel, but rather filled with death and horror. Two faces? This scene even frightened some people in the audience. It was more exciting than a horror movie. Healing of the dead. The four cold words came out of the mouth of the angel of death. The black holy light power was infused into the whole body. The cut on the face was instantly healed, and the broken arm also grew back. The whole body was covered with black air, and all the injuries were healed in an instant. Birdman is such a beast that can withstand a beating. Seeing that the opponent's injuries disappeared, Mubai's face had no other expression. If he recovered, he would just beat you to death. Human challenger Mubai, I recognize your strength. You are qualified to die in my dead form. The black dead angel shed its SHL and appeared on the battlefield in another posture. The audience was silent. No one expected that the angel defeated by Mubai would be resurrected again. Come on, Mubai! It's obvious that he's not a good guy because he's so black. Defeat him. Come on. Mushin. Seeing this scene below, a man said disdainfully, I'm not saying that foreign countries are good, But this belief system is amazing. It instantly fills up with blood, which is many times better than our Xia country. As soon as this was said, everyone around him looked at him with unfriendly eyes. Why are you looking at me? The one fighting below is Mubai. And I think he's going to lose. That's a sacred creature. How can an ordinary person defeat him? He said in a bad tone while wearing a half-sleeve shirt. His face was full of an expression of seeing through everything. Are you mean to be mean? Now Mubai is fighting hard below. And you're saying that he'll lose in a short while. Really? You're such a person. Some people couldn't stand it, and said with a frown. The half-sleeve man was instantly furious. What does this mean? Are you saying that I'm wrong? I'm a famous master on the internet. The king of arguing. Commonly known as the king of arguing. As long as I have a keyboard, I can spray the other party to lose their way. As the saying goes, the top of the keyboard. The world. Where there is my keyboard there is the sky. If the sky does not give birth to a keyboard warrior like me, the world will be as long as the night. Now everyone can't move. There is nothing they can do about themselves. But this mouth can't stop. What's wrong? I said Mubai would lose. If it was me who went up, this dark angel would kneel on the ground on the spot. What a pity I can't go down. Our fate can only be handed over to the boy named Mu. The arrogant tone can make people around angry. But they can't leave their seats to beat him up. It feels like stepping on a pile of dog shit without knowing it. But they are not allowed to wipe it off for a whole day. The Shura Tower's prompt suddenly came to Mubai's ears while he was fighting the dead angel. Tao Zuju in the audience wants to challenge the boss. The challenger Mubai can choose to agree or disagree. There are 4 opportunities to change people. Mubai was stunned. Tao Zuzu. This name is interesting. Is there another master here who wants to try the skills of the dead angel? I agree. Mubai said in a low voice. He wanted to see who this great god was. In the eyes of the dead angel, Mubai disappeared out of thin air, and a human in strange clothes appeared in front of him. If I go down, I will first strip the angel of its feathers. Only a superficial guy like Mubai would have to work so hard. I will just go on stage and blow it up. Blow it up. Momozuzu, who was immersed in his own world, was stunned. How could he appear on the battlefield below? A tall, dark figure blocked his sight. His black face was full of anger. Behind him, he was spreading his dark wings. Who else could it be but a dead angel? Feathers? A low-level human. Are you talking about me? He dared to provoke me without even a little energy fluctuation. Did this human hide his strength? Mubai, who was enveloped by strong light, found himself in a strange observer state. Just like being invisible. He walked up to Momozuzu and said to him, "Come on." Seeing the transparent and invisible Mubai next to him, Momozuzu's legs and feet were numb. But fortunately, he was very smart and shouted, "Angel, Mubai is right next to me. I believe in gods. And this Mubai is going to destroy him." He pointed in the direction of Mubai. The undead angel looked at the direction pointed by Tao Zuzu. And there was nothing there. How could anyone escape his perception in his sacred domain? You also believe in gods, right? With a gentle smile on his face. The undead angel stroked his head and said meaningfully, "The black palm carries the power of holy light, which makes people yearn for it. This is the power of holy light of freedom and justice." The excited Tao Zuzu clenched his fists, and his expression was excited. "Of course. Angel, I was born for the glory of holy light, and I am willing to be at your side for you to drive." Mubai, who was holding his arms, was quite interested in this farce. It turned out to be an ordinary human. The undead angel spread his black wings backwards, grabbed Tao Zuzu's face, and flew high into the sky. A low-level creature like you is worthy of holy light? It's ridiculous. If you are a watchdog, I can consider it. Tao Zuzu, who was lifted into the sky, kicked his legs, and the fear in his heart continued to suppress his spirit. Being a dog? Sure. Woof woof. Woof woof. Angel, I am just a dog. The angel of death didn't even look at him. His black body floated in the air about 60 meters above the ground. And he shouted to the people around him with a sharp look in his eyes. Mubai, I know you must still be nearby. Come out, or I will execute you. A fellow human. Execution? What does it have to do with me? Mubai? He took out a piece of chewing gum from the storage space, chewed it, and looked at the sky while watching the show. My lord, I was wrong. Can you let me go? I have an 80-year-old mother above me and a son below me. Hearing such a noisy voice, the dead angel's eyes showed impatience. and his dark fingers scratched Tao Juju's shoulder, and an arm fell from the air with blood dripping. Ah! My! It hurts! Tao Juju, who was almost fainted, breathed rapidly, and the heart-wrenching pain caused his spirit to collapse. Heal. The two words without emotion were spit out by the dead angel. The rich power of holy light filled Tao Juju's body, and the wound on his shoulder stopped bleeding. He was about to faint, and his consciousness became particularly clear. Thank you. Sir, I misunderstood. Before Tao Juju finished speaking, the dark palm directly poked his eyes blind, and a new round of torture began. Scream. Heal. Scream. Heal. In the audience seats around, seeing such a scene, some people couldn't bear to say, "It's too cruel. Move by. Come out and deal with this angel." But shut your mouth. Didn't you hear what this traitor said just now? Hee hee. Mubai's better not to take action. Let this scumbag be punished. Outrageous. What era is it? There are still people who think that the Western Holy Light system is the best. Isn't it cheap? Didn't you see how arrogant he was just now? And now he is so embarrassed. It's really a tragedy. For this kind of traitor, no one will sympathize with him except the Virgin Mary. And I wish I could execute him with my own hands. Damn. This angel is playing quite perverted. This wave of repeated torture can be called a classic. Mubai took out a bench from the storage space again, and sat steadily to appreciate the scene. According to the rules, Mubai cannot attack unless Tao Juju dies. Then he will be released from the virtualization state and return to the battlefield. His body was broken, but Tao Juju, who was conscious, cried and asked the angel of death to give him a quick death. Such repeated torture was too cruel. Seeing that Mubai had not appeared yet, the angel of death also suspected that Mubai had left here. But it shouldn't be. Even if he left this interface, he could sense it. Mubai is really heartless. Seeing that you, a fellow being tortured like this, are still unmoved, I will fulfill your wish. Don't you believe in the power of holy light? It just so happens that our undead lineage can absorb your soul, so that you could enter the beautiful paradise. The dark palm pierced into Tao Juju's left chest, and after a period of wriggling, it completely took out his heart. Wait! Ah! Ignore the other party's screams. The freshly beating heart in his hand turned into nothingness under the erosion of holy light. Tao Juju's body was broken, and his soul also entered heaven. It turned into a feather full of holy light power attached to the back of the angel of death. This is not heaven. It's not. With a last scream, Tao Juju left the stage forever. The Shura Tower lifted the restrictions, and Mubai's figure reappeared on the ground. What a cold-blooded low-level creature. The slightly sarcastic tone of the dead angel was not a big deal to Mubai. Does a flat-haired beast like you know how to be cold-blooded? Mubai looked up at the sky in confusion. You can only show off your eloquence. Let me show you my army of dead spirits. The black and purple summoning array condensed in front of the dead angel. The summoning array, which was nearly several dozen meters long, was emitting layers of dim light, and giant frost dragons made of bones flew out of it. The broken wings, the 15-meter-long body, the sound of the joints, and the faint cold light all over the body. They can breathe frozen frost breath from their mouths, which can be said to be a strategic level army. A pure dragon clan? No. Mubai could sense that the other party's breath was in the late stage of level 4. And it seemed to be just a replica. The bone soldiers holding bone machetes and shields appeared densely from the ground, forming a military formation and lining up in rows. Next came the skeleton wizards burning with soul fire, and balls of ice, fire, and poison formed in their hands. They were weak and good at using magic, and were protected in the middle by the skeleton soldiers with shields. More than a dozen frost dragons, plus a large number of skeleton soldiers. Normal people would feel numb when seeing this scene. M.Bickham. It is the dual power of holy light and undead. The old man in the seat moved his eyes slightly. Everyone in the audience who saw this scene was very nervous. Regardless of the strength, such a skeleton army was extremely oppressive. Isn't he an angel? How can he summon a legion of undead? I don't know. Maybe this angel has turned black. It is said that the blackened one is 3 times stronger. Mubai will not be in danger. Right? It is not uncommon for holy light and undead, 2 completely different abilities, to appear in the same belief, which means that the other party believes in the gods of the chaotic system. My loyal army of undead, tear my enemy to pieces and give me his heart. At the command, the frost dragon spread its wings and swooped down, condensing frost breath in its mouth. A large number of neat and orderly white-boned soldiers raised their shields and moved towards Mubai. And the ground was stepped on with regular noises. The magic light ball expanded rapidly, and the cave mage chanted an inexplicable prayer. Each magic light ball would become a cannonball and penetrate the enemy's body. Mubai was a little confused in front of the army. You are using the human wave tactics with me? Do you have the strength to fight with me? Mubai? There are too many things standing. It's better to fall down 100 million. The eyes burst out with unprecedented domineering. This was the first time that Mubai's domineering color was fully exerted after upgrading to the intermediate level. The surging spiritual ocean collapsed in an instant like a dam with a floodgate, and the unspeakable terrifying pressure enveloped the whole scene. In the vibrating airflow, the strong mental fluctuations and soul pressure extinguished the soul fire of some skeleton mages, and they scattered into skeletons and fell to the ground. Most of the skeleton soldiers were also turned into dust and blown away by the wind under such an impact. The body of the frost dragon in the air made a sound. Compared with the previous two, it could at least withstand such pressure. Feeling Mubai's domineering color, the dead angel frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the opponent's momentum and pressure could affect so many units. The remnant army that survived the domineering hockey attacked Mubai in an overwhelming manner. The death angel sitting in the back rang out a prayer of faith for the first time, as if brewing some new skills. Come on, Mubai! This is the domineering hockey. It's shocking to see it for the first time. Roll up your sleeves and do it. As a fellow villager, I support you. Be careful. There are still many skeleton soldiers. Mubai had no time to care about the voice on the podium. The remaining army of summoned creatures was just a pile of loose sand in his eyes. In comparison, he paid more attention to the death angel at the back. The strange and inexplicable prayer made Mubai feel uneasy. Catch the thief and the king. In front of the death army, Mubai took action. The elemental body passed through all the enemies at an astonishing speed. And the god of wars, Naginata, pointed directly at the death angel at the back. This is my territory. Fighting cage! Spreading two pairs of black wings. The death angel's eyes were full of mockery. Just when the elementalized Mubai was about to reach the opponent, the angel of the dead disappeared, and the surging holy light power blocked Mubai's direction. The pure white barrier wrapped Mubai and the army of dead spirits. At this moment, the battlefield was like a cage. Boss releases the leader skill. The beast cage. The challenger Mubai needs to kill all the creatures in the cage before he can break it. The prompt of Shura Tower came into Mubai's ears. It turned out to be a leader skill. No wonder it is so buggy. Without thinking too much, Mubai rushed into the army of dead spirits like a meteor. And the powerful impact directly shattered the white-boned soldiers within a dozen meters around. Both hands condensed the vibration ball cover, disturbing the atmosphere, accompanied by a squeaky sound that made the scalp numb. The terrifying vibration force spread to the whole field, and the remaining ground army collapsed in an instant. The few surviving skeleton mages shot the magic light ball in their hands. He crushed the green magic light ball shot at him with one hand, and the weak corrosion could be ignored. It's really to delay time. I have to fight quickly. Realizing the other party's purpose, Mubai whispered. He was seen holding the Naginata war god horizontally with one hand, and the vast thunder and lightning flowed on the blade. Thunder slash. With a low shout from Mubai, the black and gold-rimmed war god crossed the ground, and the dense electric current spread to the entire battlefield with the slash. Thousands of white skeleton soldiers were scattered in the blue lightning. Numbers are just a simple number under absolute strength, and the thunder is scorched wherever it passes. From Mubai falling to the ground, to the destruction of the undead army on the ground, it took less than 10 seconds. Even the undead angels outside the Colosseum were slightly shocked. The undead angels floating in the sky stopped praying, and the pure white holy light field was transformed into a black kingdom under an unknown force. The gloomy and strange power has nothing to do with angels. In the audience, everyone couldn't see the scene in the Colosseum clearly, and they were all very nervous. The power to change the territory. This is the trouble with the leader monster. Mubai might be in trouble. The old man in thin clothes fell into deep thought, as if he was recalling something. Dozens of cold breaths spewed towards the ground. Mubai inserted the Naginata god into the ground, condensed the ball cover with one hand, and grabbed it towards the sky, not paying any attention to the frost breaths. Get down! Squeak! The mighty vibration force accompanied by the sound of cracking tore the atmosphere apart, and more than a dozen pseudo-frost dragons in the sky were blown all over the place by the restless airflow. Finally, following Mubai's hand that pressed down, they fell heavily to the ground. The frost dragons that fell to the ground shook their dizzy heads. And just when they were about to flap their wings and fly high, Mu Bai, who used lightning teleportation, came to their heads. Don't think about leaving now. 100 million volts of continuous amplification. Qilin. The Qilin beast made of lightning on Mu Bai's chest roared. And the terrifying electric current turned into a lightning beam, which directly bombarded all the dragons. The continuous lightning accelerated under Mu Bai's control. And after a sharp explosion, more than a dozen frost dragons on the surface let out miserable dragon roars. The lightning ended, and all the frost dragons were dying. Mu Bai, who was entangled with electric current, seemed like the god of thunder who came to the world. The beast's cage fell apart and turned into holy light energy all over the sky. Is it reasonable that thousands of troops lasted less than 20 seconds? Even me, the high-ranking dead angel, was slightly surprised. Just as he was about to say something, the ground cracked in circles, and Mu Bai, who was dressed in black and surrounded by lightning, appeared in front of him. He hugged the back of the dead angel's head with both hands, condensed a vibration ball cover at his knees, and a sharp knee kick directly made the opponent bleed on the spot. Even you, Mu Bai, who cursed, had long been impatient. If you want to fight, then fight. Why have these monsters been talking so much since he entered the Shura Tower? Aren't you annoying? The dead angel, who was hit in the face by Mu Bai's knee kick, flew more than 10 meters in the air, and the black holy light power was transformed into a continuous transmission into the body. With such a supply, he is invincible. Holy light. Lightning and lightning. The vibration ball cover condensed at the ankle and kicked the opponent's chest fiercely. Squeak. In the broken void, the dead angel fell to the ground in a mess, like a toy being thrown out. You like holy light, right? I will turn you into light. Mu Bai turned into thunder and bombarded the opponent's position. The metal ground engraved with holy light runes fluctuated slightly, and a stream of energy was transmitted into his body. Although the dead form reduced the speed, the strength and vitality increased greatly. He didn't believe that a human could destroy him in his own territory. Under the thundering power of lightning, the slightly trembling body of the dead angel gradually calmed down. His own survivability was invincible. Seeing the dead angel recovering in the thunder, Mu Bai smiled. Lightning instant body. The thunder that kept bombarding the ground stopped. Mu Bai suddenly appeared and pressed the head of the dead angel and smashed it into the ground. The air wave blew up Mu Bai's sleeves. Looking at your expression, you feel like you're pretty tough, right? Uh-huh. Of course. The undead angel, whose strength was constantly increasing, raised his neck. In just 1 minute, he could surpass this human monster in strength. The vibration ball in his hand condensed, and Mu Bai's eyes flashed with coldness as he pressed the back of the opponent's head. Then let's try it. Can you withstand it? As soon as the voice fell, the vibration ball in Mu Bai's hand turned into a white shock wave and exploded directly on the opponent's body. The chaotic vibration force flowed around in the body. The undead angel, who felt the severe pain, smiled sinisterly. It's ridiculous. With the attack just now, I can't kill me even if I let you attack me. What are you talking about? Just now was just a warm-up before exercise. Mu Bai exhaled, said indifferently, and then uttered 5 words lightly. 7 limits. Random numbers. His mind was controlled by instinct. In the college entrance examination, Mu Bai did not use the fruit ability and defeated the instructor with this trick. But today, it was different. Mu Bai, whose body was half elemental, condensed a vibration ball the size of a millstone in his hands. With the help of lightning, he hit the body of the dead angel with his shoulders and elbows at an unimaginable speed. The seemingly messy fists left a trail of afterimages because of the fast speed. The dead angel, who was originally full of confidence, felt bad. The continuous vibration impact has extremely high requirements for the strength of the body and the development of the fruit. Mu Bai happened to have all of these. Bang! 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 The special metal ground that had withstood Mu Bai's multiple shocks intact actually began to collapse. And the repeated exploding vibration force directly turned everything around into a resonant body. This made Mu Bai fight more and more easily. And the more he fought, the more he enjoyed it. Stop it! After discovering that he was totally wrong, the dead angel endured a storm of attacks, and his body was directly embedded in the special metal ground. When he used his remaining consciousness to mobilize all the holy light power in the holy light field, he was stunned, because it was impossible to mobilize it at all. Under Mu Bai's continuous high-intensity vibration punches, any power was shaken away, and it was difficult to even perceive them, let alone mobilize them. No! The unwilling dead angel controlled his body to disintegrate, and the two pairs of black wings came together to form a black shield in front of him, and his body retreated backwards. In the resonant environment, every step was difficult. Who? The shield made of wings collapsed under Mu Bai's two punches, and the remaining vibration force directly knocked the dead angel to the ground. It was different from the previous attack. This was not an ordinary vibration. It was a pity that he didn't have time to think about it. And the continuous and repeated whipping started again. Mu Bai raised his long legs and kicked sideways, kicking the dead angel hundreds of meters high with a leg wrapped in vibration force. Instant body. Without stopping. Almost at the same time, Mu Bai, who was dressed in black, was wrapped in lightning and came in front of the opponent. Raising his arms, he dumped the unprepared dead angel in midair, and the opponent's rolling body fell back into the arms of Mother Earth. Bang! The muscles of Mu Bai's arms were like the roots of an old tree, full of wild beauty. It was unknown whether this beauty was pure or not, but judging from the dead angel's body that was broken into 3 sections, it should be much purer than a thimble. The undead angel, whose consciousness was somewhat blurred, supported himself with his arms and opened his mouth. Black light waves condensed in his mouth, as if he was going to make a last-ditch effort. But it was obvious that Mu Bai would not give his enemy any chance. Mu Bai, who fell from the sky, hit the opponent's head with his right fist, which was wrapped in terrifying vibration power. The surging vibration force exploded on the ground, causing exclamations from the audience. This scene was too violent. The living humanoid was beaten into a compressed biscuit. This was something they had never seen before. The aura of the broken body dissipated, and the familiar sound of the Shura Tower's upgrade sounded again. Challenger Mu Bai completed the upgrade trial of the Shura Tower. All humans returned to the original world. The upper limit of the Shura Tower was opened, and the highest number of floors was 100. The cold voice was too pleasant at this moment. In the excited audience, everyone cried with joy and disappeared in their seats with white light. The old man stared at Mu Bai, his eyes full of shock. This young man was quite violent. He actually defeated the boss of the upgrade trial. The young are formidable. The audience seats flashed with white light. And after a moment, there was no one. Calculate the reward for Mu Bai who entered the tower. And calculate. Mu Bai, who was emitting heat all over his body, exhaled a long breath of hot air, and used the life return to return. And his physical energy returned to the peak in a few seconds. Recalling that he had just relied on the instinctive vibration attack, it seemed to contain something different. Mu Bai opened his panel and found that the development of his vibration fruit had reached 99%. Just a little bit. Calculating. Ah. This speed is slower than the old lady downstairs in my house. Mu Bai said softly, a little speechless. It's been almost 10 minutes, and the rewards from Shura Tower have not been calculated yet. This is too slow. As if hearing Mu Bai's words, Shura Tower's cold voice sounded. The settlement is successful. Mu Bai, the tower entrant, will be rewarded with a skeleton token, a broken hilt, a secret black robe, a mysterious pet egg, and the title of Shura Tower's primary challenger. After Shura Tower's voice stopped, the world on the 51st floor was swallowed up by darkness from the outside, and a scarlet portal appeared in front of Mu Bai. Without time to think about it, Mu Bai put these things into the storage space and jumped into the space channel just before the annihilation of the 51st floor. On the 21st floor of Shura Tower, the old lord who woke up from the bed was stunned for a long time, sighed, and a new reincarnation began. I don't know if Mu Bai can end such a farce. This period of time is too painful, and the 2 words hope are undoubtedly a luxury for him. The wooden door of the bedroom was knocked, and the young soldier was excited. Lord, our scouts found a lot of monsters outside the city. Please give orders? Lord. The same words, the same tone. Really still didn't escape. Come in. The wrinkles on the old lord's face seemed to deepen a little, and an inexplicable feeling swept over his body when he lifted the quilt. The dazzling white light outside the window broke the gloomy sky, and the tears from the corners of the old lord's eyes fell in front of him, and his body was dissipating. It's over. Everything is over. The murmured words were full of sadness and pain that only he knew. The world began to collapse. In the cave outside the Shura Tower, a scarlet portal flickered and lightning flowed. It was Mu Bai who successfully passed the level and walked out, Countless blood-red palms stretched out from the scarlet portal behind him. They were all the creatures killed by Mu Bai in the Shira Tower. The twisted faces seemed to be squeezed and deformed candles. They wanted to pull Mu Bai into H.L. together. I know you're reluctant, but there's no need to chase here. A slightly sad word came out of Mu Bai's mouth. If the scene in front of him was not too exciting, I would really think that Mu Bai was saying goodbye to his friend. His right hand pointed at the scarlet transmission channel, and the lightning flashed. Go back, Thunder Dragon. The crackling lightning formed a majestic and magnificent Thunder Dragon, and with a sizzling sound, it instantly penetrated the flickering scarlet channel. Buzz. The unstable transmission channel was completely closed. The teachers of other schools around looked at Mu Bai as if he was looking at a monster. Good guy. He directly opened up the Shira Tower. Looking back at his students, he was furious. The gap was too big to be teleported out on the 20th floor. Mu Bai, are you okay? Lei Wuxiang saw that it was Mu Bai who was teleported out, and he walked to him in a few steps, asking anxiously, in such a trial of certain death, it is possible that Mu Bai will be occupied by the monster inside. There have been precedents before. So he was cautious and supported Mu Bai's shoulders calmly. When he realized that Mu Bai's mind was normal, he let go of his hand. I'm fine, Mr. Lei. Although it felt a little strange, Mu Bai didn't say anything and simply responded. You are always surprising. This time you are in everyone's sight again. It is unprecedented for a freshman to pass the upgrade test in the other dimension. Mu Bai, you made history. Seeing Lei Wuxiang so serious, Mu Bai smiled and said, I just did what I could. Mu Bai, you are really a pervert, Yu Qianqiu said melancholy as he walked slowly. The students from Wuda University also gathered around and asked questions. They saw Mu Bai's fierce skills on the 21st floor with their own eyes, which can be said to have exceeded their cognitive scope. They were not too surprised that Mu Bai opened the 51st floor at this time, because he was the pride of Wuda University and the pinnacle of his peers. Hang Yuan, who never flattered people and was taciturn, couldn't help but say, opening the Shira Tower is enough to look down on the younger generation. Seeing that everyone was safe and sound, Mu Bai smiled and didn't say much. Look! The people in the cave, who were about to evacuate, felt a chill in their hearts when they looked at the evil ghost carved on the Shira Tower. The cave shook. As an expert, Mu Bai naturally knew that it was the evil ghost statue that did it. It came alive. The stone body showed purple blood vessels, and the sharp teeth were shining white. The two horns on its head burst out with deep dark power, and the unspeakable horror eroded the minds of everyone present. The 100-meter-long bat wings blocked the crystal light source on the dome. The cave fell into a brief darkness. A pair of scarlet eyes the size of a truck looked down at Mu Bai on the ground. A scream like a combination of bats and birds pierced everyone's eardrums. The demon's whisper was unclear, and only Mu Bai understood what it meant. Human Mu Bai, I saw you in the great hall of the great residence. No matter in the past, future, or present, the evil ghost with a great purple body spread his wings that covered the sky and rushed to the dome. The top of the cave collapsed and the crystal layer broke. The hard body directly crashed through the rock layer, and the huge rolling stones fell behind it. The staff on the ground felt the vibration of the ground and fled in all directions. With a loud bang, a dark hole appeared in front of them. This evil ghost actually drilled through the ground. It flew into the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight in a few moments. Fortunately, this place is in the deep mountains and old forests. If it were in the city, it would cause great panic. In the collapsed cave, Mu Bai was wrapped in lightning. Just as he was about to smash the falling rocks, he was stopped by Lei Wuxiang. Leave it to me. When thousands of students and teachers who had not yet evacuated were about to be buried here, Lei Wuxiang opened his arms, and pink light waves came from bottom to top. All the rocks affected by the light waves slowed down greatly. Go! The dazed people heard Lei Wuxiang's voice and reacted. They all jumped to the cracks in the rocks with moon steps. The pink halo and the spicy gesture made Mu Bai naturally recognize that it was the superhuman slow fruit at a glance. The fruit ability user can release a slow aura through special gestures, making all the objects covered slow down. If used well, it can be said to be a magical skill. It's just that this orchid finger is a bit poisonous. Ahem. What are you looking at me for? Hurry up. Teacher Lei, who spoke in a bad tone, saw Mu Bai looking at his gestures, and his old face turned red. I didn't expect Teacher Lei to be a sentimental person. Mu Bai, who turned into lightning, said with a smile, and then disappeared into the cave. Damn it! What is sentimentality? You wait for me. I'll give you extra practice when I go back. Lei Wuxiang, who recorded Mu Bai in this small notebook, saw that there was no one around, and pinched the orchid finger with both hands to increase the strength of his ability. The rolling rocks were almost still at this moment. After returning to school from Shura Tower, a whole day had passed. The unknown evil ghost flew out of Pingnan City and disappeared. Some strong men judged that this alien creature had left this world based on the clues left in the space. Returning to his own dormitory, sitting on the soft sofa in the hall, Mu Bai took out all the spoils in the storage space. Ding dong. A broken hilt with divinity was detected. It is recommended to absorb divinity to speed up the system update. How long will it take for the system to update this time? Mu Bai said softly with a little curiosity. It normally takes 365 days. Mu Bai, who had just drunk the tea, almost spit it out. You are playing the anniversary version update with me here. That is to say, under abnormal circumstances, absorbing the divinity in the hilt will speed up the update speed. Absorbing the divinity of the hilt. The update only takes 1 hour. Picking up the broken hilt, Mu Bai turned it over and found nothing abnormal. Just a broken and tattered hilt. Growth system. Absorb divinity. Received. The system immediately took action after receiving the host's instructions, and a stream of heat flowed from Mu Bai's hand into the hilt of the sword. The purple gold ripples pierced the mottled rust, and the dreamlike sword body was dazzling, and inexplicable memories flooded into Mu Bai's brain. On the desolate land, the warrior holding the sharp sword killed the human-shaped evil ghosts. After a year or 10 years or 100 years, the sword that could not bear the burden was broken, and the warrior's body was finally eaten by countless evil ghosts. Mu Bai, who was sweating profusely, woke up instantly. His hands and feet were slightly numb, and looking at the clock on the wall, 40 minutes had passed. What happened to the system just now? How can I see the memory of the owner of the sword body? Wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead, Mu Bai asked in confusion. Absorbing divinity will affect the memory deep in the soul. The host does not need to worry, and he can recover by mobilizing his own spirit. Letting go of his mind, Mu Bai closed his eyes briefly, clearing his mind of distracting thoughts, and the fatigue from the depths of his soul was swept away. The pet egg on the table swayed slightly. Mu Bai picked up the 30-centimeter long giant egg and looked at it carefully. God knows what kind of creature will be bred in it. System. Check the egg in front of me. The black robe. And the token. Unknown beast egg. A special reward of Shura Tower. A creature of the undead race. Secret black robe. A robe that reduces the sense of presence. The wearer can greatly reduce the chance of being discovered, and the concealment effect is doubled in the dark. Skeleton token. Connecting to the unknown world. Using the token can come to the marked different dimension world. Restriction. The main world level reaches level 6 to enter. Undead creatures are hatched from eggs, which is very scientific. The secret black robe is also very useful in special circumstances. As for the skeleton token, it is probably the main gain of coming to Shura Tower, the world of desolate bones, and the skeleton king sitting on the throne. This token may be related to these. Li Zibai's last expression was obviously extremely terrified, especially when he said the 4 words "the world of desolate bones," and the mysterious disappearance of his original parents was probably related to this. The skeleton token in his hand was extremely cold. Mu Bai could sense that if he opened the extra-dimensional channel now, he would probably be shattered to pieces. The phone rang. It was a message from Lu Jun. Mu Shen. Check out the #1 hot search video, smiley face. After Mu Bai and his group returned to school, the media on the internet went wild. There were also a lot of media blocking the gate of Wuda University, wanting to interview him, but they were all driven away by security personnel. Mu Bai opened his phone, and the first few hot searches were all his. Shocking. Wuda Mu Bai ate hand-torn chicken in Shura Tower. Xiaoguo's rising star set a record, saving 500,000 people from death and injury. In my life, I have been seeking to be equal to the sky and to kill the gods and defy fate. Wuda Mu Bai's passionate words inspire us. Related reports on Shura Tower's level breakthrough. Shocking. According to research by relevant experts, devil fruits are more unpalatable than shit. The first one raised Mu Bai's blood pressure. After opening the video, it was a video of Mu Bai fighting against the Angel of Death in the upgrade trial of Shura Tower. In the video, Mu Bai turned into a chef and fried a depilade chicken. After the hard work of Chef Mu Bai, a plate of excellent Kung Pao chicken was served on the table. The picture was very humorous. No wonder it was viewed so many times. Talent. Isn't this the earliest ghost animal video? There is so little entertainment in this world. Who came up with this? Opening the publisher's avatar. Mu Bai was startled. He didn't expect it to be his old friend, Li Piao. Ahem. Li Piao. There was also a bright official certification on the avatar. He was the strongest director of the year. A rising star in horror movies. And he was versatile. His representative works include Flying Skulls of Ghosts, Night Breaking into Girls' High School, Decomposed Monsters, and My Fragmented Body. After dialing the number, Li Piao on the other end of the phone looked very busy and spoke in an impatient tone. Watch out. This is how ghosts act. You have to imagine yourself being dismembered. You have a lot of resentment. Let me show you. Ah. Director. I was wrong. Don't come over here. I give up. You actors have such poor acting skills that it's better for me to do it myself. Hey. My phone is connected, and I almost forgot. What did Mr. Bai want to talk to me about? The tone of pretending to be angry changed. And he asked with a smile. Li Piao. If I hadn't seen you editing my video, I wouldn't have known that you were a director. Keep your voice down. The second character of my name is Red Flat. I also found out that I have the talent to be a director when I was a horror actor. I kindly pointed out the direction to the director. But the director said, you can do it if you can. Then I did it. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Haha. It was a bit of a domineering look. Mu Bai patted his forehead speechlessly. And then changed the subject. This ghost video you made is quite interesting. I didn't expect that I would become a chef god one day. Thank you. Director Li, hearing Mu Bai's unkind tone. Li swallowed his saliva and organized his words. Boss Bai. How can you think so? I edited the video to make you more powerful and domineering. At worst, I will let you play the leading role in my next drama. Leading role? Isn't that playing a ghost? Mu Bai hung up the phone mercilessly. At the same time, the prompt sound of the growth system came from his mind. Ding dong. Upgrade completed. Growth system opens version 1.1. Opens the point store. One Piece World Secret Trial. Etc. And subsequent functions will be opened in sequence. Ding dong. System upgrade reward. The level is upgraded to the middle stage of level 4. And it is detected that the development of the Tremor fruit has reached the limit value. And the awakening assessment can be opened. Tremor fruit awakening assessment. Content of this assessment. Defeat Xiao Wuti in a clash of Conqueror Hockey in 3 days. Assessment reward. Awakening of the Tremor fruit. Extra reward to remove the weakness of the devil fruit that is afraid of seawater. I don't know how strong Xiao Wuti is who possesses the string fruit. But Mu Bai is looking forward to fighting against a master. System. What is the One Piece World Secret Trial? And the point store seems to be unable to open. Opening the main interface. The store logo is gray. And the ship logo next to it shows the words not yet open. Ding dong. The point store needs the host to gain points to open. And points will be gained by completing the tasks issued by the system. The One Piece World Secret Trial requires a cooling time of 15 days. And will automatically open after 15 days. Let's talk about it when it is opened. Mu Bai has something in mind and opens the personal panel. Name, Mu Bai. Level 4, midterm experience, 2 out of 100. Constitution, 149. Armament Hockey, 12800/100000, mastered. Observation Hockey, 21886/100000, mastered. Conqueror Hockey, 98, Spirit. Kendo, 5502/100000, mastered. Navy 6 Styles, 9250/100000, mastered. Devil Fruit, Tremor Fruit, 99%. Thunder Fruit, 29%. Equipment, Naginata War God. Black Mysterious Gloves. Hidden Black Robe. Ding dong. The system will reflect the current experience after the upgrade. Please let the host know. The more it upgrades, the more humane it becomes. Mu Bai nodded secretly. In front of the Blood Demon's secret realm across 3 campuses, several sophomores were eagerly waiting. Boss Xiao said on the message stone that he would come out today. When they thought that Boss Xiao could beat Mu Bai violently, they couldn't stop being excited. The secret passage suddenly opened. And a strong man, with a naked upper body walked out with dragon and tiger steps. If a body covered with scars is a man's glory, then Xiao Wuti obviously did it. The beast-like tiger eyes swept across several followers, almost frightening the few people in front of him to their knees. Xiao Wuti, who was full of blood and murderous aura, was like a demon returning from H.L. full of hostility. The only one who can compete with me in Wuda is Sikungpa, a junior. I will challenge him in a few days. Xiao Wudi's words were full of arrogance. Judging from the momentum alone, he can indeed be called invincible. Ahem. Boss Xiao. 3 days later is the day when freshman Mu Bai challenges you. The follower, with fear in his eyes, reminded him while swallowing his saliva. Freshman Mu Bai. Right. Arrogant guy. Let's deal with him first. With an inexplicable smile on his grinning mouth, Xiao Wudi thought he was arrogant enough. But he dared to challenge the head of the senior year shortly after entering school. This kid is a bit interesting. What identity does he have to challenge me? An ordinary freshman? Or the head of the freshmen? Xiao Wudi glanced at him, his voice sonorous and powerful. Mu Bai just broke your record in Shura Tower yesterday. Although it has not been announced yet, Mu Bai is now no different from the head of the freshmen. And he also declared to the whole school that he would beat you. Boss Xiao. Down! The timid follower smiled bitterly. And the other two looked at each other and stepped back far away from this companion. Xiao Wudi walked up to the follower with some surprise and said in a flat tone, "Can a person with a domineering color be so unbearable? You look a little unfamiliar. He just transferred to our school and said that he admired Boss Xiao." The two younger brothers who were far away explained. Xiao Wudi stretched out his palm to signal to shut up. The devil-like face stared directly at the trembling sophomore in front of him. I hate being deceived the most. Tell me, did Mu Bai really say such a thing? The powerful pressure like the abyss overwhelmed all the fear. And Xiao Wudi's figure was as majestic as a mountain across the sky. This was Xiao Wudi's domineering color. I was wrong. Han Xiao told me. No. Han Xiao asked me to say it. The frightened sophomore knelt on the ground, his voice hoarse. Han Xiao is a fool. He is average in strength and only does these unorthodox things. When I have time, I will definitely rectify the atmosphere of the sophomores. After saying that, he took the clothes handed over by the follower, stepped on the blood-stained martial arts boots, and walked out of the secret realm preparation room. The trembling sophomore collapsed on the ground. It was terrible. This Xiao Wudi was too terrible. Just a look made his psychological defense collapse. Fortunately, the other party did not pursue his fault. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with some relief. Why is there a silk thread on the ground in his vision? Curiously, he reached out to touch it, and suddenly his whole body tensed up, and was suspended in the air by the dense silk threads. What is this? Xiao Wudi, who had not walked far, twisted the silk thread in his hand, turned back and said lightly, "If you fan yourself and break your arm, go back." He turned around and left here. The two followers behind him looked back with horror, and followed Xiao Wudi in a hurry. What does it mean? The sophomore student, who had not yet reacted, slapped his face with his arms uncontrollably, leaving no room for any effort, making a snapping sound. It was not until this moment that he saw that his entire body was controlled by the silk thread, like a puppet in a puppet show, and all his actions were controlled by others. Snap! I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Snap! Please let me go. Snap! The fog is shaking. 3 days passed in a flash. In the past 2 days, Mu Bai's deeds of opening up the Shura Tower can be said to be known to the whole school. And his reputation among the freshmen is irreplaceable. And the news of his battle with Xiao Wudi also spread throughout Ping'an City. And even several bigwigs in Ming Province kept a close eye on it. One side is the son of the Xiao family, and the other side is a genius who has created miracles one after another. It is rare that both sides have the domineering aura of the king. Such a battle is destined to be unprecedented. This battle represents the final ownership of the leader position of the young generation of Wuda. When the first rays of sunlight in the morning shone on the earth, the professional battle arena of Wuhan University was opened for the first time this month. Facing the warm wind, students flocked here in an endless stream, some even carrying a large bag of snacks to eat while watching. But unfortunately such an idea was doomed to fail, because all the teachers of Wuhan University came and sat in the front. Seeing that their own teachers had come, the students hurriedly put away their snacks in their hands for fear of being discovered. Vice President Yin Wan accompanied a middle-aged man in a suit and tie to sit down. This can be said to be the first time that all the teachers and students of Wuhan University have gathered so well this year. Except for some senior students who were on missions outside. Almost all of them were present. Mu Bai and Xiao Wudi stood on both sides of the ring. After knowing that the other party had penetrated the Shura Tower, Xiao Wudi dared not look down on this junior anymore. Sure enough, you are a handsome man. But you are not manly enough. I guess your awakened conqueror Hockey is also weak. Xiao Wudi, who was standing on the east side of the ring, said provocatively. His height of 1.9 meters and his strong body were like an iron tower. Just standing there was enough to give people a strong visual impact. Holding the iron-blooded spear, he looked like a great general who fought on the battlefield in ancient times. Hearing the other party's ridicule, Mu Bai was not angry. He smiled and said, Conqueror Hockey is also divided into male and female. It just so happens that my Conqueror Hockey is male. Mu Bai, holding the Naginata god of war in one hand, pointed the blade directly at Xiao Wudi. He was in a good mood and did not move at all when he heard the provocation. The future prospects are promising. But it's a pity that he had to challenge me. This is a road to self-destruction. Xiao Wudi, with a fierce look on his face, grinned and stared at Mu Bai with bloodthirsty eyes. The look was chilling. The students facing Xiao Wudi trembled when they saw that look. Brother Ian, it seems that your school Xiao Wudi has just returned from another dimension. I wonder how many creatures he has killed with such a fierce aura. The middle-aged man sitting next to Vice President Ian looked at the two people in the field with a sharp eye. The deputy envoy has a sharp eye. Xiao Wudi has spent the past few months in the blood demon space. It seems that his momentum is better than before. It should be improved. Ian Wan's words were slightly relieved. Every time all the students of Wudao grow stronger, the future development of Wudao will be better. Mu Bai held up the god of war. His arm did not move at all. Wanting to shock him? Such a look is far from enough. Seeing that the handsome Mu Bai was not affected by his eyes, Xiao Wudi smiled with satisfaction. Arrogant boy. Let's see who is the male, and who is the female. The iron-blooded spear fell to the ground, and the sound of metal friction was extremely harsh. Xiao Wudi's eyes burst with brilliance, and his majestic momentum rose slowly. The unparalleled domineering aura suppressed the whole audience. His domineering aura was just like his personality. He wanted to look down on the sky. The shadow of a tiger appeared behind him, roaring in the mountains. The students who were shocked were dumbfounded. Their hands and feet were cold, and their bodies couldn't help but want to bend down. Such pressure is simply a weapon for group battles. It's really terrifying. Sikongpa, this monster of the Xiao family has no suppression from the senior students. After defeating Mu Bai, I'm afraid he will challenge you as the head of the junior year. In the junior seat, the long-haired young man dressed in a Chinese suit with squinting eyes said with a smile, his tone full of ridicule. Longshan, I don't think Mu Bai will lose. Sikongpa, who leaned back in his seat with his arms folded, said leisurely, Oh, do you think so highly of Mu Bai? Longshan looked at Sikongpa with a narrowed eye, and his barely visible eyes seemed to open a little. I believe in my intuition. Sikongpa, who looked like a jade, said in a low voice while playing with the black and white chess pieces in his hand. Then I want to see how this Mu Bai defeated Xiao Wudi. I heard that the fruit of the surname Xiao has awakened. Fruit awakening is nothing. In the final analysis, it is the advanced use of the fruit. The most important thing to become a top powerhouse is the three-color domineering. After saying this, Sikongpa's eyes moved slightly. The person accompanying Vice Principal Ian looked familiar. On the stage, Xiao Wudi, who was full of momentum, showed a look of disappointment in his eyes. Just because of my domineering aura. Mu Bai was shocked and stood there stupidly. It turned out to be just a clown. Under the impact of the domineering aura, the freshman raised his arms to block it. Seeing that Mu Bai on the stage did not move, they all looked sad. It would be difficult for Mu Bai to resist such a domineering aura. Right? This is understandable. They are both geniuses. But Xiao Wudi is a descendant of a big family, and one grade higher than Mu Bai. What are you talking about? Mu Bai will definitely defeat this guy, Yu Qianshou said with a big laugh. Xiao Wudi was a lunatic, and Mu Bai in the battle was a lunatic among lunatics. At this moment, Mu Bai raised his head. It was a novel experience to feel the pressure of the domineering aura from someone else for the first time. A sentence that no one expected came out of Mu Bai's mouth. Too weak. What? There was a brief silence in the whole venue, as if even Xiao Wudi's domineering pressure had dissipated a little. Weak. Xiao Wudi, with red eyes, shouted angrily, and his unparalleled domineering aura rose to a higher level, all pressing towards Mu Bai. Is this your domineering aura? Mu Bai, who was the focus of attention, seemed to be fine. Mu Bai's eyes were full of fighting spirit and burst out with amazing pressure. It was his domineering aura. Unlike Xiao Wudi's domineering aura, it was not fierce and violent, but only pressure. Pure pressure. as Mu Bai's domineering aura was displayed. The domineering auras of both sides came into contact instantly, raising layers of air waves. Xiao Wudi's red aura and Mu Bai's black aura collided with each other at the center of the ring, and the ground shook. The people in the entire venue dared not breathe. Even with the protection of the protective barrier, it could not stop the aftermath of the collision of the two domineering auras. The two completely different domineering auras are both the kings of their respective territories, and they are incompatible. Xiao Wudi's veins bulged. His eyes were full of horror, and he felt the pressure on his shoulders. It was the first time that he was suppressed by the domineering color of his peers. What a joke. I want to be the invincible Xiao Wudi of Xia country. How could I be defeated by a mere freshman here, wrapped in silk threads? Xiao Wudi roared. And the surging domineering color wanted to defeat the opponent in one go. But unfortunately, in Mu Bai's eyes, all this was useless. Domineering color emphasizes courage, and my courage is just a little bit stronger than yours. Pinching his index finger and thumb, Mu Bai vividly interpreted what the finger universe is. Start the defeat now. With Mu Bai as the center, the domineering color that can be seen with the naked eye without substance dominated the entire venue. Even Principal Yin was slightly moved. Mu Bai has improved again. This growth rate is simply unprecedented. The use of dominant color far exceeds that of the Xiao family kid. Wudong Mu Bai is indeed extraordinary. The middle-aged man on the side applauded and said, "Can a tiger survive being crushed by a mountain?" The answer is obviously no. At this moment, Mu Bai's dominant color is like a supreme king patrolling the territory, crushing Xiao Wudi's mind with a tsunami-like momentum. Invincible? Even a tiger can be beaten into a sick cat by you. Under the pressure of Mu Bai's dominant color, Xiao Wudi was defeated and automatically put away his dominant color. His slightly trembling palm showed that he was not doing well. You monster. Xiao Wudi had to admit that he was defeated by the dominant color. And it was very thorough. But Mu Bai didn't have time to pay attention to him. All his mind was drawn to it by the system's prompt sound. Ding dong. The awakening trial of the Xinjiang fruit is completed. Congratulations. Your fruit has awakened. The mighty vibration returned to the origin, and the new perception filled the brain, allowing himself to enter a higher stage of devil fruit development. Fruit awakening. Such ability. After feeling the awakening ability of the tremor fruit, even Mu Bai was briefly absent-minded. I admit that you are stronger in the domineering color, but you will be defeated by me today. Xiao Wudi, who mistakenly thought that Mu Bai was getting carried away, said in a deep voice. After that, waving the iron-blooded spear, Xiao Wudi moved at high speed in the air, as if he was stepping on a real object. Before most students could react, the blood-stained spear head was deeply stabbed into the ground. Clang. Instant body. Mu Bai easily dodged with the ultra-high speed of lightning, and the Naginata martial god condensed the vibration ball cover and slashed in the direction of Xiao Wudi. Squeak. The blade and the spear tip collided for the first time, and the black electric current surrounded the collision point between the two, stirring up gusts of wind. Mu Bai, who seemed to have a thin body, had amazing strength, and the spear tip with the Naginata was compressed and tightened backwards. The white vibration ball cover rolled over with an unmatched attitude. Feeling the power of Mu Bai's Naginata, Xiao Wudi cursed inwardly that he was a pervert. He drew back his spear, and a ball of silk condensed in his mouth pierced the sky with the force of thunder, piercing directly into Mu Bai's eyes. In a flash, Mu Bai lowered his body and swung his right arm. The vibration ball cover exploded, and the layers of silk threads broke. Lightning. Divine punishment. Mu Bai raised the god of war and chopped it down in the air, and the majestic lightning beam descended in front of Xiao Wudi. You are indeed a dual fruit ability user, but you can't hurt me. Spiderweb line shield. Taking a step back, Xiao Wudi's 5 fingers made a friction sound of silk threads, and the dense silk threads attached to the domineering power of armed color formed a spider web-like black round shield, successfully blocking the attack of lightning. After the lightning, Xiao Wudi stepped forward, the spear wrapped in armed color, plus the silk threads traversed out, like catching prey on a spider web. A sure hit. Super whip. A sound came from behind Mu Bai at the same time. It was Xiao Wudi's deep voice. The silk clone sprayed a large amount of silk from the palm of his hand. These silk threads were tightly intertwined and twisted into a strand like a hemp rope, cutting towards the back of Mu Bai's neck. 2 Xiao Wudi appeared on the battlefield at the same time, which surprised the audience outside the field. Facing the front and back attacks, Mu Bai looked normal. He condensed a vibration light ball at his ankle and stomped hard on the ground. The violent vibration directly overturned the Xiao Wuti in front and behind. Mubai looked up and said, "It's not good to hide in the dark." With a turn of his wrist, the blade drew dazzling sparks on the ground, condensed thunder and lightning from bottom to top, and bombarded the sky after a crisp sound. Bang! The armed silk thread blocked the blade of the god of war. And Xiao Wuti, who was floating in the air, was a little surprised. "You can actually sense me." "Very strong perception. But unfortunately you can't find me after I activate the secret line." After saying that, he turned into a thread and disappeared on the spot. Mubai used his observation hockey to scan the whole scene. But there was no breath of life. Mubai was thoughtful. Although the other party had obtained the string fruit, he was very different from Doflamingo in the One Piece world. Mubai was sure that the other party's fruit had awakened. Otherwise the metal spear would not be turned into a thread, temporarily turning the objects it touched, including the ground, into threads. This is the awakening ability of the parahuman string fruit. Bullet-like bullets attacked Mubai from all directions. In the hail of bullets, Mubai easily dodged them with his skilled observation hockey. The dazzling dodging posture made Lei Wuxiang in the audience take off his glasses. "This guy is a little relaxed," Lei Wuxiang said thoughtfully. "It seems that Mubai has improved a lot in Shura Tower. Otherwise, he would never be able to do such a body movement." Mubai on the ring had already thought of a way to deal with it. Since he couldn't see it, just let him break it all. Just about to start the vibration, Xiao Wuti's figure suddenly appeared in the air. Looking up, Mubai punched in the sky without thinking, and the majestic vibration ball cover shattered the space, and the dense cracks shattered the silk thread. The figure above his head turned into silk threads again and disappeared without a trace. This is not his body. Realizing this, the thunder Kirin in Mubai's hand roared to the ground, and dense electric currents flowed along the almost transparent silk threads. Feeling the numbness in his body, Xiao Wuti put away the white thread in front of him, and his real body appeared on the ground. "You actually found my hiding place by such means." Shadow Rider line. Xiao Wuti's eyes flashed red, and the silk threads in his hands were tightly entangled together. He extinguished the current on his body, condensed his flesh again, and the body woven by silk threads appeared in front of everyone. 1, 2, 3 Xiao Wuti appeared on the ring, with the same expression and the same tone, which was very strange. "Which one is you? Or are they all you?" The 3 Xiao Wuti were no different in Mubai's eyes. They all had heartbeats, and even their breath was the same as Xiao Wuti, using silk threads to simulate heartbeats. "It's interesting." 5-color thread. 3 bodies entangled with silk threads attacked Mubai from 3 directions, waving their arms and cutting the colorful silk threads across Mubai. Each of these silk threads can cut a building, and their sharpness can be seen. Shock the sea. Mubai, who was besieged, opened his hands. His muscles bulged, and his powerful arms hit both sides. Squeak! The restless airflow blew away the 5-colored threads with a powerful vibration. The 2 silk thread clones were shaken apart, and the scattered silk threads recondensed, forming a large hand wrapped with silk threads to grab Mubai. Feeling the cold wind coming from the back of his head, Mubai turned around and raised his knife to block it. The heavy silk thread palm suddenly turned into a ball of silk threads that wrapped around Mubai's body. Mubai was surprised to find that his body could not move. The more he struggled, the tighter the entangled white threads became. "You fell into the trap, Mubai, and see how I crush you." Wild white thread. With Xiao Wuti's voice, the ground turned into a flowing sea of white threads, with tens of thousands of transparent white threads arranged horizontally, forming a raging wave-like attack. The huge white thread of waves was like a python, and it would crush the opponent alive. It appears. It's Boss Zhao's wild white line. That's the power that only appears when the fruit awakens. Seeing Boss Zhao about to slaughter Mubai, the followers couldn't help but shout excitedly. Fruit awakening? Xiao Wuti is probably the youngest awakener in history to have developed the power of fruit awakening in his sophomore year. Mubai. Sui's eyes widened, and she looked at the battlefield with some worry. Lu Jun's eyes were red, and he cheered for Mubai from behind. Lin Zhan frowned slightly, but it was not difficult to see his inner fluctuations from his hands holding the 2 swords tightly and making a creaking sound. This is the power of fruit awakening. Mubai, you didn't lose unfairly. Looking at Mubai, who was tightly tied up by the white line in front of him, Xiao Wuti's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light.